The exceptionally gifted Wong Chun stood at the very front of the third-year students' transfer ceremony lineup, a position earned not by privilege but by sheer talent. Despite being of humble origins, he had flawlessly mastered every course offered at Dongyun High School: elemental analysis, combat instinct, micromanipulation, and even the rare and obscure natural affinity. In this world where the divine realm intertwined with reality, Earth's surface had expanded by millions of times, bringing forth mysterious realms, rampant monsters, and catastrophic events that swept across the globe. It was in this context that the era of transfer professionals emerged, ushering humanity into a new age of career evolution. At this moment, the small plaza of Dongyun High School was bustling with activity. Third-year students, led by their homeroom teachers, formed long lines, while the audience stands were filled with first- and second-year students, as well as the principal, department heads, and other school leaders. This grand transfer ceremony would determine the fate of everyone present. As a transmigrator, Wang Chun had long since adapted to this world. Standing at the forefront of Class 3's lineup, his outward expression was calm and composed, but even he couldn't completely suppress the ripples of emotion within. For someone as steady as him, even this monumental moment carried a trace of nervousness. From the audience, whispers floated over. Some admired Wang Chen's striking appearance, others envied his unparalleled talent, and some speculated with excitement about the possibility of him acquiring a special or hidden profession. Yet, Wang Chun had grown accustomed to such chatter and paid it no mind. Just then, his deskmate and close friend Zhang Li tapped him on the shoulder, his face pale with nervousness as he muttered about needing to use the restroom. Wang Chen glanced at Zhang Li's trembling legs, advised him to endure, and encouraged him by pointing out that his solid combat core scores might earn him the warrior profession. Zhang Li's anxiety quickly turned into excitement as he began fantasizing about obtaining a hidden class like Berserker. At that moment, Qing Chuan, a member of a prominent family, issued a provocative challenge to Wang Chen. As one of Dongyun City's most celebrated prodigies, Qing Chuan had long harbored resentment toward Wang Chun, who, despite his commoner background, consistently outshone him. Just as tensions began to escalate, the principal's voice boomed through the microphone, silencing the crowd. The preparations for the transfer ceremony are complete. All third-year students, please proceed to the transfer array in an orderly manner. This is a defining moment that will shape your destinies, so take it seriously. I now declare the transfer ceremony officially begins. Bu Yi, Xiang Lixin, and Jiang Shuang successfully completed their job transitions, becoming a blacksmith, a chef, and an enchanter respectively. The entire ceremony took a full hour, yet not a single combat profession emerged. This left the school administrators on the viewing platform visibly displeased, while the senior students waiting for their turn grew increasingly anxious. Next, Class 6, Senior Year, Tsunjiro. As the announcement rang out, all eyes instantly turned to a stunningly elegant girl. Tsunjiro, one of Dongyun High School's 3 recognized prodigies, was also the school's most celebrated beauty. She was the perfect combination of a prestigious family background, breathtaking looks, and exceptional talent. Under the gaze of the crowd, her delicate face showed a hint of nervousness, but she stepped confidently into the job transition array without hesitation. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The moment Tsunjiro entered the array, a dazzling sea of light erupted, with platinum-colored rays of sacred brilliance converging like shooting stars. The light coalesced into a divine magic book, which shimmered briefly before merging into Tsunjiro's body. This was the first anomaly since the ceremony began, causing an uproar among the crowd. On the viewing platform, the principal abruptly stood up, his eyes shining with excitement. Tsunjiro, job transition complete. Rare profession light mage. The announcement echoed, and the audience erupted into a frenzy. Gasps of admiration and exclamations of surprise filled the air, and even the principal's face broke into a rare, beaming smile. Amid the adoring cheers, Tsunjiro walked down the stage, her face glowing with joy. Her gaze swept over the crowd, subtly landing on Wang Chun, as she silently anticipated the outcome of his transition. The subsequent transitions seemed lackluster in comparison. That is, until Qing Chuan stepped forward, reigniting the crowd's excitement. Qing Chuan, job transition complete. Profession wind archer. Although not a rare profession, as one of the 3 prodigies, Qing Chuan's result still sparked lively discussions. However, Qing Chuan himself descended the stage with a dark expression, his eyes blazing with fury when they met Wang Chen's. Finally, it was Class 3's turn. Zhang Li excitedly transitioned into a warrior profession and gave Wang Chen an enthusiastic bear hug. Then the announcer called out, Class 3, Senior Year, Wang Chun. 90% of the audience turned their attention to Wang Chen. With a confident smile, he walked calmly toward the job transition array. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the venue as an anomaly tens of times more spectacular than Tsunjiro's unfolded. A massive pillar of light, over 10 meters in diameter, shot into the sky. Countless enormous beastly silhouettes broke free from the magical array, manifesting in the air above. Dragons, lions, tigers, and pythons thaw blurry. Their forms exuded an indescribable, terrifying aura. Suddenly, the beasts roared in unison, their cries shaking the heavens. The crowd below froze as if struck by lightning, their faces filled with shock. The principal's mouth hung open in disbelief, his mind racing. Could this be a hidden profession? In the crowd, Qing Chuan's jealousy burned like fire, his heart bleeding with envy as he wished he could take Wang Chen's place. As the pillar of light slowly dissipated, the beastly shadows transformed into specks of starlight and merged into Wang Chen's body. The announcer's voice rang out, "Wong Chun, job transition complete. Profession Beast Tamer." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Beast Tamer? Just an ordinary combat profession? How could this be? Everyone was left reeling in stunned disbelief. The greater the hope, the harsher the slap of reality. The atmosphere at the job transition ceremony was suffocatingly silent. Wang Chen, the undisputed top student of Dongyan No. 1 High School, had just been assigned the profession of a mere Beast Tamer common vocation. If it weren't for the earlier astonishing phenomenon that had everyone anticipating greatness, this result might have been barely acceptable. But now, all eyes were fixed on the boy on stage, filled with disbelief. The principal's face turned ashen, as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. One moment he had been on cloud nine, the next he was plunged into despair. The dramatic shift left him struggling to maintain his composure. As the leader of the school, he had no choice but to suppress his disappointment and pretend as if nothing was amiss as he resumed his seat. The reactions from the crowd were even more revealing. The department heads and teachers wore expressions of frustration, as though lamenting wasted potential. Among the students, some sneered with schadenfreude, eager to see this prodigy fall from grace, while others cast him looks of pity and regret. The most unrestrained, however, was Qing Chuan, whose laughter brimmed with mockery was nearly pounding the table in delight. A beast tamer? Just a run-off-the-mill combat profession. Not even close to my windstriker archer from the first transition. Qing Chuan's eyes gleamed with malice. A commoner daring to become a beast tamer? Can you even afford a pet beast? And you think you can compete with me? Indeed, the beast tamer profession was notoriously resource-intensive, often reserved for the elite families. Without the financial backing of a powerful lineage, even acquiring a pet beast was a monumental challenge. Worse yet, beast tamers had to share experience points with their beasts, making progression painstakingly slow. Yet, Wong Chun remained motionless within the magic circle, not because he was crushed by disappointment, but because he was utterly stunned by the series of system notifications flooding his vision. Congratulations on becoming a Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer exclusive Beast Space unlocked. Beast Tamer exclusive skills acquired. Beast Control, Summoning Pact, and Beast Rejuvenation. SS Level Talent Awakened. Beast Affinity. Divine Talent Awakened. Bloodline Awakening. Bloodline Appraisal unlocked. Divine Talent Awakened. Trait Extraction. The endless stream of notifications made Wang Chen's heart race, his breath quicken, and his body tremble slightly. Mistaking his reaction for devastation, his homeroom teacher quickly approached the stage, speaking words of comfort. "Wang Chun, I've always believed in you. If you need funds to acquire a pet beast, I can help. If your talent rating reaches B or higher, you can even apply for a school subsidy. With me here, we'll make sure you get the support you need. Remember, no profession is inherently without a future." The teacher's gaze was sincere as he looked at the student who had once been his greatest pride. Even though the assigned profession seemed underwhelming, he firmly believed that Wang Chun could rewrite his destiny through sheer effort, just as he had risen from obscurity to become the top student at Dongyan No. 1 High School. Awakened from his daze, Wang Chun felt a warm current surge through his heart. Knowing he would indeed need some initial funding, he stepped down from the stage and discreetly adjusted his personal attribute panel. He set it to display only to his homeroom teacher, hiding most of the information but deliberately revealing the SS level talent. SS level talent. Beast Affinity. When using Beast Taming-related professional skills, the effects are increased by 1,000. The homeroom teacher's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints, and an expression of utter shock, as though she'd seen a ghost, spread across her face. She double-checked, triple-checked, and quadruple-checked the information, ensuring she wasn't seeing things. The sudden wave of exhilaration caused her to stumble, nearly sending her tumbling to the ground. "Oh my, what the hell?" she blurted out, completely losing her composure. To everyone's astonishment, the normally composed teacher had just cursed in front of thousands of students, as well as the principal and other staff members. The crowd erupted into murmurs and disbelief. Wang Chen, quick on his feet, caught her just in time, preventing what could have been an extremely awkward fall. It took her a while to regain her composure, but the shock on her face was impossible to hide. "This is insane beyond insane," she thought to herself. She had guessed that Wang Chun might awaken with a level, or at most an A-level talent. But S-level? SS? SSS? In all of Longhua, the number of people with SS level talents could be counted on one hand. Each one was a legendary figure, a titan in their own right, renowned across the land. The teacher forced herself to stay calm, though her mind was racing. With Wang Chen's help, she managed to steady herself. She swallowed hard, her thoughts spinning at lightning speed. This kind of talent must be kept secret at all costs. An SS-level talent, once it matures, could elevate Dongyun High School to unprecedented heights. But with great opportunity comes great risk. If this leaks out, the danger to Wang Chun would be immense. Envy, sabotage, assassination, hidden threats are the hardest to guard against. If anything were to happen to him, I'd be the one to blame for failing to protect him. The entire nation would hold me accountable. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the teacher's face turned an alarming shade of purple from sheer excitement. She slapped her chest to calm herself before forcing out a serious, measured tone. Ahem. Level talent. Just barely above the threshold, but not bad. Don't worry, I'll make sure to help you secure the subsidy. The crowd immediately broke into whispers once again. Just level? Really? Murmurs rippled through the students. Qing Chuan's face lit up with smug satisfaction. To him, Wang Chen's so-called level talent was as good as worthless. Huh. Finally, I've got the upper hand. Wong Chun, he gloated in his mind. I awakened with an A-level talent as a swift archer, and you're stuck with a measly level? Pathetic. When the career advancement exams come around, they'll crush you beneath my feet. Wang Chun, a newly transitioned level 10 Beast Tamer, was leaving the classroom while checking his attribute panel. His 4 primary attributes were as follows: Strength 20, Constitution 20, Intelligence 19, and Agility 18. What truly stood out, however, were his 3 God-ear talents: Beast's Affection SSS, Bloodline Awakening God, and Trait Extraction God. The first talent that caught his eye was the Bloodline Awakening God. Wang Chen's breathing quickened with excitement. This talent could fully activate the hidden bloodline within his beasts, allowing them to directly evolve into their ultimate forms. Even better, this talent came with an automatic God-ear skill, Bloodline Identification, which could detect the hidden bloodline information of any beast. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This ability was considered priceless in the Beast Tamer world. Normally, one would have to spend an astronomical amount of money at a certified institution to determine if a beast possessed a hidden bloodline, such as the rare Earth Armored Dragon bloodline within the Armored Dragon Lizard. Yet with just a single glance, he could effortlessly perform this expensive appraisal. Next was the Trait Extraction God talent. Wang Chen carefully read its description. It allowed him to extract and acquire any talent or skill possessed by his beasts. Each beast was limited to providing 3 extractions, and specific conditions like loyalty and affection levels reaching 100 had to be met. The sheer potential of this talent made Wang Chen's heart race. It was common knowledge that while beast tamers commanded powerful beasts, their own physical vulnerability was a critical weakness. With this talent, Wang Chun could not only greatly enhance his survival rate but also significantly boost his personal combat capabilities. Lastly, there were the Beast Tamer's foundational skills: Shrank, Beast Taming Art; Brank, Beast Healing Art; and Brank, Contract Summoning. These skills provided the essential abilities for taming, healing, and summoning beasts. Just as Wang Chun was lost in his dreams of the future, his phone chimed with a text notification. It was a message from the bank, informing him that Dongyun High School had deposited 5 million gold coins into his account as the scholarship for SS-tier talent holders. A smile spread across Wang Chen's face. This amount would finally free him from his impoverished status. He could not only purchase a luxurious standalone villa, but also invest in acquiring powerful beasts. In this new world where reality and games had merged, the planet's size had expanded and landmass had dramatically increased. Thanks to the rise of the newly emerged architect profession, global housing prices had experienced an unprecedented decline. A top-tier architect can construct a villa within just one day, and the labor cost is only 100 gold coins. This made Wang Chun very tempted. He planned to spend 100,000 gold coins to purchase a villa, leaving the remaining funds to buy a beast companion that was critically important to him. Time was running out. Only half a month remained until the career transfer exam. Wang Chen knew that ordinary second or third-year transfer academies only required a level talent to enroll without an entrance test. However, to gain admission into one of Xianlong Nation's top 5 elite transfer academies, he would have to pass the career transfer exam and prove his skills to earn a spot. After leaving school, Wang Chen immediately set about purchasing a villa. In just 1 hour, he completed the purchase and transfer of ownership, a remarkable display of efficiency. With that done, he wasted no time and headed straight to the largest trading market in Dongyun City, hoping to find a beast companion suited to his needs. The largest trading market in Dongyun City was bustling with activity, filled with the noise of lively chatter. It offered a wide array of goods, including equipment, tools, elixirs, beast companions, and skill books everything one could think of. However, as a market catering to the general public, the items here were mostly of lower quality, and it was nearly impossible to find skill books above level. Even so, the market was packed with people, as most ordinary career transfer individuals relied on these lower-tier resources. Wong Chun paid no attention to the small stalls scattered around and headed straight for the 100 Beasts Pavilion in the eastern section of the Beast Companion Market. This shop was the most upscale Beast Companion store in the area and was said to even have chain locations. The shop boasted a wide variety of Beast Companions, making it an ideal stop for a beginner Beast Tamer like Wang Chen. The moment he stepped through the door, a smiling salesperson quickly approached him, greeting him warmly. "Welcome, handsome gentleman. May I know your surname? Are you looking for a combat-type beast or a utility-type beast?" The salesperson briefly explained that combat-type beasts were typically large and aggressive, while utility-type beasts were smaller, gentler, and more suitable as household pets. Wang Chen responded politely, "My surname is Wang. I'll take a look around myself. No need to trouble you." With that, he headed straight to the combat beast section and began carefully examining the options. The battle pet area was incredibly spacious. As Wang Chen stepped into this section, his eyes were immediately drawn to rows upon rows of massive iron cages. Each cage housed a large, fierce-looking battle pet, standing in stark contrast to the small and adorable domestic pets. Wang Chun walked slowly, carefully reading the description plaques hanging in front of each cage. He stopped in front of one cage that held a dozing Xianjing demon tiger. The description read, "Battle pet, Xianjing demon tiger. Gender, male. Level, 15. Max level, 90. Type, battle pet. Bloodline rank, Tier 3 Mystic Beast. Attributes, Strength 200, Constitution 200, Intelligence 50, Agility 180. Notes: the Xianjing demon tiger is ferocious and combative by nature. Its Xuanjing-coated hide offers exceptional defense, rendering it impervious to blades and fire. Its razor-sharp crystal claws can tear through stone and metal with ease. Price: 7 million gold coins. Hiss. Wang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The excitement he'd felt from the extra 5 million gold coins in his account quickly dissipated. He suddenly recalled the schadenfreude on his classmates' faces when he transitioned into the beast master profession and finally understood the reason behind Ith's career was indeed a gold sink. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen decided to use his Godder skill, Bloodline Appraisal, to check if the Xianjing demon tiger had any hidden bloodlines. His eyes turned deep and penetrating as he stared directly at the creature in the cage. Soon, the appraisal results appeared before him. An ordinary Tier 3 Mystic Beast, with no hidden bloodline of the White Tiger deity detected. Unwilling to give up, Wang Chun continued to scan the surrounding cages, appraising each one. Armored Dragon Lizard, Ordinary Tier 5 Mystic Beast, Price: 9 million gold coins. Lightning Wolf, Ordinary Tier 7 Mystic Beast, Price: 11 million gold coins. Frost Spirit Bird, Ordinary Tier 1 Spirit Beast, Price: 20 million gold coins. After inspecting the entire area, Wang Chun was shocked to discover that the cheapest option was still the 7 million gold coin Xianjing demon tiger. Feeling defeated, he approached a nearby attendant to inquire if there were any battle pets with magical beast-level bloodlines. The attendant led Wang Chen to an elevator, which transported them from the lavishly decorated first floor to the more modest second floor. As the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of voices greeted him. The area was bustling with young people in various school uniforms, all busy selecting their pets. Looking up, Wang Chen noticed a sign that read Budget Zone, hanging above the second floor. The truth became clear: everything displayed on the first floor was from the store's premium collection, while the basement levels 1, 2, and 3 catered to more affordable options. Smiling, the attendant explained, "Sir, this area not only has pets with magical beast bloodlines, but also those with mortal beast bloodlines. Feel free to browse, and once you've made your choice, you can check out at the first floor counter. If the pet you choose is too large to carry around conveniently, you can directly form a contract with it after payment," the attendant explained politely. She then added, "Our store also offers a delivery service for 5,000 gold coins if you're unable to form the contract on site." Wang Chun nodded slightly, appreciating the attendant's professional demeanor. Even though he wasn't wealthy, the staff still maintained a respectful and courteous attitude. He softly thanked her before turning to enter the affordable combat pet section. The scene before him was breathtaking. It was evident that many students had recently transitioned to becoming beast tamers this year. The entire area buzzed with activity, filled with the eager gazes of peers his age. Wang Chen carefully observed the various pets around him. The fiery flame sparrow, the sturdy steel armor turtle, the agile swift wind rabbit. These common rank combat pets were priced between 1,000 and 10,000 gold coins. In stark contrast, the prices of the rare mystic rank pets were astronomical, not to mention the combat pets of the legendary demon rank, which started at a staggering 100,000 gold coins. While such prices were steep for an average family, many were willing to scrape together the funds. After all, a beast tamer without a pet was practically powerless. The rules for the vocational entrance exams were stringent. Beast tamers without pets and summoners without contracted spirits were strictly prohibited from participating. This was to prevent unnecessary casualties and disputes during trials in the secret realms. Thus, despite the hefty price tags, these newly transitioned students were eager to purchase their first combat pet. Wasting no time, Wang Chen's deep gaze carefully scanned each combat pet. His eyes eventually stopped on a common rank pet called the green python, seemingly having found his ideal choice. Beast pet, little green python. Gender, female. Level, 5. Max level, 50. Type, combat beast pet. Bloodline rank, Tier 2 mortal beast. Attributes, strength 10, constitution 10, intelligence 10, agility 10. Notes, a common mortal green python often seen in the forest. Non-venomous, its primary combat method is constricting enemies with its body. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Wong Chun stared at the little green python in the cage, calculating silently. On the surface, it was nothing more than an ordinary mortal beast, most likely destined to become a slaughterhouse product. In this world of career advancements, regular livestock had long lost their market value. High-end restaurants now favored meat from Tier 5 and above mortal beasts, or even magical beasts, as their main attraction. As time passed, even the livestock industry had evolved. Many prominent breeders chose to raise high-tier mortal beasts and magical beasts, reaping significant profits. However, beast tamers never opted for magical beasts raised in farms. These creatures had lost their combat instincts, becoming timid and docile. Wild-caught beast pets were the only ideal battle companions. The reason Wang Chen was so intrigued by this seemingly unremarkable little green python was because it brought him an incredible surprise. Beast pet, little green python. It has been detected that this beast pet harbors the hidden bloodline of the divine beast, the world-destroying Azure Dragon. Final assessment, cosmic level divine beast. Wang Chen's heart raced as he stared in disbelief at the small creature in the cage. The slender little green python raised its head curiously, meeting his gaze with its long forked tongue flicking in and out. Unlike other beast pets that would display aggression when facing humans, it tilted its small head and observed Wang Chen calmly, showing no signs of agitation. Without hesitation, Wang Chen picked up the cage containing the little green python. Even as it was moved, the python remained docile, its large, round eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen. At that moment, a young man noticed Wang Chen's choice and couldn't help but speak up. Wait a second, bro. You're not seriously planning to buy that little green python as your beast pet, are you? The attention of other people selecting beast pets nearby was drawn to the conversation. Wang Chun nodded calmly. Yeah, I am. Why? The young man looked at him incredulously. Are you kidding me? Did you even look at its bloodline rank? If you actually form a contract with that thing, forget about passing the career advancement exams. I doubt you'd even survive on the outskirts of the Black Moon Mountains. You should really consider picking another beast pet. The Black Moon Mountains were a training ground for beginner careerists, home to creatures ranging from level 5 to level 15. The monsters there were relatively tame and weak, making it an ideal place for novices to level up. The young man's remarks were met with agreement from the surrounding beast tamers. Yeah, honestly, I've even had green python meat at a restaurant before. I feel like this thing is better suited for the kitchen than the battlefield. Exactly. Its growth cap is only level 50, and it's just a tier 2 mortal beast. What kind of monster could it even fight? Listen, buddy, take our advice and put that little python back. Choose another beast pet. The little green python seemed to sense the disdain from the humans around it. Its previously raised head drooped slightly. It couldn't understand their language, but it could feel the negative emotions directed at it. Wang Chen listened to their advice, understanding they meant well. Under normal circumstances, everything they said was true, but his situation was far from ordinary. Thank you all for the advice. However, I've made up my mind I'm going with this little green python. Goodbye. With that, Wang Chen picked up the cage and walked away, heading for the elevator to the first floor checkout counter. The group of peers watched the stubborn young man leave, shaking their heads. Some even wore expressions of schadenfreude. Heh, beast tamers at his level can only contract one beast pet at most. If he actually contracts that worthless green python, his career advancement exams are as good as ruined. I doubt he'd even get into a third-rate career academy. He might as well start looking for a factory job now. At the counter, Wang Chen paid 1,000 gold coins and officially purchased the little green python that everyone else had dismissed. As he left the beast pet store, the python's mood visibly improved. It no longer hung its head low, but instead curiously observed the unfamiliar surroundings. Passers-by who noticed Wang Chun carrying the python assumed he had bought it for cooking. A few food enthusiasts even gave him a thumbs up. Nice choice, kid. You've got great taste. Wang Chen ignored them and headed straight back to his small, run-down home. Like many protagonists in web novels, Wong Chun had also been thrust into the isolated and struggling trope after transmigrating to this world. Orphaned, he was the sole heir to a dilapidated house with peeling walls. The original owner of this body had led a tragic life. Orphaned at a young age, he had first lived with an abusive second uncle and was later sent to a third uncle's home, where he faced similar neglect and mistreatment. Eventually, he used his savings to buy poison and ended his suffering, creating an opportunity for Wang Chun, an overworked and deceased office worker from Earth, to be reborn in his place. Having experienced death once, Wang Chen refused to endure humiliation any longer. He boldly moved back into his old house to live independently and shamelessly borrowed 500 gold coins from his homeroom teacher, Ji Yutong, to get through tough times. Relying on his excellent academic performance, he secured a monthly scholarship of 800 gold coins. Additionally, he worked part-time as a server at a small restaurant, where the kind-hearted owner allowed him to work after classes and paid him 300 gold coins a month. In this way, Wang Chun managed to scrape by for 3 difficult but stable years until today. Wang Chun always maintained a calm, indifferent attitude toward life. Even though he hadn't managed to transition into a combat profession or awaken any special cheat-like abilities, he never let it bother him. After graduating high school, he settled into a working-class lifestyle, taking up a secondary profession and leading a simple, stable existence. To him, that was an acceptable path. He would strive when he could, but if success eluded him, so be it. If I gain, it's fortune. If I lose, it's fate, he often thought. At this moment, Wang Chun was humming a cheerful tune as he carried a beast cage containing a small azure python back home. The little snake was unusually docile. Despite not having formed a contract with him yet, it remained quietly coiled inside the cage, its bright, round eyes curiously observing the old house. Wang Chun was in no rush to sign the contract. First, he treated himself to a plate of stir-fried green peppers with shredded pork and a fried egg. After all, he had just received a windfall of 5 million gold coins, and a little indulgence seemed well-deserved. After finishing his dinner, he lit 3 sticks of incense in front of his parents' memorial tablets, took a refreshing shower, and only then leisurely approached the small azure python. He studied the little creature carefully. Though it was classified as a python, its size was surprisingly petite, roughly 1.5 meters long by his estimation. Since the contract hadn't been formed yet, its initial skills remained a mystery. The small python showed no fear, meeting Wang Chen's gaze heated, its eyes gleaming with a hint of intelligence. Wang Chun raised his hand and activated his beast mastery skill. Instantly, a complex magical array appeared on the little python's forehead. The creature recoiled slightly, seemingly startled that this human would consider forming a contract with such an ordinary, weak beast. Seeing it hesitate, Wang Chun chuckled softly. Boldly opening the cage door, he reached in and flicked its little head with his finger. Chirp! The small python let out a pitiful cry, not in anger but in grievance. Come on, accept the contract, or I'll flick you again, Wang Chun teased, feigning another flick. Perhaps influenced by the beast mastery skill, the little python seemed to understand him. Without further delay, it allowed the magical array to merge into its body. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully contracted a beast companion. Small Azure Python. The system notification chimed, and the detailed stats of the small Azure Python were displayed. Gender: female. Level: 5, max level: 50. Type: combat beast companion. Bloodline grade: tier 2 common beast. Talent: gigantification D. Attributes: strength 10, constitution 10, intelligence 10, agility 10. Skills: constrict D, reckless charge F, bite F. Typical of a common beast, its talents and skills are so mediocre. Wang Chen thought to himself with a hint of exasperation. Through the mental link established by the contract, the small Azure Python seemed to sense his thoughts. It let out another plaintive chirp, as if to say, "It's not like I had a choice." "Don't worry," Wang Chen said with a confident grin. "Stick with me, and I'll turn you from a nobody into a star, from trash to treasure." Just then, his system interface flashed with a new notification. Detected hidden bloodline of a cosmic-class divine beast extinction god dragon within small Azure Python. Would you like to activate it using the god-tier Bloodline Awakening ability? Without hesitation, Wang Chun selected yes. In an instant, the small Azure Python, which had been sulking moments ago, was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. A faint, ethereal pattern of Azure Dragon scales appeared on its body. The golden light then transformed into brilliant white lightning, coiling around the little python like a divine shroud. Chirp! The small python was clearly caught off guard by the sudden transformation. The surge of pure energy coursing through its body left it both astonished and exhilarated. The panicked little green snake darted out of the cage, instinctively trying to leap into its owner's arms. Wang Chen's face darkened as he quickly raised his hand in warning. "Stop! Don't come any closer. You're covered in lightning right now. If you throw yourself at me, forget becoming some kind of thunder lord. It'll probably end up as a pile of charred remains. If you don't want me to die young, stay right where you are and don't move. Chirp, the little green snake let out a pitiful sound. Though reluctant, it dared not disobey its owner's command and obediently stayed put. The electricity crackling across its body didn't cause any pain. Instead, it felt oddly soothing. Before long, the little snake squinted its eyes and began to hum contentedly. Just then, a sudden, rapid knocking came from the door. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chun, are you home? An auntie's loud, gruff voice carried through the door. What's going on in there? Why is your place sparking and glowing all of a sudden? The abrupt noise startled the little green snake, jolting it from its cozy state. It sprang up in fright and, without thinking, instinctively leapt toward Wang Chun. In an instant, the lightning coursing over its body made direct contact with him. Ah! A scream, sharp enough to rival a pig being slaughtered, echoed from inside the house. Hearing the agonized cry, the auntie outside grew even more anxious. Wang Chun, what's wrong? Open the door. Did something happen? She shouted, pounding on the door with renewed urgency. With a loud click, the door finally swung open. Oh my goodness. Wang Chun, what happened to you? You look like a piece of charcoal. The auntie's eyes widened in shock as she took in the scene. Leaning weakly against the doorframe, Wang Chun stood there with his hands in his pockets. His hair was completely frizzed out, his entire body charred black, and a strange, smoky scent reminiscent of grilled meat lingered in the air. He exhaled a puff of black smoke and croaked, Auntie Chen, don't worry, I'm fine, I just got a little shocked cough. After finally seeing Aunt Chen off, Wang Chun let out a helpless sigh. What bad luck. Why am I so unlucky? He muttered, shaking his head as he headed back to his room. His gaze immediately fell on the small green python inside the beast cage. The little creature was curled up in a corner of the cage, trembling all over. It seemed to realize it had hurt its owner and made a grave mistake. Out of fear, it shrank back, bracing itself for the punishment it thought might come. Looking at this pitiful sight, Wang Chun couldn't help but recall the time when the little green python had witnessed its kind being mercilessly slaughtered by humans in the wild. To the snake, humans were terrifying demons who killed at the slightest provocation. At this moment, it was likely fearing that it might meet the same fate. This scene stirred memories from Wang Chen's past life. The trembling green python reminded him of his younger self, cornered by his second aunt, who would whip him with bamboo strips. Back then, he was filled with despair and fear, with no one to rescue him, forced to endure the harsh lashes. Shaking his head to dispel the painful memories, Wang Chen reached out and gently lifted the small green python from the cage, placing it in his arms. Feeling the warmth of its owner's body and sensing his calm demeanor, the little python finally mustered the courage to lift its tiny head and look at Wang Chun. What it saw was Wang Chen's radiant smile, his rows of white, neat teeth gleaming under the sunlight. In that instant, the little python's tense body completely relaxed. Its anxiety and fear vanished, replaced by a deep attachment to its owner. It had never experienced such warmth and kindness before, expressions reserved only for family. Although the little python didn't understand what family meant, it had lived alone since birth. That unfamiliar yet comforting kindness made it let down its guard entirely. Noticing the little creature staring at him with its bright, glistening snake eyes, Wang Chen chuckled and asked, "Not scared anymore, huh?" Chirp! The little python responded happily, narrowing its eyes as if saying, "Not scared anymore." It even nuzzled its tiny head affectionately against Wang Chen's neck, expressing its fondness. Just then, Wang Chen's interface alerted him with a notification. World-destroying Azure Dragon Bloodline successfully activated. Current Bloodline activation level, 10. Your beast companion, the little green python, has gained new talents and skills. Wang Chen immediately checked the little creature stats, and sure enough, new entries had appeared under the talents and skills sections. Talent, Gigantification D, World-destroying Thunder Art SSS. World-destroying Thunder Art SSS, one of the exclusive talents of the world-destroying Azure Dragon. When activated, it harnesses the power of thunder, granting mastery over lightning magic. All attacks will be imbued with world-destroying thunder, dealing massive lightning damage and inflicting the Reverse Annihilation Thunder debuff on enemies. Note: Reverse Annihilation Thunder, healing effects received are reduced by 80. All attributes are weakened by 70. Any damage taken is increased by 500. Holy crap! What kind of monstrous talent is this? Wang Chen exclaimed. Not only was the damage absurdly high, but the debuff effects were outrageously overpowered. It was hard to believe such abilities belonged to a second-tier mortal beast like the little green python. He then turned to the skills section. Skills, Constriction D, Savage Charge F, Bite F, Azure Dragon Thunder Scales SSS. Azure Dragon Thunder Scales SSS. When activated, the user dons the Azure Dragon Thunder Scales, increasing armor, magic resistance, and health by 2000. Attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed are boosted by 1000. Attack power is enhanced by 500, and the Thunder Retribution armor effect is triggered. Note: Thunder Retribution armor reduces all incoming damage by 50 and reflects 500 of the damage back to the attacker. Wong Chun was stunned once again. This was yet another outrageously powerful and unreasonable skill. The world-destroying Azure Dragon's bloodline was indeed as terrifying as the legend suggested. What amazed him even more was that this was only with 10 of the bloodline activated. He couldn't help but imagine if one day the bloodline were fully activated to 100, wouldn't this little green python transform into a true world-destroying Azure Dragon? In addition to the new talents and skills, the Bloodline Awakening brought another significant change. The little green python's level cap had increased from the original 50 to 100. This meant its potential for future growth had become vastly greater. The 4 fundamental attributes had skyrocketed from the initial 10 points to an astonishing 500 points, far surpassing the level of a Tier 3 mystic beast like the Mystic Crystal Demon Tiger. However, its bloodline rank still displayed as a Tier 2 common beast, and had yet to evolve into a cosmic-level divine beast. This situation sparked a clever idea in Wang Chen's mind, and he secretly felt relieved, thinking, this is perfect for feigning weakness. When my opponents see Tier 2 common beast, they'll undoubtedly underestimate me. Little do they know, this seemingly ordinary little green snake is actually a hidden world-ending Azure Dragon. The little green python's level had also surged from level 5 to level 10. It curled up in Wang Chen's arms, affectionately rubbing against his chest, seemingly oblivious to its dramatic increase in strength. Wang Chun looked down at the little creature and thought, forget the mystic crystal demon, tiger, even higher tier spirit beasts wouldn't stand a chance against this little green python in a fight of the same level. By the way, it's time to give you a name, Wang Chun said with a smile, gently stroking the smooth scales of the little python. You're a little female snake, so I'll give you a girl's name. From now on, your full name will be Qing Wan, and your nickname will be Xiao Qing. How does that sound? Chirp. The little green python responded cheerfully, clearly delighted with its new name. It affectionately nudged Wang Chen's hand with its head, expressing its joy. From that moment on, no matter where Wang Chen went, Xiao Qing was always close behind. Even when he went to the bathroom, she would stubbornly squeeze through the door crack and stare at him with her big, sparkling eyes. Wang Chen sighed helplessly. Xiao Qing, can you please step out for a bit? Chirp. No way. Xiao Qing refused to leave. If you don't go, I can't, do my business. Now out. Wang Chen said, slightly exasperated. Chirp. Xiao Qing reluctantly slithered out, clearly unhappy. When night fell, Xiao Qing became even more clingy. She coiled herself around Wang Chen's neck, greedily taking in his scent before falling into a sweet slumber. The next morning, when Wang Chen woke up, he found the little green snake snuggling against his chest, affectionately rubbing against him. Looking at the overly affectionate Xiao Qing, Wang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Did I just form a contract with a beast companion? Or did I accidentally bring home a clingy girlfriend? Wang Chen spent the night in his small house to make it easier to move all his belongings to the newly purchased villa. Early in the morning, he prepared breakfast and didn't forget to make food for Xiao Qing. Surprisingly, after Xiao Qing's bloodline awakened, her appetite became insatiable. She devoured 7 eggs and was still hungry. In the end, Wang Chen had to cook the remaining 23 eggs in the house before Xiao Qing was finally satisfied. After finishing the move, Wang Chen sent Xiao Qing back to the pet space and headed alone to the Dawn Guild in Dongyun City. With only half a month left until the career advancement exams, every senior high school student was working hard to level up, aiming for a good performance to secure admission into their desired combat academy. Wang Chen was no exception. Now that he had awakened his golden finger ability, he was determined to seize the opportunity. While most beginners chose the relatively safer Black Moon Mountain range to level up, the monsters there were of lower levels, yielding less experience and slower progress. With his pet's exceptional strength, Wang Chen set his sights on the more dangerous Undead Mountain range in the southern part of Dongyun City. The outermost monsters there were at least level 10, with level 20 creatures commonly found, and rumors of boss-level monsters above level 30 deeper within. Typically, only level 20 or higher career changers dare to explore the area in teams. As for adventurer guilds, many career changers who didn't head to the front lines after graduating would either become adventurers or join adventuring teams, taking on tasks posted by others to earn rewards. Governments generally allowed and supported the existence of adventure guilds, as adventurers contributed to border defense by eliminating monsters in the wild. The Dawn Guild, where Wang Chen arrived, was the strongest second-tier guild in Dongyun City. The guild hall was bustling with activity, packed with adventurers eager to make some gold. People were shouting to form teams. Level 23 Tank Seeking Group, 7-star Adventure Team recruiting permanent members. Level 17 Healer looking for a team can heal and be adorable. Everyone was looking for teammates, as the wilderness not only posed threats from ferocious monsters, but also risks of ambushes by bounty hunters and criminals. While Wong Chun was scanning the mission board, an exclamation caught his attention. He turned to see 5 of his schoolmates: Sinjiro, Qing Chuan, Wang Dazue, Lu Jiang, and Zhao Ming. They had already formed a well-rounded team: 2 tanky shield warriors, a light mage and a swift archer for damage output, and a healer to provide support. In the guild hall of Morning Light, Sinjiro immediately spotted Wang Chen's figure. Her previously expressionless face lit up with a radiant smile as she quickly walked toward him. Wang Chen, are you planning to head out to the wilderness for leveling too? Her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yeah, I'm heading to the Undead Mountain range to level up. Wang Chen nodded, then casually asked, what about you guys? Which map are you heading to for leveling? Sinzira's face had just shown a hint of delight, but before she could speak, Qing Chuan interjected, Wang Chun, we're also planning to go to the Undead Mountain range, but he put on a deliberately apologetic expression. Our group is already full, so we can't add you. Sorry about that. Standing nearby, Wang Dazui, Lu Jiang, and Zhao Ming exchanged glances at this. Wilderness maps weren't like dungeons. There were no restrictions on the number of people. Forget 5 people, even a group of 25 could go together without issue. The 3 exchanged a knowing look, then glanced at Sinjiro, who was clearly treating Wang Chun differently. It didn't take long for them to piece things together and wisely remain silent. This scene reminded the trio of a certain rumor circulating on campus. Sinjiro, the school beauty, was secretly in love with Wang Chun. Many hadn't believed it, but now, seeing her behavior, it seemed the rumor might hold some truth. They recalled how, during last year's summer break, Wang Chun and Sinjiro had often trained together. Perhaps it was during that time that Sinjiro developed feelings for him. As for Qing Chuan, one of Sinzira's persistent admirers, who had been rejected countless times but refused to give up, his actions now clearly painted the picture of a love triangle. However, if Wang Chen knew what they were thinking, he'd surely find it both amusing and exasperating. A love triangle? He had no special feelings for Sinjiro whatsoever. As for last year's summer training, it was purely professional. Sinjiro had hired him at a high price to be her sparring partner. Back then, Wang Chun had wanted to avoid getting involved with the famous school beauty, but her offer was simply too tempting, and he was far too broke to refuse. Reluctantly, Head accepted the job. In his past life, Wang Chun, a voracious reader of online novels and a fan of TV dramas, was well aware of the dangers posed by campus beauties. He firmly believed that someone like Sanjiro, the highly sought-after school belle, was definitely not the harmless type. Getting involved with her would inevitably lead to some melodramatic chain of events. Yet, fate had other plans. Last summer, Sanjiro's proud and stunning face appeared before Wang Chun. She tilted her chin high with an air of arrogance and tossed a pouch containing 10,000 gold coins at him. 10,000 gold coins. Be my combat training partner for the summer, she demanded, her tone dripping with the haughtiness of a landowner. Wang Chun let out a cold laugh and righteously refused. I, Wang Chun, would rather starve to death, die out in the streets. Before he could finish, another pouch of 10,000 gold coins landed at his feet. In an instant, Wang Chen's expression shifted from righteous indignation to obsequious enthusiasm. The transformation was so swift that even Sanjiro was left dumbfounded. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to being Miss Sin's combat training partner. Rest assured, Miss Sin's combat skills will soar to new heights by the end of summer. 20,000 gold coins. For Wang Chun, who lived frugally on a monthly budget of 1,000 gold coins, this was a fortune beyond imagination. At 18, who would sacrifice such a windfall for the sake of so-called dignity? Thus, Wang Chun accepted the 2-month-long job. The high school combat curriculum covered 6 disciplines: martial arts, swordsmanship, magical theory, archery, long weapons, and shooting. As the top student in each of these courses for 3 consecutive years at Dongyan High, Wang Chun was more than qualified for the role. Taking the money meant solving the employer's problems. Wang Chun was meticulous and dedicated, offering almost nanny-like instruction. He even held Sanjiro's delicate hand in his warm grasp to teach her how to swiftly perform staff-guiding movements. Day by day, as the two spent more time together, Sanjiro's gaze toward Wang Chun began to change. Her one-school and aloof eyes gradually softened, becoming bright and tender. While she remained cold and distant toward other boys, her face lit up with a warm smile whenever she looked at Wang Chun. It was no wonder the school was abuzz with rumors that Sanjiro secretly liked Wang Chun. At this very moment, 3 onlookers, Wang Dazue, Lu Jiang, and Zhao Ming, watched the pair closely, convinced that the rumors were true and eagerly awaiting the drama to unfold. However, things didn't go as expected. When Qing Chuan declined to let Wang Chun join their team, Wang Chen showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled and waved. No problem. I was planning to explore on my own anyway. Good luck. With that, he turned and walked away. Relieved, Qing Chuan quickly put on a fawning smile and turned to Sanjiro. Yet, he was met with her icy, frost-covered expression. Apologies, I suddenly feel unwell and won't be able to join you all in training at the Undead Mountains. My deepest regrets, Sanjiro said politely to Wang Dazue and the others, completely ignoring Qing Chuan. Wang Dazue and his companions quickly expressed their understanding. Sanjiro nodded slightly, then turned to leave. A flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Wang Chen's figure had already disappeared from view. That Qing Chuan is such a fool. He's ruined my chance at romance. Sanjiro fumed inwardly, though she wasn't worried about Wang Chen's safety. Recalling how Wang Chen had outperformed her brother, Xin Mingshan, a top student at a prestigious university, in every combat skill during the summer, she was filled with confidence in him. Even though he was currently just an ordinary combat beastmaster, she believed he could handle the dangers of the Undead Mountains. Qing Chuan, without a core damage dealer, I think our team should disband for now, Wang Dazue said. With Sanjiro gone, he and the others had no interest in continuing with Qing Chuan. Coming from powerful families themselves, they had no reason to fear him. They had only agreed to team up because Sanjiro, a reliable hidden class player, was with them. Now that their main carry had left, they saw no point in sticking around with an arrogant and hot-headed sub-carry. Watching Wang Dazue and the others walk away, Qing Chuan's face twisted with rage, his expression a mixture of hatred and jealousy. Wong Chun. Damn you, Wong Chun. It's all your fault, you little nobody. You deserve to die. He seethed inwardly. A moment later, Qing Chuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The Undead Mountains, huh? Fine. If you make it out alive, I'll give you credit for being capable. He picked up his phone and made a call. Butler Wang, immediately post a bounty on the Underground Hunter Network. 1 million gold coins. I want Wang Chen's head. And send out his photo and information. He's currently at the Undead Mountains. On the other end of the line, the butler responded gravely, understood, young master. Hanging up, Qing Chuan's face twisted into a cruel smile. Wang Chun, oh Wang Chun, die in the Undead Mountains. Meanwhile, Wang Chun had already paid the deposit and accepted 5 level missions. Stepping onto the teleportation array, his figure vanished in a flash of light, reappearing at the entrance to the Undead Mountains. The Mountain of the Undead is a perpetually shrouded, eerie, and foreboding region. This dark expanse is home to countless undead creatures. Scattered across the ground are disorganized graves, coffins, and fragments of bones. Occasionally, ghostly blue flames flicker through the surroundings, creating an atmosphere that sends chills down one's spine. At this moment, Wang Chen stood at the entrance of the mountain, observing the steady arrival of adventurer teams. After registering their information, the staff would open a temporary gap in the protective city barrier, allowing the teams to pass through. This marked their official entry into the perilous wilderness. To protect cities from monster invasions, every town in the Dragon Kingdom is equipped with a powerful barrier formation. After completing a quick registration himself, Wang Chun stepped out of the barrier. His vision blurred briefly for a second or two before returning to normal. Ignoring the curious gazes from the surrounding crowd, he strode directly toward the depths of the forest, thick with the aura of the undead. Wang Chen didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he wandered around the outskirts of the area first. It quickly became apparent that the Mountain of the Undead was a popular leveling spot. In just a short distance, he encountered more than 10 adventurer teams hunting monsters. Low-level creatures were snatched up as soon as they respawned, making Wang Chen realize that he would need to venture deeper into the inner perimeter to find suitable prey. With that decision made, Wang Chen quickened his pace toward the inner regions. The adventurers around him couldn't help but exchange glances, astonished by the boldness of this lone young man. Monsters in the inner perimeter were generally level 20 or higher, and they feared he was embarking on a reckless and dangerous endeavor. Half an hour later, Wang Chun had reached the outer edges of the inner perimeter, a remote and rugged area. The terrain here was treacherous, with jagged rocks and barely any sign of human activity. The monsters inhabiting this area were around level 18 or 19, a zone typically reserved for seasoned adventurer teams with levels exceeding 20. It was here that Wang Chun encountered his first undead creature, a headless skeletal warrior. The skeleton held a rusted, decayed long sword in its left hand and a battered shield in its right, charging straight at him. Wang Chun quickly activated his identification skill, and the monster's detailed stats appeared before his eyes. Monster, Headless Warrior. Level, 18 max level, 40. Race, Undead. Skills, Sword Thrust F/F, Self-Destruct D. Rank, Minion. Attributes, Strength 25, Intelligence 15, Constitution 30, Agility 20. Notes: a common monster in the Mountain of the Undead. Although Wang Chun was confident he could handle the creature on his own, his primary goal on this trip was to train his beast companion. Without hesitation, he activated his summoning contract. With a low hum, a mysterious energy rippled outward, and a complex magical formation appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a small green serpent materialized within the magic circle. Shao Qing, attack! Wong Chun commanded. The little green snake, which had been affectionately nuzzling against Wong Chun moments earlier, let out a battle cry filled with vigor upon hearing the order. Without hesitation, it charged directly at the headless warrior, using its skill, Ferocious Charge F. Thud. A heavy impact echoed through the air. What happened next left Wang Chen utterly stunned. The level 18 headless skeletal warrior was completely obliterated by Shao Qing's charge. With a loud clatter, its bones scattered in all directions, falling apart instantly. A level 10 second-tier mortal beast had just destroyed an undead monster 8 levels higher with a single strike. The sight was so astonishing that Wang Chen froze in place. After all, even if he personally engaged the skeleton, it would have taken him at least 5 minutes to finish the fight. Undead monsters, especially skeletal warriors, were notoriously resilient. Yet, in the face of Shao Qing, the skeleton warrior seemed as fragile as paper, shattering upon impact. Wang Chun quickly regained his composure, realizing that Shao Qing's overwhelming power was due to its awakened extinction dragon bloodline. It was no longer an ordinary beast. With its attributes skyrocketing to 500 points across the board, it far outclassed the monsters in the area. Defeating the headless warrior in one hit was no longer surprising. Still, Wang Chen couldn't help but reflect on his momentary lapse of composure. Chirp! A sharp cry pierced the silence as Shao Qing's lightning obliterated the headless warrior in an instant. The small blue snake puffed out its chest proudly, letting out a triumphant sound before swiftly slithering back to Wang Chen's side, its eyes brimming with anticipation for its master's praise. Clearly, it had yet to realize just how astonishing its attack had been. This scene vividly showcased the importance of a pet's loyalty and affection. Shao Qing, naturally timid and skittish, would typically tremble in fear at the sight of such a high-level, ghastly undead creature, let alone dare to strike. But now, with its loyalty and affection for Wang Chun maxed out at 100, as long as Wang Chun gave the command, no matter how formidable the enemy, Shao Qing would charge forward without hesitation, carrying out its master's orders with unwavering resolve. Great job! Wang Chun praised without hesitation, affectionately patting Shao Qing's head. Inwardly, he pondered to himself. The God-ear skill, trait extraction, was still temporarily unusable on Shao Qing. According to the system, extracting the astounding, world-ending thunder technique, talent would require Shao Qing to reach level 30 before the first trait extraction could be performed. The system notification then appeared. You have defeated the headless warrior and earned 300 experience points. Shao Qing received the same amount of experience points. This meant that defeating the headless warrior rewarded a total of 600 experience points, but due to the Beast Masterclass mechanic, the experience had to be shared equally with the pet. This was one of the key reasons many doubted Wang Chen's decision to choose the Beast Masterclass in the first place. Other classes could claim the full experience from defeating monsters, whereas Beast Masters had to split half with their pets. This effectively made leveling up twice as demanding for Beast Masters, significantly slowing their progression. However, this posed no challenge for Wang Chun. At present, Shao Qing's strength was more than enough to crush any monster in the Undead Mountain range. Need more experience points? No problem. They could simply carve their way through, unstoppable and relentless. After Shao Qing effortlessly took down the headless warrior, Wang Chun gained a preliminary understanding of his pet beast's strength. Originally planning to hunt and level up on the outskirts of the inner region, he now felt confident enough to venture deeper into its core. Wang Chun dashed swiftly along a dim and eerie forest path, with Shao Qing nestled in his arms. Its small head peeked out from his collar, curiously observing the surroundings. As he delved deeper, Wang Chun keenly sensed multiple waves of killing intent locking onto him. Clearly, the dense human aura emanating from him had attracted the nearby undead creatures. Pairs of crimson eyes, glinting with cruelty, stared at Wang Chun from the shadows. Unlike the headless warrior from before, these monsters' eyes gleamed with a spark of intelligence. Wang Chun realized that the creatures here must all be above level 20, as only then would they possess such rudimentary intelligence. Their decision to trail him without launching an immediate assault was further proof of this. Ignoring the pursuit of these monsters, Wang Chun pressed onward. When he reached a relatively open area, 30 shadowy figures radiating an ominous, undead energy suddenly leapt out from the forest, accompanied by bone-chilling howls. A closer look revealed that they were a pack of ghost wolves. Using his identification skill, Wang Chun quickly gathered detailed information about the level 22 ghost wolves. They were of the pawn rank, equipped with skills like shadow shift and dark vision, naturally violent, and fond of overwhelming their prey through sheer numbers. Soon, Wang Chen's sharp eyes spotted a larger, more imposing ghost wolf perched atop a distant boulder. Using his identification skill again, he confirmed it to be a level 26 ghost wolf king of the elite rank, boasting additional skills such as Wolf King's Command and Ghost Shield. Faced with such a perilous situation, An average level 10 player might have already succumbed to despair. However, Wang Chen's eyes lit up, his breathing quickened, and a hunter-like grin spread across his face as though he had just found his ideal prey. With excitement, he called out, "Xiaoqing." Responding to his call, Xiaoqing wriggled out from inside his collar and landed gracefully on the ground. Even when surrounded by the menacing ghost wolves, Xiaoqing held its head high with an air of pride, showing not a trace of fear. Thanks to the power of its extinction Azure Dragon bloodline, the beastly aura emanating from the higher-level ghost wolves had no effect on it. "Go. Take down every last one of these beasts," Wong Chun commanded. Xiaoqing responded with enthusiasm, turning to face the wolf pack. Seeing the wolves' arrogant and disdainful gazes, Xiaoqing let out an angry cry before decisively activating its Drank talent, Gigantification. Before the wolves' stunned eyes, the petite Xiaoqing's serpent form began to expand rapidly, growing to a towering height of 10 meters, transforming into a true colossal serpent. This far exceeded the usual 3-meter limit for ordinary beasts using Gigantification. Even Wang Chun was taken aback by this astonishing transformation. Without pausing to ponder whether this was due to the extinction Azure Dragon bloodline, he quickly issued another order. "Xiaoqing, start the slaughter." Following the command, Xiaoqing charged forward, radiating a terrifying and oppressive aura. Under the wolves' horrified gazes, it transformed into a relentless force, bulldozing through the pack with overwhelming might. The moment Xiaoqing transformed into a towering giant serpent, her colossal body reached an astonishing height of 10 meters. When she unleashed her frank skill, savage charge against the wolf pack, the sheer force of it was earth-shattering. The ghost wolves and their alpha were left utterly stunned, frozen in disbelief. They could never have imagined that the seemingly insignificant little green snake could turn into such a terrifying behemoth in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqing's charging speed was as swift as lightning, a stark contrast to her massive size. The 4 ghost wolves at the front didn't even have time to turn around before they were crushed into pulp by the enormous serpent, unable to let out so much as a whimper. A system notification promptly echoed, "For ghost wolves defeated. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Awarded 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Beast companion Xiaoqing has leveled up to level 7. All attributes increased from 500 to 700. Wang Chun was astounded by the massive experience gain, silently marveling at the benefits of defeating higher-level enemies. At his current level, he would normally earn only 80,100 experience points per kill, yet a single ghost wolf now granted him a staggering 2,000 total experience points. What shocked him even more was the fact that Xiaoqing's 2-level increase had boosted her stats by 200 points each, for a total of 800 attribute points gained. Without missing a beat, Xiaoqing launched another charge at the remaining 20-plus ghost wolves. Terrified out of their minds, the wolves scattered, desperately trying to flee. But how could 80 points in agility possibly match Xiaoqing's 700? In a mere 5 or 6 seconds, another 6 or 7 ghost wolves were caught and crushed into lifeless heaps. The remaining ghost wolves, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades, were even more panicked, their attempts to escape becoming increasingly frantic. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming attribute disparity, all resistance was futile. Amidst a chorus of agonized howls, the rest of the ghost wolves were swiftly and decisively annihilated by Xiaoqing. Another system notification followed. 25 ghost wolves defeated. Experience critical hit triggered. You have gained 40,000 experience points. Then came a rapid succession of level-up messages, catapulting Wang Chen from level 11 to level 15 in an instant. Each level up granted him an additional 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing had reached level 10, with all her attributes skyrocketing to a formidable 1,000 points. Wang Chun could hardly contain his elation. This rate of leveling up was simply unheard of. To put it into perspective, an average student would need at least 10 days to half a month of relentless grinding to climb from level 10 to level 15. Yet he had accomplished this incredible feat in under 2 minutes. After calming his excitement, Wang Chen turned his gaze toward the ghost wolf king not far away. Xiaoqing, equally brimming with fighting spirit, locked her eyes on the elite creature. The tension between the two surged instantly, creating an atmosphere thick with impending battle. At this moment, the ghost wolf king stood at the edge of the forest, facing the towering serpent, Xiaoqing. Its fangs gleamed with a chilling light, and its muscles were taut, ready to strike at any moment. Yet, it did not choose to flee, even though escape was well within its reach. The Wolf King's eyes burned with an unquenchable hatred and killing intent. As the leader of the Ghost Wolf tribe, it had led its pack on a hunt, only to see them utterly annihilated. This disgrace seared its heart like a brand. Worse still, if it were to slink back to the tribe in defeat, it would not only lose any chance of survival, but also be exiled and hunted by its rivals. If that was the alternative, it would rather die fighting on the battlefield. A thunderous roar erupted from the Wolf King's throat, shaking the leaves around it. Its eyes glinted dangerously as it suddenly lunged at Xiaoqing. At the same time, it activated two of its abilities, Ghostly Shield and Shadow Shift. In an instant, the Wolf King's form became hazy, almost like a true ghost. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared right in front of Xiaoqing. Its razor-sharp claws rose high, gleaming coldly, and slashed down with deadly force. Rending claw, the Wolf King growled. A terrifying gust from the strike howled through the air, enveloping Xiaoqing's massive body. Yet, Xiaoqing arrogantly raised its head, unmoving, allowing the attack to land directly on its serpentine form. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. The Wolf King's attack had failed to penetrate Xiaoqing's scales. The Ghost Wolf King's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Its claws, which had torn through countless prey with ease, now seemed utterly powerless, as if they were merely scratching an itch. Xiaoqing let out a triumphant hiss, as though mocking the Wolf King. Such petty tricks, and you dare show off in front of me? What makes you think you can harm me? Xiaoqing continued to speak. Increasing physique not only boosts health points but also strengthens armor. Enhancing intellect raises magic attack power, while improving magic resistance and perception. Building strength enhances physical attack power and also increases resilience and endurance. Improving agility boosts movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed. This, Xiaoqing proclaimed, is precisely why the four core attributes are so vital to those who have undergone the class transition. They are the foundation of their power and the cornerstone of the entire class system's functionality. Xiaoqing had now reached level 10, boasting a physique stat of an astonishing 1,000 points, making its armor value extraordinary. When the Ghost Wolf King's claws struck its body, they inflicted only a mere 1 HP of damage, more than a tickle. In the brief moment when the Wolf King was stunned and overwhelmed with fear, Xiaoqing moved like lightning. Its massive body coiled tightly around the Wolf King in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqing unleashed its signature move Constrict. A blood-curdling howl echoed through the skies as the Ghost Wolf King, the ruler of the edges of the undead mountain range's inner perimeter, let out a final, agonized cry. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was crushed into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. The system notification sounded immediately. Ding! You have slain the Ghost Wolf King and gained 20,000 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 16, earning 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Your pet, Xiaoqing, has leveled up to level 11. With its stats increasing from 1,000 to 1,500 across the board, Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed, "What the? 1,500 points?" He recalled the previous leveling pattern. Before level 10, each level up increased every stat by 100 points. But now, after level 10, every level up brought a staggering 500-point increase. It was almost beyond comprehension. Wang Chen couldn't help but imagine the future. If Xiaoqing's world-ending Azure Dragon bloodline were fully awakened, just how powerful would it become? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Truly worthy of its title as a cosmic-level divine beast, terrifying beyond words. As the battle concluded, Xiaoqing returned to its smaller, adorable form, canceling its gigantification. It leapt into a nearby stream, carefully washing off the bloodstains on its body. Then, it cheerfully ran back to Wang Chen's side, nuzzling him with its little head and letting out soft, endearing cries, clearly asking for affection. Wong Chun gave Xiaoqing a doting pat on the head, showering it with praise for its performance. Then, he glanced around and noticed that the monster's corpse had disappeared, leaving behind the loot spawned from the kill. This was one of the defining features of this game reality fusion world. Monsters dropped items upon death. Wang Chen walked over and collected all the items into his spatial inventory. The inventory functioned like a game character's backpack, capable of storing various items, with its capacity expanding as his level increased. Having just leveled up 5 times, Wang Chen's inventory now had 50 slots, more than enough to hold the spoils of this battle. After securing all the items, Wang Chen began inspecting them in detail. Frank materials. Ghost Wolf Hide 30, Ghost Wolf Claw 30, Ghost Wolf Bone 30. Although not very valuable, these materials were still sought after. Wolf hides could be used to craft leather armor, wolf bones for light armor, and wolf claws for weapons. However, these materials could only produce black iron 3-star equipment at most. Drank material. Ghost Wolf King's Heart 1. Valued at approximately 100,000 gold coins, a significant gain. In addition to materials, 2 skill books and some equipment had dropped. Frank Universal Skill. Mark Tracking. Effect. Marks a target, allowing you to track their movements as long as they remain within a 5-kilometer radius. Rank Mage Skill. Fireball. A class-exclusive skill usable only by mages. Wang Chen pondered his options. The Frank Mark Tracking skill could be learned by himself, while the Mage skill book Fireball could be sold, likely fetching around 200,000 gold coins. As for the equipment, most of it was Black Iron 5-star, with low value around 200 gold coins per piece. However, 3 items dropped by the Ghost Wolf King stood out. 1. Wolf King's Ring Black Iron 9-star. Level requirement, 15. Attributes, 10 intelligence, 10 agility. Effect, each successful attack increases your movement, attack, and casting speed by 1. Up to a maximum of 10, lasting 5 seconds. 2. Wolf King's Greatsword Bronze 1-star. Level requirement, 15. Attributes, 20 strength, 20 physique. Effect, each successful attack increases your strength and physique by 10 points, up to a maximum of 30 points, lasting 10 seconds. 3. Wolf King's Bone Armor Bronze 1-star. Level requirement, 15. Attributes, 30 physique, 10 armor, 10 magic resistance. Effect, reduces incoming damage by 5. The system notified Wong Chun that he had successfully equipped these 3 items. Once equipped, defensive gear and accessories would become invisible, allowing normal clothing to be worn over them while retaining their effects. Weapons, on the other hand, could be summoned at will, extremely convenient. Unfortunately, despite all 3 items having the Wolf King prefix, they did not form a set with bonus effects, which was common for low-tier equipment. Wang Chen decided to sell the rest of the equipment for gold coins. At this moment, he remembered that leveling up to 16 had granted him 160 attribute points and 160 skill points. As a Beastmaster, his future pets could include both physical and magical types. To prepare for this, he chose to distribute the 160 attribute points evenly. After allocation, Wang Chen's base attributes were as follows, unaffected by any equipment, buffs, or items. Strength, 60 physique, 60 intelligence, 59 agility, 58. Satisfied with his progress, Wang Chun clapped his hands, pleased with the haul. His gaze turned toward the depths of the undead mountain range. He licked his lips, his eyes burning with excitement. With the career advancement exams just around the corner, his top priority now was to level up as quickly as possible. In his mind, he roared, "Undead monsters! Here I come." 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Chen and Xiao Qing had ventured deep into the inner regions of the Forsaken Mountain Range. The scene here was terrifying. Towering rocks jutted out like ghostly claws, thick black clouds blanketed the sky, and an icy wind howled incessantly. The air was heavy with an unsettling aura, and eerie wails echoed occasionally, as though they were calls from the depths of hell. Typically, only well-organized teams of 10 or more professionals above level 20 dared to explore this area. Yet Wang Chun, armed only with his pet Xiao Qing, boldly ventured into this perilous domain alone. Xiao Qing crushed them, Wang Chun commanded. Having already grown to an enormous size, Xiao Qing showed no fear, charging into the horde of undead monsters like a moving mountain. The level 25 and above undead creatures screeched in terror and scattered in all directions. However, against the towering python, as imposing as a skyscraper, their fear seemed utterly futile. Xiao Qing unleashed a jaw-dropping burst of speed, catching up with the fleeing undead in just 2 seconds. Without hesitation, she mercilessly crushed them into oblivion. System notifications chimed continuously. Ding! You have slain an undead cavalry, gaining 100 experience points. Ding! You have slain an undead jumper, gaining 100 experience points. Ding! You have slain a wraith, gaining 200 experience points. Compared to a few days ago, the experience points gained from defeating these level 20+ undead monsters had noticeably decreased. This was because, after 5 days of relentless combat, Wang Chen's level had skyrocketed to 28, while Xiao Qing had reached level 23. Wang Chen's detailed stats were as follows. Name, Wang Chun. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, 28. Attributes, Strength 800, Constitution 800, Intelligence 800, Agility 800. Talents, Beast Affinity SSS, Bloodline Awakening Divine, Trait Extraction Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery S, Beast Rejuvenation B, Bloodline Identification Divine, Contract Summoning B, Beast Berserk D, Hate Mark E. Unallocated Attribute Points, 0. Unallocated Skill Points, 0. Pet Xiao Qing's stats were as follows. Name, Qing Wan. Gender, female. Level, 23. Level cap, 100. Type, combat pet. Bloodline rank, 2nd tier mortal beast. Talents, Gigantification D, World-ending Thunder Art SSS. Attributes, Strength 8400, Constitution 8400, Intelligence 8400, Agility 8400. Skills, Constriction D, Ferocious Charge F, Bite F, Azure Dragon Thunder Scales SSS. Notably, Wang Chen's skill list had expanded with 2 new abilities, Beast Berserk and Hate Mark. These were obtained from skill books dropped during his recent battles and were perfectly suited to his class, so he had promptly learned them. Beast Berserk D ignites the fighting spirit of a pet, causing it to enter a frenzied state. Increases the pet's attack power by 10 for 120 seconds. Hate Mark E marks an enemy target, causing the pet to generate immense hatred toward the target. The pet's damage against the marked target is increased by 5. Xiaoqing's growth rate was astonishing. At level 10, her attributes were 1,000 points each. Afterward, her attributes increased by 500 points per level, reaching 6,000 points at level 20. Beyond level 20, the increase jumped to 800 points per level, bringing her total attributes to a staggering 8,400 points at level 23. Such growth was simply outrageous. If others in Dongyun City were to learn of this, their jaws would surely drop. It was precisely because of Xiaoqing's world-ending Azure Dragon bloodline that Wang Chen dared to venture into the inner depths of the Forsaken Mountain range alone. Xiaoqing's presence had also propelled Wang Chen's leveling speed to rocket-like heights, surging from level 10 to level 28 in just 5 days, a feat likely unprecedented in the entire Dongyun City. A level 28 individual could already rival the heirs of prominent families, those with top-tier talent and resources. These scions of wealthy clans had access to rare treasures from a young age, along with elite escort teams to ensure their safety during training, allowing them to far outpace their peers in leveling. It was expected that in the upcoming class advancement high exam, these privileged heirs would likely reach levels exceeding 30. In contrast, ordinary students with good talent might barely reach level 20, while those with average talent might only hit level 15. These students would have no choice but to challenge the simplest dungeon instances, resulting in lower scores and limiting them to second or third-tier combat academies. Naturally, Wang Chun aimed to reach level 30 before the class advancement high exam. Determined, he thought to himself, I must keep going. Wang Chen's sole purpose in leveling up was to quickly enhance his personal strength, ensuring he wouldn't hold Xiaoqing back during the career transition exams. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Xiaoqing valiantly slaying monsters ahead, while he, the so-called master, was instantly killed by a sneak attack from a stray monster. The absurdity of the scene made him shake his head with a wry smile. Looking around, Wang Chen realized that he had already cleared out all the monsters in this area, and they wouldn't respawn anytime soon. He gave Xiaoqing a light pat on the head, signaling it to follow him, and climbed over a nearby hill. However, the sight that greeted him immediately put him on high alert. A field littered with monster corpses and scattered grade materials clearly indicated that another career transitioner had recently passed through. Wang Chun clenched his fists instinctively. In this desolate wilderness map, the greatest threat wasn't the ferocious monsters but the deceitful career transitioners lurking in the shadows. To compete for resources, they could strike mercilessly at any moment. What was more terrifying was the thought that if someone were killed in such a remote place, their death might remain forever unnoticed. Without wasting any time, Wang Chun followed the trail of evidence further ahead. Before long, he spotted a group of 7 or 8 people in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully observed them and confirmed that they weren't bounty hunters. Among them, for individuals dressed in black suits, stood out 2 men and 2 women. Their imposing presence made it clear that they were all second-tier professionals above level 40. The remaining 3 were dressed in luxurious clothing, unmistakably wealthy heirs, and their levels were all at 29. Wang Chen's gaze swept over the 3 students one by one. The young man had a handsome face and an elegant demeanor, exuding an unusual sword aura with faint flames flickering around him, clearly a hidden class within the swordsman profession. Among the 2 young women, one wore a sailor uniform, radiating youthful energy. She carried a staff, surrounded by a white magical aura, undoubtedly a hidden class in the mage profession. The other young woman carried herself with the grace of a noble lady, holding a scepter while emanating a rich life energy, clearly a hidden class within the priest profession. Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, unbelievable. All 3 of these students are hidden classes. A team composed of 4 second-tier bodyguards and 3 scions of elite families with hidden classes near level 30 was more than enough to dominate the Undead Mountains, a wild map with a maximum level of 35. However, Wang Chen's attention was drawn to a silver door not far away. The door emanated a mysterious spatial energy and faintly echoed with chilling, eerie roars. A hidden dungeon. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. These randomly appearing outdoor dungeons offered generous rewards upon completion. The silver door before him was undoubtedly a silver-tier wilderness dungeon, promising silver-grade equipment, level or higher skill books, materials, and items. For Wang Chun, whose best gear was only a bronze 1-star Wolf King set, these rewards were invaluable, especially in a 5th-tier city like Dongyun. No wonder this group was hesitating. They were likely debating whether to take on this silver-tier dungeon. Wang Chun thought to himself as he prepared to turn away and continue leveling up. Just then, a female assassin bodyguard, a second-tier professional at level 40, suddenly grew alert. Her bronze 7-star dagger glinted as her sharp gaze locked onto a specific direction. She shouted sternly, "Who's there?" Her sharp inquiry immediately put the entire elite team on high alert as they drew their weapons. As a Shadow Stream class assassin, the female bodyguard had a keen sense for detecting others' gazes. Moments ago, she had clearly felt someone watching her. Wong Chun was slightly surprised by their swift reaction, but remained composed. Calmly, he stepped out from the bushes and said loudly, "No need to be so tense, everyone. I'm just a passing newbie." With that, he gestured as if to leave. "Wait a second, Wang Chun. Is that you, Wang Chen?" Suddenly, a gentle voice from the center of the group exclaimed in surprise. Wang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to face them. The female bodyguard, puzzled, asked, "Miss, do you know him?" "Of course I do. Not only me, but even Yin Yin and Zhao Wenshuan know him," the soft-spoken young woman replied with a smile. The bodyguards collectively turned their attention to the other two young nobles. Zhao Wenshuan, the second son of the Jia family, exuded an air of elegance, while the lively and adorable Ran Yin Yin was the eldest daughter of the Ran family. The gentle young lady who had spoken earlier was Lu Ruofu, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Faced with the bodyguards' questioning gazes, both Zhao Wenshuan and Ran Yin Yin nodded in acknowledgement, though Zhao Wenshuan's expression darkened slightly. Ran Yin Yin explained softly, "In Dongyan City's high schools, everyone knows Wang Chun. He's a three-time champion of the high school combat exchange tournament. Even the principal of our prestigious private school said that his combat skills are good enough to teach us." The bodyguards gasped in astonishment. They hadn't expected this self-proclaimed newbie to be so formidable. Zhao Wenshuan, however, felt a storm brewing within. He had been the runner-up to Wang Chun for 3 consecutive years. Being publicly defeated by this commoner in front of his peers year after year was a severe blow to his pride. Zhao Wenshuan sneered. "So what if his combat skills are great? I heard he only recently completed his transfer ceremony to become a beast master, and his transfer talent was just great. Coming from a humble background, he probably can't even afford a first-tier mystical beast. If we really fought now, I could take him down effortlessly." Hearing this, the bodyguard's initial surprise turned into disappointment. Zhao Wenshuan had a point now that Wang Chun had transferred to the Beast Master class. It seemed unlikely he could maintain his previous dominance. Even an ordinary student with a hidden class could probably crush him now. Wang Chun merely smiled indifferently at the taunt, uninterested in responding. He waved casually and was about to leave when Lu Ruofu called out to him. "Wait," she said softly. "Wang Chun, you noticed that silver door too, didn't you?" Wang Chun nodded to indicate he had. Lu Ruofu continued. "Here's the situation. We've already scouted it out. It's a level 2030 silver 5-star wilderness dungeon, requiring a minimum of 4 people to enter. We're short 1 teammate, and since we know you, we like to invite you to join us. Would you be willing to come along?" Her soft, water-clear eyes held a hint of anticipation. Wang Chen hadn't expected such an offer. Just as he was about to respond, Zhao Wenshuan interrupted coldly, "Ruofu, don't be so quick to invite him. The dungeon requires participants to be between levels 20 and 30. Is he even qualified? Why not have him display his level information first so we can confirm?" This suggestion made everyone pause in realization. As a commoner, Wang Chun had only recently completed his transfer ceremony at level 10. It seemed unlikely he could have reached level 20 in just a few days. A trace of regret flickered across Lu Ruofu's delicate face. As soon as Zhao Wenshuan finished speaking, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His gaze swept over Wang Chen with disdain, as if silently saying, "With your meager combat skills, you dare to show off here? I could crush you with one hand. Is it possible that someone can't even reach level 20? Faced with Zhao Wenshuan's ridicule, Wang Chun responded with a faint, composed smile. "Oh, who said I'm not level 20? He asked calmly. With a light tap in the air, he made his level information visible to everyone. "Go ahead, take a look. Am I level 20 or not?" Hearing this, Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan exchanged puzzled glances, then immediately cast identification spells on Wang Chun. In the next moment, their eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Displayed in Wang Chen's level column were 3 striking digits, level 28. A collective gasp echoed Lu Ruofu, Ran Yinyan, and even the 4 second-tier guards couldn't help but take a sharp breath, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Zhao Wenshuan, who had been brimming with arrogance moments earlier, froze. His face darkened instantly, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. What the hell? How is he level 28 already? He cursed inwardly. The shock among the crowd wasn't simply because of Wang Chen's level, but because of the sheer speed at which he had progressed. Just a few days ago, Wang Chun had only been level 10, and now he had surged to level 28. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he asked lightly, "So, do I qualify to join the team now?" He wasn't about to let this opportunity to enter a secret realm for free slip away, especially a 5-star silver-grade dungeon, which undoubtedly offered rewards far superior to killing wild monsters. Lu Ruofu's face lit up with a radiant smile as she nodded warmly. You're qualified. Welcome to the team. Her party was in a bind. If a secret realm in the wild remained untouched for too long, it would collapse and shift to another location. The energy fluctuations from the Silvergrade Gate were already unstable, showing signs of imminent transfer. At most, they had half an hour before it disappeared. Missing this chance would mean losing a rare opportunity. Wang Chen's level meeting the requirement was a timely stroke of luck, and she couldn't be happier. Jia Wenxuan, however, let out a cold snort, his tone laced with displeasure. Even if your level is high enough, let's get one thing straight. You know the rules for dungeon runs, right? Maintaining his calm demeanor, Wang Chen replied softly, no need to remind me. I know. He didn't take Jia Wenxuan's arrogance to heart at all. In Wang Chen's eyes, someone like Jia Wenxuan wasn't even worth his attention. To challenge him, one had to at least be qualified. Wang Chen's composed attitude only made Jia Wenxuan feel as though his punches had landed on soft cotton, leaving him even more frustrated. The so-called dungeon rules dictated that rewards were distributed based on rankings in damage output, damage tanking, and healing. Jia Wenxuan was confident that no matter how close Wang Chen's level was to his, there was no way a regular combat class could outshine his hidden class in damage output. Moreover, with Ran Yinyan, a light mage like Sunjiro, in the party as well, Wang Chun wouldn't even have a chance to boost his tanking stats. In Jia Wenxuan's mind, Wang Chun was destined to walk away empty-handed. He had already started planning how to humiliate Wang Chun and erase the shame of being defeated by him 3 years ago. At that moment, Ran Yinyan spoke up gently, oh, by the way, Wang Chun, since we're going into a dungeon together, you should show us your beast companion and explain its abilities. ITLL make it easier for us to coordinate during the run. Her reminder brought everyone's attention to his beast companion. As a beast tamer, Wang Chen's combat effectiveness largely depended on his companion. While he wasn't expected to reveal detailed stats, it was customary to at least showcase the beast and indicate whether it was offensive or supportive in nature. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, a complex summoning sigil appeared before him, glowing with mystical energy. A moment later, everyone stared in stunned silence as a small, adorable green serpent emerged, holding its little head high with an air of pride. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. A green python. It was one of the most common and insignificant Tier 2 beasts found in the wild. No beast tamer in their right mind would ever choose to contract such a creature. Green pythons were so ordinary that they were more likely to end up as dishes served in restaurants. Yet here was Wang Chun, standing before them with a contracted green python that seemed utterly useless in battle. Zhao Wenxuan couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Ha ha ha, a green python? You actually contracted a green python. Wang Chun, you were something of a big shot back in Dongyan High School, but how could you be foolish enough to pick such a trash beast companion? His laughter dripped with scorn and ridicule. Even Lu Ruofu, Ran Yinyan, and the 4 guards were taken aback, their faces reflecting their confusion and disbelief. None of them had expected Wang Chun to choose such an unimpressive beast. But Wang Chun remained unfazed by their reactions. His expression stayed calm as he introduced his companion. This is my beast companion, Qingwan. I usually just call her Xiaoqing. She's gentle, affectionate, and very clingy. Chirp. Xiaoqing let out an adorably soft sound, proudly responding to its master's introduction. This scene left everyone present exchanging glances, speechless. This was supposed to be a battle companion? It looked no different from an ordinary household pet. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. Can such a pet really be used for combat? Zhao Wenxuan shook his head with a wry smile, waving dismissively. He suddenly realized how absurd it was to consider Wang Chun as a rival. Someone as useless and foolish as him wasn't even worthy of being called an opponent. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan exchanged a helpless glance. Though they couldn't quite understand why Wang Chun had chosen to form a contract with a young green python, they could somewhat see his reasoning. After all, Wang Chun's financial situation was dire. He had to scrimp and save just to afford basic necessities, so being unable to buy a powerful beast companion was understandable. Fortunately, beast tamers could form contracts with multiple creatures. Once his level increased, he could always contract a stronger one in the future. Just then, the silver door began to ripple and distort. Noticing this, Lu Ruofu quickly called out to the others, all right, let's head into the secret realm together. The 4 of them simultaneously placed their hands on the silver door. In that instant, a shared telepathic connection triggered identical information panels to appear before each of them. Dungeon, Troll's Nest. Level requirement, 2030. Difficulty, Silver 5-star. Mode, Nightmare. Party size, minimum 4, maximum 5. Dungeon background. Deep within the dark and eerie forest lies the lair of the Troll clan. These savage creatures see humans as prey, mercilessly hunting and devouring them. As night falls, their ferocity and terror only grow stronger. Do you wish to enter this dungeon? Without hesitation, all 4 chose yes. With a soft hum, the four figures vanished simultaneously from the front of the silver door. You have entered the Troll's Lair dungeon. Current difficulty, Nightmare. Current team size, 5 players. You've obtained a return scroll. In the event of fatal danger, you can use it to return instantly. Note: using the return scroll requires a 3-second channeling time, during which any attack or control effect will interrupt the process. As the dizzying sensation of spatial teleportation faded, Wong Chun and his teammates found themselves standing in a dense jungle, filled with the damp and decaying stench of rot. Troll's Lair on Nightmare difficulty, no less. A serious expression crossed Ran Yin Yin's delicate face, and Zhao Wenxuan and Lu Ruofu also appeared visibly tense. They recalled their combat high school lessons, where teachers not only covered the history of the post-catastrophic world, but also provided detailed insights into various dungeons, secret realms, and the formidable monsters that inhabited them. This Troll's Lair, a 5-star silver-level dungeon, was among the most challenging in the wild zones near Dongyun City. Zhao Wenxuan couldn't help but sneer at Wang Chun. It's bad enough that this dungeon is insanely difficult, but now we've got to drag along someone who's completely useless. Lu Ruofu frowned and interjected, Zhao Wenxuan, we're in this dungeon together as a team. For the duration of this run, we're partners fighting side by side. Stop mocking your teammates. Far from being upset by the reprimand from the goddess he admired, Zhao Wenxuan looked at Lu Ruofu with a soft, adoring expression and said earnestly, all right, I'll listen to you. The sight made Ran Yin Yin roll her eyes and shudder with discomfort. Wang Chen, on the other hand, began carefully scanning their surroundings. Ignoring Zhao Wenxuan's antics, Lu Ruofu spoke softly, let's move. Even though this is the Troll's Lair, our team composition isn't bad. Plus, our levels are relatively high, so we might have an edge in terms of stats. The group advanced cautiously along a narrow jungle path for about 200 meters before the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from ahead. Something was rushing toward them. Everyone immediately drew their weapons, readying themselves for battle. When Wang Chen unsheathed his enormous Wolf King greatsword and planted it heavily into the ground, the resounding clang left Lu Ruofu and the others momentarily stunned. A greatsword? Wasn't that a weapon exclusive to the warrior class? How could Wang Chen possibly wield it? There was no time to dwell on this, as shadowy figures began emerging ahead. With a bone-chilling roar, a group of towering trolls, each over 2 meters tall and wielding massive wooden clubs, charged at them without hesitation. A quick count revealed at least 20 of these monstrous creatures. The trolls' bodies were covered in grotesque boils and sores, a result of the damp, decaying environment they lived in. Their massive tusks jutted out from their mouths, and with each roar, thick, disgusting saliva splattered in all directions. Wang Chun quickly cast an identification skill, instantly obtaining detailed information about the trolls. Monster, Troll Warrior. Level, 23 max level, 30. Race Troll. Skills, Charge, Stomp, Throw. Rank, Minion. Attributes, Strength 120, Intelligence 50, Constitution 150, Agility 100. Description: ordinary trolls that inhabit jungles and are adept at throwing attacks. Though these troll warriors were on par with the ghost wolves in level, their attributes were significantly higher. This was a hallmark of dungeon monsters, which were far more formidable than their wild counterparts. Every year, more adventurers lost their lives in dungeons than in the wilderness at least, according to Dongyun City statistics. Facing more than 20 charging troll warriors, the group's expressions grew grim. Zhao Wenxuan let out a battle cry, and his body was instantly enveloped in a fierce aura of fiery sword energy, the presence of magic radiating from him. It was clear he was a magic swordsman, a hidden subclass of the swordsman class capable of utilizing various magical elements. After activating his class skill, Zhao Wenxuan's aura surged dramatically. At the same time, Lu Ruofu raised her staff and began chanting. Beams of light descended upon Zhao Wenxuan and Ran Yin Yin. Weapon Blessing, Courage Blessing, Angelic Guard. With these buffs successfully applied, Zhao Wenxuan and Ran Yin Yin felt their magical energy surge, and their attack and defense capabilities were noticeably enhanced. The newfound strength gave them the confidence to face the ferocious monsters. Arg! Zhao Wenxuan's sword slashed through the air, while Ran Yin Yin unleashed a fireball spell. 2 troll warriors were instantly slain, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. The remaining trolls hesitated, their aggression momentarily checked as they warily eyed the 4 humans before them. Notably, Lu Ruofu had not applied any buffs to Wang Chun. Based on her understanding, the Beast Master class wasn't suited for direct combat. Their primary strategy revolved around commanding summoned beasts to fight. Buffing Wang Chun would only make sense if his beast companion were present. However, his only beast, a small green python, hadn't even been summoned. Under such circumstances, wasting mana on him seemed pointless. After his decisive strike, Zhao Wenxuan, brimming with confidence, couldn't resist taunting his longtime rival. See? I told you. Wang Chen, you're just here to leech off our experience. Wang Chen chuckled lightly, his tone calm. Honestly, seeing the way you two fight, I can't help but shake my head. His words stunned not only Jiao Wenxuan but also Ran Yin, whose wide eyes revealed her growing irritation. Jiao Wenxuan sneered, gesturing for Wang Chun to step forward. If you think our fighting style is so bad, why don't you show us how it's done? All right, I will. Wang Chen replied with a confident smile. He raised his massive greatsword with a resounding clang and charged fearlessly toward the horde of troll warriors. Wang Chun, are you out of your mind? Ran Yin's piercing scream shattered the air, her face turning pale in an instant. She could only watch as Wang Chen gripped his massive sword tightly and charged fearlessly toward the ferocious horde of trolls. Lu Ruofu gasped audibly, her disbelief written all over her face as she stared at the Beastmaster's reckless actions. Does he not realize he's a Beastmaster? She exclaimed, turning urgently to Jiao Wenxuan. Go help him. He doesn't have any combat skills. Charging in like this is a death sentence. But Jiao Wenxuan simply folded his arms and sneered, a glint of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. If he wants to throw his life away, that's his choice. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiao Wenxuan's smirk froze. Ran Yin and Lu Ruofu were equally stunned, their eyes widening in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Wang Chen stormed into the midst of the troll horde like a whirlwind. With one hand, he wielded the seemingly unwieldy Wolf King greatsword effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. Before the first troll warrior could even raise its club, Wang Chen's blade had already swept through. A sharp, sickening sound rang out as the troll's head was cleaved in two as though it were made of paper. Blood sprayed into the air, tracing a vivid, gruesome arc. Enraged by the brutal death of their comrade, two more trolls let out deafening roars and swung their massive clubs toward Wang Chen's back. Yet, without even glancing behind him, Wang Chen dropped into a low crouch, easily evading their attacks. In the same instant, his legs shot out like a drawn blade, striking with lightning speed. Thud, thud. Two heavy impacts echoed as the towering, three-meter trolls crashed to the ground, toppled by a single kick from the seemingly frail young man. Wasting no time, Wang Chen spun on his heel, and with a flash of his blade, two more heads rolled to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, 3 troll warriors had been reduced to lifeless corpses. This was the true power of the 3-time champion of Dongyun High School's combat tournaments. Jiao Wenxuan, Ran Yin, and Lu Ruofu stood frozen, as if paralyzed. Jiao Wenxuan, in particular, was in shock. He knew all too well the immense pressure of close combat with monsters. Yet Wang Chen's calm, effortless performance was something he could never hope to replicate. What truly unsettled Jiao Wenxuan was Wang Chen's overwhelming strength. The Wolf King greatsword was a weapon of immense weight, one that only heavily armored warriors should be able to wield. And yet, Wang China Beastmaster handled it with one hand as if it were a mere toy. This could only mean that his strength attribute was astonishingly high, likely exceeding 700 points. Wang Chen's combat skills left the trio in awe. While Jiao Wenxuan required 2 full seconds to channel magical energy into his sword strikes, and Ran Yin needed time to chant her spells, Wang Chun relied solely on pure combat techniques to dispatch 3 troll warriors in 3 seconds flat. The sheer power, confidence, and audacity he displayed left the 3 of them feeling utterly inadequate. Jiao Wenxuan was especially mortified, his face burning with shame as he recalled his earlier mockery of Wang Chun. It was a direct and undeniable slap in the face. A question gnawed at Jiao Wenxuan's mind. Wang Chen's level was clearly lower than his. How could his strength attribute be so absurdly high? In truth, Wang Chen himself wasn't entirely sure why his attribute points increased so dramatically with each level up. He suspected it had something to do with Shaoqing, the world-ending Azure Dragon, whose bloodline he had bonded with. Legend had it that beastmasters who formed contracts with high-tier divine beasts could receive attribute bonuses. However, his current status panel didn't provide specific details, so he could only investigate further in the future. For now, Wang Chun had no time to dwell on it. After swiftly eliminating 3 trolls, the remaining 20 troll warriors went berserk, roaring as they charged at him. Faced with the onslaught, Wang Chen's lips curled into a cold, confident smile. A group fight? Perfect. These low-level monsters weren't even worth calling on Shaoqing 4 could handle them alone. As the battle raged on, the effects of Wang Chen's equipment began to activate. The Wolf King ring boosted his attack speed by 10, while the Wolf King greatsword added 30 points to his strength attribute. Watching the trolls barrel toward him with their clubs raised high, Wang Chen's fighting spirit surged. He deftly sidestepped a heavy blow, using the momentum to drive his greatsword into the abdomen of one of the trolls. Wang Chun kicked the corpse of the giant troll warrior aside, pulling his heavy sword from the mangled flesh with a low, guttural sound. In one powerful leap, he soared over the heads of 4 other troll warriors, landing gracefully behind them. His blade flashed in a sweeping arc, and 4 grotesque heads dropped to the ground simultaneously. Dark green, foul-smelling blood gushed from their severed necks, and the headless bodies collapsed with a thunderous crash. The battle grew fiercer, but Wang Chen only seemed to thrive under the pressure. Facing the remaining 15 troll warriors, he didn't retreat instead. He charged straight into the heart of the monstrous horde. His extraordinary strength and agility, combined with masterful combat techniques, transformed him into a harbinger of death. Every swing of his sword sent 2 or 3 troll heads flying. Whether they attacked hidden or attempted to strike from the shadows, the trolls were horrified to find they couldn't even graze the edge of this human's clothing. Lu Ruofu, Ran Yinyan, and Jiao Wenxuan stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they watched the scene unfold. This Beast Tamer, whom they had initially underestimated, had single-handedly wiped out the first wave of monsters in less than a minute. Aside from Ran Yinyan and Jiao Wenxuan each managing to kill 1 troll warrior at the start, every other creature had fallen to Wang Chen's blade. The data on the team's performance panel shifted dramatically. Wang Chen's damage output skyrocketed from last place to the top, surpassing Jiao Wenxuan's score by more than 20-fold. This was no fluke. Once Wang Chen began to reveal his true power, the other 3 were so captivated by his prowess that they completely forgot about competing for damage output. Now, standing before the trio with a calm and steady breath, Wang Chen appeared untouched, his body devoid of even a single speck of blood. He spoke with a composed tone. "I told you your combat techniques were lacking. Do you still think I'm wrong?" Jiao Wenxuan and Ran Yinyan were left speechless, unable to muster a reply. They could only remain silent in response. In response to Wang Chun were 2 flushed and embarrassed faces. Jiao Wenxuan and Ran Yinyan, having observed the details of the battle, had already realized Wang Chen's extraordinary strength. They understood that even without using any skills, this guy could easily overpower them. Wang Chen's astonishing strength attribute left them in awe. After all, the massive sword that Jiao Wenxuan had to wield with both hands was effortlessly lifted by Wang Chen with just 1 arm. Lu Ruofu's eyes were filled with shock, as if she were staring at an unbelievable monster. She found it hard to believe that the person who could charge into a horde of monsters with just a sword and reduce them to shambles was actually a beast master. Shao Qing had long since slipped out of Wang Chen's arms and now stood obediently to the side. Watching its master's heroic posture, the little creature let out a joyful chirp. Wang Chun thrust the giant sword heavily into the ground, the immense force driving the blade halfway into the earth. He declared, "Our team is lacking a frontline fighter. From now on, I'll take up that role. I assume none of you have objections." The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. Who would dare object? Even the usually stubborn Jiao Wenxuan wore a sheepish expression. Though proud, he wasn't foolish. He knew Wang Chen's strength far surpassed his own. Ran Yinyan pouted and muttered, "You're no beast master. You're more of a warrior than any warrior I've ever seen." After speaking, her gaze shifted to the little green snake swaying its head by the side. "No wonder you were willing to form a contract with this useless little green snake. With your strength, having a beast companion, or not, hardly makes a difference." Hearing the words useless, Shao Qing instantly became unhappy and let out an indignant chirp toward Ran Yinyan. Seeing this, Ran Yinyan's playful side emerged. She extended her hand provocatively and teased, "Oh, what's the matter, little one? Not convinced? Come on, I'll give you a chance if you can pull me even a little. I'll admit you're useful." Lu Ruofu was about to stop her friend, but before she could say anything, Shao Qing had already wrapped its tail around Ran Yinyan's wrist and gave a light flick. With a startled cry, Ran Yinyan was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Lu Ruofu and Jiao Wenxuan were left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Ran Yinyan, though a mage, was already at level 29. How could she be so easily flung by a mere second-tier ordinary beast? Ran Yinyan clambered to her feet, her body covered in leaves, and shouted in frustration, "Ouch, that really hurt." Shao Qing, looking quite pleased with itself, slithered up to Ran Yinyan and glared at her with its tiny but fierce eyes, letting out a triumphant chirp. "Chirp. This snake is the most useful." Ran Yinyan quickly admitted defeat, waving her hands in surrender. All right, my bad. You're the most amazing." Internally, she was still in shock. She hadn't expected to actually be flung by the little green snake. Wang Chen chuckled calmly and explained, "Let me clarify something. It's best not to provoke my Shao Qing. Its combat strength surpasses even mine. Of course, believe it or not, that's up to you." The 3 of them stared, mouths agape, unable to process the idea that this seemingly harmless little green snake could be stronger than Wang Chun, who had just wiped out over 20 monstrous warriors in a single minute. Without elaborating further, Wang Chun tucked Shao Qing back into his arms, hoisted his giant sword, and continued forward. Lu Ruofu and the others obediently followed behind, not daring to cause any more trouble. As they made their way through the dark, damp forest, an ancient, abandoned castle came into view. Its structure was overrun with vines and fungal growth, and faint, furious roars echoed from within. Wang Chen's sharp intuition told him that the lair of the monstrous creatures was in the underground chambers of the castle. When they reached the castle's front, a notification appeared on the interface. You have successfully cleared the first level of the ogre's nest. Ahead lies the entrance to the second level. Would you like to enter? Wang Chen turned to the group and asked, "Is everyone ready?" The three of them nodded hurriedly, even Zhao and Xuan not daring to meet Wang Chen's gaze, silently awaiting his instructions. Seeing that they were prepared, Wang Chun selected yes. Immediately, the ground before them collapsed, revealing a portal of light. Wang Chen charged in without hesitation, and the others quickly followed. As they stepped through the portal, a sensation of weightlessness overcame them. Wang Chen knew they were being transported to the ogre's underground lair. The second level would be the real challenge. The first had merely been a warm-up. Gripping his giant sword tightly, Wang Chen's eyes burned with determination. If they could clear this level, his rank would undoubtedly surpass level 30. The second level of the Troll's Nest is located beneath an ancient castle. As Wang Chen and his team were teleported to the site, a chilling, decayed air mixed with the stench of blood assaulted their senses, causing them to frown instinctively. Before them stretched a narrow corridor leading deep into an underground palace. The path was pitch black, shrouded in darkness so thick that one could barely see their own hand. From the depths, faint, hoarse growls echoed ominously. Zhao Wenxuan stretched his limbs slightly. Aside from the oppressive atmosphere, his status panel showed no abnormal effects. This indicated that the dungeon lacked environmental debuffs unlike higher difficulty dungeons, which often imposed penalties like a 20 reduction in all attributes, slowed movement, increased gravity, poison, or bleeding effects. Buzz. The light mage, Ran Yin Yin, raised her staff, and the crystal at its tip emitted a bright light, illuminating the surroundings. Wang Chun sighed helplessly as he noticed her actions. Are you planning to light the way with that spell the entire time? Of course. How else are we supposed to move forward? It's so dark here, we won't even see the monsters coming, Ran Yin Yin retorted. All right then, tell me how much mana does that light spell consume per second? Wang Chen asked. 1% of my maximum mana per second. Ran Yin Yin pouted. But what else can I do? It's not like I have a better option. Zhao Wenshuan and Lu Ruofu nodded in agreement. Wang Chun, keeping a neutral expression, reached into his pocket and pulled out a translucent gemstone. With a gentle press, it emitted a soft yet brilliant glow, illuminating their surroundings. Do you know what this is? Wang Chen asked, looking at the three stunned companions. When they shook their heads, he continued, this is an entire item called a glowstone. 1 gold coin can buy you 10 of these, and each one provides light for 10 hours. Rubbing his temples, Wang Chen muttered, don't tell me you all came here with nothing but your equipment. The trio looked down awkwardly, like students being scolded by their teacher. As privileged heirs, they were accustomed to having second-tier bodyguards accompany them on outings, and lacked the experience of independent adventuring. Their naivety, to Wang Chun, bordered on foolishness. Using a light spell not only sacrificed a damage dealer but also quickly drained the caster's mana, a problem that could have been easily solved with a simple item. However, Wang Chun quickly calmed himself. After all, this was just a temporary team-up. He didn't need to concern himself too much. Still, he thought grimly, these pampered scions would eventually suffer for their inexperience, perhaps fatally, if they continued to rely on others for protection. Let's move. Holding the glowstone in one hand and his greatsword in the other, Wang Chun led the way down the corridor at a brisk pace. The three followed closely, their expressions growing more serious. As they ventured deeper, the growls became clearer, and a sense of impending danger loomed ever stronger. They're coming. Wang Chen's voice was calm, but it carried a sharp edge of killing intent. 30 meters from the corridor's end, he could already see the crimson glint of eyes in the darkness. Instead of slowing down, he picked up speed. With his impressive 800 agility stat, he quickly left the others behind. This guy is so fast. Zhao Wenshuan and Ran Yin Yin exclaimed in amazement. Lu Ruofu reacted swiftly, waving her staff to cast 2 supportive priest spells, Weapon Blessing and Prayer of Strength, which increased Wang Chen's weapon attack by 20 and his strength attribute by 20, respectively. These buffs are enough, Wang Chen shouted, his voice fading as he dashed ahead. In the next instant, he burst out of the corridor, directly into the fray. The bloodthirsty trolls, seeing him charge in alone, lunged at him without hesitation. Leaping 7 meters into the air, Wang Chun used the half-second of midair suspension to activate his Identify skill, scanning the group of trolls below. Troll Archer, level 26, Elite 1-star. Specializes in ranged attacks with excellent dynamic vision. Troll Warrior, level 26, Elite 1-star. Skilled in close combat, with high attack power and incredible vitality. Troll Shaman, level 26, Elite 1-star. enhances allies' abilities, but is slow-moving and has weak defenses. As expected of the second Leviathan entire group of elite monsters, the monsters in the second stage are far stronger and more numerous than those in the first. The entire underground hall is packed with 100 hulking, ferocious trolls whose crimson eyes glint with cruelty. As Wang Chun leapt high into the air, preparing to descend into the horde of monsters, Jiao Wenxuan and Ran Yinyan immediately readied their offensive skills to cover him. At this moment, their perception of Wong Chun had completely shifted. The bias they once held against him for being a beast master had vanished. While they were arrogant by nature, as children of wealthy families, they weren't fools. They had long realized that completing this dungeon alone was impossible. They needed to rely on Wang Chen's extensive combat experience. However, before they could release their skills, the scene before them left all three utterly stunned. Wang Chen, midair, traced a graceful arc as he descended rapidly, giving the troll archers no chance to aim. Stomp! Wang Chen roared, activating this grade universal skill. It was a skill he had acquired from a skill book after slaying countless undead creatures in the Necromancer's Mountain. At his command, he plummeted to the ground like a human cannonball. Simultaneously, the Wolf King's greatsword in his hand swung downward with immense force. The blade, imbued with terrifying power and enhanced by Lu Ruafu's buffs, struck with such impact that the floor of the underground hall cracked into a web-like pattern. Boom! With a deafening crash, more than a dozen troll archers and warriors within a 5-meter radius were blown away, their anguished screams piercing the air. The troll warrior directly beneath Wang Chen's sword was the unluckiest. It was cleaved cleanly in two. In just one move, Wang Chen had obliterated a troll warrior and severely injured over a dozen troll monsters. This spectacle left Jiao Wenxuan, Ran Yinyan, and Lu Ruafu, who stood at the entrance of the passageway, utterly dumbfounded. Before they could recover from their shock, Wang Chun displayed astonishing reflexes once again. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he effortlessly dodged a sneak attack from a troll warrior's punch. Not only that, but he also seized the opportunity presented by his enemy's post-attack stiffness, swiftly turning to plunge the Wolf King's greatsword into the attacker's heart. Squish! The troll warrior collapsed instantly, dead before it could even struggle. Yet Wang Chen's performance was far from over. Under the stunned gazes of the trio, he moved once more with decisive speed. With a light press of his toes against the ground, his form, bolstered by his high agility, darted forward like a phantom, diving straight into the troll horde. To Lu Ruafu and the others, this looked like a suicidal act. Ran Yinyan cried out, "Wang Chun, come back. Are you insane?" She had assumed he would retreat after landing such a decisive blow, but to her surprise, he charged even deeper into the fray. Jiao Wenxuan analyzed in a low voice, "He's probably lost himself in the thrill of the fight." Many combatants often succumb to this state during battle, where the scent of blood and the adrenaline of slashing become intoxicating. Lu Ruafu said nothing, merely raising her staff again to cast additional defensive buffs on Wang Chun. But just then, Wang Chun reached into his pocket and pulled out something, tossing it to the ground. Pop! With a faint sound, a white mist erupted and quickly enveloped all the troll monsters. Simultaneously, Wang Chun flung a luminous stone high into the air before diving into the mist like a ferocious tiger. Disoriented by the sudden loss of visibility, the trolls began to panic, stumbling and scattering in confusion. A troll shaman, seeing the chaos, started shaking its staff made from the skulls of human combatants, intending to cast a courage blessing to calm its companions. However, just as it raised the staff, swish! A ghostly figure suddenly emerged from the dense fog, appearing right behind the troll shaman. A sharp dagger plunged precisely into its heart. The troll shaman only managed a muffled grunt before the life drained from its body, collapsing heavily to the ground. The assassin's silhouette vanished into the mist like a phantom, only to reappear moments later behind another troll shaman. The dagger struck again, silent and deadly, and the second shaman fell lifeless to the ground. The continuous sound of swish echoed through the fog, accompanied by the heavy thuds of trolls hitting the ground. The third and fourth troll shamans fell in succession, their blood staining the fog-shrouded earth. The remaining trolls began to panic, their vision obscured and their comrades falling one after another. The shadowy figure stalking them like a reaper filled them with dread. Some troll archers, in desperation, drew short daggers meant for close combat and wildly slashed at the air around them, hoping to fend off the elusive assassin. This frantic behavior, however, led to an unexpected outcome. Roar! Furious howls erupted as some trolls accidentally injured their own kin. Enraged, the injured trolls turned on their attackers, throwing punches in retaliation. The beaten trolls, overwhelmed by fear and pain, lost all sense of reason and fought back immediately. In an instant, the dense fog was filled with the chaotic sounds of trolls roaring and brawling. Outside the fog's boundary, Lu Ruafu, Ran Yinyan, and Jiao Wenxuan stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief as if witnessing something beyond comprehension. Their system message panels continuously flashed with notifications. Your teammate Wang Chun has slain a troll shaman. Your teammate Wang Chun has slain a troll shaman. Your teammate Wang Chun has slain a troll archer. Your teammate Wang Chun has slain a troll warrior. The messages kept coming, seemingly endless. The trio's expressions shifted from shock to sheer incredulity as they stood rooted in place, unable to recover from their astonishment. On a battlefield shrouded in dense white mist, Wang Chun moved like a masterful assassin of the fog, each strike precise and deadly. The massive Wolf King's sword in his hand flashed like lightning, and with every sweep, the hearts of the monstrous trolls were shattered in an instant. Since being transported to this world of career advancement, Wang Chun had subjected himself to grueling, almost inhuman training. Unlike the privileged children born with silver spoons in their mouths, he had to rely solely on his own determination to climb the ranks. When Zhao Wenxuan, Ran Yinyan, and Lu Ruofu had already reached level 15 and completed their career transitions in their first year of high school, Wang Chun was still struggling to break through level 10. This disparity was a stark reflection of the gap between the wealthy and the poor. In Fengtian Province, the capital of the Dragon Nation, there were even children who hadn't yet entered high school but had already reached level 30 and completed their second career transitions. Wang Chen, like the other children of commoners, was stuck at a pitiful level 5 or 6. The pressure to survive forced Wang Chun to confront challenges far beyond his strength. While other students enjoyed the comfort and protection of their families, he was already gripping the beginner's gear issued by the school, battling ferocious level 10 beasts on the outskirts of wilderness maps. Having faced death once, he had long since become indifferent to the concept of life and death. It was through this relentless trial by blood and fire that Wang Chun forged the strength to dominate the East Cloud City high school combat competitions for 3 consecutive years. His victories weren't a product of innate talent, but a result of the battle-hardened techniques he'd earned with his life on the line. Even if the children of wealthy families unleashed their most powerful skills, Wang Chun could still outmaneuver them with his unparalleled combat experience. The current battle was the ultimate testament to his abilities. Using the cover of an F-grade mist bomb, Wang Chen transformed into a grim reaper, each strike unerringly targeting the troll's vital points. What was even more astonishing was that, aside from an opening stomp skill, he relied solely on his basic weapon for the entire fight. Lu Ruofu, Ran Yinyan, and Zhao Wenxuan stared at the continuous stream of kill notifications with disbelief etched across their faces. A beast master who didn't rely on a summoned companion, but instead charged into the fray himself? Zhao Wenxuan, in particular, felt a deep sense of shame as he recalled his earlier taunts toward Wang Chun. He had fancied himself Wang Chen's rival, yet now it seemed he wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes. When the system announced, "Clear time," 1 minute 42 seconds, the trio collectively gasped in astonishment. Such a record-breaking speed was irrefutable proof that Wang Chun was destined to gain admission to a top-tier combat academy. As the mist began to dissipate, Wang Chen's figure emerged. He stood with the blood-soaked Wolf King's sword in one hand, an aura of icy menace radiating from him, making the others hesitate to approach. He drove the massive blade into the ground with a heavy thud and exhaled deeply. Despite being far stronger than the trolls, the intensity of the prolonged battle left him slightly winded. "Let's move on to the next stage," Wang Chen said calmly, his voice steady. "What, Wang Chun? Aren't you going to rest for a bit?" Ran Yinyan asked in surprise. After all, taking down over 100 monsters in a row would warrant a break under normal circumstances. Even Lu Ruofu gently persuaded, "Wang Chun, how about taking a break for now?" Wang Chen shook his head firmly and replied, "This bit of exhaustion won't affect me. Besides, I still have my trump card I haven't used yet." As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp chirp sounded. The small green snake that had been nestled in Wang Chen's arms suddenly poked its tiny head out from his collar, letting out a proud squeak. Ran Nianian's eyes widened as she curiously stared at the petite and adorable green snake. The memory of being flung away by it earlier flashed through her mind. "What's it saying?" she asked. Wang Chun helplessly translated, "It says the trump card is itself." This left Lu Ruofu and the others momentarily speechless. Ran Yinyan couldn't help but taunt, "Little guy, do you really think that just because you flung me once, you're all that powerful? Let me tell you, I was just caught off guard earlier. If I get serious, there's no way your tiny body could fling me again." The small green snake let out another disdainful chirp. "What's it saying now?" Ran Yinyan turned to Wang Chun. "It says no matter how serious you get, it can still fling you with ease," Wang Chun relayed truthfully. Ran Yinyan, her competitive spirit ignited, extended her hand in challenge. "Come on, let's see if you can fling me again." The small green snake, clearly provoked, wriggled out of Wang Chen's arms in a huff. Lu Ruofu and Zhao Wenxuan were about to intervene, but before they could, the snake swiftly coiled its tail around Ran Nianian's wrist and gave a fierce tug. "Ah!" With a startled scream, Ran Yinyan was sent flying backward, crashing hard against a nearby wall. Lu Ruofu and Jiao Wenshuan stood frozen, their mouths agape in shock. All they could muster was a collective, as the sudden and dramatic scene left them utterly speechless. Once again, Ran Yinyan was sent flying during a direct confrontation with the little green snake. At this point, it was no longer a matter of carelessness. As a level 29 light mage, her 200 strength attribute should have been more than enough to crush a tier 2 common beast. Yet, the outcome defied everyone's expectations. The little green snake let out a triumphant chirp, as though declaring its victory. Wong Chun watched the scene unfold, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He knew well that Shaoqing was no ordinary green python. It carried the bloodline of the world-destroying Azure Dragon, a rare and extraordinary existence. With its bloodline awakening reaching 10, Shaoqing had not only gained the innate talents and abilities of the Azure Dragon, but had also seen its attributes skyrocket to an astounding 8,400 points. With power like this, it could easily crush not just Ran Yinyan but the entire Troll's Nest dungeon. Wang Chen hadn't let Shaoqing take action in the first 2 stages, not because it wasn't capable, but because he didn't want to overcomplicate things. It also gave him a chance to stretch his muscles a bit. After all, Shaoqing had been doing most of the fighting recently, and he needed to get back into the rhythm. When the group entered the 3rd stage, the sight before them left Wang Chen's 3 teammates utterly stunned. A massive steel troll, towering at 10 meters high, sat imposingly on a colossal stone throne. Its entire body was encased in sleek, mechanical steel armor. As it sensed their approach, the elite monster slowly awakened. White steam hissed from its joints, and its crimson eyes suddenly snapped open, radiating a violent and oppressive aura. Using their appraisal skills, the group quickly identified the steel troll's attributes. Level: 28 maximum, level 60. Rank: 9-star elite. Attributes: Strength 700, Intelligence 500, Constitution 700, Agility 700. Skills: Hardened Flesh, Steel Heart, Iron Armor, Colossal Strength, Piercing Spikes, Steel Blast Punch. These stats caused Lu Ruofu, Jiao Wenshuan, and Ran Nianyan's faces to pale. Even Jiao Wenshuan, a magic swordsman who specialized in strength, only had a strength stat of 500. The troll's core attributes, all at 700, completely overshadowed the 3 of them. At that moment, the trio finally realized that the first 2 stages were nothing more than a warm-up. The real challenge had just begun. Unconsciously, they all turned to Wang Chen. This man, who had already demonstrated extraordinary strength and unwavering composure, had earned their full trust. Even Jiao Wenshuan, who had previously been antagonistic, no longer showed any sign of defiance. Wang Chen's expression, however, remained calm, betraying no hint of fear or hesitation. Before any of the 3 could speak, a dull thud echoed from the throne as the massive iron figure seated upon the stone chair suddenly sprang to life. It surged forward with an unstoppable force of destruction, charging at Jiao Wenshuan and his 2 companions with the speed of a thunderbolt. Despite its towering height of 10 meters, the colossal figure moved with astonishing agility and swiftness, devoid of any clumsiness. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Colossus, roaring with fury, descended upon Jiao Wenshuan. His face turned pale, and with a metallic clang, he drew his long sword to block the attack. However, with a deafening crash, he was sent flying by a single punch from the giant, blood spurting from his mouth. The disparity in strength between them was brutally apparent. Without pausing for even a moment, the Iron Colossus continued its charge toward Ran Yinyan and Lu Ruofu. The 2 girls instantly turned as pale as paper, their blood seemingly frozen in their veins. Paralyzed by fear, their bodies refused to move as they watched the monstrous figure close in on them. At the critical moment, Wang Chen finally made his move. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Iron Colossus, gripping the massive sword he had previously wielded single-handedly with both hands. With a fierce swing, he brought the sword down on the Colossus. "Get the hell away!" he roared, his voice echoing through the surroundings. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding reverberated as sparks flew in all directions. Wang Chen, with his immense strength of 800 points, unleashed the full power of his Wolf King greatsword, striking the Colossus's steel armor. The blow successfully halted the giant's charge, but Wang Chen let out a muffled grunt as the recoil forced him back 10 meters. "No wonder it's an elite 9-star monster. This thing is tough," Wang Chen muttered, glancing down at his hands. Though his palms weren't torn, they were slightly numb from the impact. Even with a strength stat 100 points higher than the Colossus, his full-force strike only managed to stop its advance. As for inflicting damage, it was out of the question. The attack left nothing more than a visible slash mark on the creature's armor. Seeing even Wang Chun forced to retreat, Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan became even more frantic. The 2 exchanged panicked glances, their terror written all over their faces, completely at a loss as to how to handle the sudden and overwhelming crisis. The appearance of the steel iron troll plunged the entire team into despair. Jiao Wenxuan struggled to get back on his feet, his face pale and his body racked with pain. Wang Chun, who had breezed through the first 2 stages, was now forced 10 meters back, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden spike in difficulty. In panic, Ran Yinyan suggested retreating, realizing that this silver-level dungeon was far beyond the capabilities of their rookie group. Lu Ruofu gravely agreed, stating that at least 5 experienced level 30 class changers would be needed to handle it. However, in the face of their teammates' calls to retreat, Wang Chen firmly shook his head. No need to retreat. I can handle this elite monster. His words left the 3 of them staring at one another, doubting whether he was being overly confident. After all, Wang Chun had just been driven back, and even his Wolf King Greatsword had proven ineffective against the steel iron troll. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lu Ruofu's heart as she asked if Wang Chun had a way to defeat the elite monster. His answer, however, left everyone stunned once again. I don't. Seeing their confusion, he added, while I might not have the strength to defeat the steel iron troll, my beast companion does. Ran Yinyan gasped in disbelief. Your beast companion? That little green snake? To her, the tiny creature was just a slightly stronger version of an ordinary python. Zhao Wenxuan also urged Wang Chun not to joke around and suggested retreating. Growing impatient, Wang Chun waved them off. I'm not going to waste time explaining. If you think we can't win, then go ahead and retreat on your own. At that moment, the steel iron troll, wary of Wang Chun's confidence, stood on high alert, waiting for the right moment to strike. Zhao Wenxuan immediately decided to retreat, leaving Ran Yinyan and Lu Ruofu hesitating. Wang Chun spoke calmly. If you want to leave, do it now. I can guarantee it won't chase after you. The little green snake let out a disdainful hiss, almost mocking Jiao Wenxuan's cowardice. Lu Ruofu, gazing at Wang Chun's composed and resolute figure, finally made up her mind. Then let's take a chance. I choose to trust Wang Chun. Seeing this, Ran Yinyan clenched her fists and nodded firmly. Summoning her courage, she shouted, Wang Chun, you go ahead, we'll back you up from behind. Wang Chun looked at her with a peculiar expression. Did I ever say I was going to step in? He gestured to the small green snake beside him, his tone carrying a hint of pride. It will handle it. If you want to give a buff, just give it directly to the snake. But honestly, with Little Qing's strength, it doesn't need any of your support. Little Qing let out a proud chirp, as if declaring its might to everyone present. This display from the man and the snake left Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan completely stunned, unsure how to respond. However, Wang Chun had no intention of wasting more time chatting with these 2 short-sighted individuals. The steel iron demon, unable to suppress its bloodlust any longer, was already charging forward. Each of its massive steps caused the ground to quake, its immense power radiating an aura of dread as it closed in. Under the shocked gazes of Ran Yinyan and Lu Ruofu, Wang Chun calmly stepped back 10 meters, leaving the small green snake to face the oncoming steel iron demon alone. Roar! The steel iron demon let out a thunderous, mocking roar when it realized its opponent was merely a tiny snake. Chirp! In the face of such provocation, Little Qing was thoroughly enraged. In the next instant, its body erupted with dazzling golden light. Ran Yinyan and Lu Ruofu watched in astonishment as the transformation unfolded before their eyes. The small green snake, no larger than 2 fingers, began to grow rapidly within the golden radiance. In mere moments, it had morphed into a towering 30-meter-long giant serpent. What was even more terrifying was the overwhelming aura emanating from the massive serpent, suffocating and oppressive, leaving the 2 women breathless. As the 2 stood frozen in shock, the majestic serpent clashed ferociously with the equally stunned steel iron demon. Boom! The collision produced a deep, resounding impact, and to everyone's astonishment, the supposedly unstoppable steel iron demon was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The towering figure of the iron golem appeared as fragile as paper in front of the now enlarged Xiao Qing. In their first clash, the iron golem, which had left Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan trembling with fear moments ago, didn't even last a second before being sent flying. It crashed heavily into the wall, blood streaming from its mangled body as its life force vanished in an instant. The system interface immediately popped up with a notification. Your teammate Wang Chun has successfully slain the iron golem. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan stared in stunned disbelief at the colossal serpent before them. With a single strike, it had obliterated the iron golem. Standing at a staggering 30 meters tall, its intimidating presence radiated a bone-chilling aura. The 2 women couldn't help but question. Was this really just the Xiao Qing snake they knew? It looked more like an ancient behemoth. Despite their privileged backgrounds and extensive exposure to beast tamers and their spirit beasts, this serpent was on an entirely different level. Just being near it was suffocating, its overwhelming aura a byproduct of its excessively high attributes. The two women began to doubt their own understanding of the world. Could this really be a mere Tier 2 common beast? It was far stronger than the elite second-stage bodyguards their families employed, but the giant serpent wasn't done yet. Even though the iron golem was on the brink of death, its bones shattered, it refused to relent. With another series of deafening charges, boom, 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 the iron golem was reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh and metal. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan stared in shock at the team's damage statistics. Wang Chun had single-handedly dealt 99.9% of the total damage, earning the undisputed title of DPS King. With the task completed, Shao Qing's body shimmered with radiant golden light, shrinking back down from its towering 30-meter form to its harmless, snake-like appearance. It lifted its tiny head and slithered back to Wang Chen's side, letting out a cheerful chirp, clearly seeking praise. Wang Chen smiled, retrieving a piece of fragrant jerky from his spatial pouch and tossing it to Shao Qing. He gently patted its small head and said approvingly, "Well done. Keep up the good work." Shao Qing let out a proud hum before snapping up the jerky in one bite. This jerky, made from a ghost night antelope Wang Chun had hunted in the Undead Mountains, was part of his preparations for leveling up in the wild. As the iron golem fell, the system interface delivered another notification. Stage 3 cleared. The portal to the final stage has appeared. While there were no immediate item drops, this was because all rewards would be distributed upon clearing the entire dungeon. At this moment, Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan were curiously inspecting the tiny Shao Qing. Who could have imagined that this seemingly insignificant snake could transform into a colossal serpent capable of crushing the iron golem? Such a feat was far beyond what any Tier 2 common beast should be able to achieve. Under their scrutiny, Shao Qing turned its little head away haughtily, as if to say, "Humph, who told you to underestimate me?" Lu Ruofu hesitated before speaking. "Wang Chun, your pet beast." Wang Chen glanced at her calmly. "You're wondering how a Tier 2 common beast could be this powerful, aren't you?" Lu Ruofu nodded. She could hardly believe that this once dismissed Shao Qing snake was so formidable. Its displayed strength surpassed even that of most spirit beasts. The iron golem's defense was notoriously impenetrable, with even its heart encased in steel armor resistant to piercing attacks. Yet, under Shao Qing's assault, it crumbled like paper. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying power attributes of the snake. A Tier 2 common beast capable of effortlessly crushing an elite monster in a silver-level dungeon. Lu Ruofu was certain that even her family's level 42nd stage bodyguards wouldn't stand a chance against Shao Qing's devastating charges. Faced with her question, Wang Chun simply smiled without answering. Lu Ruofu realized she had overstepped. After all, Wang Chun was little more than a passing acquaintance. It was only natural for him to guard such a significant secret. "All right, let's move on to the next stage," Wang Chen urged. "The priority now is to clear this dungeon." He was eager to uncover the rewards awaiting them. While the first two stages had been relatively easy, the difficulty had spiked sharply in the third stage. Without Shao Qing, even Wang Chen would have struggled against the ferocious iron golem. The greater the challenge, the better the rewards were likely to be. Perhaps he might even score some high-quality silverware gear. Such equipment would give Wang Chen a significant edge in the upcoming career advancement exams. Rumor had it that this year's exams would be designed by the infamous Iron-Face Shura, Lu Senator known as the bane of all aspiring career changers. Lu Sen's trials were notoriously unforgiving, with the lowest pass rates on record. In one infamous year, the pass rate was a mere 15. It was no wonder students had nicknamed him Iron Face Shura. His tests were nothing short of brutal. Wang Chen couldn't afford to let his guard down. Determined to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, he approached the portal leading to the final stage. Beyond it lay the ultimate boss, undoubtedly far more formidable than the iron golem. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan exchanged a glance before gritting their teeth and following him. This time, they resolved to give it their all in supporting Wang Chen. They couldn't afford to slack off any longer, otherwise they might walk away with nothing. As the three stepped through the glowing portal leading to the fourth trial, a massive shadow loomed into view, a third eternal giant. It sat cross-legged in the center of a grand underground palace. In the near impenetrable darkness, only the faint glow of Wang Chen's luminescent stone illuminated the vast hall. The towering figure, seated on its throne, finally opened its tightly shut eyes. Perhaps it was the sudden intrusion of light, or the long-forgotten presence of human life that stirred it. Those crimson eyes, gleaming with bloodlust, sent a chill down the spine. Just a single glance was enough to shake Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan to their core, their fighting spirit draining away almost instantly. "Humans, insignificant ants." The ancient, raspy voice of the giant demon resonated throughout the hall. "By stepping into this place, you've sealed your fate. Death is your only companion now. Come forth and savor the final moments of your lives. When my great axe falls, your heads will roll." I'll devour your flesh, crush your bones, and send your very souls into oblivion." The demon rose from its throne, towering like a moving skyscraper. Dust cascaded down as its colossal, muscle-bound form was revealed. A battered suit of bone armor, forged from the remains of fearsome beasts, fastened itself onto its massive frame. Though time-worn and cracked, the armor exuded an air of ferocity. Beside the throne rested a battle axe, also crafted from beast bones. Despite being coated in dust, its sharpness was unmistakable. The two young women, unaccustomed to such a horrifying sight, instinctively sought shelter behind Wang Chun. Yet, rather than showing fear, Wang Chen's face lit up with intrigue. Thanks to his grade universal language skill, he had understood every word of the giant demon's ancient tongue. Casting an identification spell, Wang Chun quickly gleaned the boss's details. Monster, Giant Demon Leader. Level, 30 cap, 90. Race, Giant Demon Clan. Rank, Commander, 2-star. Attributes, Strength 2000, Intelligence 1200, Constitution 1800, Agility 2000. Skills, Kingly Intimidation, Berserk Mode, Support Summon, Throw, Devastating Charge, Last Stand, Frenzied Cleave, Blood Barrier, Rending Bite. Notes: this is an ancient demon that has slumbered for countless years. As the ruler of this secret realm dungeon, it possesses immense power, exceptional intelligence, and is highly dangerous. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan gasped audibly, their faces pale with despair. The sheer disparity between this and the relatively simple earlier trials was staggering. The giant demon before them, towering as high as a 10-story building, had a strength attribute exceeding 2,000. A single stomp could easily crush them into nothing more than pulp. What made the situation even more hopeless were two of the boss's most devastating skills. Berserk Mode increases all attributes by 400 upon activation. Support Summon calls forth 1,000 minions when its health drops below 50. Wong Chun, we need to retreat. We can't handle this. The two women were on the verge of panic, their courage utterly shattered. While Wang Chen's pet, the little green serpent, had performed admirably in the third trial, the demon before them, whose size rivaled a fully transformed serpent, was clearly beyond anything they could hope to confront. The Troll Chieftain's 4 unique abilities were truly terrifying. Edge of Death instantly restores 50 of its maximum health when its HP drops to 10. Life Barrier gains a shield equal to 20 of its maximum health every 60 seconds, though it cannot block true damage. Back in the vocational high school classes, teachers had repeatedly emphasized the dangerous skills of these dungeon creatures. Any one of these abilities could leave opponents utterly frustrated. Yet this Troll Chieftain possessed all 4 at once. My god, how are we supposed to fight this thing? Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan urged a retreat. Wang Chen, however, remained calm, his voice steady as he said, "Thinking of running now? I'm afraid it's already too late." Before he could finish, a deafening crash echoed through the air. The Troll Chieftain, towering like a skyscraper, radiated an overwhelming aura of brutality as it advanced toward them. Each step it took spanned nearly 20 meters, and in just 5 strides, it would reach their position. If it decided to sprint, it could cover the 100-meter gap in merely 2 seconds. Yet, the monstrous troll wasn't in a hurry to attack. Its grotesque, menacing face twisted into a cruel grin, the kind that reveled in tormenting prey. It clearly intended to toy with them, savoring their suffering before delivering a slow, agonizing end. Its overran Yin, who had been pampered her entire life and had never faced such peril, dropped to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Beside her, Lu Ruofu managed to stay on her feet, but her pale face, trembling body, and the way her hands shook as they gripped her staff betrayed her inner turmoil. She was barely holding herself together, teetering on the brink of collapse. What's this? Are you just going to surrender without a fight? Wang Chen's gaze was calm as he looked at the two girls in front of him, their fighting spirit completely extinguished. Fear and confusion were written all over their faces as they stared at the towering demon leader. The colossal creature, so massive they couldn't even see its full height without craning their necks, possessed not only extraordinary attributes but also 4 distinct special skills. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan, with their barely 500-point stats, saw no hope of survival. To them, death seemed inevitable. Even though Wang Chen's pet snake, after its transformation, could match the demon leader in size, it was no match for the leader's berserk skill. Once activated, the skill quadrupled the demon's already terrifying stats for 60 seconds, its strength skyrocketing from 2,000 to a staggering 8,000. That 1 minute was more than enough to crush the snake into pulp. Wang Chen, are you saying you can defeat this demon leader? Lu Ruofu asked with a trembling voice. Her gaze was fixed on Wang Chen's unshaken expression, and for a moment, a flicker of hope sparked in her heart. I can't, Wang Chen replied, shaking his head. With his current level 28 and 800-point stats, even with Lu Ruofu's buffs, the gap between him and the demon leader was insurmountable. But what he said next left the two girls stunned. I can't defeat that big guy, but my pet can take it down easily. Chirp. Shao Qing, the little snake, lifted its head proudly and let out a spirited sound. As the demon leader slowly approached, the snake showed not a trace of fear. For any other second-tier beast, the sheer presence of such a foe would have been paralyzing. But with its master by its side, Shao Qing believed it was the strongest snake in the world. Shao Qing, see that big guy over there? Wang Chen asked, ignoring the two girls who had all but given up. Chirp. Shao Qing nodded eagerly. If not for its master's lack of command, it would have already charged forward. Good. Here is a little mission for you, take that big guy down. Do it well, and he'll treat you to something delicious when we get home, Wang Chen said with a smile, gently patting the snake's small head. At the mention of something delicious, Shao Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, it darted toward the demon leader. Can that little thing really defeat the demon leader? Ran Yanyan asked, her face full of doubt. Should I give Shao Qing some buffs? Lu Ruofu suggested nervously. Not necessary, Wang Chen said, crossing his arms with a composed look. Don't worry, my Shao Qing is more than capable of handling this demon leader. The two girls exchanged uneasy glances, their faces full of concern. A level 23, second-tier snake beast against a level 30, 2-star commander-ranked boss? The odds seemed impossible. The demon leader, enraged by the audacity of these insects sending a mere snake to fight it, let out a furious roar. This was an insult it couldn't tolerate. It decided to change its strategy, no longer toying with them, but crushing these insolent creatures into the ground. Boom! The demon leader clenched its fangs, its massive body erupting with an overwhelming aura. It activated both its berserk and destructive charge skills simultaneously. Its strength surged from 2,000 to an astonishing 8,000, and the air around it became suffused with an aura of annihilation. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yanyan were overwhelmed by the oppressive force, their faces pale with terror. Instinctively, they hid behind Wong Chun, clutching at the hem of his shirt with trembling hands. Wong Chun, for his part, could only smile wryly at their reaction. Screech. Shao Qing charged forward, consumed with fury as the towering troll leader blatantly ignored its presence. Buzz. Suddenly, Shao Qing's body radiated a dazzling golden light. In an instant, its petite form expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal serpent, towering as tall as the troll leader itself. The troll leader froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard by the small snake's unexpected transformation, but it quickly regained its composure, letting out a disdainful snort. No matter what you are, in front of me, you'll be smashed aside. With that, its destructive charge not only continued but intensified, barreling toward Shao Qing with even greater ferocity. Screech. Shao Qing let out a dismissive hiss, its serpent eyes suddenly turning a piercing golden yellow. Boom. Under the stunned gazes of Lu Ruofu and Ran Yanyan, arcs of crackling azure lightning erupted and coiled around Shao Qing's massive form. A faint yet terrifying aura of dragon majesty filled the air. Surrounded by the blue lightning, Shao Qing seemed to transform into an apocalyptic Azure Dragon. World-ending thunder art. After days of traversing the Necromancer's mountain range, Shao Qing finally unleashed its signature power as the apocalyptic Azure Dragon. What the? The two women stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief at the shocking transformation unfolding before them. Even the troll leader was momentarily paralyzed by the sudden onslaught of azure lightning. It couldn't believe its eyes what was once a small green snake had, in the blink of an eye, morphed into an awe-inspiring, thunderous serpent of immense power. Yet, with no room for retreat, the troll leader had no choice but to press on. To prepare for any unforeseen danger, it hastily activated two life-saving skills, Blood Limit Shield. Last Stand. Bolstered by these defenses, it felt confident that it could escape unscathed, no matter what. However, its confidence was soon shattered by the unyielding force of reality. At this moment, Shao Qing was enveloped in crackling green lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring power. No longer a mere small python, it had transformed into a divine beast commanding the forces of thunder, its overwhelming presence leaving everyone stunned. Hiding behind Wang Chun, Lu Ruofu and Ran Yanyan were completely dumbfounded. Even Wang Chen, upon witnessing Shao Qing's divine might, couldn't hide his excitement. This was the first time Shao Qing unleashed the world-ending thunder art, and its destructive power far exceeded his expectations. During their recent training in the Necromancer mountain range, Shao Qing had effortlessly crushed every monster they encountered, never needing to resort to this skill and innate ability inherited from the cosmic-level divine beast, the world-ending Azure Dragon. But now, facing a formidable foe like the giant demon leader, whose attributes matched its own, Shao Qing finally unleashed this ultimate technique, a skill so rare that 80 of the world had never witnessed it. Roar. Shao Qing, now a thunder god incarnate, let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, its presence utterly terrifying. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of Wang Chun and the others, Xiaoqing collided head-on with the ferocious giant demon leader. The outcome was unmistakable. Arg! The giant demon leader let out a blood-curdling scream. Its once proud destructive charge was rendered laughable in the face of Xiaoqing's apocalyptic green lightning. The energy that enveloped its body dissipated instantly, and the terrifying thunder struck its flesh directly. The giant demon leader's body turned charred black, convulsing violently. It finally realized it had encountered a true adversary, one it stood no chance against under the relentless assault of the green lightning. Using the last ounce of its strength, it attempted to flee, but Xiaoqing's massive serpent body coiled tightly around it, leaving no escape. Even worse, the giant demon leader's healing capabilities were reduced by 80. Its original 8,000 point attributes were slashed by 70 to just 2,400 points, and the damage it received skyrocketed by 500. This was the devastating effect of the reverse thunder annihilation status inflicted by the world-ending thunder art. In less than 10 seconds, the giant demon leader let out one final, pitiful wail before succumbing to its fate. It was completely annihilated. Moments later, an information panel appeared before Wong Chun and his team. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. Giant Demon's Lair. Difficulty: Silver 5-star Nightmare. Completion time: 16 minutes 42 seconds. Overall rating: SSS. The system began distributing rewards: 200,000 experience points, the Giant Demon Slayer title, 400 attribute points, and skill points. Lastly, a silver glowing treasure chest materialized before the trio. Wang Chen knew that these basic rewards were granted to all dungeon clearers, but the true treasure lay within the silver treasure chest. This was why many experts preferred to tackle dungeons solo. They wouldn't have to share the loot. Without Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan, he could have earned 600,000 experience points and 1,200 skill and attribute points. And if not for Jiao Wenchuan, the coward who had fled earlier, the rewards would have been divided even further. Xiaoqing, having reverted to its small and adorable form, slithered back to its master's side, raising its little head in a plea for affection. Wang Chen patted its head fondly. Well done, Xiaoqing. I'll get you some tasty treats when we get back. Chirp. Xiaoqing squinted its eyes in delight. With a crisp click, Wang Chun opened the silver treasure chest. A burst of light flashed, and several items spilled out. Tire material, part of the Giant Demon Leader 1. Silver 5-star weapon, Giant Demon Leader's Battle Axe. A Tire General Skill Book, Phantom Shift. Enchantment card, Giant Demon Leader 1. Tire Elixir, Strength Pill 1. Tire Priest Skill Book, Light's Sanctuary. Tire Mage Skill Book, Blazing Explosion. Upon seeing the rewards, both Ran Yinyan and Lu Ruofu gasped audibly, while even Wang Chun couldn't help but be slightly impressed. It was no wonder that wild dungeons were so coveted. These rewards were invaluable for cultivators from smaller regions. After all, even in Dongyun City's largest auction house, Tire Professional Skill Books were considered rare treasures. You too can take the Tire Mage and Priest Skill Books. The rest will belong to me. Any objections? Wang Chun said while casually stroking Xiaoqing. No objections. None at all. The two women shook their heads vigorously. The team contribution panel clearly showed that Wang Chen's output accounted for a staggering 99.9. They had merely coasted through the battle, feeling already ashamed enough. How could they dare to ask for more rewards? As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, guilt immediately appeared on the faces of Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan. Lu Ruofu softly said, to be honest, even if Wang Chun took all the rewards for himself, Yinyan and I wouldn't have any objections. Strictly speaking, if it weren't for Wang Chun, we would have already died under the axe of the great troll leader. Wang Chen, these two skill books should be considered as bought by Yinyan and me. Without you, we wouldn't have survived, and it's hard for us to feel at ease taking such precious rewards. Ran Yinyan nodded repeatedly in agreement, like a little chick pecking at grain. Wang Chen, however, shook his head and said calmly, there's no need for that. Although you didn't contribute much during this dungeon raid, you were the ones who discovered this dungeon first. If you hadn't invited me along, no matter how strong I am, I wouldn't have gotten these rewards. So, consider these two skill books as my entry fee. Wang Chen didn't like owing favors. Typically, when someone discovers a wild dungeon, they have no obligation to bring others along. If you want to join, you usually have to pay an entry fee. Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan let Wang Chen join for free, and he felt it was only fair to repay that kindness. Seeing the lingering guilt on their faces, Wang Chen waved his hand and said, all right, let's settle it this way. No more discussion. With that, he stored the other 5 items in his spatial backpack and tossed the 2 skill books to Lu Ruofu and Ran Yinyan. At that moment, the little creature in Wang Chen's arms, Xiaoqing, let out a soft chirp and started acting spoiled. It rubbed its head against Wang Chen's chest, urging its owner to head back quickly, clearly signaling that it was hungry and eager for a feast. Wang Chen chuckled. This little one was quite the foodie. Unlike other pet beasts that could survive on raw meat or monster corpses, Xiaoqing was rather picky and refused to eat such things. It would only eat the same food as Wang Chun. Being its sole companion, what else could Wang Chun do? He could only spoil it. Having collected the rewards, it was time to leave this dark, damp, and grimy place. Trolls were notoriously unhygienic creatures, filthy, foul-smelling, and riddled with bacteria. Their living environment was equally unpleasant, and no one would want to stay a moment longer in such a place. The three of them quickly pulled out their return scrolls, and with a flash of white light, they teleported out of the dungeon. At the entrance to the dungeon, a group of second-tier bodyguards paced anxiously, like ants on a hot pan. Their faces were filled with worry. Nearby stood Jiao Wenxuan, pale-faced and still visibly shaken. The terror instilled by the steel troll had left him no room to think, had turned and fled without hesitation, using a return scroll to escape the dungeon. What should we do? Should we inform the family head? One of the bodyguards asked in a deep voice. The more composed middle-aged bodyguard waved his hand and said gravely, "Not yet." If the young ladies had truly fallen inside, the dungeon entrance would have closed immediately. The fact that it's still open means they're likely still alive. Let's wait a bit longer. It was common knowledge in this world of adventurers that if the entire team inside a wild dungeon was wiped out, the dungeon entrance would automatically close. After a few more minutes, spatial ripples appeared at the dungeon entrance. The bodyguards' faces lit up as they turned to look, spotting three figures emerging: Wang Chun, Lu Ruafu, and Ran Yinyan. Seeing their two young mistresses safe and sound, the bodyguards were overjoyed. Jiao Wenxuan also stepped forward, letting out a sigh of relief as he saw the calm expressions of the trio. The guilt he felt for abandoning them in his own selfish escape lessened somewhat. He quickly said, "Are you all right? I'm so glad you managed to escape as well. I wouldn't have known what to do otherwise." His words, however, caused Lu Ruafu and Ran Yinyan to exchange a strange look. Ran Yinyan raised an eyebrow and gave Jiao Wenxuan a cold glance. "Escape? Who said we escaped? Why couldn't it be that we cleared the dungeon?" Her gaze was full of disdain. She had already decided she would never team up with this guy again. Cowardly, selfish, abandoning teammates at the first sign of danger. Who would dare to team up with someone like that? Jiao Wenshuan's face changed, disbelief written all over it. Cleared? Impossible. He had experienced firsthand the sheer power of the steel troll, and that was only the third stage. The boss of the fourth stage would surely be even more terrifying. How could they have cleared it instead of running away? What kind of nonsense was this? Lu Ruafu, uninterested in sparing Jiao Wenshuan another glance, turned to Wang Chen with a gentle smile. "Wang Chun, now that everything's settled, shall we head back together?" As she spoke, her gaze fell curiously on the small green snake in Wang Chen's arms. It was hard to believe that this second-tier ordinary beast could be so powerful. Where on earth had Wang Chun found such a remarkable companion? Faced with the invitation from the wealthy and elegant Lu Ruafu, Wang Chun simply waved it off and replied indifferently, "No need. I'll head back on my own. No trouble for you. Farewell." With that, he turned and left. Once Wang Chen was gone, one of the female bodyguards cautiously asked, "Miss, did you really clear the dungeon?" When Jiao Wenshuan had fled, pale and in tears, they had already realized the dungeon must be extremely challenging. Hearing him describe the terrifying elite monsters inside only confirmed their suspicions. This silver 5-star dungeon clearly exceeded normal difficulty. Yet, to their astonishment, the young mistresses hadn't escaped. They had cleared it? It was almost unbelievable. Lu Ruafu said calmly, "Don't believe it? Then check my level." Reminded of this, the bodyguards quickly used their appraisal skills to check Lu Ruafu's level. It clearly showed level 31. Not only her, but Ran Yinyan had also reached level 31. Considering they had only been level 29 before entering the dungeon, this meant they had indeed cleared it. Otherwise, where would the experience points for 2 level ups have come from? Jiao Wenshuan was utterly dumbfounded. This can't be. Why not? In fact, I should thank you, Jiao Wenshuan, for running off and leaving us behind. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten so much experience. Ran Yinyan, unwilling to hold back her temper, snapped at the man who had abandoned his teammates. Lu Ruafu delivered the final, cutting blow. "That's enough, Jiao Wenshuan. Stop thinking of Wang Chun as your rival, because you're not even worthy." Returning to Dongyun City, Wang Chun headed straight to the Adventurers Guild. Before setting out, he had accepted several quests related to the Undead Mountain Range. Now that he had completed them, it was time to submit the results promptly to avoid late penalties. Standing at the guild's front desk, Wang Chun, in front of a crowd of adventurers, retrieved a large assortment of materials, spiritual herbs, and monster body parts from his spatial ring. The scene caused a stir among the onlookers, with even the receptionist covering her mouth in astonishment. "Isn't this the young man from 10 days ago?" the receptionist exclaimed, recognizing Wang Chun. She recalled advising him against taking on so many tasks at once. To her surprise, not only had he returned safely from the undead mountain range, but he had also completed every single quest. With an impassive expression, Wong Chun finalized the task submissions and collected a total reward of 50,000 coins. This substantial sum was enough to support an average family for 3 months. Ignoring the various gazes cast his way, Wang Chen exited the guild and flagged down a magical taxi to head to Dongyun City's largest trading market. During the ride, he closed his eyes to rest, though he was actually examining the changes in his and Xiao Qing's attributes. The 200,000 experience points he earned had propelled Wang Chun from level 28 to level 30. He carefully reviewed his attribute panel. Name, Wang Chun. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, 30. Attributes, Strength 1500, Constitution 1500, Intelligence 1500, Agility 1500. Talents, Beast Affinity SSS, Bloodline Awakening Divine, Trait Extraction Divine. Skills, Beast Taming S, Beast Rejuvenation B, Bloodline Identification Divine, Contract Summoning B, Beast Frenzy C, Hate Mark E, Shadow Shift A. Unallocated Attribute Points, 0. Unallocated Skill Points, 0. Wang Chun chose to distribute his attribute points evenly. Considering the unique nature of the Beast Tamer class, future contracted beasts could be of various types, and a balanced development would ensure that he could provide attribute boosts to any type of beast. He allocated all 5,000 skill points to the Beast Frenzy skill, upgrading it from Drank to Crank. The skill's effect improved from a 10 attack boost for beasts to 30. With the 5-fold effect enhancement from his Beast Affinity talent, this resulted in an astonishing 150 attack boost. As for equipment, Wang Chun decided to sell the Wolf King's Greatsword and equipped the Troll Chieftain's Battle Axe instead. Equipment, Troll Chieftain's Battle Axe. Grade, Silver 5-star. Level requirement, 30. Attributes, Constitution 100, Armor 100, Magic Resistance 100. Equipment effect, increases attack power by 10 and attack speed by 30. Damage dealt converts into a shield equal to 10 of maximum health. This silver 5-star weapon far surpassed the Wolf King's Greatsword in both attributes and effects. Although Wang Chen was a Beast Tamer, as the 3-time combat champion of Dongyun City, he was proficient in using various weapons, and the battle axe was well within his expertise. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's Beast Companion, Xiao Qing, also received 200,000 experience points, skyrocketing from level 23 to level 30. Wang Chun carefully examined Xiao Qing's attribute panel. Beast Companion, Azure Python. Name, Qing Wan. Gender, female. Level, 30 max level, 50. Type, Combat Beast. Bloodline rank, Tier 2 Mortal Beast. Talents, Gigantification D, World-Ending Thunder Art SSS. Attributes, Strength 14,000, Constitution 14,000, Intelligence 14,000, Agility 14,000. Skills, Constriction D, Savage Charge F, Bite F, Azure Dragon Thunder Scales SSS, Tempest Lightning S, Cloud Soaring S. When Wang Chun saw Xiao Qing's attribute panel, his eyes widened in shock, and his body involuntarily jolted. The sudden movement startled the driver. "Are you all right, sir?" the driver asked with concern. "I'm fine, nothing to worry about," Wang Chen replied, forcing a faint smile as he suppressed his inner turmoil. The driver resumed focusing on the road, but Wang Chen's mind was in turmoil. What left this usually composed young man so shaken wasn't just Xiao Qing's staggering 14,000-point attributes across the board, but also the awakening of 2 new strength skills, Tempest Lightning and Cloud Soaring. Both were exclusive divine beast skills of the legendary Azure Dragon. The Storming Thunderstrike Steer skill unleashed a fan-shaped blast of Azure Lightning from Xiao Qingmang's mouth, dealing massive damage while sealing the enemy's innate abilities, skills, and equipment effects for a full 10 seconds. This attack was none other than the legendary Azure Dragon's breath, its overwhelming power leaving all who witnessed it in awe. Complementing it was the Soaring Clouds Steer skill. Despite its simple description, it granted the incredible ability to traverse the skies and cover vast distances in an instantaneous signature divine power of the universe-class mythical beast, the Calamity Azure Dragon. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Ding! Your pet has reached level 30 and is eligible for trait extraction. Upon extraction, you will randomly acquire one of the pet's talents or skills, guaranteed to be Steer or higher. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Wang Chun selected yes. A mysterious ripple spread outward, and the system quickly declared, "Ding! Extraction successful. You have acquired the Steer skill Soaring Clouds. The next extraction will require Xiao Qingmang to reach level 60 and a loyalty level of at least 95. Though he hadn't drawn an SS Steer ability, Wang Chun was more than satisfied with this mobility-enhancing skill. As for the loyalty requirement, Xiao Qingmang's loyalty had already reached 100. Now, it was just a matter of leveling up. With Xiao Qingmang's newfound strength, boasting a terrifying 14,000 attribute points, it could easily crush most opponents. And with an ultimate skill like Azure Dragon's breath in its arsenal, even the once formidable troll chief could now be defeated effortlessly, without the need to invoke the apocalyptic thunder obliteration. However, to truly showcase Xiao Qingmong's full potential, Wang Chun would have to wait for the upcoming class advancement exams in 3 days. Competing against the nation's top talents in such trials demanded nothing less than his utmost effort. After all, even a second's delay could result in falling hundreds of ranks. Sir, we've arrived. The magic cab driver's voice interrupted Wang Chen's thoughts. He stepped out to find himself before a bustling trading market. The outer area was a chaotic sprawl of street vendors, most of whom were modestly dressed freelance adventurers. Despite their humble appearance, earning 6,000 to 7,000 gold coins a month was typical for them, and striking it lucky with a tire or higher material could make them rich overnight. Wang Chen headed straight for the inner district, where towering buildings housed renowned shops offering everything from equipment and consumables to pets and skill books. As he walked, Xiao Qingmong poked its head out from his arms, whining playfully in a bid for attention, clearly hoping to be treated to some delicious food. Smiling, Wang Chun stroked its tiny head and promised to indulge it after his errands. Stopping in front of an opulent store named Treasure Pavilion, Wang Chun took a moment to admire its grandeur. The prices here were steep, but the quality was guaranteed, and the buyback rates far exceeded those of the outer stalls. A courteous shop assistant greeted him warmly, showing no disdain for his slightly disheveled appearance. Using the spatial teleportation array, Wang Chun was transported to the third-floor trading hall. The room was filled with powerful individuals, many of whom were advanced second-tier professionals. Just as he was taking it all in, a familiar, gentle voice called out, Wang Chun. Turning toward the source, Wang Chun was surprised to see the school beauty, Sunjiro. Standing beside her were several others, including Qing Chuan, who had always been haughty. Oddly enough, Qing Chuan was now wearing a fawning smile as he interacted with the group. Standing beside Qing Chuan were 3 distinct figures, each leaving a vivid impression. One was tall and imposing, another short and wiry, and the last one broad and heavy-set. The most striking of the trio was the tallest individual, a young man clad in a blood-red battle robe, carrying a pristine white spear on his back. His level 35 strength, coupled with an innate air of nobility, marked him as someone belonging to a rare warrior-type hidden class. The other two, a level 32 healer and a level 31 shield warrior, were unremarkable in appearance. At the moment, they stood alongside Qing Chuan, all wearing sycophantic smiles directed at the spear-wielding youth. The young man in the crimson robe, however, had his gaze fixed intently on Sunjiro. His eyes betrayed an unspoken affection that he struggled to conceal. But when he noticed Sunjiro beaming with delight at Wang Chun, his expression darkened, and his gaze toward Wang Chun turned icy. Wang Chun, what brings you here? Sunjiro's clear, expressive eyes sparkled with warmth as she addressed him, her enthusiasm a stark contrast to the indifference she had shown the young man in red moments earlier. Wang Chun. The name echoed bitterly in the crimson-robed youth's mind. He clenched his teeth in silent frustration. Wang Chen's reputation as a 3-time champion of the high school combat tournament was widespread in Dongyun City. Even students from elite private academies, like himself, were all too familiar with the name. Qing Chuan, noticing the shadow that crossed the young man's face, felt a flicker of satisfaction. This young man, Li Yuan, was none other than the second son of Dongyun City's most influential family, the Li clan. His elder brother was enrolled at Tianling Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious institutions in Longhua. Upon learning of Li Yuan's interest in Sunjiro, Qing Chuan, whose family ranked as a second-tier household in the city, had wisely abandoned his own pursuit of her. Master Li, Qing Chuan said obsequiously, rubbing his hands together like a sycophant. That Wang Chun is just a regular combat class beast master. How could he ever compare to your hidden class, the Blood Spear Berserker? Why not put him in his place in front of Sunjiro and show her who the real man is? Li Yuan cast Qing Chuan a cold glance. If that's how you feel, why don't you go teach him a lesson yourself? Qing Chuan froze, his face stiffening in an instant. Li Yuan smirked inwardly. Such a clumsy attempt at manipulation wouldn't fool someone like him, the scion of a powerful family. Under the watchful eyes of Li Yuan and his 2 companions, Qing Chuan had no choice but to steel himself and approach Wang Chun. At that moment, Wang Chun was engaged in a conversation with the ever-enthusiastic Sunjiro. Wang Chun, what are you doing here? Sunjiro asked sweetly, trailing after him with an almost childlike curiosity. Selling stuff, Wang Chun replied curtly. What a coincidence, so am I. Sunjiro chimed in, her tone brimming with excitement. She quickly added, I wanted to team up with you for the college entrance exams, but my dad already arranged a group for me. I had to go to the Trant Forest with Qing Chuan and Li Yuan, but we're just teammates, nothing more. Wang Chun, however, wasn't paying much attention to her explanation. The little glutton in his arms was growing restless again, urging him to hurry up and buy some food. It was at this moment that Qing Chuan approached, his expression filled with disdain as he sized up the dust-covered Wong Chun. Wong Chun, what are you even doing here? He spat. Wong Chun couldn't be bothered to entertain the antics of such a minor character. Ignoring Qingchuan entirely, he turned to the nearby staff member and said, "Could you please show me the way? I'd like to sell some items." The staff member nodded and led the way without hesitation. When Qingchuan saw that Wang Chun was completely ignoring him, his embarrassment and anger only grew stronger. He deliberately raised his voice and sneered, "Come on, Wang Chun, stop pretending. Look at the junk you're carrying. Are you seriously trying to sell that here? Don't tell me you're just bringing F-grade or A-grade materials to this place. Let me tell you, we don't accept trash below grade here. If you're trying to sell that kind of garbage, you'd better head to the stalls on the outskirts of the market." Before Qingchuan could finish his sentence, the entire hall's attention shifted to Wang Chun. Even the staff began to scrutinize him with doubtful eyes. Although they adhered to the principle of, the customer is always right, this particular customer did seem rather down and out. Compared to the elegantly dressed, distinguished patrons around him, Wang Chun appeared completely out of place, more like a small-time peddler from the market's outskirts than someone capable of offering high-grade materials. Despite this, the staff member maintained his professionalism. Gesturing politely, he said, "Sir, please follow me to this counter. Simply present the materials you'd like to sell, and our certified appraisers will evaluate and price them for you." Wang Chen nodded in agreement, still ignoring Qingchuan's provocation. However, Qingchuan's remarks had already piqued the interest of the other job changers present. They watched Wang Chen with curiosity, as though eager to see if this seemingly ordinary young man would embarrass himself. If he really ended up producing a pile of worthless items, not only would it be laughable, but the shop's security might even throw him out on the spot. Qingchuan smirked coldly, watching Wang Chen's retreating figure. He thought to himself, keep pretending. Let's see if you can still act so calm when you can't produce anything worthwhile. What Qingchuan failed to notice, however, was the subtle glance cast his way by Tsinjiro, who had been quietly smiling the entire time. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, a sharp, icy glint flickered briefly. She thought to herself, "Qingchuan, you truly are despicable." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Chun calmly followed the guide to the counter. As he prepared to retrieve items from his storage space, he suddenly paused and asked, "By the way, the payment can be made on the spot, right?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the room erupted in mocking laughter. Someone in the crowd jeered. "This kid's clearly never seen the world. With such a big establishment, how could they possibly not afford to pay for the materials they acquire? Looks like that Qingchuan was right. This guy probably doesn't have anything worthwhile." The staff member behind the counter maintained a professional demeanor and responded with a polite smile. "Rest assured, sir. At Jinping Pavilion, not only in Dongyan City but throughout the entire Nanzhou province, we are one of the top trading associations. For all material transactions, we settle payments in gold coins immediately, with no delays or defaults." Ignoring the ridicule around him, Wang Chun simply nodded and said, "All right, that's good to know." The moment he finished speaking, a spatial ripple accompanied by a radiant white glow appeared. As the light dispersed, the scene before everyone left them utterly stunned. A massive pile of materials poured out from Wang Chen's storage space like a flood, instantly covering the entire counter and forming a small mountain. The most attention-grabbing item was a heart in the center, still pulsing and radiating vibrant life energy. The sight left everyone present wide-eyed in shock. Even the seasoned appraiser behind the counter, who had been composed until now, had his expression changed dramatically. He blurted out, "My goodness, that's a grade rare material, the heart of a troll chieftain." His exclamation caused an uproar throughout the room. Not only were the ordinary onlookers stunned, but even Tsinjiro and Li Yuan, who were standing nearby, looked visibly shaken. While not everyone fully understood the uses of a troll chieftain's heart, the phrase, grade rare material, was enough to strike awe into their hearts. In a small city like Dongyun, grade materials were exceedingly rare. The low levels of wilderness zones and the scarcity of resources in dungeon instances made high-grade materials nearly impossible to come by. Typically, the entire city might produce only around 20 pieces of grade resources in a year, with prices ranging from 50 to 60 million gold coins. As for grade rare resources, their value could soar to 70 to 90 million. What was even more astonishing was that alongside the priceless heart, there was also an equally rare enchantment card, Troll Chieftain. This card could enhance equipment with a 10 strength attribute boost, making it a highly sought-after treasure for physical combat professions. Its value was estimated at around 30 million gold coins. On top of that, the counter was piled with numerous other valuable Crade resources. Crade Elixir, Devouring Demon Grass. Crade Material, Soul Crystal Stone. Crade Material, Nether Spirit Ore. Crade Elixir, Revival Herb. These were the spoils Wang Chen had painstakingly gathered after days of battling in the Undead Mountains. Some were loot from defeating level 30 wilderness monsters, while others were rare finds he had stumbled upon through sheer luck. Those who knew the market well quickly calculated the total value of the item set was approximately 170 million gold coins. Realizing this, the crowd collectively gasped. The seemingly ordinary young man before them was about to become incredibly wealthy overnight. As for Qing Chuan, who had previously mocked Wong Chun for not having anything valuable, his face turned as red as a pig's liver in embarrassment and fury. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it! Where on earth did this Wong Chun get all this stuff?" Meanwhile, Sinjiro maintained her composed smile as she quietly observed Wang Chen. Inwardly, she thought, as expected, the man she had her eyes on was extraordinary, even if he had chosen a seemingly mundane combat profession. Amid the astonished, envious, and jealous stares from the crowd, Wang Chun remained calm and composed. He turned to the staff and said, "Let's settle the account. Right away, right away." The staff at the treasure pavilion hurried forward, their excitement evident in their trembling voices. The materials on this table were so valuable that they alone could match the annual revenue of the entire treasure pavilion. Moments later, a middle-aged manager in an impeccably tailored suit arrived briskly. With both hands, he respectfully presented two cards. One was a bank card loaded with 1.8 billion gold coins, and the other was the treasure pavilion's top-tier amethyst VIP card. This exclusive card granted not only the highest shopping discounts but also numerous privileges, priority access to pre-orders, free entry to all auctions, and more. Wang Chun accepted the two cards with a calm expression, giving only a slight nod to Tsinjiro as acknowledgement. He didn't even spare a glance at Qing Chuan, whose face had turned dark with anger, treating him as if he were invisible. Under the manager's deferential escort, Wang Chun turned and left. Damn it! Qing Chuan seethed inwardly, his eyes burning with venomous hatred. A lowly commoner, a mere low-tier combat class. How does he deserve such precious things? Tsinjiro cast a cold glance at Qing Chuan, a sharp glint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. It was clear that this arrogant, self-absorbed man, who had repeatedly targeted the boy she fancied, had finally crossed the line. Yet Qing Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had thoroughly provoked the daughter of Dongyun City's wealthiest family. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Wang Chun could distinctly sense several concealed gazes trailing him closely. Clearly, someone had set their sights on his newfound wealth. However, he paid no mind to it. The city, now a neutral zone after the fusion of the game and reality, ensured that these people couldn't make a move against him here. If they wanted to confront him, they would have to wait until he ventured into the free combat wilderness zones. Ignoring the prying eyes, Wang Chun instead went on to buy a large assortment of Little Qing's favorite foods before returning to his newly purchased private villa. After returning to the small villa, Wang Chun and Xiao Qing each enjoyed a relaxing hot shower. Wang Chun brought out the delicious dishes he had prepared earlier and set them on the dining table. Watching Xiao Qing devour the food ravenously, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Once he was done freshening up, Wang Chen went back to his room, turned on his computer, and logged into the official forum of Dongyun City. In this world of career transitions, once popular social media platforms like Weibo and Tieba had become relics of the past. Governments around the world imposed strict controls on the internet, requiring approval even for browsing forums of neighboring cities. This level of regulation wasn't unique to the Long Kingdom. It was a global standard aimed at preventing leaks of critical information and resources. In this world, where reality and game mechanics intertwined, traditional energy sources like oil and natural gas had become obsolete. All modes of transportation, from cars to teleportation arrays, were powered by magical energy. This energy source was not only clean and pollution-free but also easy to produce. Any level 30 or higher magic-based professional could generate it on their own. The truly valuable resources were materials, spiritual herbs, equipment, and tools. These were the keys to nurturing powerful career professionals. Such individuals not only solved national energy problems, but also bolstered defense capabilities. In this era, nuclear weapons were no longer the most terrifying threat. A top-tier professional could casually unleash high-level magic, capable of leveling an entire city, far more devastating than a nuclear bomb. As a result, information about career transitions and resources was treated as top secret by all nations, making strict internet regulation inevitable. Only those strong enough to command the respect of even superpowers could earn the privilege of unrestricted access to the digital world. The official forum of Dongyun City, where Wang Chen logged in, was bustling with activity, offering a wide range of features. Although cross-region communication was tightly restricted, the forum's anonymous posting system allowed users to express their opinions freely. Pinned at the top of the forum's homepage was a post that had gone viral, with over 1 million comments. The post's title read, "Who will be Dongyun City's top scorer in the National Career Transition Exam on the 15th? It listed several candidates for users to vote on. The first few candidates were all from prominent families, such as Li Yuan, the second son of the Li family, Dongyun City's most prestigious household, and Tsinjiro, the eldest daughter of the third most powerful family. Wang Chen's name didn't appear until the 10th option, simply labeled as ordinary citizen Wang Chun, standing in stark contrast to the elite heirs listed above. The voting results showed Li Yuan leading by a wide margin with 40 support, followed by Zhenjiro with 25. Wang Chen, however, had a dismal 0.01 support rate, likely from a handful of classmates who knew him personally. Unable to hold back, Wang Chen left a comment questioning why his support rate was so low, reminding everyone that he was the reigning champion of 3 consecutive combat tournaments. The responses came flooding in. Many users pointed out that combat skills were meaningless when faced with overwhelming attribute advantages. Some even mentioned that Wang Chen's awakened career was the Beast Tamer common and resource-intensive class, arguing that it was weak in the early stages and unlikely to attract teammates. Others noted that the exam's lead designer was the infamous Iron-Faced Shura, hinting that Wang Chun stood no chance. Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words. It dawned on him that his inclusion in the poll might have been nothing more than a joke by the post creator. This situation also underscored the critical role of resources. Even as newcomers, the disparity was stark. Zhenjiro, for instance, was already level 25, far surpassing Wang Chun. Such was the power of abundant resources. Quietly, Wang Chen closed his computer and walked to the window, gazing up at the starry sky. Tomorrow was the day of the career transition exam. He made a silent vow to prove everyone wrong. Who cared if they were from powerful families? He would show the world that even someone from humble beginnings could rise to the top through sheer determination and strength. In the blink of an eye, the day had passed. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the quiet and peaceful small city, the atmosphere suddenly turned lively and fervent. Wang Chen rose from his bed, deactivated the soundproofing magic array that aided his sleep, and was immediately greeted by the roaring sounds of magical cars speeding past the main road outside his villa. On the streets, one magical car after another raced by, carrying high school seniors. Their young faces were filled with excitement and nervousness as they clutched their equipment and tools, heading toward Dongyun Grand Plaza with their parents. This was the only testing site for the advanced placement exams in Dongyun City and the surrounding regions. Today, it would gather all graduating students who were about to face an exam that could determine their destiny. In this world of professions, strength is everything. To grow stronger, one must constantly level up and enhance their four-dimensional attributes to surpass others. Leveling up, however, requires an immense amount of resources, and the top combat academies possess the most abundant reserves. Only by entering such institutions can one access the finest dungeon resources. Each dungeon rewards players only once, making dungeon resources extremely scarce. A third-rate academy might have only a dozen dungeons, with the highest level being platinum. In contrast, top-tier academies are rumored to have hundreds of dungeons, including some of extraordinary or even legendary rank. This means that only by entering a top academy can one maximize their strength and enjoy the richest dungeon rewards. As a result, these aspiring professionals were giving it their all to secure a spot in the best academies. When Wang Chen arrived at Dongyun Plaza with Xiao Qing, the place was already packed with people. In addition to parents accompanying their children, many high school teachers had also brought first and second-year students to watch the live broadcast of the exams. These future candidates were here to experience the atmosphere and learn from the battles of their seniors. Inside the plaza, thousands of examinees were engaged in heated discussions. Whoa, dude, I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, and you're already level 25. Heh, got lucky. I joined an adventure team for a bit of training. Level 27 tank, looking for a group. Any teams need a frontliner? Level 29 mage here, seeking a group. What? Even a level 29 mage needs a team? Aren't players at that level usually soloing by now? Forget it. This year's exam is being set by iron-faced Shura Lu senator who dares to go solo? Hurry up and find a team. The scene was chaotic. Many students had already formed teams in advance, while others were loudly searching for teammates. Even candidates with decent skills opted to team up with peers of similar strength. This wasn't a common occurrence in previous years, and the reason for this shift was none other than the man known as Iron-Faced Shura, Lu San. Whenever Lu San was in charge of designing the exam, the pass rates for the professional advancement test plummeted. As a result, no one dared to attempt the test solo if he was involved. Of course, the top prodigies from the major provincial capitals still dared to go solo. Apart from their unmatched skills, they were also motivated by the fact that solo runs scored significantly higher than team runs within the same completion time. These prodigies aimed for the top 100 provincial rankings, as only then would they qualify for admission to the 5 most prestigious academies in Longhua. To them, first and second-tier academies were beneath consideration. Their sights were set solely on the very best. At that moment, Wong Chun pressed his fingerprint against the scanner, passed through the security checkpoint, and stepped into the center of the plaza. Hey, isn't that Wang Chun? Someone suddenly called out, recognizing him. The moment that voice rang out, all eyes immediately turned to focus on Wang Chun. Swish. Thousands of eyes in the crowd turned simultaneously toward Wang Chun. In Dongyun City's high school, He was a legendary figure, the champion of the 3-year combat tournament, who once crushed the scions of prestigious families, leaving them in utter defeat. Yet now, the once celebrated prodigy of Dongyun City stood alone, isolated, with no one willing to form a team with him. Well, look who it is, Wong Chun, someone sneered. How pitiful. All alone, can't even find a teammate. Of course, he awakened as a beast master but doesn't have a beast companion at the mythical beast level. Who would want to team up with him? Another chimed in. Exactly. Without a powerful beast companion, that class is utterly useless. He probably won't even make it past the first stage solo. Just then, a different voice rang out, dripping with mockery. Hey, don't talk about Dongyun City's so-called prodigy like that. If he tries hard enough, he could at least get into some third-rate college, right? Such is the fickleness of human nature. Back when Wang Chen hoisted the combat championship trophy, this very crowd had cheered for him, showered him with praise, and even begged for his help in the upcoming college entrance exams. Now, they mocked him mercilessly. Of course, there were also those who had always disliked him, eagerly waiting for his downfall. Faced with all this, Wang Chen's expression remained indifferent, as if he couldn't care less. He had long grown used to such scenes in his previous life. As the crowd continued their snide remarks and sarcastic jabs, a sudden commotion erupted at the edge of the square. Everyone turned to look, only to see a convoy of luxurious magical vehicles arriving at the entrance. Powerful second-tier, level 40 bodyguards stepped out, their intimidating presence silencing the area as they opened the car doors. One by one, elegantly dressed young men and women, exuding an air of nobility, stepped out of the vehicles. Every gesture and movement they made radiated sophistication and privilege. The moment these elite youths appeared, the atmosphere shifted, and the crowd burst into excitement. People rushed forward in a chaotic frenzy. They're here. The pride of Dongyun City. Wow, Li Yuan is so handsome. Totally. I'm already swooning. If I could just be his girlfriend for one day, I'd die happy. Look at Sanjiro, Ran Yinyin, and Lu Ruafu standing together. They're absolutely stunning. I heard these elite prodigies are all already above level 35. Li Yuan is even at level 37. Haha. Compared to Li Yuan, Wong Chun is nothing but a clown. There's no doubt about it, this elite team is going to set the record for the fastest completion of the vocational exam in Dongyun City. The city's top scorer is definitely going to be one of them. Exactly. It's just a matter of who contributes the most to their team. Li Yuan, a level 37 berserker specializing in blood guns, leveled up twice last night after defeating 2 level 40 bosses, which had been barely alive when airlifted in by the Li family. This method of power leveling, frequently employed by elite families, isn't exclusive to them. Ordinary families also resort to similar tactics. Most of the students present had experienced this seemingly underhanded yet widely accepted shortcut. However, Wang Chun, who had no family to rely on, could only fend for himself in the wilderness, arduously reaching level 10 just in time for the job transfer ceremony. Sanjiro, Ran Yinyin, and Lu Ruafu, 3 level 35 light mages and holy priests, along with Zhuo Wanwei, a level 35 moon hunter gunner, were all children of prestigious families with hidden professions. Even Zhao Xuan, a magic swordsman, was no exception, though his level remained at 33 due to a retreat during battle. Despite his family sending a large number of bosses overnight for him to kill, he couldn't make up for the lost experience points. All eyes were on these prodigies. Li Yuan, who had already teamed up with the 3 glamorous young women, was still short one member. Just as he was about to invite Zhuo Wanwei to join, Sanjiro and her 2 companions unexpectedly walked toward Wang Chen. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Sanjiro extended her delicate hand and, with a radiant smile, invited Wang Chen to join their team. This scene stunned everyone present, including Li Yuan and Zhuo Wanwei. They couldn't believe the 3 dazzling girls had bypassed Zhuo Wanwei in favor of Wang Chun, a beastmaster. Both Li Yuan and Zhuo Wanwei's expressions instantly darkened as they hurried over to the trio. Li Yuan forced a smile, his tone warm but laced with displeasure. Xiao Rou, I already promised Wanwei he'd join our team. It wouldn't be appropriate to invite Wang Chun now, would it? The college entrance exam rules only allow a maximum of 5 members per team. The 3 girls frowned, clearly skeptical of Li Yuan's claim of a prior agreement. Li Yuan quickly added, we settled it just last night, but I didn't have time to inform you. That's my oversight. After the exams, I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups as an apology. Turning to Wang Chun, Li Yuan feigned an apologetic tone. Wang Chun, I'm sorry. Our team is already full. You'll have to find another group. Wang Chun saw through Li Yuan's ploy and smirked inwardly. He hadn't planned on joining any team in the first place. As he turned to leave, Zhuo Wanwei couldn't resist sneering. Oh, I was wondering who could possibly replace me. Turns out it's just Wang Chun, the useless beastmaster. Wang Chun stopped in his tracks and calmly turned to look at Zhuo Wanwei. Emboldened, Zhuo Wanwei rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Wang Chen a lesson. Though had been thoroughly beaten by Wang Chen during the combat tournament, that was under the restriction of no skill usage. This time was different. Wang Chun was just a beast master who relied on his pets, while Zhuo Wenwei was a moon hunter-gunner with a hidden class. At this range, he could incapacitate Wang Chen with a single shot before the latter had a chance to summon his beasts. That's enough, Wenwei. Don't be rash. Li Yuan barked, stopping him in his tracks. Zhuo Wenwei reluctantly backed down but still pointed a finger at Wang Chun, threatening, "Kid, don't let me catch you in the wild. Or else heh." With that, he turned and returned to Li Yuan's side. Li Yuan noticed the displeasure on the three girls' faces and quickly tried to smooth things over. Wenwei might be a bit hot-headed, but he's reliable and, at the very least, strong. Just as the girls were about to respond, a surge of magical energy emanated from the stage at the front of Dongyan Plaza. A spatial portal materialized out of thin air, and from it emerged over a dozen impeccably dressed, imposing individuals. The plaza instantly fell silent. Every student adopted a serious demeanor, and even Tsinjiro and her companions, who had been about to announce their decision to leave the team, held their tongues. Among the figures stepping out of the portal were the principals of various high schools in Dongyun City, as well as a prominent figure from the Dragon Kingdom's National Transfer Education Bureau Changbo, a level 1 24th tier archmage. Simply standing there, Changbo caused the surrounding magical elements to surge wildly, with the very laws of magical order faintly manifesting around him. The crowd was in awe. No one had expected such a powerful examiner to appear in a small city like Dongyun. A level 1 24th tier magic god was undoubtedly an astonishing presence for Dongyun City. When this formidable figure appeared at the vocational exam site, the entire square fell silent in an instant. Students were left wide-eyed and speechless, while the audience held their breath, all overwhelmed by the unprecedentedly powerful aura. Changbo, a middle-aged man with streaks of gray in his hair, stood at the very front of the podium. His authoritative gaze swept across the youthful faces in the crowd below. Clearing his throat, he began, "I am Changbo, a level 1 24th tier storm magic god, and the chief examiner for this year's vocational exams in Dongyun City." He succinctly reminded the candidates of a few key points, emphasizing the importance of knowing your limits. When he announced that this year's exam dungeon would be the Shintian Demon Suppressing Tower, the crowd erupted in shock. Students turned pale, and whispers of unease rippled through the square. Noticing the worry in their expressions, Changbo quickly clarified, "Don't panic. This is a replicated version, and the monsters inside are scaled to the difficulty level of the exam." However, his tone shifted as he added, "That said, this may be the hardest exam in history, so choose your difficulty level wisely." As soon as he finished speaking, Changbo waved his hand, causing the space to tremble. Golden portals materialized out of thin air across the square. The shimmering doors, their hue symbolizing the dungeon's difficulty, sparked another wave of astonishment. "Once you're ready, touch the portal to enter the dungeon. Anyone who hasn't entered within 5 minutes will be considered to have forfeited," Changbo instructed before returning to his seat to oversee the exam. The candidates quickly sprang into action, with most opting to form teams before entering. However, one anomaly caught everyone's attention. Wong Chun stepped into a portal alone. This bold move sparked a flurry of chatter and ridicule. Tsinjiro, Lu Ruafu, and Ran Yinyan, who had intended to team up with Wang Chun, couldn't hide their disappointment at his decision. Meanwhile, Li Yuan secretly gloated, convinced that Wang Chen's choice was tantamount to courting disaster. Amid the commotion, Li Yuan seized the opportunity to recruit Tsinjiro and the others into his team. Although Tsinjiro had faith in Wang Chen's abilities, she and her friends reluctantly agreed to join Li Yuan's group to secure better results. On the podium, Changbo and the other school principals observed the scene without surprise at the majority forming teams. However, Wang Chen's choice to challenge the dungeon solo drew their particular interest. In what was being dubbed the hardest exam in history, what kind of performance would this unconventional candidate deliver? Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the thrilling battle to come. Wang Chun stepping into the teleportation portal alone left all the principals present utterly astonished. As a student under the spotlight, his decision sparked a wave of discussion. The principals recalled their high expectations for Wang Chun prior to the job transfer ceremony, believing he had the potential to rank among the province's top 100. However, Wang Chun chose to transfer to the role of a Beast Tamer, a notoriously expensive profession. Without significant financial resources, it would be nearly impossible for him to acquire height ear, rare beast companions, an essential factor for a Beast Tamer's success. Some principals began mocking Zhao Longjun sarcastically, saying, "Old Zhao, is your student taking the job transfer exam too lightly? He dares to go solo?" They speculated that Wang Chun might be trying to prove himself, but they doubted his ability to form a contract with a powerful beast. Zhao Longjun, however, turned a deaf ear to their remarks, maintaining his smile. Deep down, he felt a sense of pride. as he was aware that Wang Chun possessed the SS-level talent, Beast Affinity. The night before, Zhao Longjun had advised Wang Chun to report his talent level, but Wang Chun politely declined, expressing his determination to prove himself through his exam performance. Cheng Bo, the level 4 Archmage and Chief Examiner, frowned at Wang Chen's decision. He had just reminded the candidates to act within their capabilities, only to see Wang Chun entering a dungeon alone. Determined to keep an eye on him, Cheng Bo instructed the staff to activate the magical holographic projection. As the switch was flipped, a massive magical screen appeared before the crowd, divided into approximately 30 panels, each corresponding to a specific dungeon. Gradually, the silhouettes of the candidates began to emerge. Wang Chun had entered the Xintian Demon Suppression Tower dungeon, an artificial replica of a level 1040, 2-star golden difficulty secret realm. He went straight for the highest difficulty hell mode. Upon teleportation, Wang Chen found himself inside an ancient hall adorned with yellow spirit sealing talismans. At the center of the hall stood a 3-meter demon boar chained to the ground, exuding a violent and menacing aura. Its human-like eyes and mouth contrasted with its pig-like snout, protruding tusks, and hooved feet. Wasting no time, Wang Chun used his identification skill and obtained the following information about the creature. Monster: Blazing Demon Boar. Level: 30 cap, 100. Species: Blazing Wild Boar Clan. Rank: 3-star Commander. Strength: 4,000. Intelligence: 2,000. Constitution: 3,700. Agility: 3,500. Notes: this is a bloodthirsty and ruthless demon boar responsible for over 1,000 deaths before its capture. Its strength is exceptionally formidable. Upon seeing these stats, Wang Chen realized that this demon boar was twice as powerful as the troll leader he had faced before. The hell mode of this golden difficulty dungeon was indeed no joke. Its first floor alone posed a daunting challenge. Wang Chen stepped into the combat zone of the Demon Suppression Tower, wielding the silver 5-star battle axe of the Ogre Chieftain. With a formidable strength attribute of 1,500 points, he could effortlessly swing this weapon weighing hundreds of pounds. At that very moment, the flame-bored demon, bound by chains, suddenly opened its blood-red, frenzied eyes, its pupils reflecting Wang Chen's figure. As the sound of chains falling echoed, the boar demon let out an earth-shaking roar, venting its long-suppressed rage. Without warning, it charged at Wang Chun, the stench of blood and the foul odor characteristic of swine beasts filling the air. Faced with this sudden assault, Wang Chun did not retreat. Instead, he dashed heading toward the boar demon, his speed so fast that it left faint afterimages. This was the effect of the A-level universal skill, Rapid Movement, which boosted his movement speed by 20. In just 3 seconds, the two figures clashed violently. The flame boar demon wasted no time and unleashed a flaming boar fist. Its massive fist engulfed in crimson flames, radiating deadly intent. If this strike landed, even with Wang Chen's robust physique and armor, he would suffer severe injuries. Yet, in the face of this life-threatening attack, Wang Chun remained calm and unflinching, his expression cold and composed, his gaze steady and unwavering. Meanwhile, the outside world was left in stunned silence. The exam proctors and the student audience erupted in shock when they realized Wang Chun had chosen the hell-level difficulty. The principal of Dongyan First High School, Zhao Longjun, and the other principals displayed a range of astonished expressions. Cheng Bo, a 4th transfer arcane mage, looked utterly grim, deeming Wang Chen's actions utterly reckless. All eyes were fixated on the screen, captivated by the perilous challenge unfolding before them. Although fatalities during the career advancement exams were not uncommon, the proctors had the authority to forcibly teleport students out if death could be avoided. At this moment, everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting Wang Chen's response to this deadly strike. At the critical moment when the deadly punch was about to land on his head, Wang Chun displayed extraordinary combat prowess. With both hands gripping his massive battle axe, he executed a fluid, seamless motion, positioning it horizontally in front of him in a textbook-perfect defensive stance. This universal skill, known as Block F, is theoretically accessible to everyone but rarely attempted. Its principle seems straightforward. Within a narrow 0.5-second window, successfully blocking an enemy's attack not only nullifies all damage but also leaves the opponent stunned for 1.5 seconds. Yet, this seemingly insignificant half-second often marks the boundary between life and death. A mistimed attempt guarantees only one outcome: death. However, Wang Chun, a warrior with unparalleled confidence in his combat abilities, chose this risky maneuver without hesitation in the face of mortal danger. And as it turned out, his confidence was far from unfounded. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding reverberated across the battlefield. The blazing pig fiend's powerful punch struck squarely against the flat of Wang Chen's axe. That sharp, resonant sound was the perfect confirmation of a successful block. The ferocious expression on the pig fiend's face froze instantly, replaced by sheer disbelief. Wong Chun seized the fleeting opportunity, lifting his enormous axe with a decisive swing and locking the beast's massive frame in place. For the next 1.5 seconds of paralysis, the pig fiend was rendered as helpless as a statue, forced to watch as death approached. With precise and efficient movements, Wang Chun leapt into the air, his expression calm and resolute. The battle axe in his hands gleamed coldly as it arced through the air, aiming unerringly at the pig fiend's exposed neck. Those 1.5 seconds of immobility were more than enough to deliver a crushing blow, leaving the beast to wallow in the despair of utter helplessness. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh echoed, followed by the sight of the pig fiend's head soaring through the air. A fountain of foul-smelling blood sprayed in a wide arc, painting the battlefield crimson. Its headless body collapsed with a heavy thud, hitting the ground like a felled tree. A system notification immediately followed. Ding! You have slain the blazing pig fiend. Congratulations, you've cleared the first level. Please step through the glowing portal to proceed to the next level. After defeating the flame-boar demon, Wang Chen wasted no time. He immediately stepped through the glowing portal and headed for the next stage. As a candidate for the career transition entrance exam, he was acutely aware of how precious every second was. A mere moment's delay could mean falling behind countless competitors in provincial or city rankings. However, Wang Chun was completely unaware that his extraordinary performance had already caused a sensation in the outside world. In the audience, when the fearsome, menacing flame-boar demon appeared on the screen, everyone's expressions changed. Even through the screen, the demon's overwhelming power was enough to send chills down their spines. But what truly made the crowd erupt in gasps was Wang Chen's next astonishing move. Isn't he a beast tamer? Why isn't he summoning his companion beasts? Why is he charging forward like a warrior with an axe? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the audience. On the screen, Wang Chun, calm and composed, faced the now awakened flame-boar demon. Instead of summoning his beast companions, he gripped a massive battle axe. What shocked everyone even more was that, as the flame-boar demon charged at him, Wang Chun not only held his ground but ran straight toward it, preparing for close combat. He's done for! The crowd exclaimed in unison. Looks like East Cloud City's one-stop genius is going to fail at the very first stage. Even the school principals in the audience frowned deeply. One couldn't help but mock, This kid is completely reckless. How dare he charge at a boar demon heathen? Don't tell me the teachers at First High didn't teach Wang Chen how a beast tamer is supposed to fight? Sigh. Better prepare for an emergency teleport. However, sitting at the head of the table, the four-turn archmage Chang Bo remained silent. With his extraordinary insight, he noticed something others had missed. Wang Chun deliberately accelerated as he charged toward the boar demon. More intriguingly, his expression remained calm and unflinching, without a trace of panic. This stark contrast to the reactions of other candidates gave Chang Bo a hunch this young man, daring to engage a boar demon in close combat as a beast tamer, must have a well-thought-out plan. Sure enough, in the next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded unfolded. Just as Wang Chun and the flame-boar demon were about to collide, he suddenly raised his battle axe and assumed a textbook-perfect blocking stance. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed across the arena. Under the stunned gazes of the audience, the flame-boar demon, which should have crushed Wang Chen with a single blow, failed to land its attack. Instead, some sort of skill mechanism was triggered, causing the boar demon's massive, bulky body to stagger backward and fall into a state of noticeable rigidity. No way. He actually pulled off a block. The audience erupted in astonishment. This universal skill was well known among them. Teachers often emphasized its high-risk, high-reward nature. It was a move only suitable for those with absolute confidence in their combat techniques or for moments of sheer desperation. Clearly, Wang Chen's decision to use it against such a formidable creature stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. While the crowd was still reeling from shock, Wang Chun seized the 1.5-second window of the demon's rigidity. He leaped into the air, his massive axe slicing through the air in a sharp arc, and landed a precise strike that severed the flame-boar demon's head, bringing the battle to an abrupt end. The square at East Cloud City erupted into chaos as waves of cheers and exclamations swept through the crowd. The audience's faces lit up with amazement, and voices of admiration filled the air. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. What a legend. Is this what it means to be a three-time champion in the combat tournaments? I never imagined Wang Chun would clear the first stage like this. This guy is a born combat genius. He's the embodiment of why combat technique matters. The younger students from the first and second years watched the screen with wide-eyed admiration, their gazes full of awe as they looked at the heroic figure on display. At the principal's table, the previously smug principals who had mocked Zhao Longjun now sat in awkward silence. Even Chang Bo, the four-turn archmage who initially doubted Wang Chun for ignoring conventional wisdom, found his expression subtly shifting. In this world of career transitions, if you unleash a powerful skill, people will praise the skill, not you. But Wang Chun, with his masterful combat techniques, had proven to everyone that true strength lies not in the skill itself, but in the hands of the one wielding it. If you can unleash extraordinary effects from an ordinary skill through exceptional combat techniques, that is truly commendable strength. At this moment, Wang Chen demonstrated exactly that kind of prowess. He skillfully utilized a universal skill block that anyone can learn, but few dare to use in actual combat. With it, he successfully turned the tide of battle and defeated the formidable flame-boar demon. From start to finish, Wang Chun remained calm and composed, showing no trace of panic. This was no lucky victory. The 1.5-second special stagger caused by block prevented the flame-boar demon from activating its life-saving skill. This special stagger is different from the brief interruptions caused by normal attacks. It completely suppresses the enemy's talents, skills, and even equipment effects. Aside from block, only a few other abilities, such as shield counter and spell reflection, can induce such a powerful stagger effect. Wang Chen's performance left the examiner, Cheng Bo, in awe. This young man not only exhibited remarkable technique, but also displayed a rare fearlessness and a fighting spirit that grew stronger in the face of danger, qualities that far surpassed those of the other candidates. Cheng Bo couldn't help but imagine what Wang Chun could achieve if he chose a different combat profession. His potential would be limitless. However, Cheng Bo was soon reminded of an unfortunate reality. Wang Chun had chosen the Beast Tamer profession, which primarily relies on the power of its pets. Even at level 100, after the 4th class advancement, and with the attribute bonuses from their pets, Beast Tamers themselves remain relatively fragile. This is a necessary aspect of class balance. Otherwise, the combination of powerful pets and a strong main body would completely disrupt the game's equilibrium. As Cheng Bo reflected on this, the principal of Second High, who had a contentious relationship with Zhao Longjun, spoke up with a sneer. This is just the first stage. Sure, Wang Chen's combat skills are impressive, but the upcoming challenges can't be overcome with mere combat techniques alone. The principal of number 2 high school's words left Zhao Longjun silent. Though tinged with bitterness, every word rang true. As the difficulty of the trials increased, the attributes of the monsters also rose significantly. Even though Wang Chun could skillfully use his blocking ability to create a 1.5-second special stagger effect, his damage output was far from enough to eliminate the monsters within that brief window. The root of the problem lay in Wang Chen's career awakening choice. If he had chosen a combat-focused class like swordsman, archer, or spearman, roles that emphasize agility and high damage output, his combat talent would have been fully realized. Unfortunately, he had opted for Beast Tamer, a class that heavily relies on summoned creatures. It was a waste of his potential. Otherwise, Wang Chen's chances of breaking into the top 100 of the provincial rankings would have increased significantly. At that moment, a collective gasp erupted from the audience. Wang Chun had stepped into the 2nd level. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen as his tall figure crossed through the glowing gateway to the next challenge, hoping he could create another miracle. As the light faded, the sound of Wang Chen's footsteps echoed within the hollow tower. Before him stood a massive, octagonal, circular hall, completely enclosed. A system notification appeared. Current level, level 2. This level is a minion wave stage. A wave of monsters will appear every 3 minutes, for a total of 3 waves. The first wave of monsters is about to spawn. Before the message even finished, pairs of blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent flashed in the dim corners, accompanied by the eerie sound of high-pitched squeaking. Wang Chun quickly surveyed his surroundings and estimated about 15 monsters. He immediately activated his identification skill, and the monster information appeared before him. Monster, bloodthirsty Ratman. Level, 30, max level, 100. Race, Ratman. Skills, rank, elite, 8 stars. Strength, 2000. Intelligence, 1000. Constitution, 2000. Agility, 4000. Description: a brutal and bloodthirsty Ratman species that feeds on human flesh. Extremely fast and aggressive. Compared to the flame-boar demons of the 1st level, these bloodthirsty Ratmen had slightly lower strength, intelligence, and constitution, but their agility was astonishing and impressive, 4000 points. Clearly, the 2nd level not only tested endurance but also demanded sharp perception and quick reflexes. The circular, enclosed hall restricted movement, preventing the kind of kiting strategies possible in open fields. To make matters worse, if the first wave of monsters wasn't defeated within 3 minutes, the second wave would spawn immediately, significantly increasing the pressure to survive. The difficulty was clearly a step above the 1st level. However, Wang Chen showed no fear despite understanding the challenge. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. He knew that the best record for this level was 6 minutes, since the 2nd and 3rd waves spawned at fixed 3-minute intervals. To achieve a 6-minute clear, he would have to eliminate the last wave of monsters the moment they appeared. This level of difficulty was nearly impossible, even for city-level champions like Li Yuan and Lu Ruofu working as a team. Could Wang Chun pull it off? Suddenly, Wang Chun turned and began sprinting. His abrupt action provoked furious screeches from the bloodthirsty rat men. They crouched, ready to pounce at any moment. In the next instant, with a sharp whistling sound, the rat man closest to Wang Chun lunged at him with incredible speed. Its grotesque, menacing rodent face and half-meter-long razor-sharp claws rapidly filled Wang Chun's vision, as though it was about to tear him apart. Yet Wang Chun's expression remained eerily calm. Instead of drawing a weapon, he used his exceptional combat instincts to sidestep the deadly attack with ease. He immediately changed direction and kept running. This series of evasive maneuvers only enraged the bloodthirsty rat man further. It relentlessly chased the elusive human, but each strike missed its mark. Wang Chen's evasive strategy also provoked the other rat men, who had been cautiously observing. One by one, they joined the hunt. Though bloodthirsty, the rat men retained the cautious nature of rodents. Only after confirming that this human posed little immediate threat did they commit to the chase. 15 bloodthirsty rat men now pursued Wang Chun in a frenzied stampede. While the circular hall was spacious, its enclosed structure made it increasingly difficult for Wang Chun to evade. Several times, he narrowly avoided having his throat slashed by their razor-sharp claws. Thankfully, the massive stone pillars scattered throughout the hall provided him with opportunities to maneuver. Despite the peril, Wang Chun's expression remained composed, as though victory was already within his grasp. The intense chase continued for 2 full minutes. With just 1 minute left before the second wave of monsters was set to spawn, Wang Chun finally stopped running. He turned around slowly, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he faced the enraged rat men. With a crisp metallic clang, his familiar battle axe appeared in his hand once more the counterattack had begun. The infuriated rat men, blinded by rage, charged at Wang Chun in unison. But just as they were about to strike, something strange happened. Thud, thud, thud. All the rat men suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from their bodies. They couldn't even lift their claws. Their eyes, filled with confusion and terror, darted around in panic. Before the bewildered rat men could react, Wang Chun transformed into a merciless executioner. Swinging his massive axe, he began his slaughter. Slash, slash, slash. In just 5 seconds, 15 grotesque rat man heads hit the ground. The system notification followed promptly. You have successfully defeated the first wave of monsters. The second wave will spawn in 48 seconds. Ignoring the rat men corpses, Wang Chun immediately turned and retrieved a pile of items from his inventory, swiftly setting up within the hall. Unbeknownst to him, the audience outside was once again thrown into an uproar by this astonishing turn of events. The atmosphere on the main viewing platform turned heavy after the principal of No. 2 High School made his sarcastic remark. Meanwhile, Wang Chun had just stepped into the second level of the Xintian Demon Suppressing Tower. The screen displayed the figures of 15 bloodthirsty rat men monsters, dashing any remaining hope the principals had for his success. What a pity! Chang Bo sighed, shaking his head with regret. The No. 2 principal sneered. Mr. Chang, I told you, clearing the first level was his limit. In this second level, with so many monsters attacking at once, no matter how refined his blocking skills are, he won't survive this onslaught. He's doomed. Zhao Longjun could only offer a bitter smile, unable to refute. Their only hope now lay in Wang Chen's beast companion. But given his financial situation, the best he could afford would be a magical beast, far inferior to the more powerful Xin beasts or spirit beasts. Relying on just a magical beast to pass this grueling exam trial was nothing short of a pipe dream. While the principals lamented, the students from the first and second years below erupted in excited cheers. It's starting. Senior Wang Chun versus 15 bloodthirsty rat men. Go, Senior Wang Chun. At Changba's direction, the screen zoomed in on Wang Chun's live battle. Unlike the principals, who viewed things from a high-level perspective, these younger students didn't care about the odds. To them, Wang Chun was their idol, and all they wanted was to cheer him on. On the screen, the silence was broken by a fierce roar as one of the rat men lunged forward. In an instant, it covered a 10-meter distance, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Wang Chun's vital points. The audience gasped, awed by its terrifying speed, imagining that if they were in his place, they'd be severely wounded if not outright killed. But Wang Chun remained composed. With a simple sidestep, he dodged the deadly strike with ease. He dodged it. That movement is insane. No, that's pure confidence in his own skills. What followed left everyone glued to the screen, a breathtaking display of agility and strategy. The 15 rat men could no longer hold back and launched a coordinated assault. The circular chamber became a blur of shadows as the creatures moved so fast they left faint afterimages, all converging on a single target. Wang Chun. Wang Chun activated a speed-enhancing skill and gracefully evaded their initial attack with a leap. Then, With a flick of his wrist, he fired a grappling hook that shot up to the 15-meter-high ceiling. Using the retracting force of the hook, he propelled himself upward, clinging to the ceiling like a spider. The ratmen screeched in fury, scrambling up the pillars in pursuit. But Wong Chun remained calm, rummaging through his spatial pouch for a moment before releasing the grappling hook and dropping to the ground. The ratmen, unable to resist, followed him down. Just as they landed, Wang Chen fired the grappling hook again, soaring back up to the ceiling. The scene drove the ratmen into a frenzy, making them look like pets being toyed with by their owner. The spectators, on the other hand, were left speechless. No way. He's actually doing this. Unbelievable. He's turning a grappling hook into a weapon of strategy. Even the principals on the platform were caught off guard by Wang Chen's clever maneuvering. However, the number 3 principal quickly pointed out the flaw. He can't keep kiting them forever. 2 minutes have already passed. When the second wave of monsters arrives in the 3rd minute, things will get much harder. But Chung Bo suddenly chuckled. Relax. This kid already has a plan. I'm certain of it. Now's a genius when it comes to combat. Before he could finish his thought, a wave of exhilarated cheers erupted from the students below. They're down. The ratmen are all down. On the screen, the once ferocious ratmen were now sprawled on the ground, lifeless and motionless. Wang Chen seized the opportunity, gripping his massive battle axe, and began dispatching the incapacitated monsters with ruthless efficiency. Within seconds, all 15 ratmen lay slain at his feet. With over 40 seconds remaining, Wang Chen wasted no time. He retrieved several magic mechanical landmines from his spatial pouch and began expertly planting them around the chamber. These grade mines, once set, became invisible and would automatically detonate when enemies entered their detection range, dealing massive damage. The stage was set for what was to come. Magical mechanical landmines. These are specialized tools crafted for the demolitionist class, each priced at a staggering 20,000 gold coins. These costly devices are primarily purchased by bounty hunters for ambushing large monsters. Their setup is remarkably simple. A single press of a button followed by a casual toss, and the landmine automatically deploys its claws to anchor itself firmly to the ground. It then enters a stealth mode, becoming nearly undetectable to its target. At this moment, Wang Chen's movements were astonishingly quick. In just over 30 seconds, he had deployed more than 100 magical mechanical landmines, with a total value exceeding 2 million gold coins. The entire floor of the circular, enclosed hall was now covered with these invisible mines. Suddenly, the second wave of monsters appeared. Silver Needle Demon Apes. As soon as they materialized, they let out deep, guttural growls. Their blood-red eyes, still adjusting from the brief disorientation of spatial teleportation, quickly locked onto the only human in the room, Wang Chen. The system promptly displayed detailed information about the creatures. Silver Needle Demon Apes, level 35 monsters with a maximum level cap of 120, belonging to the demon ape species. Each boasted 3,000 points in strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility, and ranked as 1-star commanders. These creatures, originally native to the Silver Needle Forest, had mysteriously turned violent, massacring over 2,000 humans at the city's borders in a spree of horrifying brutality. And now, there were 20 of them. Though individually slightly weaker than the flame-bored demons from the first wave, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. Yet before they could launch an attack, a sharp, urgent beeping sound echoed from beneath their feet. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. In an instant, the landmines detonated in a chain reaction, leaving the audience utterly stunned. With so many mines blanketing the area, the explosion of the first triggered a cascade of fiery destruction. Towering flames engulfed the entire space, and the 20 Silver Needle Demon Apes were incinerated into charred remains before they could even let out a cry. Wang Chun, however, was fully prepared. Not only had he suspended himself from the ceiling using a grappling hook, but he was also clad in a high-grade magical blast-resistant suit worth 300,000 gold coins, leaving him completely unscathed by the explosion. Holy crap, did that just happen? He even had a blast-resistant suit ready? This guy is the ultimate strategist. I've watched countless rounds of the job transition exam, but this is the first time I've seen someone use landmines and a blast suit to clear a stage. The audience erupted into a mixture of disbelief and admiration. The stark contrast between Wang Chen's efficiency and the struggle of others, like Li Yuan and his group still battling through the first stage, made his performance all the more astonishing. With the Silver Needle Demon Apes wiped out in under 10 seconds, Wang Chen earned an additional 2 minutes and 50 seconds to prepare for the third wave. Wasting no time, he shed his blast suit and began setting up for the next challenge. This time, he not only planted more landmines, but also carefully sprinkled them with a shimmering powder that radiated magical energy. "That's advanced firepower amplification powder," exclaimed a viewer who happened to be an alchemist by trade. This rare substance, typically used in alchemical processes to intensify firepower, could double the potency of an explosion with less than a gram. At this moment, Wang Chen's actions left the audience gasping in shock. Without hesitation, he poured a thick layer of advanced explosive enhancement powder onto the landmine. The scene sent shivers down everyone's spines, and they couldn't help but think, this lunatic, not only is he crafty, but he's also completely reckless. As the initial shock wore off, the crowd couldn't help but marvel at Wang Chen's ingenuity. This method of using explosive enhancement powder was something they had never seen before. However, doubts quickly followed. Even wearing a top-tier magic explosion-resistant suit worth 300,000 gold coins, could he really withstand such a terrifying blast? Just as the audience was still grappling with their questions, Wang Chen's next move left them utterly speechless once again. Swiftly, he removed his explosion-resistant suit and retrieved over a dozen blue talisman papers from his spatial pouch. These were none other than Grade Items Magic Guardian talismans. With great care, Wang Chun began attaching the talismans one by one onto his explosion-resistant suit. The audience was completely engrossed, and many subconsciously swallowed hard. Magic Guardian talismans, as defensive tools, could create a 30-second magical barrier once infused with mana. However, their steep price 10,000 gold coins per talisman made them unattainable for most. Yet Wang Chen nonchalantly used over a dozen of them in one go. With multiple layers of magical barriers combined with the advanced explosion-resistant suit, the level of protection was enough to withstand the impending massive explosion. The audience had already reached a conclusion in their minds. The next wave of monsters would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. This meant Wang Chen would complete the second stage in an astonishing 6 minutes. Recalling his lightning-fast takedown of the pig demon in the first stage, and now witnessing his record-breaking performance in the second stage, many spectators couldn't help but excitedly discuss. This result could easily rival the top-tier prodigies at the provincial level. A wave of awe swept through the crowd. Who would have thought that someone from the small city of Dongyun could rise to such brilliance? The audience's faces were filled with disbelief and genuine admiration. The concept of magical landmines, firepower-enhancing powder, advanced magic-resistant suits, and protective talismans is straightforward enough. What truly puzzled everyone was how Wang Chen managed to make all the bloodthirsty ratmen collapse during the first wave of monsters. At this moment, the principals seated on the main stage were all stunned by Wang Chen's series of operations. None of them had anticipated that this young man would deliver such a vivid lesson on tactical use of items. The principal of 4th High couldn't help but voice the collective question on everyone's mind. All eyes turned to Qingbo, a level 120 archmage, with a mix of curiosity and embarrassment. It was quite humbling for these high school principals, whose levels were generally in the 50s or 60s, to admit that they couldn't figure out how Wang Chen dealt with the first wave of monsters. Qingbo explained, "It's a grade spirit powder, called paralysis dust." As someone who had clawed his way up from the bottom, he was all too familiar with such items. Paralysis dust is a colorless and odorless powder that causes full-body paralysis when inhaled. The more one inhales, the longer the paralysis lasts. However, it doesn't work on job changers or monsters above level 40. The principals suddenly understood. No wonder the bloodthirsty ratmen chasing Wang Chun so relentlessly had collapsed without warning. In all their years of proctoring the job-changing exam, they had never seen anyone clear the test using only items and agility and achieve a perfect 6-minute score at that. Though the rules of the job-changing exam explicitly allowed the use of items below grade, very few students opted for this approach. For one, items were expensive. Secondly, most students preferred to form teams. As for the top-tier prodigies, they relied on their overwhelming personal strength and had no need for items. To them, Wang Chen's approach might even seem like a shortcut. However, the job-changing exam cared only about results, not methods. As long as one passed within the rules, it was considered an impressive accomplishment. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the screen, accompanied by violent shaking. The power of the mines, enhanced by firepower powder, was astonishing. The entire camera view was engulfed in crimson flames. The third wave of monsters consisted of 30 level 35 Berserker Lions, led by a 4-star elite. As soon as they appeared, they triggered the pre-laid mines. The terrifying explosions instantly reduced them to ashes, leaving them no chance to roar. As the flames subsided, Wang Chun leapt down from the ceiling. Even with multiple protective talismans shielding him, his advanced magic-resistant suit showed signs of scorching, a testament to the sheer power of the explosions. Removing the damaged suit, Wang Chen's calm and strikingly handsome face was finally revealed. From the very first challenge until now, he had remained composed, even when surrounded by bloodthirsty ratmen. This level of poise was truly extraordinary. In stark contrast, the other students displayed various reactions on their screens. Some screamed in terror at the sight of monsters. Others cried out in despair as they were chased, and a few wore grim expressions. Wang Chen's performance was undoubtedly a cut above the rest. Yet amid the wave of admiration, a voice of reason emerged. Let's not overhype Wong Chun just yet. He's undeniably skilled, but these strategies only work for the first 2 levels. Anyone familiar with Lu San, the iron-faced sure-ass test designs, knows the real challenge lies in the final 3 levels. Let's wait until he clears those before celebrating. These words brought everyone back to reality, and a heavy silence fell over the crowd. They could only hope this dark horse would deliver even more surprises. Inside the Shintian Demon Suppressing Tower, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations on clearing the 2nd floor. Please proceed through the adjacent portal to the next level. Without hesitation, Wang Chen stepped into the portal for the 3rd challenge. After a brief moment of dizziness, he found himself in a massive labyrinth. The system explained that this was the 3rd floor, where participants had 5 minutes to locate the exit or face failure. They were given 1 minute to prepare before the timer started. This 3rd level was a specially designed space meant to test intelligence, perception, and observational skills. Subtle clues were embedded in the walls and floors, and participants had to solve puzzles to find the correct path. Faced with this time-consuming challenge, Wang Chun frowned for the first time. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind taking his time to solve the puzzles and find the way. But in the high-stakes job-changing exam, every second wasted could mean dropping dozens, if not hundreds, of positions on the leaderboard. To play it safe, he had only one option. Wang Chen clasped his hands together and called out in a low voice, "Shaoqing, show yourself." A mystical beast summoning array appeared before him. The audience outside erupted in excitement at the sight. It's happening. That's a beast summoning array. Wang Chen is finally summoning his beast companion. What kind of beast could it be? Not only were the spectators below thrilled, but even the principals on the main stage held their breath and stared intently at the screen. Clearly, everyone had high expectations for Wang Chen's beast companion. After all, whether he could clear the remaining challenges would largely depend on its strength and capabilities. Outside, thousands of eyes were glued to the screen, their expressions brimming with tension and anticipation. Even the principals seated at the head table were no exception, and the chief proctor, a 4th-year mage, couldn't hide his keen interest. In the first 2 challenges, Wang Chen's exceptional combat skills had taken everyone by surprise. However, the crowd was well aware that as a Beast Tamer without offensive abilities, Wang Chun couldn't possibly clear such a difficult entrance exam dungeon relying solely on his combat prowess. Ultimately, his success would depend on his contracted beast. What rank will his beast be? A mystic beast? A spirit beast? Or perhaps a primordial beast? The audience whispered among themselves, their expectations for Wang Chun reaching an all-time high. This young man had consistently defied expectations, making it impossible not to believe he was the protagonist of some novel, one who would ultimately summon an awe-inspiring contracted beast. My guess is a spirit beast. No way. Wang Chun has protagonist vibes starting with a primordial beast for sure. That's a stretch. Primordial beasts aren't something you can just buy with money. Connections and luck are a must. Don't doubt it. With my years of reading web novels, this kid is definitely the type to play the underdog, and his beast will for sure be above spirit rank. The chatter was lively. After witnessing Wang Chen's stellar performance in the earlier challenges, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. At this moment, the dazzling magical glow on the screen began to fade under the watchful eyes of the crowd. And then, the next moment, whoosh! As the image on the screen became clear, gasps erupted across the audience. Every face was painted with disbelief and confusion. On the screen, the summoned beast was neither a ferocious spirit beast nor a mysterious primordial beast but a small green python, the kind commonly found in mountain streams. What? How could it be a mere 2nd-tier mortal beast? You've got to be kidding me. When it comes to surprises, Wang Chen never disappoints. Are you serious? He contracted such a weak, mortal beast? It's over. This is hopeless. Forget competing with the top scorers in the province. He probably won't even clear the dungeon now. Those who had been rooting for Wang Chun were utterly disheartened. Even the principals in the head seats were dumbfounded. Mage Chengbo furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, "Which high school does Wang Chen attend? Why would his contracted beast be a 2nd-tier mortal beast?" The principals immediately sensed that the chief proctor was ready to hold someone accountable. Wang Chen's combat prowess alone made it clear he was no ordinary talent. Even though he had chosen the path of a Beast Tamer, with a bit of luck in the future, he could very well become a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, such a brilliant student had ended up contracting a completely unimpressive snake. It was obvious Wang Chen's entrance exam was bound to end in failure. Cheng Bo, feeling a sense of regret for the wasted potential, instinctively sought to address the situation. "Mr. Cheng, Wang Chun is a student at First High School. The principal of First High is Mr. Zhao Longjun, seated to your left." The second high school principal quickly chimed in, barely concealing his glee. Watching his competitor stumble was a source of schadenfreude. Earlier, He had been worried that Wang Chen's unstoppable momentum might earn first high the top scorer title in Dongyun City, putting Zhao Longjun in the spotlight. But now, with Wang Chun summoning a small green python, the second high principal could finally breathe easy. Serves him right. There's no way he's competing for the top scorer now, probably won't even clear the dungeon. Zhao Longjun, what's going on? Even if your school is struggling financially, how could you let such a promising student contract a second-tier mortal beast? Chung Bo turned to Zhao Longjun, his tone sharp. Zhao Longjun was on the verge of tears. He thought to himself, I already gave him that 5 million scholarship, surely that was enough to get a 9th-tier magic beast. How could this kid end up contracting a green snake? But just as Chung Bo was about to press further, a commotion erupted once more from the audience. What the heck? What's happening? No way. That little snake just grew to 50 meters tall in an instant. It's almost hitting the ceiling. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Chung Bo and the other exam officials immediately refocused their attention on the screen. When they saw what was happening, they too were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by shock. Inside the dungeon, the small green snake emerged proudly. As soon as it slithered out of its pet space, it climbed up Wang Chen's leg and coiled around his neck, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. The little creature's actions were brimming with attachment to its master. All right, save the cuddles for after the exam. For now, little green, we need to clear this stage, Wang Chen said with a smile, patting the snake on the head. The snake nodded enthusiastically and tilted its head. What should I do? See those towering walls ahead? Wang Chen asked. I see them. Knock them all down for me. Got it. Little green replied excitedly. It leapt to the ground without hesitation and activated its innate ability gigantification. Buzz! A radiant golden light erupted from the snake's body. Instantly, the once tiny creature began to swell at an astonishing speed, its form expanding visibly under the golden glow. Finally, boom! A massive green serpent, over 100 meters long and 50 meters tall, stood towering before Wang Chun, its head nearly brushing the dungeon's ceiling. Little Green's gigantification ability had undergone significant evolution, especially after reaching level 30 and boosting its attributes to an impressive 14,000. Its size experienced a tremendous increase. Whether it was due to the surge in stats or the awakening of its extinction Azure Dragon bloodline, Little Green's scales had become increasingly lustrous and impenetrable. The monsters from the earlier stages wouldn't even be able to scratch it now, even if they attacked with all their might. Roar! The now enormous Little Green let out a mighty roar, no longer the soft chirping of its smaller form. Its cry carried the weight of true beastly power, and hidden within it was a faint, almost imperceptible dragon's roar. As Shao Qing let out a deafening roar, it charged fearlessly into the labyrinth ahead, leaving the audience utterly astonished. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly indestructible wall impenetrable, even to level 40 second-tier experts grumbled like tofu under the sheer force of Shao Qing's powerful body. This was just the beginning. Wang Chen's command was to bulldoze through all the walls, and Shao Qing obeyed without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The massive serpent, over 100 meters long, surged forward with unstoppable momentum, carving a straight path 2 kilometers long that led directly to the labyrinth's exit. When the task was complete, Shao Qing immediately shrank back to its petite size and affectionately climbed onto Wang Chen's shoulder, nuzzling him. Chirp! Praise me, master. Shao Qing, you're amazing. Wang Chen exclaimed without holding back his admiration, quickly stepping into the labyrinth's exit. A system notification appeared. You have reached the labyrinth's exit. Congratulations, you've successfully cleared the 3rd level. Please step into the portal beside you to proceed to the next level. With that, only 2 levels remained. If nothing unexpected occurred, one would be an elite challenge, and the other a boss fight. It was clear that Shao Qing's moment to shine was far from over. As Wang Chen advanced to the 4th level, the outside world was already in an uproar. Shocked expressions were plastered across everyone's faces, as if they had just witnessed the most unbelievable scene imaginable. Many were left speechless. Wang Chen's method of clearing the labyrinth had left everyone in awe. Shao Qing's towering form and its earth-shattering charge had completely shattered their understanding of what was possible. If Wang Chen had contracted with a high-tier source beast, the spectacle might have been within the realm of expectation. But this was clearly just a second-tier mundane beasta, Shao Qing Python. What on earth? Is this really a mundane beast? I swear to the heavens, this is the most absurd second-tier beast I've ever seen. Someone, please tell me what kind of second-tier beast can grow over 100 meters long? I'm at a loss for words. While others navigate the labyrinth, he just bulldozes through it. The real shock, however, was on the faces of the headmasters seated at the judges' table. They had never anticipated that the labyrinth, painstakingly designed over 6 months by the infamous iron-faced Shura, Lu Xian, would be obliterated in such an unreasonable manner by Wang Chen's beast companion. The entire ordeal lasted less than 30 seconds. The most baffling part? They couldn't figure out how a second-tier mundane beast could possess such an extraordinary enlargement ability. Normally, a mundane beast size amplification would peak at 3 meters, with exceptional ones reaching 5. Magical beasts could grow to 10 meters, mystical beasts to 20, and source beasts to 30. As for divine beasts, though rarely witnessed, records suggested they could grow to 100 meters or more. These were the standard size amplification benchmarks for low-level beasts. As their levels increased, their maximum sizes would accordingly scale up. It was said that top-tier divine beasts, when fully enlarged, could rival the size of small land masses, a truly terrifying prospect. Yet here was this seemingly adorable Shaoqing python, capable of growing to over 100 meters in length. This scale already matched that of a divine beast. How could they not be shocked and bewildered? At that moment, the headmasters finally realized. Not only was Wang Chen hiding his true potential, but even his beast companion was playing the same game. Could this Shaoqing python be a mutated species? Even if it were, this level of mutation was utterly absurd. Among them, Cheng Bo, a fourth-tier archmage with extensive knowledge, was the first to make a logical guess. He speculated that the Shaoqing python was likely a bloodline immutated beast. Otherwise, there was no way to explain such an abnormal phenomenon. However, the extent of this mutation was extraordinary. For Cheng Bo, this revelation was excellent news. It confirmed that Wang Chen's beast companion was far from ordinary. Perhaps Wang Chen truly had a chance to clear the labyrinth and achieve an unexpectedly high score. With this thought, Cheng Bo's mood brightened considerably. Instead of reprimanding Zhao Longjun further, he chuckled, patted Zhao Longjun on the shoulder, and said, "If Wang Chen manages to clear the 2 most difficult levels ahead, his final score will undoubtedly be exceptional. He's already far ahead of the other candidates after the first 3 levels. He might even claim the top spot in the city." Zhao Longjun, taken aback by the praise, responded humbly, "Haha, you're too kind, Mr. Cheng. I'd be content if Wang Chun simply manages to finish. Come now, no need to be modest. His performance in the first 3 levels already speaks volumes about his abilities. With a rare mutated beast companion, clearing the labyrinth should be no problem," Cheng Bo said with a smile. There was, however, one particularly bold thought Cheng Bo kept to himself. If Wang Chun could bulldoze through the next 2 levels as well, he might even become the provincial champion. Such an achievement would make him one of the rare few in history to claim the title of provincial champion while hailing from a small-town, humble background. Although the Dragon Kingdom's Double 10 education policy had ensured every child could successfully transition into their chosen profession, the majority of resources were still concentrated in the hands of wealthy families. As a result, provincial champions in previous years almost always came from prestigious backgrounds. For someone like Wang Chun, a student from a modest family, to rise to such prominence was exceedingly rare. Most of the ordinary students present, for instance, were only around level 20, with some not even reaching that mark. They could only attempt the easiest high school examination dungeons. Even if they completed them flawlessly, their scores wouldn't rank highly, leaving them with little choice but to attend standard combat academies. It was simply the reality they faced. If Wang Chen truly broke this pattern and claimed the title of provincial champion, his name would undoubtedly echo across the entire Nin province. He would have his pick of the top academies. Cheng Bo hadn't expected that his casual decision to visit his hometown and oversee an exam would lead to the discovery of such a prodigious talent. Meanwhile, Wang Chun had already stepped into the 4th level. On the other side, Li Yuan's team had just finished dealing with the first wave of monsters on the 2nd level. They had chosen Nightmare difficulty. As for Hell difficulty, they didn't dare attempt it, knowing it was designed by the Iron-Faced Shura, Lu San. Zhenjiro, Lu Ruafu, Ran Yinyan, you should be glad you didn't invite that loser Wang Chun to join your team. Otherwise, you might not even have cleared the 1st level. During the lull before the 2nd wave of monsters appeared, Zhuo Wenwei sneered, his face full of smug satisfaction. Zhenjiro, Lu Ruafu, and Ran Yinyan exchanged a knowing look as they caught the smug grin on Zhuo Wenwei's face. Their eyes betrayed an unmistakable mixture of disdain and disgust. Feeling fortunate not to team up with Wang Chun? What a joke. They had been eager to team up with him all along. If it hadn't been for Zhuo Wenwei meddling, it would have already happened. Lu Ruafu and Ran Yinyan had vividly recounted to Zhenjiro the incredible combat prowess Wang Chun had demonstrated in the wilderness dungeon. And now, Zhuo Wenweiho's skills barely edged out Jiao Wengshuan stared to compare himself to Wang Chun. Lu Ruafu sneered inwardly, itching to repeat what she had once told Jiao Wengshuan. Someone like you? You're not even worthy of being compared to Wang Chun. Li Yuanjian, the team's main damage dealer, noticed the subtle shift in the 3 girls' expressions and quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, let's not talk about Wang Chun. Right now, our priority is to focus on clearing the Gaokao trial and aiming for the city's top scorer title. The three girls rolled their eyes in unison, though only internally. City's top scorer? Keep dreaming. With Wong Chun and his monstrous little green snake in the picture, Li Yuanjin didn't stand a chance. In fact, they were convinced that Wang Chun was likely to be the only candidate in Dongyun City capable of breaking into the provincial top 10. As soon as Wang Chun stepped onto the 4th floor, his information panel popped up with a notification. Current floor, 4th. Warning. You have entered level 3 weakness state. The environmental debuff began to take effect. Many dungeons and secret realms feature debuffs such as weakness, slow, sensory limitations, item restrictions, skill bans, and talent suppression, ranging from level 1 to level 9. It was said that mythical level dungeons often implemented level 9 debuffs, a testament to their extreme difficulty. For recent high school graduates participating in the career transition Gaokao, a level 3 weakness was already beyond the standard difficulty. Wang Chun had chosen the hell level difficulty, which applied a 30 reduction to attributes. Nightmare level imposed a 20 reduction, difficult level 10, while normal level remained unaffected. This was typical of Lu San, the infamous iron-faced Shura, who had a reputation for creating brutal exam challenges. Those who had opted for hell level were likely cursing him under their breath right now. Wang Chen's original 1,500 points in each of his 4 attributes were slashed by 30, leaving him with 1,050 points per stat. But he wasn't concerned. For the upcoming challenges, he wouldn't need to fight personally. That responsibility would fall entirely on Little Green. Even with Little Green's monstrous 14,000 points in attributes reduced by 30, it still retained a staggering 9,800 points. Moreover, as a Beast Tamer, Wang Chun possessed numerous class skills designed to amplify his pet's combat effectiveness. After selling his spoils from the wilderness for 1.7 billion gold coins, Wang Chun had invested heavily in Beast Tamer skills at Dongyun City's skill library. Although the library didn't stock height-ear skills above Clevel, the D-level skills he acquired were more than adequate for the current trials. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from a massive iron cage up ahead. By the dim torchlight within the tower, Wang Chun finally saw the colossal creature inside. A towering monster over 10 meters tall, clad in armor fashioned from beast bones. A single, rhino-like horn jutted from its forehead, while jagged tusks protruded from its maw. Its bulging muscles rippled with veins that seemed alive, exuding an overwhelming aura of raw power. Even spectators watching through screens outside the dungeon could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from the beast. Wang Chen immediately activated his identification skill to analyze the creature. Goblin Emperor level 40, cap 130. Species, Mighty Goblin. Rank, 9-star Elite. Attributes, Strength 7,000, Intelligence 5,000, Constitution 7,000, Agility 6,500. Notes: the king among goblins, possessing terrifying physical strength. Violent and ruthless by nature, with extraordinary vitality. A 9-star elite monster, just one step away from advancing to the transcendent rank. Its strength attribute alone reached a staggering 7,000 points. In this world of career transitions, even ordinary wild creatures could evolve into fearsome bosses if they survived long enough and accumulated enough combat experience. In fact, one of the top 100 most challenging bosses in the world was a heroic-ranked goblin. Even with Wang Chen's typically unflappable demeanor, the sight of the Goblin Emperor's stats made him frown. A monster of this caliber was beyond what individual combat skills could handle. Even provincial-level prodigies would need at least a duo to take it down reliably. No wonder some still doubted Wang Chen despite his earlier impressive performances. Turns out the 4th and 5th floors were the real final tests. Outside the dungeon, a Tier 4 arcane mage serving as an examiner couldn't help but sigh. Old Lu really doesn't hold back, does he? I'd say if anyone manages to kill the Goblin Emperor within 5 minutes, even if they fail the 5th floor, they'll still have a shot at getting into one of the nation's top 50 combat academies. The gathered principals nodded in agreement. If they themselves were to return to age 18 and take this year's Gaokao, their results wouldn't fare much better. While the audience was still marveling at the Goblin Emperor's sheer power, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from a nearby screen window. Oh my god! Someone just died. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, startling the onlookers. On the screen, a horrifying scene unfolded. A candidate was brutally torn apart by 3 silver needle demon apes, blood splattering everywhere. It was Su Liang. His 4 teammates, witnessing their comrade's gruesome death, let out heart-wrenching cries of anguish and fury. It turned out that while the other 4 were occupied in battle, the 3 demon apes had silently crept behind Su Liang. With a single punch, they crushed his skull, then shared the feast among themselves. The gory scene was too much for many in the crowd. They turned away, unable to bear the sight. The remaining 4 candidates, overwhelmed by the relentless attacks of the demon apes, were forced to retreat. In the end, they had no choice but to use their return scrolls to escape from the mystic Sky Demon Tower. When they reappeared, they were in tears, a mix of relief at surviving and terror of their ordeal. The image of their teammate being dismembered haunted them, and the weight of guilt, despair, and fear bore down heavily on their shoulders. This was the brutal reality of the college entrance exam. Clearly, this team had overestimated their abilities, opting for the difficult level and paying a devastating price. The audience sighed collectively, their expressions somber. Some teachers turned to the younger students, their voices stern. Know your limits. Do you see what happened to that team? Next year or the year after, it will be your turn. Remember this lesson. Most students nodded nervously, but a few arrogant ones only pretended to agree, inwardly dismissing the warning. They're just too weak. If it were me, I could clear it effortlessly. Experience is the best teacher. While most would heed the advice, there would always be a few who were overconfident, believing themselves invincible. Only after suffering firsthand would they truly wake up. This was why, despite repeated warnings from teachers for candidates to choose challenges that matched their abilities, some still secretly selected trials far beyond their level. The parents of the deceased candidate were inconsolable, led away by staff for comfort. Some might wonder, in a world where games and reality had merged, wasn't there a way to resurrect someone? There was, but the prerequisite was that the individual had to be level 50 or above to qualify for resurrection. Even support classes like priests and healers couldn't learn resurrection skills until they reached level 50. These fresh high school graduates taking the transfer exam were far from that level. Reaching the mid-30s was already considered exceptional. Of course, there were rare prodigies from top-tier provinces who surpassed level 50 at this age, but such geniuses were directly recruited by elite academies and didn't need to take the exam. Some criticized Lu Xun, the iron-faced Shura, for designing tests that were excessively harsh, beyond the candidate's capabilities. But ever since the cataclysm, humanity had been on the defensive, lands invaded, civilians massacred, resources plundered. In this world where strength reigned supreme, the weak were doomed to be trampled. Having endured countless brutal battles, Lu Xun understood the importance of vigilance. Known for his strict standards, he firmly believed in training not timid sheep, but fierce tigers capable of tearing their enemies apart with claws and fangs. As casualties mounted, other screens began displaying more deaths, including entire teams being wiped out. The crowd suddenly realized that Wang Chen's smooth progress had lulled them into underestimating the difficulty, forgetting that the test designer was the infamous iron-faced Shura Lu Xun. On East Cloud Plaza, more and more failed candidates were being teleported out. Some broke down in tears on the spot, unable to accept their defeat. While retaking the exam was an option, it meant losing the benefits of the nation's double 10 free education policy and incurring significant expenses. After all, transfer resources were precious, and globally, only the Dragon Nation had the audacity to implement such a policy. Teachers rushed to console the failed candidates. Don't lose hope. If the path of combat isn't for you, you can always pursue a secondary profession. Secondary professions included alchemists, enchanters, jewelers, architects, and more viable alternatives to the front lines. On the main podium, the principals watched the scenes unfold with heavy hearts. It was clear that this year's transfer exam clearance rate had hit a new low. Someone suddenly asked, by the way, how far has Li Yuan's team gotten? No idea. Only Wang Chen's screen is fixed, while the others are shown randomly. At that moment, a startled exclamation broke the tense atmosphere. Wait, look. Wong Chun just cleared the 4th level. Everyone was stunned. In just a matter of seconds, Wong Chun had passed the 4th level. Distracted by the earlier death scenes, they turned back to see only Wong Chen's silhouette, hands in his pockets, stepping into the light gate of the 5th level. What the? Seriously? Why does it feel like Wong Chen's exam is completely different from everyone else's? How is he breezing through this so easily? Invigilator, I request a replay of the footage. Yeah, I missed how Wong Chun cleared the level. Me too. Replay. 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 The previously somber atmosphere was instantly replaced with excitement as the audience clamored for a replay. Silence. Chief Invigilator Chung Bo tapped the table, his expression stern. His voice wasn't loud, but infused with magic. It carried clearly to everyone present. The crowd immediately quieted down, a mix of respect and fear for the level 120 Archmage. Chung Bo looked at the crowd and asked, "Are you sure you want a replay? If we watch the replay, you might miss how Wang Chun clears the 5th level." The audience hesitated, realizing he had a point. Let's watch Wang Chun tackle the 5th level first, then review the replay later. Yeah, good idea. As the murmurs of agreement spread, the principals on the podium exchanged helpless glances. This year's transfer exam had essentially turned into Wang Chen's solo performance. Within the instance, news of Wang Chen's feat slaying the Goblin Emperor spread to the outside world in less than 30 seconds, causing an uproar. The Emperor's strength was undeniable. After all, it had managed to hold its ground against Shaoqing for a full 15 seconds before falling. Let's rewind to 30 seconds earlier. The moment Wang Chun and Shaoqing stepped into the 4th layer of the space, the Goblin Emperor's bloodshot eyes snapped open. Freed from the constraints of its seal, the chains binding it shattered effortlessly as the Emperor's massive form broke free. Humans, cursed humans, I'll annihilate every last one of you. It roared in fury. With a single punch, it smashed its prison to pieces and seized a massive bone blade nearby. Its heavy stomp caused the tower's solid floor to sink under its weight. In the next instant, the towering figure launched itself toward Wong Chun like a cannonball, the sheer force of its charge kicking up a gale that stung Wang Chen's face. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, most would have been paralyzed by fear. Yet Wang Chen's expression remained calm, his gaze icy and composed. He turned slightly to Xiao Qing at his side and said softly, "If this Goblin Emperor is still alive after 20 seconds, I'm cutting your daily snacks by half." The words sent a shiver through Xiao Qing, who had been affectionately nuzzling against Wang Chun. For the little glutton, the thought of losing half its snacks was nothing short of catastrophic. It immediately leapt from Wang Chen's shoulder, its serpent-like eyes locking onto the massive creature that dared to threaten its treats. Golden light erupted. Xiao Qing's body radiated a dazzling brilliance. This time, it didn't choose to enlarge itself but instead unleashed the world-ending thunder art directly. Azure lightning coiled around its small, serpentine form as it charged headlong at the Goblin Emperor with reckless ferocity. Meanwhile, Wang Chun wasn't idle. He raised his hand and activated the Drank skill, Beast Companion Frenzy. Enhanced by his SS tier talent, Beast Affinity, which amplified the skill's effect from a modest 10 boost to a staggering 100, Xiao Qing's attribute skyrocketed from 9,800 to 19,600. Not only did it regain its peak strength, but it also far surpassed its previous limits. At first glance, the Goblin Emperor dismissed the toothpick-sized snake with a sneer. But its keen sense of danger, honed through years of survival and conquest, quickly sounded the alarm. Without hesitation, it activated 3 layered buff skills: Colossal Strength Amplification, Unstoppable Momentum, and Titan's Resolve. A crimson aura enveloped its body as its strength attribute surged from 7,000 to 12,000. With a deafening crash, azure lightning and crimson energy collided midair, illuminating the entire tower in a blinding flash. In that moment, the two vastly mismatched figures finally clashed head-on. Despite the powerful impact, it remained completely unmoved, standing as immovable as a towering mountain. Not only did it show no signs of faltering, but it also gained the absolute upper hand. The Goblin Emperor let out a muffled grunt the moment it collided with Xiao Qing, stumbling 2 steps back, a flash of astonishment flickering in its eyes. Moments later, the Goblin Emperor's eyes widened in shock, its face filled with utter disbelief and terror. It felt as though all its strength had been drained in an instant. Its once formidable strength, stat of 12,000, had plummeted to a mere 3,600. On top of that, its physique, intelligence, and agility stats all dropped by a staggering 70. What shocked it even more was that this single collision had caused its health to drop by more than half, while a debuff that increased incoming damage by 500 was now applied to it. Before the Goblin Emperor could recover from its shock, Xiao Qing let out a battle cry, brimming with fighting spirit. It showed no intention of stopping and charged at the Goblin Emperor once again. Xiao Qing silently calculated the time in its mind. If it couldn't kill this creature within 20 seconds, its snacks would be cut in half by its master. Seeing the small snake that had caused its attributes to nosedive coming at it again, the Goblin Emperor's face was filled with fear. It no longer dared to clash head-on. However, with its agility stat reduced by 70, it was completely unable to evade the lightning-fast movements of Xiao Qing, who now seemed like a phantom. Bang! With over 14,000 points in combined attributes, Xiao Qing slammed into the Goblin Emperor's chest with brutal force. This time, the impact shattered the Goblin Emperor's heart, leaving a massive dent in its chest. Foul, black blood gushed from its gaping mouth like a fountain as it collapsed to the ground, life extinguished in an instant. A system notification promptly rang out. "You have slain the Goblin Emperor. Congratulations, you've successfully cleared the 4th level." The entire battle had taken only 15 seconds. Xiao Qing retracted the fearsome green lightning that had surrounded its body, returning to its normal form. It lifted its small head proudly and swaggered back to its master, as if boasting of its hard-earned victory. The final challenge was here. As the Goblin Emperor collapsed with a resounding thud, a crimson portal slowly materialized before Wang Chun. Reflecting on his performance in the previous 4 stages, his heart brimmed with confidence. In the first stage, he blocked and instantly killed the Flameboar demon in just 10 seconds. In the second stage, he cleared 3 waves of monsters in 6 minutes. In the third stage, he used only 30 seconds to help Xiao Qing grow massive and smash through the maze. And in the 4th stage, he assisted Xiao Qing in unleashing the world-ending thunder art to finish off the Goblin Emperor in just 15 seconds. With such flawless execution, Wang Chun was convinced he had an 80 chance of claiming the top spot in the Nanzhou province exam. Taking a deep breath, he gently patted Xiaoqing's smooth, rounded head and stepped into the crimson portal without hesitation. Drip. The faint sound of water dripping reached his ears first. The ground beneath his feet was soft and muddy, and the dim walls around him were sparsely lit by flickering candlelight, barely illuminating the vast, shadowy cavern. The air carried an indescribable, foul stench. Following the cavern path, Wang Chen pressed on until the final boss revealed itself, a massive, three-headed black serpent coiled in the center of the palace-like expanse of the cavern. As the surrounding candlelight grew brighter, the colossal creature's form became fully visible. The serpent's left head was the first to awaken, its eerie, ice-blue eyes slowly opening. Instantly, the temperature in the cavern plummeted as frost and ice magic began converging on the left head. The moment its gaze locked onto Wang Chun, a chilling coldness swept through his entire body. Human! The left head hissed in a raspy, guttural voice. Ah, it's been so long since I've smelled such delicious flesh and blood. You two fools, wake up. Dinner is served. With that, it swung its massive head, violently ramming the other two sleeping heads. The middle head, covered in jet black, rock-like scales, opened its pitch-black eyes. Beneath its scales, an overwhelming strength seemed to pulse. The right head, in stark contrast, was a fiery crimson from head to tail, its eyes burning like molten flames, surrounded by intense fire magic. The infernal three-headed serpent. Wang Chun recognized the monster immediately. His appraisal skill revealed the following details. Monster: infernal three-headed python. Level: 45 max level, 150. Species: spirit python clan. Rank: extraordinary 1-star. Attributes: strength 13,000, intelligence 13,000, constitution 13,000, agility 13,000. Notes: a bloodline immutated spirit python with a savage and brutal temperament. It possesses immense physical strength, dual mastery of ice and fire magic, and is extremely difficult to defeat. An extraordinary 1-star boss. This was yet another testament to the notorious difficulty of Ironface Shura Lu Sen's exam designs. In previous years, the final boss of the high-stakes exam was typically a Commander 7-star monster, while elite monsters rarely exceeded Commander 3-star, and the first 3 stages only featured Commander 1-star creatures. Now, however, a level 45 extraordinary boss stood before candidates whose levels mostly ranged between 20 and 25. Wang Chun was all too familiar with the reputation of the infernal three-headed serpent. In theory classes, his monster analysis instructor had repeatedly emphasized its characteristics. The left head wielded mastery over frost magic, the right head commanded blazing fire spells, and the grotesque central head possessed terrifying physical strength, capable of incapacitating an average combatant with a single blow. This was a fearsome foe, a true master of both magic and martial prowess. Damn it, that Lu Sen is really heartless. A furious curse erupted from the audience, prompting nods of agreement from those nearby. All eyes were glued to the screen, where Wang Chun was about to face the terrifying Hellfire three-headed serpent. The tension in the air was palpable. Some in the crowd began to recall Wang Chen's earlier exploits, especially the peculiar little Azure Python. Although the process of him defeating the Goblin Emperor in the 4th stage wasn't shown, the Python's remarkable transformation during the 3rd stage had already left a deep impression. Do you think Wang Chun can clear this stage? The question lingered in everyone's mind. Despite the serpent's overwhelming ferocity, there was still hope for Wang Chun. As time passed, someone suddenly realized an exciting possibility. If he manages to clear the final stage, his completion time will be incredibly short. This thought immediately sparked a wave of speculation. He might have a shot at making the provincial top 10. Forget the top 10, he could even go for the provincial champion. Holy crap, you might be onto something. Excitement spread quickly among the crowd. Since the cataclysm, Dongyun City had never produced a provincial champion. The best record was only a rank of 72nd. Could Wang Chun be the one to make history today? This possibility not only thrilled the audience, but also caught the attention of the many principals seated at the front. Zhao Longjun, the principal of First High School, was so overwhelmed that his breathing quickened and his blood pressure spiked. Meanwhile, a 4th-tier archmage watched the screen with keen interest, his eyes filled with anticipation. The archmage silently calculated. Even if Wang Chun couldn't pass the 5th stage, as long as he survived, he'd already have his pick of first-tier academies. But if he managed to clear the 5th stage in such a short time, the provincial champion title would be his, and top-tier universities would clamor to recruit him. What's more, if Wang Chun could continue to grow safely, his future achievements might even surpass those of the archmage himself. Well then, let's see if you can truly make history, kid. The archmage thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the screen, waiting for a miracle to unfold. The massive, 100-meter-long body of the infernal three-headed python slithered slowly within the vast stone chamber. Each movement sent tremors through the stone pillars, causing shards of rock to rain down. Its seemingly soft, serpentine form radiated a destructive power so immense that even the slightest exertion could shatter the pillars supporting the cavernous hall. 3 heads, one icy blue, one pitch black, and one fiery red, fixed their 6 cold, merciless eyes, filled with hunger and savagery, on the slender human figure standing before them. Yet, to their fury, this human dared to meet their gaze without a trace of fear, showing none of the reverence they demanded. Damn it! The 3 heads roared in unison within their minds. We are the rulers here. How dare a mere human insect show such insolence? Driven by rage, the crimson head on the right wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of blistering flames, intent on reducing the arrogant human to a charred, lifeless husk. However, as the blazing inferno surged forward, the figure, Wong Chun, casually took a single step, vanishing as if teleporting. The fiery blast struck the ground with a deafening crash, missing its target entirely. The infernal 3-headed python was momentarily stunned. What? Such agility from a mere insect. But it quickly regained composure. After all, as a serpent beast, it possessed innate thermal detection abilities. Any creature radiating heat, no matter where it hid, could not escape its sensory radar. There he is. The 3 heads turned simultaneously toward a corner on the left, where a humanoid figure appeared vividly in their thermal vision, standing still. Just as they prepared to strike again, they suddenly detected a small, glowing red dot appear in front of them. The infernal 3-headed python froze in caution, scanning the space ahead. Its eyes fell upon an unexpected sight: a tiny green snake, lifting its little head and staring back with big, round, curious eyes. For a moment, the massive beast was baffled. But before it could process the situation, the small green snake opened its petite jaws wide. In the next instant, a terrifying beam of green lightning erupted from its mouth, surging forward with unstoppable force. Arg! The infernal 3-headed python let out a blood-curdling scream as its enormous body, struck by the green lightning, was sent hurtling backward through the air. This was Shao Qing's ultimate ability, Tempest Thunderstrike. Also known as Azure Dragon's Breath, it not only dealt devastating damage to its enemies but also sealed their innate abilities, skills, and equipment effects. Even more terrifying, Shao Qing simultaneously activated the SS Steer Azure Dragon talent, world-destroying Thunder Art. As it turned out, Wang Chen had been preparing for this moment ever since he first laid eyes on the infernal 3-headed python. He had imbued Shao Qing with an array of powerful buffs: Beast Frenzy, Battle Blood Boil, Unyielding Resolve, and War Drums of Fury. Each buff boosted Shao Qing's attributes by 10. Under the influence of the SS Steer Beast Master's Bond talent, all Beast Masterclass effects were amplified tenfold. This meant Shao Qing received a staggering 400 increase in attributes. From its original 9,800 points in 4 core stats, its total skyrocketed to 39,200 points, vastly surpassing the infernal 3-headed python's 13,000 points. Worse still, caught off guard by Shao Qing's ambush, the python had no chance to activate any of its own buffs. In the world-destroying Thunder Arch state, each of Shao Qing's attacks inflicted the Doom Thunder Ruined debuff on its target, reducing healing effects by 80, all attributes by 70, and amplifying the damage they endured by 5-fold. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal body of the infernal 3-headed python crashed backward, smashing through countless stone pillars in its path. Finally, like an enormous nail, it was driven straight into the wall by the force of Shao Qing's dragon breath, embedded there with no hope of escape. During the battle, the body of the infernal 3-headed python was utterly obliterated by the power of the Azure Thunder element. Under the suppressive effects of the dragon breath, it couldn't use a single skill, let alone activate any life-saving abilities. Shao Qing's dragon breath lasted a full 10 seconds, completely annihilating the once lively and menacing creature. Ding! The voice of the mystic realm spirit echoed. Candidate Wong Chun has been detected as having successfully slain the final boss, the infernal 3-headed python. Congratulations, Candidate Wong Chun, on clearing the golden 2-star dungeon, the Xintian Demon Suppressing Tower. Current mode: Hell. Completion time: 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Performance rating: SSS. Time rating: SSS. Overall rating: SSS. Your results have been successfully uploaded to the Longway National Job Transition Exam Data Center. Dungeon clearance rewards will be distributed in 1 minute. Wang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, releasing the tension that had gripped him throughout the intense battle. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. This was the best result he could achieve. He had blitzed through the first 2 stages with his own strength, taking about 7 minutes in total, while the remaining 20 seconds were spent traveling. Although he wasn't sure how strong the other provincial prodigies were, Wang Chun was confident that this score would secure him a spot in the provincial top 10, granting him access to Longwo's top-tier combat academy. As Wang Chun pondered his accomplishment, Xiao Qing let out a soft chirp and skillfully climbed onto his shoulder. The little creature affectionately nuzzled its small head against his cheek, clearly seeking praise in a playful and endearing manner. Xiao Qing, you were amazing, Wong Chun said with a smile. Tonight, they'll make you a feast. Didn't you say you love barbecue? Well, head to the fresh market later and pick up some premium magical beast meat, Xuanzhen black-haired beef, crimson blood wild boar, you name it, they'll get it all for you. You're going to eat to your heart's content. Wang Chen knew how picky this little companion could be when it came to food. Unlike other beast pets that were content with raw meat, Xiao Qing was more like a human and only ate cooked meals. In fact, it always insisted on eating the same food as its master. Hearing the promise of a reward, Xiao Qing squinted its eyes with joy and let out a delighted chirp. Now, all that was left for them was to wait for the final reward to be distributed. At this very moment, the atmosphere outside Dongyan Square was frozen. All eyes were glued to the holographic projection screen, filled with disbelief. Even the principals seated at the head table, along with Chief Examiner and Archmage Chengbo, were left with their mouths agape in shock. On the screen, a second-tier ordinary beast, a young green python, had astonishingly taken down a level 45, extraordinary one-star purgatory three-headed python in an instant. What was even more astonishing was that the boss-level monster had been utterly powerless, unable to even execute the most basic counterattack. How is this even possible? Someone in the crowd whispered in awe. Even the principals present, all above level 50, wouldn't dare claim they could achieve such a clean and decisive victory. Archmage Chengbo took a deep breath and said in a steady voice, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Perfect SSS score. There's a 90% chance this year's top student in Nanzhou province is him. First High School's principal Zhao Longjun and homeroom teacher Li Xia couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Other principals approached to offer their congratulations, and some had already begun discussing which restaurant to book for the celebration that evening. Though Zhao Longjun made modest remarks, the laughter lines around his eyes betrayed his pride. Meanwhile, the audience below the stage erupted into cheers. Freshmen and sophomores were jubilant, shouting, "Chenggu is the best." Some even joked gleefully, "The keyboard warriors better start deleting their comments now." It wasn't just the students who were excited. Many well-dressed businesspeople in the crowd sprang into action. Phones were whipped out as they started planning gifts, negotiating advertising deals, and digging into Wang Chen's personal background. "Quick, find out if he has a significant other," one anxious boss instructed his secretary. "And tell my daughter to dress up nicely." This kind of scene was nothing new to university students. In a world where combat professions reigned supreme, top-performing candidates were the most sought-after talents by major factions. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Wang Chen remained unaware of the commotion outside. As the countdown ended, a golden beam of light descended upon him, accompanied by a dazzling treasure chest. Without hesitation, Wang Chun opened the chest. The system's notification sounded immediately. "Brave warrior. Congratulations on clearing the Xintian Demon Suppressing Tower dungeon. All rewards have been deposited into your inventory. Please check them at your convenience." A series of dazzling system notifications flashed before Wang Chen's eyes. A grade material Infernal Serpent Gallbladder, Golden 2-star Infernal Serpent Spear, the Demon Slayer Vanguard title. Each reward made his heart race uncontrollably. However, what truly thrilled him were the bonus rewards for breaking historical records. The Scrade Beastmaster Skill Book Chain of Life, the Grade Talent Quickcast, and the Scrade Universal Skill Book Infernal Flame Bullet. Wang Chen forced himself to calm down and carefully examine the details of each reward. The 500,000 experience points were enough to propel him from level 30 directly to level 35. The Infernal Serpent Gallbladder was a rare material in Dongyun City, practically priceless. The Golden 2-star Infernal Serpent Spear instantly outclassed his silver 5-star Battle Axe, with attributes and effects that were irresistible. 200 to strength, armor, and magic resistance, along with a 30 boost to attack speed and armor penetration during attacks. The newly acquired Demon Slayer Vanguard title, although only providing a 5 increase in both physical and magical attack power, was yet another layer of strength enhancement. Wang Chun understood well the cumulative value of titles, making this a valuable addition to his arsenal. What excited Wang Chun the most, though, were the new skills and talents. The Scrade passive skill Chain of Life allowed 70 of the damage he received to be shared with his beast companions, significantly enhancing his survivability as a beast master. The Scrade Universal Skill Infernal Flame Bullet gave him a powerful ranged attack, dealing massive damage while inflicting a burn effect over time. The Grade Talent Quick Cast synergized perfectly with Infernal Flame Bullet, dramatically reducing its casting time. As he reviewed the generous rewards, Wang Chen couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. He knew this likely meant he had secured the top position in Nanzhou province. Taking a deep breath, he activated a town portal scroll. A flash of light, and Wang Chen's figure appeared before the grand golden gates of Dongyan Plaza. His sharp, handsome features, though tinged with a cold demeanor, immediately drew everyone's attention. The plaza erupted in thunderous cheers and applause, with waves of admiration and congratulations rippling through the crowd. Yet, despite the sudden outpouring of praise, Wang Chen's heart remained unshaken. He vividly remembered how, not long ago, many of these same people had mocked and belittled him. This newfound adulation was merely a byproduct of his success. Wong Chun quietly recalled a famous quote, "At the peak, you are met with hollow reverence. At dusk, you find the faithful." Maintaining his stoic expression, he strode steadily toward the center of the crowd, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Principal Zhao Longjun and homeroom teacher Li Xia swiftly walked down from the podium. The usually stern principal now wore a broad smile as he enthusiastically wrapped an arm around Wang Chen's shoulder and raised his phone, snapping photos one after another. "Li Xia, you're his homeroom teacher, why are you just standing there? Come here and take a picture. This is the top scorer of South Zhou Province's transfer examination," he exclaimed. Li Xia, beaming with pride, quickly stepped forward. Even though Wang Chun had chosen the path of a Beast Tamer during the transfer ceremony, she had never given up on him. And now, he had proven her faith in him was well placed. "The exam results will be released in 7 days," she said softly. "Once the entire exam process is over, you'll be able to go home. I'll notify you as soon as there's any news." With that, she returned to the podium alongside the principal, basking in the envious gazes of the other teachers. According to regulations, examinees were not allowed to leave the test site before the entire process concluded, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Wang Chun wasn't in a rush, so he headed to the waiting area for examinees. The area was already bustling with people. Some were battered and bloodied, looking utterly disheveled, while others wore expressions of despair. A few of those who had once mocked him now hung their heads in shame, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Wang Chen, however, regarded them with calm indifference. As time passed, more candidates emerged from the secret realm instance. Those who exited with smiles likely had performed well, perhaps even securing a spot at a top-tier combat academy. Meanwhile, those drenched in blood clearly hadn't fared as well. Before long, other prominent candidates like Li Yuan, Sinjiro, Zhuo Wanwei, and Qing Chuan also emerged. Li Yuan and the others wore confident smiles, a clear indication that their exams had gone smoothly. However, the moment they spotted Wang Chen lounging in the waiting area, yawning casually, their lively chatter abruptly stopped. Sinjiro, Ran Yinyin, and Lu Ruafu, 3 of the top female contenders, immediately broke away from their group and hurried over to Wang Chen. Zhuo Wanwei, noticing Li Yuan's suddenly darkened expression, smirked and teased, "Li Xiao, should we join them?" Before Li Yuan could respond, Qing Chuan sneered, "Of course we should. Let's go ask our so-called #1 prodigy of Dongyan City how he did. He must have failed the first stage and quit early. No way he could have done better than me." The wealthy scions nearby joined in with mocking laughter. To them, Wang Chen sitting there so nonchalantly could only mean that he had failed miserably and exited early. They refused to believe he could have cleared the instance faster than they did, especially solo. When the 3 girls reached Wang Chun, they immediately noticed his unbothered demeanor. It was clear that this extraordinary individual must have aced the exam. Sinjiro boldly ignored the stares of others and sat down right next to him. "All right, spill it," she said with a teasing grin. "What's your score, you monster? Just tell me already, so I can admit defeat as the eternal runner-up." As Wang Chen shifted slightly, Lu Ruafu took the opportunity to slide into the seat on his other side. Ran Yinyin, not wanting to be left out, leaned in close from Lu Ruafu's side, craning her neck to hear his answer. This scene only darkened Li Yuan's expression further. After all, both Sinjiro and Lu Ruafu were women he admired, and now they seemed to be fawning over Wang Chun. Meanwhile, Qing Chuan's gaze grew even more venomous. He had once hired expensive bounty hunters to eliminate Wang Chun in the Death Mountain range, but all his attempts had failed. Now, seeing Wang Chun surrounded by attention and admiration only fueled his rage. To some, Qing Chuan's hatred might seem excessive, especially since Wang Chun had never directly wronged him. But the world is full of people like Qing Chuan, those who despise others simply for existing. Those who want to bully others often need only the simplest excuse, "I just don't like you." That is the essence of bullying. However, in the school setting, Wang Chen's strength left Qing Chuan with no way to act on his intentions. Qing Chuan sneered, his tone dripping with jealousy and disdain. "Wang Chen, oh Wang Chun, I truly envy you. Despite completely bombing your college entrance exams, you still managed to be surrounded by beauties on both sides." As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding students' faces lit up with a mix of reactions. Some widened their eyes in shock, others frowned in confusion, and a few couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, "Did I hear that right? Wang Chun did terribly on his exams? Are you serious? If that counts as doing terribly, then what does that make us actual failures? Should we just grab a knife and end it now?" Hearing the murmurs, Wang Chun felt utterly exasperated. It wasn't like he had chosen to be flanked by 2 girls. They had approached him of their own accord. He tried to stand up and leave, but Sinjiro was already smiling sweetly as she locked her arm around his. A slight movement from him, and his elbow brushed against something soft and heart-racing. Memories of the summer came flooding back. During the break, Sinjiro had frequently dragged Wong Chun along as her sparring partner. Their relationship had grown so close that the fair-skinned, wealthy beauty now had zero reservations around him. On the other side, Lu Ruofu, with her wide, curious eyes, waited eagerly for Wang Chen to reveal his exam scores. Just as Wang Chen resolved to forcefully free himself from this fragrant entanglement, a commotion suddenly erupted among the crowd. He turned to see what was happening, only to discover that the principals and teachers on the main stage had begun descending. Even the esteemed four-tier mage, with a broad smile, was walking toward them. Everyone froze for a moment before hastily making way, adjusting their expressions to appear proper. The presence of the other principals and teachers wasn't particularly intimidating, but the arrival of the four-tier mage in the center had everyone on edge. Yet, a single question lingered in everyone's mind. Why was this esteemed figure, accompanied by the school's leadership, coming down in person? What could they possibly want? When Chengbo, a prominent figure, arrived with a group of principals, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Wang Chen's fans immediately realized that this grand entrance was undoubtedly for him. With Wang Chen's remarkable abilities, securing a spot in the top 5 at the provincial level was practically guaranteed. A genius like him emerging from Dongyun City naturally warranted personal recognition. However, Li Yuan and his team were in the dark about the situation. When they saw this group of influential figures heading their way, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, they had achieved impressive results, especially Li Yuan. Their team had chosen the Nightmare mode and completed it in 13 minutes and 54 seconds, with Li Yuan making the highest contribution and earning the top score. Li Yuan had already begun calculating his prospects. He was confident that he might be the top scorer in Dongyun City and would likely rank within the top 300 at the provincial level. This meant he could choose from the best combat academies, and there was even a chance of being admitted to a prestigious institution. Although the top-tier academies only accepted the top 100 provincial scorers, Li Yuan felt reinvigorated and optimistic. He secretly hoped that if he could leave a good impression on this fourth-tier archmage, he might even secure a recommendation letter, paving the way for admission to a top-tier academy. Zhuo Wenwei and Qing Chuan were equally full of anticipation. However, to their shock and disappointment, when Changbo reached their vicinity, he didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he walked straight past them toward Wang Chen. Their principal merely nodded politely to them before following Changbo. At that moment, Wang Chun, whose arms were being held by Tsinjiro and Lu Ruofu, suddenly found himself surrounded by Qingbo and the group of principals. He and the others hurriedly stood up, not daring to show any disrespect. Changbo's next move left everyone astonished. This distinguished fourth-tier archmage smiled warmly, gave Wang Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder, and sincerely praised him. Wang Chen, you're outstanding. Truly outstanding. Li Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. Wasn't Wang Chen supposed to have failed the challenge? How could he receive such high praise? Could it be he actually succeeded? But that's impossible. He went solo. Even if he did pass, it must have been on easy mode. Why was he being praised while their nightmare mode success went unnoticed? It didn't make sense. As Li Yuan's thoughts spiraled, Changbo turned to address the gathered examinees, announcing loudly, the transfer exam has officially concluded. The exam results will be published on the Dragon Kingdom Education Bureau's official website in 1 week. Be sure to check the announcements then. Alright, you're all dismissed. The examinees responded and began leaving Dongyun Square with mixed emotions. The trial that would determine their futures had finally come to an end. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chengbo and the others, Wang Chen quickly slipped away. He was well aware that top scorers would become the center of attention, attracting offers from corporations, influential families, and even the daughters of prominent families waiting at the square's exit. To avoid such distractions, Wang Chen decided to head to the wilderness for 7 days and nights, grinding levels to reach level 40 in preparation for his second transfer. As Chengbo watched Wang Chen depart, he turned to Zhao Longjun with a meaningful expression and said, Principal Zhao, students who perform exceptionally in the transfer exam should be generously rewarded. Don't hold back. What do you think? Zhao Longjun promptly patted his chest and assured him, You're absolutely right, Mr. Chung. Rest assured, I'll personally apply to the Dragon Kingdom Education Bureau for the highest level reward grant. The other principals, observing Zhao Longjun's confidence and enthusiasm, couldn't hide their envy and jealousy. If Wang Chen truly became the provincial top scorer for Nanzhou Province, Dongyun First High School would undoubtedly rise to new heights. As Zhao Longjun noticed the expressions of his peers, he smiled triumphantly and strode confidently toward the Dragon Kingdom Nanzhou Province Education Bureau. After returning to his small villa, Wang Chen didn't linger for long. He quickly stored the 2 newly purchased sets of magical garments into his storage ring, which was worth 300,000 gold coins. These garments were inscribed with practical magical functions like dust purification and body refreshing, making them the mainstream attire in the current society. Anticipating that people from all walks of life would soon flock to him, Wang Chun decided to leave the area temporarily. He headed to the trading market and bought some convenient tools. At Xiao Qing's playful urging, Wang Chun went straight to the five-star Tissy Hotel and booked a VIP private room. Xiao Qing, eat to your heart's content tonight. They'll cover all the expenses. Wang Chun declared boldly, as Xiao Qing affectionately nuzzled against his cheek. The server was stunned by the scene. A Beast Tamer showing such affection for a Xiao Qing Pythonan exotic delicacy in this region was unheard of. She couldn't help but marvel at the guest's extravagance and unique personality. As plate after plate of exquisite delicacies was served, Xiao Qing's appetite seemed insatiable. Its petite body resembled a bottomless pit, devouring all sorts of top-tier ingredients non-stop. The feast lasted for a full hour, and the final bill came to an astonishing 2.2 million gold coins. After leaving the hotel, Wang Chun carried the still-snoozing Xiao Qing to the wilderness, intending to start hunting monsters. However, he noticed that Xiao Qing's body began emitting faint traces of green lightning elements, and its temperature was gradually rising. Wang Chun immediately realized this wasn't ordinary sleep. He found a secluded cave and used dry grass to build a temporary nest for Xiao Qing. At that moment, his information panel suddenly popped up with a notification. Your pet Xiao Qing has met the conditions for Bloodline Awakening. Would you like to initiate its Bloodline Awakening to advance the progression of its extinction Azure Dragon lineage? So that's what it was. Wang Chen suddenly understood. After solo clearing the Hell difficulty Shintian Demon Suppressing Tower, Xiao Qing had leveled up to 35. Coupled with the nourishing effects of the top-tier feast, Xiao Qing had finally reached the second stage of Bloodline Awakening. Without hesitation, Wang Chun selected yes. In an instant, the green lightning elements on Xiao Qing's body erupted in a dazzling burst of light, transforming the entire cave into a pool of crackling thunder. Brilliant flashes of azure lightning illuminated the surroundings as Wang Chen's beast companion, Xiao Qing, successfully underwent a second activation of its world-ending Azure Dragon bloodline. The activation level had now reached 20. Immediately, Xiao Qing's updated information panel displayed its newly acquired talents and skills. 2 SS grade talents. Thunderous Wrath. Grants immunity to all abnormal statuses. Upon being struck, it creates a 500-meter radius thunder field in which Xiao Qing becomes invincible. Enemies within the field suffer massive lightning damage continuously and are stunned for 10 seconds. 3 new skills. Swift Thunder Gale Grade. Increases critical damage, critical rate, and agility by 500. Thundering Roar S grade. Instantly teleports in front of the target, unleashing a deafening roar of thunder that deals massive lightning damage. This attack is guaranteed to critically strike and bypass both armor and magic resistance. Xiao Qing is invincible during the skill's activation and gains an additional 5 seconds of invincibility after its release. 5-fold Lightning Strike S grade. Summons a thundercloud that lasts for 10 minutes, consistently raining down heavenly lightning on the target. Each strike deals significant damage and stuns the target for 5 seconds. Xiao Qing's attributes had also seen a staggering increase, skyrocketing from 24,000 points at level 35 to an impressive 40,000 points, a monumental growth of 16,000 points. Such rapid advancement defied all conventional understanding. Wang Chun, however, was acutely aware of the risks this power entailed. If the authorities in Longwood discovered Xiao Qing's potential, his freedom could be at stake. If the major guilds caught wind of this, he would undoubtedly face endless pursuit. Even top-tier, 4th transition experts at level 100 might take action against him. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Wang Chen resolved to remain low-key until he could truly stand his ground. Just then, Xiao Qing let out a soft, childlike whimper, instinctively burrowing into Wang Chen's arms. Comforted by his scent, the little dragon fell into a peaceful slumber once again. Wang Chen decided to rest in the cave for the night before venturing deeper into the Cloud Moon Mountain range the next day. 7 days later, in the depths of the Cloud Moon Mountain range, a deafening clap of thunder echoed across the sky as the colossal ice-armored dragon lizard leader collapsed to the ground. Its crystalline, ice-covered scales had been charred black by relentless lightning strikes. A system notification promptly appeared, 50,000 experience points gained. Both Wang Chun and Xiao Qing had leveled up to 40. Wang Chun received 800 free attribute points and skill points, while Xiao Qing's attributes saw a balanced increase of 2,000 points in all categories. Surveying the battlefield littered with the corpses of ice-armored dragon lizards, Wang Chun wiped the sweat from his brow. Though leveling up had become increasingly grueling, reaching the threshold for a second-class transition before the school term began was a remarkable achievement. Among the provincial elites, his progress was nothing short of extraordinary. As he checked the time, he realized the release of the rankings was imminent. Wang Chen powered on his phone, which had been off for the past 7 days. A barrage of notifications flooded in missed calls and messages from major corporations and prestigious guilds. Just as he was about to put the phone away, a call from Principal Zhao Longjun came through. You finally picked up. Zhao Longjun's voice was brimming with excitement. The rewards from the Nanzhou Provincial Education Bureau in the city have been finalized. You can claim them anytime. Plus, admissions officers from the 5 top-tier academies have already rushed over. It looks like the title of Provincial Champion is yours. This is a tremendous honor for Dongyun City. Principal Zhao Longjuan's excitement grew with every word. His face lit up with an uncontrollable smile. Wang Chen's outstanding performance filled him with pride. This year's vocational entrance exams in Nanzhou Province had been personally designed by the infamous Iron-Faced Shura, Lu Sun, a figure renowned for crafting notoriously difficult tests. Lu had even innovatively incorporated elements of the Xintian Demon Suppression Tower into the exam. This only underscored the exceptional value of Wang Chen's title as the provincial top scorer. By the way, Wang Chun, some of your relatives have reached out to me. At those words, Wang Chen's expression instantly darkened. These so-called relatives were none other than his second and third uncles. Memories of his tragic past surfaced in his mind. His parents had perished in a beast tide, leaving him orphaned at the age of 7 and taken in by these so-called family members. But what awaited him was not warmth, but endless exploitation. He was forced to shoulder all the household chores and, after school, work grueling shifts at illegal construction sites. In an age where magical technology was widespread, only such outlawed operations still exploited cheap manual labor. Every night, he returned home exhausted, only to have his meager wages confiscated. He couldn't even afford a proper meal, surviving instead on leftover steamed buns scavenged from the worksite. Even now, those memories made Wang Chen's blood boil with rage. These people, these so-called relatives, had long since lost any semblance of humanity. Which relative are you referring to? Wang Chen asked, his tone calm but cold. Your second uncle and third uncle both called. They said they couldn't get in touch with you and are currently waiting near the house you just bought. Zhao Longjun replied with a cheerful smile. Got it. Thank you, Principal. Haha. No need to be so formal, Wang Chun. Remember to visit your alma mater often. I will. After hanging up, Wang Chen's gaze turned icy. These people truly didn't know their place. They could have stayed out of his way, but now they had come knocking on his door. Since that was the case, they had no one to blame but themselves for what was about to happen. 2 hours later, Wang Chen arrived at his small villa in Dongyun City. The scene outside was chaotic. Luxury cars lined the street, and an eclectic crowd had gathered. Among them were corporate executives, members of prestigious families, and even reporters, all waiting anxiously for him to appear. Amid the crowd, a middle-aged man of average build and dark complexion stepped out of the villa. It was none other than Wang Chen's second uncle, Wang Jingchuan. Putting on a show, he addressed the crowd with a smug air. You might as well stop waiting. Wang Chun is avoiding all of you, which is why he hasn't come back. The crowd immediately surged forward, their attitudes humble as they pleaded with him. The steward of the Situ family wanted to arrange a meeting. A reporter from the Nanzhou Provincial Daily begged for an exclusive interview, and the general manager of Azmac Pharmaceuticals requested a phone call. Watching these usually untouchable figures grovel before him, Wang Jingchuan reveled in his newfound sense of importance. He was merely a level 22 mediocre fighter, someone who wouldn't even qualify to shine these people's shoes on any other day. Yet now, thanks to his nephew's achievements, he was basking in the limelight. Just as he was lost in his moment of vanity, a dark shadow flashed by. Arg! A scream of agony pierced the air. The crowd turned to see Wang Chen standing there, his face expressionless, while Wang Jingchuan had been sent flying into the villa wall, crumpling to the ground. The onlookers were stunned, frozen in place. Some instinctively stepped forward, but Wang Chen's cold, penetrating gaze stopped them in their tracks. That look carried an unspoken yet unmistakable intent to kill, sending shivers down their spines. In that moment, they realized this young man was deadly serious. He was ready to kill. Wang Chen's kick was powerful and heavy. At level 40, his four-dimensional attributes had already reached 4,000 points. Even without using any skills, this one kick landed on the level 22 Wang Jingchuan, nearly causing the latter to lose consciousness. Wang Jingchuan felt a sharp pain in his chest. 2 of his ribs were fractured, yet he still managed to stand up with difficulty. This was the difference between a transferee and an ordinary person. While a normal individual would require bed rest for broken ribs, a transferee, with their enhanced physical attributes, could move around even with such injuries. In urban areas, unauthorized fights between transferees were strictly forbidden. The system would warn players against attacking others without cause. However, Wang Chun was able to harm Wang Jingchuan without any hindrance because this was his private territory. As the owner of the villa, he had the right to deal with intruders as he saw fit, even to the extent of killing them without facing punishment. Conversely, intruders could not attack the territory owner unless the owner struck first. Wang Jingchuan stood up with a grim expression. When he realized that the person who had kicked him was Wong Chun, his anger erupted instantly. He still regarded Wong Chun as the timid and submissive boy he used to be, completely oblivious to how much things had changed. He roared, "Wong Chun, how dare you lay a hand on me?" What shocked everyone, however, was that Wong Chun, without hesitation, delivered another kick. With a loud bang, Wang Jingchuan was sent flying once more. This time, it wasn't just 2 broken ribs, his entire ribcage was shattered. The excruciating pain rendered him unconscious as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. The crowd watching was both stunned and terrified. They hadn't expected Wang Chen to treat even his elders with such ferocity, nor had they anticipated the sheer force of his attacks. 2 kicks had left Wang Jingchuan gravely injured, and no one dared to approach Wang Chun, fearing they might suffer the same fate. At this moment, Wang Chen's second aunt, Chun Fong, rushed out of the villa, shrieking, "Wang Chun, are you insane? Have you lost your mind? How dare you beat your second uncle like this? I'll kill you myself today." Following closely behind were his third uncle, Wang Jingyu, his third aunt, and their 4 children, all wearing grave expressions. Chun Fong clearly underestimated how much Wang Chun had changed, still treating him as someone easy to bully. Screaming, she lunged at him, only to be sent flying by a single kick from Wang Chun. At level 13, Chun Fong stood no chance of enduring such an attack and immediately passed out. Seeing their mother attacked, Chun Fang's 2 sons were furious. These middle schoolers had often bullied Wang Chun in the past, even forcing him to eat alongside dogs. But Wang Chun showed no mercy to these brats. He raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps, the sheer force of which knocked both of them unconscious. In less than 30 seconds, Wang Jingchuan's entire family had been utterly defeated. Everyone watching was left in a state of shock. Even Wang Jingyu's family, who had initially intended to reprimand Wang Chun, now stood frozen in fear, their faces pale. No one dared to utter a word. Wang Chun turned his head with a cold sneer, his gaze as sharp as a blade slicing through the air, landing squarely on Wang Jingyu and his family. His voice, icy and piercing like a dagger, cut through the silence. "Come on, if you all want to teach me a lesson too, I don't mind taking both your families down in one go. Let's see which is harder, your heads or my fists. If you're not afraid to die, step forward now." His words were like a heavy hammer, striking fear into Wang Jingyu's family and everyone present. The atmosphere froze, tension thick in the air, broken only by hushed whispers among the crowd. How ruthless! Wang Jingyu's family stared at Wang Chun in terror, as if seeing this nephew for the very first time. Their eyes glimmered with disbelief, their minds churning with shock and dread. 3 years had passed, and the once timid lamb had transformed into a ferocious wolf. Wang Jingyu suppressed the fear in his heart, adjusted his glasses, and forced himself to maintain the demeanor of an elder. His voice trembled slightly, but he tried to sound authoritative. "Wang Chen, no matter what, they are still your second uncle and aunt, your elders. How could you act so cruelly toward them?" To an outsider unaware of the full story, these words might paint Wang Chen as a heartless, disrespectful villain with no regard for family. But Wang Chen only laughed in response. His smile was dazzling yet chilling, like sunlight glinting off a frozen blade, radiating a coldness that sent shivers down spines. "Elders," he retorted icily. "Wang Jingyu, how dare you say that with a straight face? Have you forgotten how both your families treated me back then?" Wang Jingyu's expression faltered, a trace of unease flickering across his face. But he quickly regained his composure, his tone steady as he replied, "That was to toughen you up. There's an old saying, boys should be raised with hardship. By letting you experience life's difficulties early on, we helped shape your success today. Isn't that thanks to my efforts in training you?" These words froze Wang Chen's expression instantly. Inwardly he cursed. What a shameless man. His audacity to twist the truth and spout such blatant nonsense was truly unmatched. Though, in a twisted way, it was true that the torment inflicted by these people had led to the original host's demise, creating the opportunity for Wang Chun to enter this new world. But using this as justification was nothing short of absurd. Wang Chun shook his head, his gaze darkening. Slowly, he raised 3 fingers, his voice colder than the winter wind, chilling enough to freeze the air. "I'll count to 3. Get out of my villa immediately. If you don't, you'll face the consequences." Wang Jingyu's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue, but his wife, her face pale with fear, tugged at his sleeve. Their 2 children huddled behind him, trembling in fright. Watching Wang Chen begin his countdown, Wang Jingyu could only swallow his rage and leave in silence, his expression dark and brooding. Over the past few days, the Southern Province Education Bureau, Dongyun City Education Bureau, along with major corporations and prestigious families, had all announced extravagant rewards for Wang Chun. According to the official gift registry, The total value of these offerings exceeded 100 billion gold coins. Among the treasures were several coveted A-grade skill books, often out of stock even in large cities. It was precisely these rewards that had caught Wang Jingchuan and his family's attention. By merely claiming to be Wang Chen's relatives, they had already received gifts worth tens of millions of gold coins from various powerful families. For the two brothers, whose usual income from hunting monsters in the wild barely amounted to 5 or 6,000 gold coins a month, this was an astronomical fortune. If they could gain control over Wong Chun, their lives would be transformed beyond imagination. Using Wang Chen's household registration as leverage, they managed to move into the villa. However, they hadn't anticipated this kind of outcome. As Wang Jingyu's family carried the unconscious Wang Jingchuan away in bitter humiliation, Wang Chen turned toward the onlookers and said coldly, "You all must have spent quite a bit of money on them these past few days, right?" The crowd nodded repeatedly. Wang Chen continued, "Go back and tell your bosses retrieve every last thing given to Wang Jingchuan and Wang Jingyu's family. If they don't, I won't accept a single item from anyone, nor will I have any dealings with them." As the provincial champion of the career advancement exam, Wang Chun had every right to issue such a demand. While a provincial champion might not mean much to the elite families boasting level 100, fourth-tier powerhouses in Dongyun City, where the strongest professionals barely reached level 60, Wang Chun was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. The crowd scrambled to assure him they would recover all the gifts. Only then did Wang Chen's anger slightly subside. If it weren't for the presence of so many onlookers in the city, he might have acted far more harshly. Sensing her master's fury, Shaoqing, the small snake nestled in his arms, peeked out, her gemstone-like eyes filled with confusion. Wang Chen gently stroked her head and whispered, "It's nothing, just a few pests trying to get under my skin." Shaoqing immediately raised her head high, signaling her readiness to defend her master. That evening, after returning to the villa and taking a shower, Wang Chun stepped into his private training area. Despite the day's events, he remained committed to completing his daily training regimen. His extraordinary combat skills and sharp instincts, far beyond those of his peers, had been honed through relentless effort, one step at a time. The next morning, as Wang Chun finished washing up and prepared to have breakfast, a sleek sedan was already parked outside the villa, waiting to take him to Dongyun First High School. Representatives from the admissions offices of prestigious combat academies had arrived, each with a single goal in mind: to recruit Wang Chun, the top-tier student. In the meeting room of Building 3 at Dongyun First High School, Principal Zhao Longjun greeted the admissions officers with a beaming smile. It was the first time the meeting room had hosted so many representatives from renowned institutions, and Zhao was determined to handle the occasion with the utmost care and attention. The Dragon Nation boasts 5 top-tier academies: Xianlong, Tianwu, Qixing, Xianming, and Mosta Academy, which was established in partnership with foreign entities. At this moment, the admissions officers from these prestigious institutions are seated leisurely in the front row of a conference room, enjoying fragrant tea. Despite being administrative staff, their levels have reached an astonishing 80s or 90s, a testament to the extraordinary strength of these elite academies. When it comes to actual combat instructors, they are all fourth-tier powerhouses at level 100. Also present in the conference room are representatives from other notable academies, such as Dongling, Bingpa, and Luoqing. However, their attention is not focused on Wang Chun. As the provincial top scorer, Wang Chen is undoubtedly a highly sought-after candidate for the top-tier academies. Just yesterday afternoon, the results of the college entrance exam were announced, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Nanzhou province. The much-anticipated provincial prodigies were unexpectedly bested by Wang Chen, a commoner from Dongyun City. This outcome not only stunned the public, but also caused despair in the underground gambling circles. None of the gamblers' bets on the provincial prodigies paid off, leading to massive profits for the casino operators. In the aftermath, some jumped off rooftops, others cursed Wang Chen's entire family, and there were even bounties placed on his life. Wang Chen, a young man of extraordinary talent, became famous overnight but also attracted significant trouble. The very next day after the results were announced, these admissions officers traveled millions of kilometers to Dongyun City. Although the planetary map had expanded considerably due to the arrival of game-like terrain, the existence of spatial teleportation stations made such distances just a day's journey. Due to strict regulations, live recordings and broadcasts of the college entrance exams were prohibited. All attendees underwent rigorous checks and were barred from bringing any electronic or magical technological devices. As a result, no footage of Wang Chen's exam performance circulated online. However, discussions about him were fervent on Dongyun City's online forums. At this moment, due to the rushed nature of their trip, the admissions officers knew little about Wang Chen. They hadn't even had the chance to review his battle performance from the exam. "Principal Zhao, could you please bring us Wang Chen's basic information?" asked Hubertides, a level 92 archmage and admissions officer from Most Academy. "To be honest, it's rather embarrassing that we know so little about such an outstanding student." "Of course, I'll get it right away," Zhao Longjun replied with a nod. Soon, Wang Chen's profile was distributed to every admissions officer. As they read through the details, most of them frowned, and Hubert's expression grew particularly grim. The profile clearly stated, Wang Chen, Beast Tamer, Contracted Beast, Tier 2 Ordinary Beast, Green Python. This information left everyone stunned. While Beast Tamers are generally considered a weaker class, it was expected that someone who achieved the top score in the college entrance exam would have a top-tier spirit beast as their contracted companion. Beast Tamers are considered weak for three main reasons. They need to share experience points with their beast, slowing down their leveling, they have few self-defense skills, and their combat effectiveness heavily depends on their contracted beast. Given this, everyone assumed Wang Chen's contracted beast would at least be a top-tier spirit beast, or even a primordial beast. But to their disbelief, it was merely a Tier 2 ordinary beast. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Longjun quickly explained, everyone. Although Wang Chen's contracted beast is only a Tier 2 ordinary beast, it's a mutated variant with combat power comparable to a primordial beast. Really? The room was filled with skeptical faces. Hubert shook his head and said in a low voice, ridiculous. Even if a Tier 2 ordinary beast undergoes a bloodline mutation, it would, at best, reach the level of a mystical beast. How could it possibly rival a primordial beast? The other admissions officers nodded in agreement, except for Gulan from Xinlong Academy, who studied the profile thoughtfully without saying a word. Zhao Longjun was about to explain further when Hubert raised his hand to interrupt. Principal Zhao, there's no need to rush. I'm not questioning Wang Chen's talent or strength. For him to achieve the top score in Nanzhou province with a Tier 2 ordinary beast is proof enough of his capabilities. However, you must understand the importance of a Beast Tamer's first contracted beast. Let me be frank, if Wang Chun is willing to sever his contract with the Green Python, most Academy is prepared to provide him with a Tier 5 spirit beast. Otherwise, we'll have to take our leave. As soon as Hubert finished, the university students accompanying him chimed in support. Professor Hubert is right. With such exceptional talent and potential, why waste it on a trash-tier beast? It's like throwing his future away. If he refuses to sever the contract, he can forget about joining Mosta Academy. Beast Tamers already have a hard time leveling up, and sharing experience points with a Tier 2 ordinary beast is like cutting off one's own arm. These students, about to enter their second year, were accompanying the admissions officers to recruit new talent while earning academic credits. Hubert's stance was unyielding. Either Wang Chen relinquished his contract, or Mosta Academy would immediately withdraw. This kind of fool, who doesn't value his own talent, will pay the price for his arrogance sooner or later. Mosta Academy has no interest in recruiting a so-called genius who's likely to burn out halfway, Hubert said coldly. The conference room was steeped in silence. Hubert's words resonated with the other admissions officers, who unanimously agreed that Wang Chun still had time to switch his beast companion. Otherwise, if he waited until his level progressed further, creating a new contract would not only force the new companion to start leveling from scratch, but also allow this worthless little Azure Python to siphon off valuable experience points meant for other companions. Li Yuan, Qing Chuan, and Zhuo Wanwei had already arrived and were observing the scene. As the trio who most disliked Wang Chun, they couldn't help but smirk as they watched the admissions officers scrutinize his choice. Though they hadn't witnessed Wang Chen's live combat broadcast, they'd heard from friends over the past few days that the little Azure Python was actually a top-tier mutated species. Jealousy simmered in their hearts. Meanwhile, the admissions officers who had rushed in without fully understanding Wang Chen's situation displayed clear disdain upon seeing his beast companion. It wasn't just Hubert from the Mosteeds Academy. Even the representatives from the Tianwu, 7 Stars, and Shiming Academies insisted that Wang Chun terminate his contract with the Azure Python, or they wouldn't accept him. In their view, a beast tamer's strength was entirely dependent on their beast companion. For someone like Wang Chun, who had the personal skill to top the rankings, they believed he'd be better off switching to another combat profession entirely. Only Gulan, the admissions officer from the Xinlong Academy, remained silent. Reclining lazily in her chair, she seemed uninterested in the ongoing debate. As the discussion grew more heated, the conference room door swung open. Wang Chen entered, accompanied by the 3 stunning young women Sinjiro, Lu Ruofu, and Ran Yinyan. His sharp gaze swept across the room, quickly noticing Principal Zhao Longjun and his homeroom teacher, Ms. Li Xia, whose faces were flushed with anger, clearly having just endured some unpleasantness. Ms. Li Xia, is everything all right? Wang Chen asked with genuine concern. He had always been deeply grateful to her for taking him in and lending him money when he first arrived in this world. Before Li Xia could respond, a university student from Mosteeds Academy stepped forward arrogantly. Wang Chen, right? It's simple. We think your current beast companion is trash. We're asking you to terminate the contract. Only then will we consider admitting you. Before the student's words had fully landed, a small head emerged from Wang Chen's chest. The little Azure Python's striking snake eyes locked onto the speaker with a fierce glare, releasing an angry hiss. Well, so, you really did contract with an Azure Python. What a peculiar little thing. The student sneered mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Around him, the other admissions officers shook their heads in disappointment. They couldn't fathom why someone with Wang Chen's solo-clearing prowess would choose to waste experience points on a mere Azure Python. Without this burden, they speculated, he could already be at level 50 instead of being stuck at level 40. And who exactly are you? Wang Chun asked coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on the pompous university student. Ba Huaming, a prospective sophomore at the prestigious Mosteeds Academy, spoke in a flat, emotionless tone, though a trace of dissatisfaction lingered beneath his words. His gaze swept over Wang Chen's face as his brow furrowed slightly. As a senior from a top-tier academy, Ba Huaming was accustomed to receiving admiration and deference from high school students. Yet the boy in front of him neither cowered nor flattered, wearing an indifferent expression as if he held no regard for him at all. Wang Chun, unfazed by Ba Huaming's air of superiority, turned his attention to the admissions officers present. His voice was calm yet resolute. Dear professors, if I insist on keeping this beast companion, would you still admit me? The room fell silent at his words, as the admissions officers exchanged uneasy glances. Hubert was the first to react, standing up with a frosty expression, his gaze fixed on Wang Chen with disdain, his thoughts betraying his annoyance at the boy's unyielding arrogance. I had been considering admitting you based on your individual abilities, Hubert said coldly. But with this attitude, it seems unnecessary now. Leave. With that, he turned on his heel, ready to walk away. Everyone present understood the implications. For other professions, someone like Hubert might have begged Wang Chen to join. But beast taming was different. Strength relied entirely on the beasts themselves. Mosteeds Academy had no shortage of powerful beasts, and they could easily find another student with decent aptitude to achieve the same results. Professors from Tianwu Academy, Xiaming Academy, and Qixing Academy also shook their heads, signaling their intention to leave. Even admissions officers from top-tier and first-class academies hesitated, feeling that while Hubert's words were harsh, they rang true. However, just as the situation seemed settled, a voice broke the silence. Gulan, a teacher from Xinlong Academy who had remained quiet until now, suddenly raised her hand. A smile played at her lips as she looked directly at Wang Chun. Wang Chun, if no other school will take you, Xinlong Academy will. No other school wants you? Well, Xinlong Academy does. Gu Lan's resolute declaration echoed through the meeting room, freezing the expressions of every admissions officer present. Hubert, who had been on his way out, stopped in his tracks, turning back with a furrowed brow to scrutinize the Xinlong Academy representative. Amidst the unmistakable disdain from the other admissions officers toward Wang Chun, Gu Lan's bold stance was strikingly out of place. Yet, she paid no attention to the judgmental glances and continued with a cheerful smile. Wang Chun, would you like to join Xinlong Academy? Here's the Dealin's Class Beastmaster Skill Book, a set of golden 9-star transitional armor, a private villa, and a class resource realm entry ticket. What do you say? Her words sent shockwaves through the room. The admissions officers were dumbfounded, and even the second-year student hopefuls who had tagged along were left wide-eyed in astonishment. The golden 9-star armor and private villa alone were jaw-dropping enough, let alone the class skill book and a class resource ticket. After all, an A-class resource realm ticket granted access to harvest 3 A-class resource an unimaginably rare privilege. In the current era of scarce transition resources, this offer far surpassed last year's top-tier university incentives for their valedictorian. Back then, it was merely 2 A-class skill books and a class resource ticket. Professor Gu Lan, if your academy's principal hears that you offered such lavish terms to recruit a beastmaster with a so-called trash beast, I doubt they'll be too thrilled, Hubert sneered, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Unperturbed, Gu Lan replied coolly, no need for you to worry about that. I have absolute confidence in my judgment. Squeak. A sharp voice suddenly interrupted. Little Qing, Wang Chen's beast companion, could no longer endure the insults. It glared at Hubert and the others with indignation. This snake has done nothing to offend you. Why call me a trash beast over and over? Am I master's favorite? Am the strongest beast? You're the real trash. The room tensed. A second-year student immediately stepped forward, his expression hostile. What did that trash beast just say? It called us trash. Another student chimed in, fanning the flames. The atmosphere became electric with tension. Ba Huaming, a student already at level 62 and on the verge of his 3rd career transition, wasn't about to let himself be insulted by a mere second-stage beast. He approached Wang Chun with a chilling glare. Kid, we'll cut you some slack since you're just a rookie. All I ask is that you bow and apologize to us seniors in front of everyone. That's not too much, is it? Principal Zhao Longjun and teacher Li Xia instinctively moved to intervene, but 2 students from the prestigious Mozda Academy blocked their way. Against these university students, most of whom were level 60 or higher, the principal and teacher both under level 55 stood little chance. Gu Lan also rose to her feet, her expression icy, but Hubert stepped in to shield Ba Quanming, clearly intent on backing his peers. This was the way of elite combat academies settle disputes with strength. Despite the escalating hostility, Wong Chun remained calm, his expression unreadable. He finally spoke, his tone as cold as steel. A second-year student, huh? Perfect. I've been curious to see whether the so-called elites of top academies live up to their reputation. I, the Beastmaster with the trash beast, hereby challenge you, the pride of an elite academy. If I can't take you down within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Not only will I apologize, but I'll also crawl around the entire city of Dongyan on my knees for everyone to see. The room erupted into chaos. No one could believe this young man had the audacity to issue such a bold and seemingly reckless challenge. If I can't take you down in 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, the meeting room fell into complete silence. All eyes were fixed on the spirited young man, and the air grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, a burst of laughter shattered the quiet. Ha ha ha. Ba Quanming laughed so hard he bent over, as if he just heard the most ridiculous joke. Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, he said incredulously, "Wait, did I hear that right? You're challenging me?" He turned to the admissions officers behind him, his face still filled with disbelief and amusement. "Did you all hear that? This isn't me flexing my authority. This kid thinks I'm an easy target. He even claimed he'd defeat me in 3 moves. How arrogant." Ba Quanming took a deep breath, putting on an air of self-righteousness. "Fine. I'll accept this challenge. Otherwise, people might say that a second-year student at a top-tier academy is afraid of a high school graduate. That would be embarrassing for me, sure, but if it tarnishes the reputation of Mosteed's academy, the shame would be unbearable." Professor Hubert nodded gravely. "This concerns the reputation of Mosteed's academy. You should accept the challenge." The other admissions officers shook their heads, their opinions of Wang Chun sinking further. Zhao Longjun and Li Xia, though worried, chose to believe in Wang Chun. They recalled the final stage of the vocational entrance exam, where Wang Chen's beast companion had effortlessly taken down a level 45 infernal 3-headed python. Meanwhile, Sanjiro, Lu Ruafu, and Ran Yinyan clenched their fists in support of Wang Chen, while Li Yuan, Zhuo Wanwei, and Qing Chuan smirked with schadenfreude. "Let's go. To the arena." Ba Quanming eagerly led the way out of the meeting room. The East Cloud High School arena quickly filled with a crowd. Freshmen and sophomores, recognizing Wang Chun, greeted him enthusiastically. After Sanjiro gave a brief explanation of the situation, the buzz grew even louder. On the stage, Wang Chun and Ba Quanming stood 20 meters apart, facing each other. Xiao Qing, Wang Chen's beast companion, stood tall and serious, as if preparing for the battle as well. Zhao Longjun, acting as the referee, began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the countdown ended, Ba Quanming drew his platinum-grade longsword, its blade radiating a powerful sword aura. He didn't even bother casting defensive buffs on himself. Instead, he charged straight at Wang Chun, his speed leaving faint afterimages. Blade slash. Ba Quanming smirked as he unleashed an rank skill, clearly aiming to end the fight in one strike. But just as the attack was about to land, a high-pitched, indignant squee echoed across the arena. A streak of green shot through the air at a speed far surpassing Ba Quanming's, slamming directly into his abdomen. Ba Quanming let out a cry of pain as his body flew back like a kite with a broken string. His eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Bang! Ba Quanming's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the magical energy barrier surrounding the arena. The protective shield, designed to safeguard the audience, rebounded him back onto the ground. A searing pain in his abdomen almost caused him to lose consciousness on the spot. Ba Quanming was utterly dazed. Just moments ago, he had closed the distance to Wang Chen, confident that his swift and precise sword strike would end the fight in style. But before he could react, a sudden blow to his stomach sent him hurtling backward. "Ba! Watch out!" A warning shout from his classmates below snapped him back to his senses. His instincts as a sword master kicked in, and without hesitation, he raised his sword to block. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out as his platinum-grade longsword was struck from his grasp and sent spinning into the air. Wide-eyed, he realized Wang Chun had already closed in, effortlessly disarming him with a calculated move of his infernal spear. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Chun, hailed as a combat prodigy from Dongyan City, seized the brief moment when Ba Quanming was reeling from the initial strike. With flawless precision, he demonstrated the true prowess of a beast master. This was no useless class that relies on pets. The real issue was that most beast masters simply lacked the skill to wield their potential. The situation grew even more dire. Just as Wang Chun successfully disarmed him, Xiao Qing, his serpent companion, darted forward like a streak of lightning. Crack! The snake's tail lashed across Ba Chuaming's face with brutal force. Blood and teeth flew from his mouth as the impact rattled his brain. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. The highly anticipated duel ended in less than 10 seconds. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Wong Chun turned slowly, his gaze icy and disdainful as he looked down on the university students and the admissions officers who had once dismissed him. Is this what you call the elite standard of your so-called top institution? If this is the best you've got, I'm honestly relieved you didn't choose me. Yes. Incredible. He nailed it. Dongyun First High School's principal, Zhao Longjun, clenched his fists in triumph, his voice booming with excitement. His heart swelled with certainty. Their school had finally produced a true prodigy, a peerless dragon among men. A level 41st transition beast master had taken down a level 62 second transition sword master in just 3 moves without using a single skill. The university admissions officers and accompanying students were left in stunned silence. They had come with low expectations, only to have their assumptions shattered so decisively. What stung even more was the realization that Wang Chen hadn't even relied on flashy abilities. Xiao Qing's initial strike, Wang Chen's disarming move, and the finishing blow with the snake tail, all of it was achieved through raw physical prowess and seamless teamwork. This performance completely upended their understanding of the Beast Master class. In the past, Beast Masters were known for hiding behind their pets, buffing them from afar, or relying on them as shields, an image of weakness and cowardice. But Wong Chun had just delivered an unforgettable lesson. Did anyone else notice? That snake's physical strength is off the charts? Someone murmured in disbelief. Principal Zhao mentioned it's a mutated species, but this level of mutation is on a whole other scale. Indeed, the sheer force of Xiao Qing's initial strike rivaled a speeding magical train. For context, a level 62 second transition warrior could withstand bullets and rip apart tanks. Yet Ba Kuoming had been severely injured by a single blow from this small serpent. In the crowd, 3 stunning girls, Tsunjiro, Lu Ruafu, and Ran Nianian, gazed at Wang Chen with admiration shining in their eyes, along with the other underclassmen who were equally awestruck. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, Zhuo Wanwei, and Qing Chuan wore expressions so dark it was as if they had just suffered a personal tragedy. Anyone else want to step up? Come now. Wang Chen's cold voice cut through the silence, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group of university students. Stop coming at me one by one. Why don't you all come together? I don't have time to waste. Hiss. Xiao Qing raised its head, its jewel-like eyes glinting with disdain as it stared down the university students. Holy crap. Wang Chun is so damn cool. The high schoolers in the audience erupted into cheers. Hey, university students, did you hear that? Wang Chen's inviting all of you to fight him together. What's the matter? Are a bunch of level 60 university students too scared to take on a single level 40 high schooler? The younger students had eyes only for Wang Chun, especially after witnessing Ba Kuoming's crushing defeat. Their admiration for Wang Chun had transformed from mere respect into fervent idolization. As for the group of university students, their expressions were a mix of gloom and frustration, yet not a single one dared to step forward for a challenge. The reason was simple. Ba Kuoming, a level 62 second-tier sword hero, was the strongest among them. The others ranged between levels 55 and 60. None of them were foolish enough to invite humiliation. At this moment, Wang Chen's title as the top scorer in the Southern Province's college entrance exams finally commanded the respect it deserved, proving that he was indeed a talent worth investing in. Even the admissions officers who had previously dismissed him couldn't care less about saving face anymore. They eagerly stepped forward to offer their goodwill. Wang Chun, I must apologize for my short-sightedness. On behalf of Ice Soul Academy, I sincerely extend our apology. To make amends, we are willing to offer an additional rank Beast Tamer career book on top of what Xinlong Academy has promised. Our Rockhard Academy will not only match that with rank skill book, but will also include 3 rank resource dungeon tickets. If you come to East Spirit Academy, you can name your own terms. Oldly, you're really pulling out all the stops, huh? Same to you. The admissions officers who had been standing loyally by Hubert's side immediately abandoned him and swarmed around Wang Chun. Hubert's face turned beet red as he shouted furiously, "What are you all standing there for? Get the healer to treat Ba Kuoming. We're leaving." Hubert could no longer bear to stay. Not only had his pride been utterly crushed, but the reputation of the entire Mosteeds Academy had been dragged through the Muda second-year advanced student, losing to a mere level 40 Beast Tamer, and without the latter even resorting to using any skills. As the Mosteeds Academy group left in disgrace, the other admissions officers continued vying to recruit Wang Chen. Just as Gulan was about to join in the fray, Wang Chen stepped down from the stage, his expression calm as he addressed the crowd of eager recruiters. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just a humble Beast Tamer. How could I possibly deserve a place in your prestigious academies? Let's not waste any more time. His words left the previously dismissive admissions officers red-faced with embarrassment. Clearly, Wang Chun had not forgotten their earlier cold treatment. Inwardly, they regretted their actions bitterly. If only they had stayed neutral instead of following Hubert's lead and turning their noses up at him earlier. Besides, Wang Chen added, I've already made my choice. He turned to the admissions officer from Xinlong Academy. His message was unmistakable, had chosen the prestigious academy located in Longguo's capital, Fengtian City. In truth, the faculty quality of the 5 top-tier academies was comparable. Initially, Wang Chun had planned to choose the one offering the most favorable conditions. However, since most of them had dismissed him from the start, his pride wouldn't allow him to overlook their earlier scorn. He wasn't a saint held grudges. Those who had ignored him before couldn't expect him to entertain their offers now, no matter how generous they were. Seeing Wang Chen's firm decision to join her academy, Gu Lan's face lit up with a radiant smile. Wang Chun, welcome to Xinlong Academy. Regarding the conditions, let me clarify so the other schools don't think we're stingy. How about this? 3 Srank Beast Tamer skill books, 2 Srank General skill books, and 1 Srank Resource Dungeon ticket. Does that sound fair? Her offer left the other admissions officers gasping audibly. 5 Srank skill books and an Srank Resource Dungeon ticket? The generosity of Xinlong Academy, the pride of Longhua, was truly unmatched. Gulan added, I should remind you word of today's events will spread quickly. Most Steeds Academy students will undoubtedly take notice of you. While they won't dare to retaliate in secret, you can expect them to issue challenges in the form of formal duels to restore their honor. You'll need to improve quickly, or you might find yourself in trouble. These so-called duels were a common practice in Longhua. Under the guise of academic exchanges, one academy would send its students to challenge those of another, attempting to reclaim lost dignity. This practice was sanctioned within Longguo's culture of strength and ethos that celebrated power above all else. Even within the confines of the law, battles were encouraged, and signing life and death agreements was not uncommon. Wang Chen, however, responded with little more than a calm nod. Duels? He welcomed the opportunity. 3 days from now is the academy registration day. Use this time to settle your affairs at home. They'll come to pick you up then, Gulan said. Understood, Wang Chun replied. In this world of career transitions, high schools and universities no longer observe traditional summer or winter breaks. Instead, students were granted a brief Tindy break at the end of each academic term. Yet no one complained. Compared to the monotony of conventional academics, the adrenaline-pumping battles of this career-driven world were far more exhilarating. The thrill of growing stronger with each fight was utterly addictive. Wang Chen, the Southern Province Education Bureau's reward will also be delivered to you within these 3 days. Principal Zhao Longjun announced with a hearty smile. Thank you, Principal Zhao, Wang Chun responded politely. Haha, no need to thank me. Just remember to visit your alma mater often. Zhao laughed warmly. I will. As Wang Chen gazed up at the azure sky, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Xinlong Academy, here I come. Just then, Sun Zyra's soft voice broke through the moment. Teachers, have you all forgotten about us? The admissions officers collectively snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing they had indeed left the other students entirely out of the picture. Sanjiro, Lu Ruafu, and their peers, while falling short of gaining admission to the top-tier academies, had no trouble securing spots in prestigious institutions. Despite their longing to attend Xinlong Academy and study alongside Wang Chun, the gap in their scores proved insurmountable. After all, the elite academies only accepted the top 100 students from each province, whereas their rankings hovered beyond the 200 mark. This starkly highlighted the intense competition in this year's vocational entrance exams in Nanzhou Province. Over the next 3 days, Wang Chen's phone buzzed non-stop with notifications of bank transfers from Xinlong Bank. The Nanzhou Provincial Education Bureau sent 2 transfers, 50 million and 10 million gold coins, respectively. Shortly after, Lusheng Pharmaceuticals followed up with another 5 million gold coins. His account balance soared to an astronomical 247 million gold coins, making him an 18-year-old billionaire, an achievement that would have been a near impossibility in his past life, but was far from rare in this world of vocational professions. But the monetary rewards were merely appetizers. The real treasure lay in the vocational resources delivered via a magically powered transport vehicle. The Nanzhou Provincial Education Bureau awarded Wang Chun 2 highly coveted Srank Universal Skill Books, both sourced from the Endless Sea Dungeon. Teleportation S. This skill allows the user to teleport freely within a 10-kilometer range to any previously visited location, even during combat. With a cooldown of just 10 minutes, it's a game-changing ability for escape, pursuit, and repositioning. Weakening S. This debuff skill inflicts a crippling state on the target, reducing their armor, magic resistance, damage mitigation, attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 40. With a cooldown of 5 minutes, it's a formidable tool for unknown confrontations. These skill books, exclusive to the Endless Sea Dungeon, are so rare that even immense wealth can't guarantee their acquisition. That Nanzhou Province was willing to part with such extraordinary resources to reward Wang Chun was a testament to their sincerity. The Dongyun City Education Bureau contributed an A-rank Beastmaster skill book titled Beast Sacrifice. This life-saving skill allows a Beastmaster to sacrifice a contracted pet to avoid fatal damage, granting the owner a second chance at life. For most Beastmasters, such a skill is priceless. However, as Wang Chen gazed at the peacefully slumbering Xiaoqing in his arms, his heart softened. Since arriving in this world, Xiaoqing had been his sole companion and family, forging an unbreakable bond between them. Without hesitation, he stored the skill book in his inventory, intending to sell it later. Finally, the grandest reward arrived from Shenlong Academy itself: 3 Shrank Beastmaster skill books and 2 Shrank Universal skill books. Bloodline Fusion S, a passive skill that allows the user to inherit 10 of the total 4-dimensional attributes of all contracted pets. For Wong Chun, who already had 4,000 attribute points, this would skyrocket his stats to 9,000. As he contracts more pets in the future, the attribute bonuses will only grow exponentially. Beast Bond S, a passive skill that provides unique buffs based on the types of contracted pets. Currently, his bond with Xiaoqing grants all of his attacks the Qing Thunder element and boosts his overall attributes by 30. With multiple pets, he could unlock numerous bond effects. Shared Will S, a passive skill that grants a 50 increase in all attributes when fighting alongside a contracted pet. Unyielding Bastion S, a passive skill that strengthens defensive attributes as health decreases. When health drops to 10, the skill provides a 500 boost to armor, magic resistance, damage mitigation, and resistance to debuffs. Defy Death S, a passive skill that allows the user to survive a fatal blow, fully recovering health and gaining 5 seconds of invincibility. The cooldown is just 5 minutes. This arsenal of 5 strength skill books was nothing short of perfection. Together, they provided unparalleled attribute enhancements, survival mechanisms, and combat versatility, effectively addressing Wang Chen's current shortcomings. As if that weren't enough, the Nanzhou Provincial Education Bureau also issued him a rare strength elixir. Wang Chun gazed at the Supreme Attribute Enhancement Pill S in his hand. This rare, permanent elixir could boost all 4 primary stats by 10, and its effects were immune to any form of dispel or purification skills. But what truly thrilled him was the gift from the 4th-tier Archmagia level 40 diamond 1-star weapon known as Thunderblade. The stats on this katana were nothing short of astonishing: 2,000 strength, 2,000 armor, and 2,000 magic resistance. Its special effects were equally formidable: a 60 boost to attack speed and armor penetration, a 30 conversion of max health into a shield, a 20 lifesteal effect, and a 30 chance to trigger a lightning strike that stunned enemies for 1 second. Crafted by Zhang Tianlei himself, Thunderblade's value rivaled that of Anstier's skillbook and far exceeded the golden 2-star Infernal Serpent Spear Wang Chun had previously acquired. After consuming the pill and tallying up all the rewards, Wang Chen's attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Wang Chun. Class: Beast Tamer. Level: 40. Base attributes excluding gear bonuses: Strength: 9,900. Constitution: 9,900. Intelligence: 9,900. Agility: 9,900. These staggering stats stemmed from inheriting 5,000 points of Xiaoqing's 50,000 attributes, combined with the pill's 10 boost, resulting in a total of 9,900 points per stat. Factoring in equipment bonuses, breaking the 10,000 mark was effortless. Eager to test his newfound power, Wang Chun headed to the private training grounds of his villa, setting the defense levels of 3 training dummies to the maximum for level 50 enemies. With a crisp metallic sound, the sleek katana, crackling with white lightning, slid from its sheath and traced a graceful arc through the air. Clang! With a single swift step forward, he unleashed a horizontal slash. Sizzle! 2 bolts of lightning tore through the night sky, and in an instant, the 3 training dummies exploded into a shower of debris. The sheer destructive power left Wang Chen marveling. "What a blade!" he exclaimed, knowing full well that this was only a glimpse of its true potential, as his passive buffs and combat state enhancements had yet to fully activate. Sliding the blade back into its sheath, Wang Chun felt a surge of excitement. This surge in strength had come at the perfect time. Although he had always been confident in his combat skills, with such solid attributes and gear, he was certain that he could now challenge the Xian Tian demon-suppressing tower without Xiaoqing's help, even taking down the infernal 3-headed python on his own. What excited him even more was the prospect of his upcoming university life. As a student of the prestigious Shenlong Academy, the top institution in Longhua, he would be among the nation's top 100 examinees and top scorers. But in this new era, where reality and a game-like world intertwined, his competition wouldn't just be the human elite. He would also face exchange students from the Orc Empire, Elf Kingdom, Dwarf clans, Giant tribes, Vampire Coven, and other major races across the globe. In this fantastical world, the innate advantages of various races make humanity seem rather insignificant in comparison. The Orcs dominate with their extraordinary physical strength, the Elves excel with their unmatched magical talents, and the dwarves have perfected the art of forging to a level that rivals even the orcs' power. From birth, these races are naturally superior to human job changers. In recent years, humanity has often found itself at a disadvantage in the ongoing struggle for resources. Every year, foreign exchange students from other races, under the guise of cultural exchange, challenge the human freshmen to test the capabilities of humanity's prodigies. Without a doubt, what awaits Wong Chun is a series of intense and relentless battles. After reaching the second transition, it's about time to contract a second beast companion, Wang Chen murmured softly to himself. Chirp. As soon as he finished speaking, the little green creature in his arms looked up at him with tearful eyes, as if asking, "Are you planning to abandon me, master?" Wang Chen quickly reassured it. "How could I ever abandon you? Don't worry, I'm just going to find you a little brother or sister. It must be lonely playing all by yourself. With a companion, you'll be much happier." As he spoke, he gently stroked the creature's head. Such a reaction was not unwarranted. Many beast tamers, after their initial contracted beasts were severely injured in battle and lost their combat effectiveness, would heartlessly abandon or sell them, seeking a new partner to contract instead. Chirp. The little creature tilted its head, its eyes filled with doubt. Really? Of course it's true, Wang Chun said with a reassuring smile. After patiently comforting it, the little creature finally settled down. In truth, every beast companion has its own independent thoughts and emotions, just like humans. Though they may appear innocent and simple, once they form a contract with their master, they offer unwavering loyalty. Unfortunately, many beast tamers fail to cherish this loyalty, taking it for granted and treating their companions as mere tools. But in Wang Chen's case, such disregard would never happen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early this morning, a sleek black sedan was quietly parked outside Wang Chen's villa. Standing beside the car was a woman dressed in a long black gown, none other than Teacher Gulan. Her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her delicate features. Her long, shapely legs, wrapped in black stockings, exuded a cool elegance with a touch of understated allure. Wang Chun had already packed his belongings into a spatial pouch, traveling light as he settled into the back seat. The car started, but instead of heading to the airport, it took a different route. "We're going to the Dongyun City spatial transfer station first, then teleporting to Tianling City. From there, we'll use the long-distance spatial transfer array to reach Fengtian Province," Gulan explained softly. Wang Chen nodded in understanding. Having lived in this world for several years as a transmigrator, he was well acquainted with the background of this career change world. Ever since the fusion of the game world with reality, the Earth's surface area had expanded exponentially. The territory of Azure Dragon Nation had also grown, making the distances between provinces unimaginably vast. Before the cataclysm, a flight from Nanzhou Province to Fengtian Province would take only a few hours. Now, even the fastest mode of travel required 3 months. To make matters worse, many areas had become no-fly zones due to the presence of flying monsters in the wild. Replacing conventional airplanes were high-tech modified magic airships, magical vessels, and even battleships. Only these heavily armed and fortified vehicles could navigate the skies teeming with dangerous creatures. Airports now primarily handled short-distance travel, while spatial transfer stations became the go-to option for long-distance journeys. Magic spatial transfer arrays were not only convenient, but also incredibly fast. Traveling from Dongyun City to Fengtian Province took only 20 minutes of actual transfer time, with the remaining 40 minutes spent waiting in line. When they arrived at the Dongyun City spatial transfer station, a scene of order and discipline greeted them. Rows of uniformed career change soldiers were stationed throughout the area. The station wasn't just a hub for travel, it was also a strategic stronghold. In the event of emergencies, such as the appearance of a rift of the Divine Ruins, spatial transfer stations became vital for rapid response and logistics. A rift of the Divine Ruins was a catastrophic phenomenon, unpredictable in both time and location. It could appear in the wilderness or worse, in the heart of a bustling city, bringing devastation to everything in its path. When a rift emerged, the sky would split open with a massive, centipede-like crack, and hordes of monstrous creatures would pour out, ravenously consuming all life in sight. The most recent rift of the Divine Ruins occurred 4 years ago in the border city of Latham, part of the Orc Kingdom. In just 2 hours, this once thriving metropolis of millions was reduced to ash under the onslaught of monsters, leaving no survivors. It was only through the efforts of a level 150 Orc general, leading a level 100 4th-tier elite army and supported by dozens of level 100 4th-tier archmages, that the rift was barely sealed. This tragic event prompted the leader of Longhua to spare no expense in developing infrastructure, ensuring spatial transfer stations were established nationwide even in the most remote villages as a precautionary measure. Although Wang Chun was curious about the detailed information on rifts of the Divine Ruins, his current level didn't grant him access to such classified knowledge. He could only glean bits and pieces from online articles and speculative reports. Clearly, nations worldwide were actively researching these disasters, and significant progress had likely been made. However, as an ordinary individual, Wang Chen had no way of delving into this field. After obtaining their travel permits, Wang Chun and Gu Lan headed to the waiting hall. The floor was paved with Xian crystal stones, their surfaces inscribed with intricate magical patterns that shimmered faintly. Xian crystal stone, an A-grade material, was prized for its excellent magic-conducting properties and its ability to accommodate two distinct magical inscriptions simultaneously. Its durability made it an ideal choice for constructing facilities like spatial transfer stations. Passengers 88, 89, 90, 91, and 92, please proceed to Spatial Transfer Array A12. The array is about to activate, a voice announced over the station's intercom. Wang Chun, Gu Lan, and 3 other passengers stepped onto the designated platform. Using a spatial transfer for the first time might feel a bit uncomfortable. Be prepared, Gu Lan gently reminded him. With a low hum, the magical patterns beneath their feet surged with mysterious spatial energy, radiating a dazzling glow. Whoosh! In an instant, the 5 travelers vanished, as if they had never been there. Moments later, Wang Chun and Gu Lan reappeared inside the Grand Transfer Palace of Xianlong City, the capital of Fengtian Province. Xianlong City, once known as Fengtian City, had been renamed after the cataclysm caused dramatic territorial expansion in the surrounding area. The name Fengtian was retained as the province's designation. The renowned Xianlong Academy was located in the eastern part of the city, nestled against the Wan Beast mountain range to the north, bordered by the verdant Qingzue Plains to the east, and neighboring a massive underground dungeon to the south. The campus boasted an idyllic and picturesque setting. The academy itself was a marvel to behold. It featured traditional Longwa-style pavilions, grand Western-style magical palaces, and sleek, futuristic buildings filled with cutting-edge technology. This wasn't just a shul, it was a bustling, fantastical metropolis. As Wang Chun stepped out of the transfer palace and took in the breathtaking view of the academy, he couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. This was what a true top-tier institution looked like. No wonder countless students would do anything to secure a place here. Gu Lan handed a freshman handbook to Wang Chun and hurriedly said, "I have a meeting to attend. Take this to the freshman registration office and get yourself registered. While you're at it, take some time to familiarize yourself with the campus. Everything you need to know is in the handbook." With that, she rushed off, clearly overwhelmed by the hectic admissions period following the release of the college entrance exam results. Wang Chen flipped through the handbook as he made his way to the registration office. He was amazed to discover that the campus of Xianlong Academy was far larger than he had imagined. There was a full 50 kilometers between the teleportation palace and the registration office. Thankfully, the campus was equipped with convenient small-scale teleportation arrays that freshmen could use for free. The handbook provided detailed information about the academy's operational system. Here, gold coins held no value. All transactions were conducted using academic credits. Credits could be earned through various means, such as completing courses, climbing the rankings, or carrying out tasks and missions. These credits could then be used to purchase skill books, tools, materials, and other resources. As Wang Chen made his way through the campus, he noticed that most of the other freshmen were dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an air of arrogance, often accompanied by personal attendants. This scene painted a harsh reality. Despite the widespread implementation of the dual-tenure compulsory education system and the vocational college entrance exams, it was still exceedingly difficult for children from ordinary families to gain access to top-tier academies. At times, resources seemed to outweigh talent as the key to success. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wang Chen arrived at the registration office. All he needed to do was hand over a card, and a senior student volunteer would scan it through a detection machine to retrieve all his information and automatically generate a Xianlong Academy student ID card. However, when the senior student opened his ID card, her expression froze. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Wang Chun, are you the top scorer from Nanzhou Province's college entrance exam? The one who even beat up a second-year student from Mosteed's academy?" Her exclamation immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Students turned to look, their surprised gazes accompanied by a growing murmur of whispers. "Is it really him? He looks so harmless, but apparently he's a beast. Look at his student ID number 722830001. Even the dean acknowledged him as the top freshman. Shock, awe, curiosity, and array of emotions flickered in the onlookers' eyes. The other freshmen, meanwhile, felt their competitive spirits ignite. After all, anyone admitted to Xianlong Academy was already a top talent in their own right. The senior student enthusiastically offered to guide Wang Chen to the freshman dormitories, but he politely declined with a calm shake of his head. "No need to trouble yourself, senior. I can manage on my own." With that, he picked up his student ID and walked away, leaving the crowd murmuring about his aloof demeanor. Following the holographic map in the handbook, Wang Chun easily located his dormitory, a luxurious standalone villa perched on a mountaintop. From his vantage point, he could see more grand villas scattered across the mountainside. This wasn't a dormitory. It was a full-blown luxury resort. However, Wang Chen's Villa Number 1 was simply too conspicuous. Perched at the very top of the hill, it commanded the best location, overlooking the entire dormitory district like a proud and solitary fortress. The sunlight gleamed on its white walls and red tiles, making it shine brilliantly and drawing the attention of passing students. Wang Chun flipped through the academy's rulebook in his hands, carefully studying the details of the dormitory allocation system. Every student's accommodation was closely tied to their ranking. The freshman dormitory area was divided into 4 levels: S, A, B, and C. The S-level dormitories, where Wang Chen resided, were reserved for the top 100 students of the year. The A-level housed the top 300, the B-level accommodated the top 800, and the C-level was designated for the rest of the students. The initial rankings for new students were determined collectively by the deans of the various academies, but this was only provisional. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes as he thought about the upcoming freshman competition in 2 weeks. That would be the true moment of reckoning, where everyone's rankings would be reshuffled. For now, Wang Chen had been designated as the top-ranked freshman, clearly a result of his outstanding performance in the college entrance exams, which had deeply impressed the deans. He shook his head lightly, setting this thought aside for the moment. As he continued flipping through the rulebook, Wang Chen learned that Xinlong Academy consisted of 5 major schools: the School of War, the School of Magic, the School of Light, the School of Beasts, and the School of Shadows. Each school had its own unique characteristics. The School of War, the largest, adhered to the principle of peace through strength and was known for its fierce and combative spirit. The School of Magic specialized in training spellcasters. The School of Light focused on frontline and support roles. The School of Beasts was a haven for Beast Tamers, and the School of Shadows exclusively trained explosive assassins. Closing the rulebook thoughtfully, Wang Chun reflected on his own path. As a Beast Tamer, he naturally belonged in the School of Beasts. However, he was well aware that with his capabilities, he could also qualify for the School of War or the School of Light. After all, the versatility of Beast Tamers was unparalleled. Whether tanky beasts or healing companions, they could play pivotal roles in any team. Forget it, I'll think about it after a good nap, Wang Chen said as he stretched and yawned, heading into the lavish villa that was now his home. Pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, he immediately felt the plush carpet envelop his feet. The luxurious interior decor left him momentarily amazed. He quickly made his way to the bedroom, eager to enjoy a well-deserved rest in the comfort of his new home. While Wang Chun and Xiao Qing were sound asleep during their afternoon nap, the registration area for new students at Xinlong Academy was bustling with activity. A series of gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd, drawing curious glances from all around. What? Chao Wenbin, the top scholar of Dianzhou province? Wasn't he supposed to enroll in the Mosteed's academy? Wait, you didn't hear? After Wang Qian humiliated one of Mosteed's Suntobe sophomore students, that school became a laughingstock. Their reputation took such a hit that even this year's enrollment numbers plummeted. The commotion at the registration area grew louder. Shen Miao, the daughter of the prestigious Shen family from Tianchuan province, known as the genius mechanical girl and the top scholar of Tianchuan province, had arrived. Alongside her was Meng Yongsheng, the 4th son of the Sword Saint family from Fengtian province and a local prodigy in swordsmanship, who also claimed the title of top scholar in his province. The sophomore volunteers exchanged stunned looks. In just one afternoon, they had welcomed 5 provincial top scholars, not to mention countless others ranked among the provincial top 100. What was even more astonishing was that the lowest level among these new students was already above level 55. Among them, Meng Yongsheng, Fengtian province's top scholar, level 68, on the verge of becoming a Tier 3 sword saint. Chao Wenbin, Dianzhou province's top scholar, level 65, a Grand Magister. Shen Miao, Tianchuan province's top scholar, level 64, a mechanical vanguard. Feng Yurong, Tianbei province's top scholar, level 65, a Dragonblood Knight. Huang Fan, Shenzhou province's top scholar, level 66, a Beastmaster. However, what baffled everyone was the fact that Wang Chun, the top scholar of Nanzhou province, with a mere level 40 and yet to complete his Tier 2 advancement trial, was ranked first among all the freshmen by the 5 deans. Isn't this just setting him up to fail? The volunteers whispered among themselves. When these proud and competitive freshmen see the rankings, they're bound to explode. Sure enough, by 5 p.m. that day, after all 1,100 freshmen had completed their registration, the initial rankings caused an uproar. The housing assignments for the 4 dormitory zones only added fuel to the fire. Zone S, private villas. Zone A, standalone elegant houses. Zone B, luxury single rooms. Zone C, high-end double rooms. Why am I, Wang Jigang, ranked 25th in Shima province, stuck in Zone B, while someone ranked 72nd in Shenzhou province gets to stay in Zone A? How is it fair that we're all provincial top 100, yet they get luxury single rooms while we're crammed into doubles? And the most absurd part, Wang Chun, at level 40, gets a villa on the mountaintop? The dissatisfaction festered through the night and into the next morning. These proud geniuses, who had been unrivaled in their hometowns, couldn't accept such a stark disparity. Some even speculated that Wang Chun must be an illegitimate child of a high-ranking official in Longhua, questioning whether Xianlong Academy had resorted to favoritism or corruption. In the end, the disgruntled freshmen decided to take action. They marched in unison toward Xianlong Plaza, planning to voice their protest during the opening ceremony and demand a re-evaluation of the rankings. Sophomore students stood by, dumbfounded, as they watched the scene unfold, sensing that a storm was about to break. Wang Chun was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. After his nap yesterday, he had fully immersed himself in high-intensity training. The luxurious single-family villa provided by Xianlong Academy included a spacious private training room equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. The training robots could be adjusted to a maximum level of 100 and were embedded with advanced combat chips that stored the battle memories of deceased professionals. Wang Chun and Xiao Qing spent the entire day engrossed in this invigorating training, experiencing firsthand the vast difference between a top-tier academy and an ordinary one. At dawn, after freshening up, Wang Chen placed Xiao Qing in his arms, slipped his hands into his pockets, and headed toward Xianlong Plaza. Today was the opening ceremony, and he certainly couldn't afford to miss it. Upon arriving at the plaza, Wang Chun was surprised to find thousands of new students already gathered there. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and their early arrival seemed a bit excessive. However, he quickly realized something was off. The new students weren't seated but were standing, their faces filled with anger as they whispered among themselves. Nearby, several second-year students stood watching with amused expressions, as if anticipating a good show. Cautious by nature, Wang Chen didn't rush to approach but instead stayed at a distance, silently observing. It didn't take long for the commotion to attract the attention of the academy's leadership. On the main stage, the air began to ripple, and a mysterious energy spread outward. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures emanating an aura as deep as an abyss appeared before the gathered students. At the forefront stood an elderly man with frosty white hair, a tall and imposing figure with piercing eyes. His complexion was ruddy, his posture upright, and his hands clasped behind his back. A terrifying martial aura surrounded him, subtly distorting and collapsing the space around him. He Fuan. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the president of the War Academy, a peak level 4th transformation martial god at level 180. Beside He Fuan stood another elder with white hair, shorter in stature, wearing glasses and holding a black cane. Despite his unassuming appearance, a massive, faintly glowing clock loomed behind him, subtly disrupting the flow of time in his vicinity. Chu Changfeng, the president of the Magic Academy, a level 180 time god. Wang Chen noted silently. Next to them was a towering man nearly 3 meters tall, his bulging muscles straining against a tailored suit. A vibrant, multicolored spirit bird perched on his shoulder, and a black tiger tattoo on his arm seemed to writhe, emitting faint tiger roars. Wei Yuan, the president of the Beast Academy, a level 175 Beast Master God. Wang Chun continued mentally cataloging. The remaining two were women. One wore a pure white holy robe, her hands gently folded before her, a serene smile gracing her face, and a soft white holy light radiating from her presence. The other was dressed in a tight black combat suit, her high ponytail tied neatly, her sun-kissed skin exuding a healthy glow, and her expression sharp and confident. Milan, a level 178, holy sage priest of the 4th transformation, president of the Light Academy. Li Qingyun, a level 173 shadow blade master of the 4th transformation, president of the Shadow Academy. Wang Chun committed their details to memory. Behind the 5 presidents stood over a dozen other, formidable professional instructors. Among them, a woman in a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses caught Wang Chen's attention. Her long ice blue hair partially obscured her face, and, strangely, she emitted no energy or intellectual aura, starkly contrasting with the others. Yet, the second-year students regarded her with a mix of reverence and admiration. Wang Chen recalled the student handbook but couldn't find any information about this mysterious woman. At this moment, instead of being intimidated by the presence of these powerful figures, the new students' protests grew even louder. President Wang Jigang, formally protest the school's initial rankings for new students. I believe the rankings are unfair. That's right. Jia Hongruwei, also protest. Why are we assigned to the C district dorms while others get to live in the S district dorms? Faced with these fervent protests, He Fuan raised his hand, gesturing for silence. Once the crowd had calmed down, he smiled warmly and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is He Fuan, president of the War Academy. Regarding the concerns about the initial rankings and dormitory assignments, I not only understand your doubts but fully support your right to question them. Since you doubt the rankings we, the Oldtimers, have established, very well. As you wish. Let it be announced. The opening ceremony is postponed to tomorrow, and the freshman tournament will be held ahead of schedule. The event will take place today at 1 p.m. Professors Zhang and Mao. They'll trouble you both to prepare the trial instance. As Dean He Fuan's words echoed through the air, the freshmen on Xianlong Square dispersed like a tide, hurrying back to their accommodations to prepare the necessary pills and tools for the upcoming dungeon challenge. Watching the scene unfold, He Fuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems this year's batch of freshmen is particularly dissatisfied with the initial rankings we old folks came up with. Dean He, you may call yourself an old-timer, but don't lump me and the lovely Qingyun into that category. Milan, the dean of the Light Academy, narrowed her eyes dangerously. Standing nearby, Chu Changfeng, the dean of the Magic Academy, and Wei Yuan, the dean of the Beast Academy, both twitched at the corners of their mouths but wisely chose to remain silent under Milan's glare. Though both Milan and Li Qingyun were undeniably graceful and stunning, their actual ages had long surpassed a century. Thanks to advancements in magic, alchemy, and technology, top-tier rejuvenation pills not only preserved their youthful appearances but also maintained their physical vitality. However, this did not equate to immortality. In the world of career advancements, lifespan was determined by the essence soul, not merely by physical condition. Only those who reached level 50 and above qualified for resurrection, as it was at this threshold that the soul transformed into an essence soul. The essence soul functioned much like a game save file, determining a warrior's true lifespan. While not infinite, the lifespan extended with each level gained. When a level 50 individual approached the end of their lifespan, they would receive a one-year warning. To prolong their lives, countless career professionals frantically sought to level up, while the wealthy and powerful poured resources into studying the essence soul. Unfortunately, the lifespan of the essence soul could not be altered by external force. It could only be extended through leveling. It was said that after level 100, each level gained added 10 years to one's lifespan, while levels between 50 and 100 granted an additional 5 years per level. Responding to the skepticism of the freshmen, Chu Changfeng snorted coldly. The rankings beyond the top 500 might not be entirely accurate, but the top 100 rankings are definitely solid. Since the start of admissions, the 5 deans and numerous elite instructors had spent countless days and nights meticulously analyzing the combat footage from the entrance exams before finalizing the initial rankings. Wei Yuan chuckled and added, Dean Chu, the one facing the most criticism is our top-ranked freshman, Wang Chun. After all, his level is the lowest among all the freshmen. He Fuan said softly, that's to be expected. If it were me in my younger days, I question it too. We're both top scorers, why should I be ranked below you? That's probably what these kids are thinking. Since they refuse to accept it and are eager to move the freshman trials forward, let them. It'll be a good opportunity for them to reassess their own strength. Outside Xianlong Square, Wong Chun scratched his head. The rescheduling of the freshman trials left him feeling slightly disappointed. He had originally planned to complete his second Beastmaster job advancement, contract a second Beast Companion, and explore the pet market and resource secret realms before the trials. Nonetheless, securing his top rank was the priority. Xianlong Academy's benefits and resources were allocated based on student rankings. While lower-ranked students had one chance each month to challenge higher-ranked peers, the challenged could not refuse. Failure to accept would result in forfeiting their rank. By 1 p.m., Xianlong Square was once again packed with people. The freshmen were buzzing with excitement, eager to prove themselves and, hopefully, embarrass the deans and instructors who had messed up the rankings. With a wave of Teacher Mao's hand, a series of ancient platinum-colored doors materialized in the center of the square. The freshmen marveled at Xianlong Academy's immense resources. These dungeons, designated for freshman trials, were platinum-grade. Over at the Dungeon Sanctuary, there were at least 30 platinum-grade dungeons, more than 20 diamond-grade dungeons, over a dozen exceptional-grade dungeons, and even 5 hero-grade dungeons. Someone sighed in awe. So this is the strength of a top-tier academy in Longhua? It's overwhelming. Indeed, in the current global landscape, resources had already been divided among nations. In Longhua, the government controlled 80 of all resources, with the remaining 20 held by prominent aristocratic families and clans. Dungeons and secret realms open to the general public are typically below platinum level. These precious resources require ordinary people to pay a hefty price for entry. However, students from top-tier academies can enjoy access to these premium dungeons free of charge. While they still need to exchange academic credits for tickets, earning enough credits is not difficult as long as they put in the effort. In essence, this is akin to receiving complimentary treatment. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Look, Meng Yongsheng and his group are here, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned in unison to see Meng Yongsheng, tall and handsome, strolling casually with his hands in his pockets. Surrounding him were 4 other provincial champions. Chao Wenbin from Dianzhou, Xin Miao from Tianchuan, Feng Yurong from Tianbei, and Huang Fan from Shenzhou. The 5 of them were chatting and laughing, clearly having already formed a budding camaraderie. Heroes admire heroes. Naturally, opponents with comparable strength often set aside their differences to build connections. Someone astutely pointed out, but Wong Chun is nowhere to be seen. It was evident that, in the eyes of these elite prodigies, Wong Chun, who was only at level 40, was far beneath their league. As the 5 champions stepped into the crowd, many freshmen eagerly approached them, wearing ingratiating smiles in an attempt to curry favor. Some scoffed at this behavior, while others watched with envy. Just then, another wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. He's here. Look, Wong Chun is here. Those keeping an eye on the plaza entranced shouted again. Everyone, including the 5 champions, instinctively turned their gaze toward Wong Chen. Wong Chen's entrance was striking. Despite his relatively low level, his presence was commanding. As a beast master, his physique, even under casual attire, revealed well-proportioned, toned muscles, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. His sharp, chiseled features and striking appearance easily earned him a solid 9.5 out of 10 in looks. But what set him apart was his aloof, icy demeanor, which lent him a unique cold charisma. Even his modest, casual clothing seemed to radiate a noble air. The female students who initially planned to criticize Wang Chen found their hearts fluttering at the sight of his appearance and demeanor. After all, the former high school belle, Sanjiro, had once secretly admired Wang Chun. Her discerning taste was not one to be underestimated, or as cliched as a shallow heroine from a poorly written novel. The crowd began murmuring, and the spotlight quickly shifted from the 5 champions to Wang Chun. As expected, just a level 40 nobody who hasn't even completed his second-tier advancement. Haha, I bet he'll die in the trial dungeon later. At level 40, there's no chance of revival. But you have to admit, he's insanely good-looking better than anyone here. Looks don't put food on the table. True, but they sure do attract the girls. Amid the chatter, Meng Yongsheng and the other champions gave Wang Chen a brief glance before dismissively looking away. At that moment, Dean Hefuan, seated on the main platform, stood up and sternly commanded, "Silence." The noisy crowd instantly fell quiet. The dean and the other instructors fixed their gaze on Wang Chun as well, though their expressions lacked any hint of disdain. Instead, their eyes brimmed with anticipation. They vividly recalled the shock of watching Wang Chen's combat footage, especially his small green serpent, which was undoubtedly a rare bloodline mutation, potentially breaking free from the constraints of conventional order and achieving a remarkable transformation. Dean Hefuan kept his address concise. You should all already understand the importance of the freshman trial from your student handbook, so I won't waste time repeating myself. 3 minutes. Check your equipment and items carefully. The trial begins in 3 minutes. Additionally, there are no restrictions in this trial. Feel free to use any high-level items or special elixirs you have. As soon as the dean finished speaking, the freshmen sprang into action, meticulously inspecting their belongings. Their expressions turned serious. This trial was not just about proving themselves to the dean and instructors, but also about securing their future benefits at the academy. No one dared to take it lightly. The 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A holographic countdown began to tick down from 5 above the plaza. When the timer hit 0, all the freshmen stood before their designated portal gates. As they reached out to touch the portals, a mystical spatial ripple spread outward, accompanied by a brilliant flash of white light. The moment the light enveloped them, they were successfully teleported into their respective dungeons. Notably, every single student opted for a solo challenge. None chose to form a team. As members of their province's top 100 talents, their pride wouldn't allow them to team up. Besides, the scoring for group clears would be diluted, offering far less reward compared to solo dungeon runs. Wang Chun, without hesitation, reached out to touch the platinum gate. A translucent interface immediately appeared in his mind. Dungeon. Sinister prison. Level range. 4070. Difficulty. Platinum 5-star. Modes available. Easy. Normal. Hard. Nightmare. Hell. Player requirement. 15 players. Dungeon background. In the damp and dark confines of this prison lie bloodthirsty, heinous criminals who have committed unforgivable sins. Brave challenger, bring them to justice. Cut them down and deliver them to their rightful end. Difficulty. Hell. Number of participants. 1. Every single freshman on site had selected these 2 options without hesitation. In the provincial top-tier rankings, during the transfer exam, solo runs were the norm everywhere except Nanzhou province. There, out of fear of the infamous iron-faced Shura who designed the questions, students opted for a more cautious approach, typically forming 2-person teams. A second-turn swordmaster, ranked 921, had just stepped into the first level of the Sin prison. The dizziness from spatial teleportation had yet to fully subside when a savage roar exploded in his ears. Forcing his eyes open, he was met with the horrifying sight of a grotesque, blood-covered biocriminal, its body riddled with needle marks, lunging straight for his face. "Damn it!" the swordmaster exclaimed, hurriedly raising his long sword to block. In that instant, a rustling noise came from behind him. He spun around abruptly, only to see a centipede-like biocriminal crawling on all fours. Its body was covered in over 20 thin, spindly arms, and its massive, gaping mouth was lunging at his neck. The swordmaster let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed from his wound. Outside, in the grand viewing area, the headmaster of the academy, Chu Changfeng, sat in the chief's seat, his expression dark and disappointed as he watched the scene unfold. The other deans and elite instructors observed coldly, their eyes fixed on the holographic screen showing the freshman being torn apart by monsters. None of them stepped in to intervene. This freshman was deemed unworthy. Moreover, as a player above level 50, he could be resurrected, though at the cost of losing levels and experience. He would likely drop from the 50s back to the 40s. Wei Yuan sighed. Weren't people saying this year's freshmen were supposed to be exceptional? How is it that they can't even handle such a low-level encounter? Li Qingyun, her tone icy, replied. When they say this year's freshmen are exceptional, they're only referring to their generally high levels. Many are above level 60. This trial will teach them a lesson. Let's see if they can keep their arrogant attitudes after tasting death. However, not all freshmen performed poorly. A female summoner ranked 245 immediately cast a magical shield upon entering her trial, successfully avoiding an ambush. She deftly dodged the biocriminal's attacks while rapidly chanting to summon her contracted spirits, demonstrating a steady, methodical approach. He Fuan suggested, after the trial is over, let's organize a personal combat event for them. That way, they won't accuse us deans and instructors of favoritism. The other deans and elite instructors nodded in agreement. The massive projection screen above the plaza was divided into over 20 windows, each randomly displaying the freshmen's trial progress. Among them, Meng Yangsheng's performance was the most dazzling. Wielding his sword with both hands, he danced like a butterfly through a horde of hundreds of biocriminals. Each flash of his blade sent the heads of a dozen enemies flying. Every kill refreshed his movement skill cooldown, enabling him to chain his attacks seamlessly. His strikes unleashed sharp, swirling sword storms that tore through the surrounding enemies. Within just 1 minute, over 300 biocriminals had fallen to his elegant and masterful swordsmanship. As expected of the swift swordmaster, graceful and deadly, even Chu Changfeng, usually stern and reserved, couldn't help but praise. If nothing goes wrong, Meng Yangsheng's future will at least reach the 4th turn at level 100. Other top-ranked students also delivered remarkable performances. In Shun Miao's trial window, a giant war mech suddenly descended after a soft cry from her. She agilely leapt onto the mech and unleashed a barrage of gunfire on the biocriminals. Over 300 enemies fell like leaves in a storm. As expected of the mechanical clan's heiress, her mastery of war machines is unmatched among her peers. An elite instructor marveled. Chao Wenbin, Feng Yurong, and Huang Fan were equally impressive, clearing the first stage within a minute, their completion times differing by only 5 to 10 seconds. Wei Yuan suddenly asked, what about Wang Chen's window? Why hasn't it appeared yet? As the headmaster of the Beastmaster Academy, he had a particular interest in this student. He Fuan and the others were also curious about the student hailed as the top freshman this year. Soon, the instructor in charge of the broadcast switched the feed to Wang Chen's trial, displayed in window 8. However, what appeared on the screen was an empty scene. Not only was Wang Chen nowhere to be seen, but even the corpses of the biocriminals were missing. This baffling sight left everyone in the room dumbfounded. What just happened? What the heck? Where is he? An audience member exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the now empty screen. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, murmuring among themselves. Some speculated that Wang Chen might not have entered the instance, but that theory was quickly dismissed. After all, they had all seen him step into the portal with their own eyes. Could it be a portal malfunction? Another viewer suggested. Maybe Wang Chun is stuck in the spatial transfer tunnel. Just as the crowd racked their brains trying to figure it out, a woman with an air of gloom and long, icy blue hair spoke softly. Her voice was as clear and melodious as a silver bell. Try adjusting the camera angle. The director immediately complied, and as the camera shifted, the entire crowd gasped in shock. The screen now displayed a wall, but what left everyone speechless was the sight of it, completely covered in the mangled remains of biocriminals. It was as if someone had used a massive hammer to sweep all the criminals against the wall with brutal force. The deans and instructors exchanged looks, their expressions shifting from shock to confusion, and then to sudden realization. It seems he's already cleared the first stage, one instructor remarked with a sigh. This Wang Chun is clearly no weaker than Meng Yongsheng or any other provincial champions. I'm just curious how he managed it. Another teacher chimed in. Rounding up over 300 biocriminals like that isn't exactly easy. Wei Yuan stared intently at the screen and suddenly said in a low voice, wait, look closely, those biocriminal corpses are disappearing. Startled by his words, the crowd leaned in for a better look. Sure enough, the mountain of grotesque remains was gradually turning transparent. Within just 2 seconds, The once blood-soaked and horrifying scene vanished into thin air. Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. What did this mean? It meant that Wang Chen had completely obliterated those biocriminals cleanly and efficiently, likely within the last minute. This is a world where games and reality merge, someone explained. In these secret realm instances, the rules follow game mechanics. Once monsters are killed, their bodies disappear after a short time. In other words, Dean Milan of the Bright Academy couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid cleared the first stage in under 10 seconds?" Hiss! The other deans and top instructors collectively gasped. Even as seasoned fighters at the pinnacle of their professions, they found it hard to believe that Wang Chen had wiped out 300 biocriminals in just 10 seconds. Meng Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and Feng Yurong each took at least 40 or 50 seconds to clear the first stage, one teacher murmured. Even in our younger years, we couldn't have pulled that off. Dean He Fuan decisively issued a command. Mr. Mao, switch the camera directly to Wang Chen's second stage. The screen shifted, and everyone's attention was once again glued to the display. This time, the image revealed a scorched wasteland littered with charred corpses. Once again, Wang Chen's figure was nowhere to be found. Is this guy clearing stages at lightning speed? Is he even human? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Dean He Fuan urgently shouted, "The third stage. Quick, show us the third stage." Meanwhile, Wang Chun had already entered the third stage. Reflecting on his progress, the first stage had been straightforward for him. As soon as he entered, he sensed the biocriminals who had turned into zombies. Despite being classified as 9-star minions, their stats were comparable to elite monsters in a gold-tier instance. Wang Chen's approach was simple yet brutal. He summoned Shaoqing, who transformed into a colossal size. With its massive tail, Shaoqing swept through the biocriminals like clearing trash, crushing them against the wall. Leveraging Shaoqing's overwhelming stats, the stage was cleared in less than 10 seconds. The second stage posed a slightly greater challenge, with 500 monsters instead of 300. Their rank was upgraded to 9-star elites, with stats reaching 8,000 and a dozen mini-bosses among them. Yet, for Shaoqing, it was still a trivial task. This time, Shaoqing didn't enlarge itself. Instead, it used its cloud-riding ability to soar above the prison and unleashed a devastating Azure Thunder Breath. This S-grade divine beast skill was akin to a natural disaster, incinerating all the biocriminals in an instant. The entire secret realm trembled violently from the sheer force. It was worth noting that Wang Chun hadn't even begun enhancing Shaoqing's attributes. The destructive power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline was terrifyingly evident. Once again, the second stage was cleared in under 10 seconds. Without pausing for a moment, Wang Chun and Shaoqing rushed straight into the third stage. As the camera transitioned to the next scene, everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, eagerly anticipating what kind of shock or awe Wang Chun would deliver next. Wang Chen's record-breaking speed in clearing the challenges left all the deans and star mentors at the scene in complete shock. In the monitoring room, everyone stared intently at the large screen. While other provincial champions like Meng Yongsheng, Chao Wenbin, and Shun Miao were still struggling through the second challenge, Wang Chun had already vanished from sight. The broadcasting teacher awkwardly explained to Dean He, switching camera feeds takes 15 seconds for each window. This is to prevent system overload. Since we're connected to thousands of camera feeds, we had to set it up this way. Dean He frowned slightly, quickly calculating. With 1,200 new students and 4 challenges, that's 4,800 cameras in total. Because the exam was moved up, we're using a temporary small-scale magic server. For safety reasons, each camera switch requires a 15-second buffer. Hearing this, the expressions of the deans and teachers present grew tense. A 15-second delay? They might not even catch a glimpse of Wang Chun at this rate. One teacher tried to console the group. It's fine. The boss of the third challenge is a level 60 extraordinary 3-star bio-cyborg, with a 4-dimensional attribute total of 20,000 points, reaching 30,000 in full combat mode. I refuse to believe that kid can clear it in under 15 seconds. Exactly. At least a minute, right? We should be able to catch up, others chimed in, though their doubts were evident. 15 seconds passed quickly, and the broadcasting teacher hastily pressed the switch button. The screen shifted, only to reveal another empty scene. The area was in complete disarray, and the biocyborg had been reduced to a charred heap. The room fell into stunned silence once again. Even the white-coat woman, who had been quietly keeping her head down and seemingly indifferent to everything, raised her gaze. A flicker of surprise passed through her icy blue eyes. It was Dean Chu Chongfeng of the Magic Academy who first broke the silence. "It seems we've underestimated Wang Chen's abilities," he said, his tone a mix of astonishment and the joy of discovering an unparalleled talent. Dean Wei Yuan of the Beast Academy spoke in a low voice. "Rather than underestimating the boy, I'd say we underestimated that little snake. Its true rank is definitely not that of an ordinary beast. At the very least, it starts at a source beast, and it might even be a divine beast." His words made the other deans and mentors draw sharp breaths. While it was still speculation, coming from Wei Yuan, it carried considerable weight. Wei Yuan continued, as a beastmaster, Wang Chen's personal combat strength alone wouldn't be enough to instantly defeat a level 60 bio-cyborg. His incredible speed in clearing the challenges must be due to the power of that bloodline-imitated snake. Hearing this analysis, the room fell into contemplative silence. The blue-haired, blue-eyed woman in the white coat adjusted her glasses slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her gaze. Seizing the moment, Wei Yuan declared, "Such a prodigious beastmaster talent, let me be clear. I hope none of the other deans plan to compete with me for him. When it comes to beastmaster training, my Beast Academy is second to none." However, Chu Changfeng immediately retorted, "I disagree, Dean Wei. What Wang Chun lacks isn't guidance, it's resources. My Magic Academy is rich in resources and can provide him with the highest level of support. I'd even go as far as to shamelessly petition the state to grant him a Tier 3 Divine Beast." Wei Yuan's face darkened at this, left with no argument to counter. Everyone knew the Magic Academy was the wealthiest institution at Xianlong University. And indeed, Wang Chun no longer seemed to need much in the way of training, was a born combat genius. The only thing the school could offer him now was resources. As soon as Dean He Fuan finished speaking, the deans of the War Academy, Magic Academy, and Beast Academy immediately began a heated competition. "That kid Wang Chun has exceptional combat talent," He Fuan said in a deep voice. "But the path of battle is endless. Only through constant refinement and striving for perfection can one forge ahead and achieve greatness. In my opinion, he should join our War Academy. Whether it's resources or combat guidance, I can provide him with the very best." Chu Changfeng smiled confidently and replied, "All right, after the freshman exams are over, let's see who has the skills to win over Wang Chun. We'll let him decide for himself." As the dean of the wealthy Magic Academy, he wasn't the least bit intimidated when it came to making offers against his old friends. Wei Yuan was not to be outdone. The Beast Academy of Xianlong University is the dream destination for all Beast Tamers. For someone like Wang Chun, who is a Beast Tamer, our academy is undoubtedly the best choice. On the side, Dean Li Qingyun of the Shadow Academy and Dean Milan of the Light Academy wanted to speak up but quickly realized that Wang Chen's specialization had little to do with their academies. Helplessly, they decided to stay silent. Meanwhile, other elite instructors looked on with exasperation, thinking that the freshman tournament wasn't even over yet, and Wang Chun had already become so sought after that the deans were fighting over him. "Dean He, should we switch the camera feedback to Wang Chen's window?" the broadcasting director cautiously asked. He Fuan replied steadily, "At this point, there's no need. That kid managed to instantly defeat the biochemical monstrosity in the 3rd stage. Taking on the final boss in the 4th stage should be a piece of cake for him. We'll review the footage of his fight later. For now, focus the cameras on the other freshmen." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Wang Chun had already cleared the 3rd stage and stepped into the 4th. The biochemical monstrosity in the 3rd stage, though powerful, was no match for Xiaoqing. When the monstrosity showcased its insane and terrifying speed, Xiaoqing simply let out a proud hum and unleashed 2 skills. Lightning Gale S and Thunderous Roar SS erupted simultaneously. Xiaoqing's agility attribute skyrocketed to 250,000 points, its critical hit rate overflowed to 200, and its critical damage was amplified 5-fold. In an instant, Xiaoqing appeared in front of the monstrosity like a flash of lightning, and a dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena. Ong! The sound wave, imbued with green lightning energy, ignored armor and magic resistance, reducing the biochemical monstrosity to a charred husk. To Wang Chen's delight, faint dragon horn-like shadows began to appear on Xiaoqing's forehead, and 4 green dragon claws faintly emerged beneath its abdomen. This was a sign of transformation into a dragon. After eliminating the biochemical monstrosity in under 10 seconds, Wang Chun and Xiaoqing immediately advanced to the final stage. As they stepped through the glowing portal, their surroundings opened up to reveal a vast, high-tech hall. The hall was illuminated by a green glow, with rows of biochemical experiment tanks filled with green liquid. Inside each tank floated grotesque, pulsating masses of flesh, each adorned with a grinning human face. At the center of the hall stood a man in a white lab coat, engrossed in his work at a data console. Sensing Wang Chen's arrival, he raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and fixed his eerie, pupilless eyes on Wang Chun. "Another test subject?" the man murmured softly. Wang Chun had no interest in idle chatter. He immediately activated his identification skill, and the information appeared before his eyes. Monster, Warden of Sin Phase 1. Level, 70 max level, 140. Race, human. Skills. Rank, Transcendent 9 stars. Attributes, Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Agility, 40,000 each. Notes. The master of this sinister prison, a scientist obsessed with biochemical experiments. He has transformed every criminal in the prison into a biochemical monstrosity and has even modified himself. An extremely dangerous entity. Wang Chen noticed the term Phase 1, indicating that this boss likely had multiple lives. The Warden of Sin smiled sinisterly at Wang Chen and said, "Will you obediently lie down on the operating table, or shall I sever your limbs and carry you there myself?" Before he could finish, a cute, high-pitched chirp rang out. Shao Qing had already teleported in front of the Warden of Sin. Its tail lashed out with immense force, aiming directly at the Warden's head enough to pulverize an ordinary creature's skull. However, the Warden of Sin, being a boss-level entity, narrowly dodged the lethal strike at the last moment. At the same time, a razor-sharp scalpel materialized in his hand, stabbing toward Shao Qing's abdomen. Clang! To the Warden's astonishment, the scalpel struck as if it had hit a steel plate. Not only did it fail to harm Shao Qing, but sparks flew from the impact. The Warden's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be possible. The blade, which should have pierced through the vile Warden's eye socket, veered off course. Startled and sensing danger, the Sin Warden lightly tapped his toes on the ground, attempting to retreat. But just as he straightened his body, a deafening thunderclap erupted beside his ears. Before his eyes, the small snake was now encircled by crackling blue lightning. Centered around itself, a fearsome thunder pool of annihilation rapidly expanded outward. This was none other than Shao Qing's newly acquired SS-level passive talent, Thunderous Wrath. The devastating power of the world-ending Azure Dragon was now fully unleashed. The thunder pool not only granted Shao Qing 60 seconds of invincibility, but also inflicted massive lightning damage on enemies, while stunning them for 10 seconds. The Sin Warden cursed under his breath, realizing the peril he was in, but took solace in the fact that he had already prepared for a retreat. He planned to exploit the momentary expansion of the thunder pool to escape the vast experimental hall, should have provided ample space for evasion. However, he seemed to have forgotten about Wang Chun. An invisible force of weakness descended silently upon him. This was an S-level universal skill sanctioned by the Nanzhou Province Department of Education, and it struck the Sin Warden without warning. Instantly, this human-appearing but bioengineered monstrosity found his armor, magic resistance, damage reduction, and all 3 speeds reduced by 40. With his speed drastically diminished, the Sin Warden could no longer escape the range of the thunder pool. Amidst his blood-curdling screams, his entire body was consumed by the ferocious azure lightning. The relentless bolts surged through his body, paralyzing him into complete unconsciousness. Shao Qing seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, whipping his lightning-infused tail down onto the Warden's head with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed through the hall, resembling the sound of a watermelon being smashed. Brain matter, blood, and flesh splattered everywhere, but within the thunder pool, these impurities were instantly incinerated into charred remains and vapor. The Sin Warden's life force seemed to have dissipated entirely, but Shao Qing remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. He instinctively sensed that this monster was about to resurrect and enter its second form. With a deafening roar, a massive thundercloud materialized out of thin air, covering the entire biolaboratory. This was yet another S-level skill of the world-ending Azure Dragon, 5-fold Thunderstrike. Sure enough, the Warden's enraged howls echoed from a distance. He had revived somewhere in the hall, now entering an even more terrifying second form. The Sin Warden had grown to an imposing height of 7 or 8 meters, towering like a 2-story building. His grotesquely muscular body writhed incessantly, stitched together with countless anguished, screaming human faces. Most horrifying of all, his neck now bore 3 monstrous heads. The left one with only a massive mouth, the central one with a pair of magic-inscribed eyes, and the right one with an oversized pair of ears. With this transformation, the Warden's overall stats skyrocketed from 40,000 to a staggering 60,000, surpassing Shao Qing's numbers entirely. This was the true difficulty of a level 4070 platinum dungeon. Yet, Wong Chun merely smiled faintly, pressing his palms together. In an instant, 3 signature Beastmaster buffs were unleashed in rapid succession. Hard as One, Beast Frenzy, and Marked for Vengeance, amplified tenfold under the influence of his SS-level talent, Beastmaster's Devotion. These skills took on an unprecedented potency. In mere moments, Shao Qing's power began to surge wildly. Hard as One provided an 800 boost to attributes, Beast Frenzy added a further 100 increase, and Marked for Vengeance granted an additional 50 damage bonus against the target. The battle had only just begun. The originally modest 50,000 points in the 4-dimensional attributes had skyrocketed to an astonishing 450,000 in an instant. Shao Qing's body began to expand gradually, even without the need to activate its gigantification ability. Ethereal images of Azure Dragon horns and claws materialized around it, as if the legendary world-destroying Azure Dragon had truly descended upon the battlefield. The Sin Warden, who had been exuding arrogance and defiance after entering its second form through rebirth, was now utterly stunned by the sight before it. The human faces embedded across its body contorted into expressions of sheer terror, its eyes brimming with disbelief. That small green serpent, could it actually be the mythical Azure Dragon, a divine beast of legend? But there was no time for the warden to remain in shock. A colossal bolt of azure lightning, brewed within the ominous thunderclouds above, descended upon it with unparalleled force. The lightning was blindingly fast, striking before the warden could even react. At the same time, the skill powered by Shao Qing's newly enhanced 450,000 point attributes delivered an attack amplification so devastating that it was beyond comprehension. In a flash of electric brilliance, the final boss of this dungeon didn't even have the chance to launch a single counterattack. Its massive form was reduced to a charred, unrecognizable husk in an instant, its life-saving abilities rendered completely useless. Ding! The mechanical voice of the secret realm spirit echoed. Congratulations to the newcomer Wong Chun for successfully clearing the platinum-level dungeon, Prison of Sin. Current mode: Hell. Completion time: 56 seconds. Overall rating: SSS. Your record has been successfully entered into the database of Shenlong Academy. Please remain in the secret realm instance. Rewards will be distributed in 1 minute. Hearing this announcement, Wang Chen exhaled a long breath of relief. Phew. Done. The completion time was nothing short of astonishing. Thanks to Shao Qing's overwhelming power, the journey through the dungeon had been a breeze, with no obstacles standing in their way. It was an utterly invincible and exhilarating experience. Wang Chen couldn't help but imagine the day when Shao Qing's world-destroying Azure Dragon bloodline fully awakened. When that moment came, and Shao Qing transformed into the true world-destroying Azure Dragon, even the mightiest level 100 Tier 4 experts would likely be no more than a trivial challenge before its unparalleled strength. In the blink of an eye, the promised minute passed. However, what appeared before Wang Chen was not the expected rewards, but rather an intricately crafted, mystical portal of light. Shao Qing tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she stared at the sudden appearance of a glowing portal. Wang Chun gently patted Shao Qing's head, a faint smile playing on his lips. This must be a hidden level. Looks like we got lucky. Hidden levels exist in every secret realm dungeon, but they only appear under extremely rare circumstances after a challenger clears the dungeon. For all career changers, this is nothing short of a divine opportunity. The monsters in hidden levels are typically easier to defeat, and not only is the experience gain doubled, but the chances of obtaining rare rewards are significantly higher. For Wang Chen, in his current state, experience points were his most urgent need. After all, among all the freshmen, he had the lowest level. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen picked up Shao Qing and stepped into the glowing portal. Meanwhile, back in the outside world at Shenlong Plaza, the first freshman to emerge from the secret realm had appeared. It was none other than Meng Yongsheng, the top scorer from the Fengtian province. At this moment, Meng Yongsheng was drenched in blood, his entire body radiating a sharp sword aura. Perhaps due to the excessive slaughter within the secret realm, an oppressive killing intent still lingered around him, making him resemble a fearsome god of death emerging straight from the depths of hell. I'm the first one out, Meng Yongsheng muttered to himself, his sharp gaze sweeping across the plaza, only to find himself standing there alone. Strictly speaking, Meng Yongsheng wasn't the first to emerge. Those who had perished in the dungeon were actually the first to be teleported out and revived. However, they were now hiding in the infirmary, too ashamed to show their faces. Just moments ago, they had been loudly complaining about the unfairness of the Shenlong Academy's initial rankings, only to be eliminated in the dungeon almost immediately. As members of their province's top 100, such humiliation made them retreat from public view, waiting for the freshman trials to end before reappearing. At this moment, Meng Yongsheng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This outcome was a direct slap in the faces of all the deans and top instructors at Shenlong Academy. In the initial rankings, he, the proud top scorer of Fengtian province, had been placed second. While the ranking wasn't low, someone of his caliber could not accept being second. In fact, after learning of the initial rankings upon arriving at the academy yesterday, Meng Yongsheng had been quietly fuming. He had thought to himself, how could this be? He was a level 68 dual-class Swiftblade champion. And yet, Wang Chun, a mere level 40 who hadn't even undergone his second-class advancement, was ranked above him. The media, upon learning about the rankings, wasted no time in publishing sensational articles on newspapers and online platforms. The headlines alone were enough to make Meng Yongsheng seethe with rage. Shocking. The top scorer of the Dragon Nation's capital province ranked second? Prodigy swordsman Meng Yongsheng underestimated by Shenlong Academy's deans? There's always a higher mountain. The rival who overshadowed Meng Yongsheng is here South Province's top scorer, Wang Chen. It wasn't just Meng Yongsheng who was upset. Even his influential family became a topic of public debate. As the leading family among Fengtian province's top 10 noble clans, the Ming family had never faced such humiliation. They immediately contacted Ming Yongsheng, urging him to decisively prove himself in the freshman competition and humiliate the academy's leadership. And now, he had done it. He was the first to clear the dungeon. He had reclaimed his rightful honor. As this thought crossed his mind, Ming Yongsheng clenched his fists, a proud expression flashing across his otherwise cold face. He glanced toward the main stage, where the deans and top instructors sat, his gaze filled with silent defiance. It was as if he were declaring, "Your rankings were wrong. I am the true number one." However, what puzzled Ming Yongsheng was that when his eyes met those of the deans and instructors, instead of seeing regret, shame, or embarrassment, he was met with peculiar, faintly amused smiles. What was going on? Ming Yongsheng frowned, but before he could react, several figures began to materialize nearby. It was none other than the other top scorers Zhao Wenbin, Xin Miao, and Feng Yurong. "Wow, you're still the fastest." As expected of Fengtian province's top scorer, Zhao Wenbin greeted Ming Yongsheng with a mix of admiration and camaraderie. The two had some history, having faced each other in a national youth combat tournament, where Zhao Wenbin had been defeated by Ming Yongsheng. Their rivalry had since evolved into a tenuous friendship. Wang Chun isn't out yet. Xin Miao, ever the lively and curious one, glanced around after emerging, noticing Wang Chen's absence. The other top scorers also began scanning their surroundings. "Hey, you're right. No sign of Wang Chen," remarked Huang Fan, the top scorer from Shenzhou province. "Could it be that he hasn't cleared the dungeon yet?" Feng Yurong from Tianbei province asked with a puzzled expression. "He probably hasn't. If he had, he would have been out before us," Zhao Wenbin said confidently. "Wow, so the guy's all hype, huh? The deans and instructors placed him at the top of the rankings, and he can't even speed clear a platinum-level dungeon?" Zhao Wenbin said with exaggerated surprise. "Looks like his true colors are showing. I said it all along, how could a level 40 Beast Master possibly be stronger than us? People kept saying how tough Iron Face Executioner Lu Sen's trials are, but now, a level 40 Beast Master scored top marks? I think Lu Sen's reputation was just overhyped," Zhao Wenbin added with a faint smirk. His loyalty to Ming Yongsheng, combined with his own dissatisfaction with the rankings, made him quick to deride Wang Chen. Suddenly, over a dozen more figures began to emerge from the Platinum Gate. These were the elites ranked in the top 50 among the freshmen. Their completion times were likely within 20 seconds of each other, showing little disparity. "Whoa, you guys are already out? Not bad for the top scorers," one of the newly emerged elites remarked in surprise. Where's Wang Chun? The so-called freshman number one isn't here yet?" Predictably, these elites, upon noticing Wang Chen's absence, deliberately brought him up. Looks like those deans and top instructors don't have such great judgment after all." "Exactly. The so-called top freshman can't even handle a platinum-level dungeon? That's embarrassing." Well, looks like it's the academy's turn to get slapped in the face this time." For a moment, the plaza buzzed with mocking laughter and sarcastic remarks as these elites reveled in Wang Chen's apparent failure. Ding! The notification chime rang out as Wang Chun successfully cleared the hidden stage of the dungeon. A cascade of generous rewards followed. The system screen shimmered with dazzling golden light as the 5 million experience point bonus from the hidden stage instantly boosted both Wang Chun and Xiao Qing's levels to 50. Wang Chen's eyes were glued to the reward list. And a grade material, Warden's Bioheart. And a grade item, Intermediate Luck Potion. And the title Bio Nemesis. What excited him even more was the additional reward for breaking the historical record, the Heaven's End Armor Set Platinum 5-star, and the Mourner's Earrings Platinum 9-star. While the outside world was still buzzing with speculative chatter and schadenfreude, Wang Chun was already calculating his gains in silence. Normally, clearing a platinum-level dungeon with a best record run would yield 2 to 3 million experience points. However, the hidden stage bonus doubled that to 5 million. Wang Chun and Xiao Qing evenly split the experience points, each receiving 2.5 million. This prompted Wang Chen to reflect on the challenges of contracting additional beast companions in the future, diluted experience points, steeper leveling curves, and the exorbitant costs of acquiring beasts. No wonder Beast Tamers were often referred to as the Padoan class. He couldn't help but sigh. It was no surprise that even 30-year Beast Tamers, despite reaching level 70 or 80, often only had 1 or 2 beasts in their arsenal. Upon reaching level 50, Xiao Qing's 4-dimensional attributes balanced out at 100,000 points. Wang Chen's own attributes skyrocketed from 9,900 to 18,000 points. 10,000 inherited from Xiao Qing and 8,000 gained from leveling up between levels 40 and 50. This was not even accounting for the bonuses from equipment, items, and titles. Wang Chun quickly evaluated the rest of his rewards. The Warden's Bioheart wasn't immediately useful, so he decided to sell it for credits. The Intermediate Luck Potion, which tripled luck, would be saved for later. The Bio Nemesis title, while offering only a modest 10 resistance against biotype enemies, was still better than nothing. What thrilled Wang Chun the most were the Heaven's End armor set and the Mourner's earrings. He eagerly inspected their attributes. Heaven's End armor set Platinum 5-star, level 50. Base stats, Strength 400, Armor 400, Magic Resistance 400. Unique effects, boosts critical rate, physical magical damage, and attack, casting, and movement speeds. Set bonus, ignores 20 of enemy magic resistance and armor. Mourner's earrings Platinum 9-star, level 50. Base stats, Strength 400, Intelligence 400, Armor 400, Magic Resistance 400. Effect, increases strength, intelligence, and movement attack speed. Restores HP and mana upon attacking. Without hesitation, Wang Chen equipped these items, feeling the surge in his stats. He estimated that his total attributes had now surpassed the 30,000 mark. The final reward, a Class A talent called Weapon Master, was the cherry on top. This talent not only enhanced his proficiency and mastery with all types of weapons, but also granted additional attribute bonuses when wielding different weapons. The moment Wang Chen equipped the Thunderblade, the system notified him of a Katana Mastery buff, a 30 increase in attack and movement speed, a 20 boost to physical attack power, and a 20 armor penetration bonus. The rewards from this dungeon run perfectly compensated for Wang Chen's previous shortcomings in armor, accessories, and weapon mastery. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his gains, and was filled with anticipation for future challenges. In the eyes of others, Beastmasters are seen as a profession that relies entirely on their beast companions. But to Wang Chun, this is far from the truth. He firmly believes that a Beastmaster can also fight using their own strength. Of course, the current power of Shaoqing has far exceeded Wang Chen's imagination so much so that even if he barely lifts a finger, there's no cause for concern. Wang Chun gently brushed off the dust from his sleeves and carefully placed Shaoqing back into his arms. Then, he crushed a teleportation scroll, instantly returning to the outside world. On the plaza, more and more freshmen were completing the dungeon trial and emerging one after another. When they saw the provincial champions already chatting away casually, they were first surprised, then quickly came to terms with it. After all, being surpassed by a provincial champion as a member of the provincial top 100 seemed perfectly normal. However, one question lingered in everyone's minds. Where was Wang Chun, the top-ranked freshman? Ming Yongsheng, Shen Miao, and other prodigies had already appeared. So logically, Wang Chun should have been even faster. Could it be that he couldn't even clear the dungeon? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face for the deans and top instructors? Interestingly, the deans and instructors appeared unusually calm, showing no signs of worry about such an embarrassing possibility. Some freshmen began whispering among themselves, questioning the credibility of the initial rankings. As the crowd grew, the murmurs became louder. The deans and instructors seated on the main stage couldn't help but frown. These freshmen were getting a bit too full of themselves. If Wang Chen really performed poorly, they wouldn't mind apologizing to the freshmen. After all, if someone had the strength to prove them wrong, they wouldn't feel offended. They'd actually be pleased to see such talent emerge. The problem, however, was that the results hadn't been released yet, and these freshmen were already assuming they were at the top, even going so far as to think they had embarrassed the deans. That was crossing the line. Dean Chu Chongfeng of the Magic Academy, known for his fiery temper, suddenly stood up and slammed the table. Silence! His voice boomed like thunder. Wait for the results to be announced and stop being so self-satisfied. Even from this distance, I can hear your arrogant chatter. As a level 100 tier 4 archmage, his roar instantly silenced this group of proud and ambitious prodigies. Yet, their expressions still betrayed a stubborn unwillingness to concede. Chu Chongfeng snorted coldly. Don't give me that resentful look. Once the rankings are out, if things are really as you think, I won't hesitate to bow my head and admit I was wrong. At this moment, Dean He Fuan also stood up slowly, sweeping a stern gaze over the crowd below. Enough. Quiet down. As his words fell, the plaza instantly became silent. Everyone was now waiting for Wang Chen's appearance. Time ticked by, minute by minute. 5 minutes passed. All 1,000 freshmen had emerged, standing densely packed in the plaza, yet no one dared to make a sound. That Wang Chen sure has some nerve, making over 1,000 of us wait for him, many muttered in their hearts. He's so weak. Everyone else is out, and he's still not here. Could he have died in there? Just as the crowd's speculations ran wild, the last platinum gate on Xianlong Plaza suddenly radiated a dazzling light. A tall and well-proportioned figure stepped out, standing at the gate's threshold. What surprised everyone was that this person's clothes were neat and spotless, without a single trace of blood or dirt. This was in stark contrast to the other freshmen, most of whom were covered in varying degrees of bloodstains. After all, the dungeon was no easy feat, and coming out disheveled after a brutal fight was only natural. Finally, you've decided to show up. The deans all stood up, their eyes fixed on Wang Chun. Dean He Fuan waved him over. Come. To the main stage. This gesture left the freshmen stunned, their faces full of confusion. What was this supposed to mean? Were they going to publicly question and ridicule Wang Chen? Did he perform so poorly that they were about to make an example of him? Under the hostile gazes of the crowd, Wong Chun remained calm and composed. He walked up to the main stage, neither arrogant nor humble. Standing at the highest point, he looked down at the freshmen below, feeling as if he were gazing out over a vast sea of mountains. Meanwhile, the crowd below felt a sense of humiliation from being looked down upon. Just as the freshmen, brimming with anger, were about to speak up, Dean He Fuan finally broke the silence. Standing beside Wang Chen with his hands behind his back, he glanced at the crowd below and spoke in a calm voice. I know many of you freshmen are dissatisfied with the initial rankings set by the school. That's precisely why we brought the freshman evaluation forward. But the results we've seen so far are deeply disappointing to us. The freshmen below assumed this disappointment referred to Wang Chun, who was supposed to be the top freshman but had come out last. However, He Fuan's next words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Let me personally inform you. The freshmen who claim the rankings are unfair of the results of this evaluation. Among all the freshmen, the rankings of the top 300 have not changed at all from the initial rankings. An uproar instantly erupted. What was going on? The top 300 rankings were identical to the initial rankings? How is that possible? And what about Wang Chun? He came out last, shouldn't he be dead last in the rankings? Meng Yangsheng's face darkened as he raised his hand. Dean He, could we see the leaderboard? Others chimed in, loudly demanding the rankings be displayed. With a wave of his hand, He Fuan said, Fine. Seeing is believing. Teacher Mao, show the rankings. Moments later, a projection screen appeared before everyone. As the rankings became clear, another wave of exclamations swept through the crowd. What the hell? This can't be real. 56 seconds. Wang Chen's time is 56 seconds. Am I dreaming? No way. This data must be fake. He was the last to come out. How could he have a time of 56 seconds? The leaderboard's revelation shattered the mental defenses of many freshmen. They stared at the screen in disbelief, as if they were witnessing the most impossible thing in the world. Shock, disbelief, frowns, various expressions flooded the faces of the new students. The once quiet venue erupted into a cacophony of noise, with discussions breaking out everywhere. Clearly, for these freshmen, Wang Chen's record-breaking 56-second completion time was beyond belief. Doubts about the authenticity of the score spread like wildfire, and some even glared at him angrily, as though they had been gravely insulted. Just as the murmurs and debates grew louder, Dean He Fuan slammed his large hands down with force, his stern voice cutting through the noise. Enough. Silence. The crowd instantly fell quiet, and all eyes turned to the Dean of the War Academy. He Fuan scanned the sea of freshmen before him, his deep voice resonating through the space. Judging by your reactions, it's obvious you all have serious doubts about this ranking. But that's fine. Here at Xinlong Academy, strength reigns supreme. If you doubt something, prove it wrong. If there's corruption, expose it. If there's injustice, fight against it. His voice grew louder, his gaze sharp and challenging. Perfect timing. I, too, have my doubts about you so-called top 100 provincial geniuses. Therefore, after discussions with the other deans and faculty, we have unanimously decided to add an individual competition to this year's freshman trials. He Fuan's announcement was like a bombshell, igniting the emotions of all the new students. He continued, every single one of you will step onto the arena. If you have doubts about anyone's ranking, you can challenge them. Use your strength, your fists, to reveal the truth and expose the imposters in your midst. He paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the freshmen. Of course, challenges come with stakes. If you win, you'll take their ranking and claim all their academic credits for the first month. But if you lose, the punishment will be the same for you. As soon as his words ended, He Fuan turned to a nearby teacher. Mr. Mao. The teacher, addressed as Mr. Mao, gave a slight nod and raised his staff. With a gentle wave, the ground of Xinlong Plaza trembled slightly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a series of square arenas rose up from the center of the vast plaza. Moments later, teams of second-tier priests and teachers dressed as referees entered the scene, taking their positions. It was clear that the academy had anticipated the student skepticism and had prepared this individual competition as the final test for the freshman trials. This spectacle completely ignited the enthusiasm of the freshmen. Those who had been filled with frustration, indignation, and dissatisfaction now erupted in excitement. Many were not only unhappy with Wang Chen's ranking, but also had grievances about their own. The individual competition was undoubtedly the best way to determine true strength. He Fuan's voice rang out again, like the beating of a war drum. Let's go. Issue your challenges. Don't cower like turtles. Starting now, lower-ranked students can challenge higher-ranked ones. Once a challenge is issued, the challenged party cannot refuse. Refusal will be considered an automatic defeat. The Shinlong Academy freshman trials officially begin now. His words acted as a spark, setting off a chain reaction of excitement among the students. Voices filled with battle intent rang out one after another. You, Lu Shan, ranked 562. I've had enough of you. Get on the arena, and let's settle this with a real fight, shouted a burly young man, pointing at Lu Shan from across the crowd. Lu Shan sneered in response, showing no fear. Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? Before the words had fully left his mouth, the two had already jumped onto the arena, ready to face off. With the first challenge underway, others quickly followed suit. Some students, whose unique professions had hindered their performance in the earlier trials, now saw this as their chance to prove themselves. One by one, they stepped forward, eager to reclaim their rightful positions. However, not everyone welcomed this sudden change. Some students, skilled in dungeon runs but less adept at PvP, wore grim expressions, cursing silently in their hearts. But no matter how reluctant they had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. At Shinlong Academy, strength was everything. Without it, they could only resign themselves to the bottom ranks. Soon, all 50 arenas were filled with students ready to fight. Each competitor stood focused, poised for action, waiting for the referee's signal to begin their battles. Then, an anticipated yet dramatic challenge stole the spotlight. Wang Jigang, challenged the so-called number 1 freshman. A lean, pale-faced young man stepped onto an arena, pointing directly at Wong Chun, who stood beside Dean Fuan. His voice was firm and resolute as he declared, Wong Chun, I challenge you. The scene immediately captured everyone's attention. The crowd of freshmen turned their heads, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. They all wanted to see just how much skill this genius, who had set a 56-second record, truly possessed. Here we go. The most thrilling part is about to begin. The atmosphere around the arena grew tense in an instant. Wong Chun, the highly debated top-ranked freshman, was about to face a challenge. The challenger, Wang Jigang, a top 100 contender from the Western Desert Province, now ranked 50th among the freshmen. Wang Jigang? Wasn't he ranked in the hundreds before? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, after the dungeon assessment, Wang Jigang skyrocketed with an astonishing time of 4 minutes and 2 seconds, landing him directly in the top 50. This performance was already at an elite level, only 40 seconds behind the first-ranked Meng Yongsheng. Clearly, the deans had underestimated his potential. Wang Jigang stepped onto the stage, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He declared boldly, Wang Chun, get up here. Let me teach you a lesson. The freshmen in the audience erupted with excitement, cheering and buzzing with anticipation. This so-called top freshman was under heavy scrutiny. Nearly all the new students were waiting to see this so-called number 1 make a fool of themselves. They were eager for this challenge to deliver a hard slap to the faces of the deans and teachers, proving how foolish they were to choose such a useless person as the top freshman. Wang Jigang stood on the stage, a contemptuous smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He sneered. Well, I'm impressed you didn't surrender outright and actually had the guts to step up. That takes courage. Unfortunately for you, when this challenge ends, your title as number 1 will belong to me. With that, he nodded smugly, as if he had already placed himself above Wang Chun. Wang Jigang retrieved a black staff and a magic book bound in a skeletal cover from his spatial ring. These items, combined with his pale, sickly complexion, made it clear what his profession was a summoner, now advanced to a necromancer. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with someone so full of themselves. He turned to the referee and said, Teacher, I don't want to waste any more time listening to his nonsense. Can we start? The referee nodded and announced loudly, Take your positions. As the referee's voice faded, a holographic countdown formed by magical technology appeared above the stage. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The moment the countdown ended, Wang Jigang sprang backward, his toes barely touching the ground. At the same time, the pages of his necromantic tome flipped rapidly, and his black staff moved in intricate patterns. Skill activation bars appeared above his head, and necromantic arrays began to form on the ground. The fighting style of a necromancer was somewhat similar to that of a beast master. While beast masters relied on their summoned beasts, necromancers called forth undead creatures to fight for them. In the blink of an eye, grotesque undead monsters began crawling out of the summoning circles. Wow, that was fast. Wait a second, gasped some of the students watching from the sidelines. Wang Jigang actually has the multicasting steer talent. No way, but it's true, I can see 3 skill activation bars above his head at once. The multicasting talent was a dream for many magic-based professions. While it didn't eliminate spellcasting times, it allowed the caster to channel multiple spells simultaneously. In essence, it greatly reduced the time needed to prepare spells. Other necromancers could only dream of summoning undead creatures as quickly as Wang Jigang just had. To everyone's surprise, Wang Jigang even had time to cast a magic shield on himself. Within just 10 seconds, Wang Jigang had completed his summoning. 50 undead creatures now filled the stage. Undead zombies, skeletal knights, corrupted goblins, soul-siphoning bats, all of them were at level 62, the same as Wang Jigang. Their glowing crimson eyes locked onto Wong Chun. Wong Chun, hurry up and summon your beast. Otherwise, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Wang Jigang sneered as he noticed Wong Chun still standing motionless. His voice dripped with mockery. But instead of responding to the taunt, Wong Chun merely smirked and replied with a line that instantly sent Wang Jigang into a fury. You're not even worth my Shao Qing making an appearance. As soon as those words left Wang Chen's mouth, the crowd erupted into chaos. Holy crap! This Wang Chun is ridiculously arrogant. Wait, is he saying that as a beastmaster? He's not even planning to summon his beast to fight a necromancer who's already summoned his entire undead army? Huh. Wang Jigang is being completely underestimated. The mocking laughter from the crowd made Wang Jigang's face turn beet red. This was outright humiliation. Unable to contain his rage, he pointed at Wang Chen and roared, "Attack! Kill him!" The undead creatures howled in unison as they received their master's command and charged toward Wang Chun. Yet, despite the terrifying sight of the grotesque undead rushing toward him, Wang Chun remained calm, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He didn't dodge, didn't draw a weapon, and didn't summon his beast. What the hell? Why isn't he moving? Is he seriously not afraid of dying? The crowd was in an uproar when a skeletal knight, riding a decayed warhorse and wielding a battered lance, reached Wang Chun. Without hesitation, it thrust its lance forward, aiming to pierce straight through Wang Chen's body. The lance, imbued with deadly precision and malice, was just inches away from striking its target. At the critical moment, Wang Chen finally moved, but he neither dodged nor drew a weapon, nor did he summon his beast. But then snap! Wang Chen lightly snapped his fingers, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. The Death Knight's spear lunged forward, only to pierce through empty air. Where did he go? Both the audience and the undead creatures were left bewildered, scanning their surroundings for any trace of him. Whoa! Look over there! Someone shouted in astonishment. He's behind Wang Jigang. Sure enough, Wang Chen had reappeared like a phantom, standing silently behind his opponent. Sensing danger, Wang Jigang quickly turned around, raising his staff in an attempt to cast a necrotic orb. But it was too late. Boom! A powerful, ironclad punch struck Wang Jigang's face with the force of a cannonball. The blow was devastating. Not only did it shatter the ground beneath them, but it also obliterated Wang Jigang's prized magical shield in an instant, the barrier crumbling into fragments with a sharp crack. Ugh! Wang Jigang let out a muffled groan as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. As his body hit the floor, all the undead creatures he had summoned vanished into thin air. Though necromancers and beastmasters share similar combat styles, their mechanics are fundamentally different. A beastmaster's creatures are autonomous entities, capable of continuing to fight even if their master is incapacitated. In contrast, a necromancer's summoned undead are sustained by the caster's mana, and the moment the caster loses consciousness, the summoned units dissipate. Wang Chen stood expressionless, planting his foot on the unconscious Wang Jigang. The outcome was clear. Victory had been decided. The entire duel lasted no more than 20 seconds, leaving the onlookers completely stunned. They stared in disbelief at the abrupt and one-sided conclusion, their minds racing with questions. How did Wang Jigang lose so quickly? Wang Chen's punch was astonishingly powerful. Wang Jigang lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, blood streaming from his orifices, his body convulsing violently. The severe injuries clearly indicated a combination of a concussion and cerebral hemorrhage. The sheer force behind this strike came from Wang Chen's equipment bonuses. The Heavenly Armor provided a 20 boost to physical attack power. The Heavenly Crown increased critical damage by 20. The 3-piece set effect granted an additional 20 magic and physical penetration, and the Mourner's Earrings further amplified his strength by 10. Coupled with Wang Chen's current base stats of 18,000 in all attributes, this punch was enough to instantly render any level 60 job changer incapable of fighting. The crowd of freshman spectators below the stage was stunned, unable to comprehend how Wang Chen had appeared behind Wang Jigang in an instant. However, the dean and instructors seated at the head table were fully aware this was none other than the highly coveted Scrade skill in the job changer circles. Teleport? Whether for chasing, closing in, or retreating, this godder skill excelled in all scenarios. Wang Chen's usage of it just now was flawless, catching Wang Jigang completely off guard. The referee signaled for the medical team to carry Wang Jigang off for treatment. The team leader, however, remained unhurried and casually remarked, "Relax, old Liu. The kid's not dead. Even if he were, we could still revive him." As Wang Jigang was taken off the stage, the freshman's gazes toward Wang Chen shifted from disdain to awe. After all, Wang Jigang was no weak Klingyi's rise from beyond the top 100 to rank 50 was a testament to his strength. This scene also embarrassed the deans, who had confidently claimed that the top 300 rankings wouldn't change, only to be proven wrong by the introduction of a personal PvP assessment. The freshmen suddenly realized Wang Jigang's glaring weakness in PvP. Many students, aiming for high scores in the job change exams, focused solely on PvE while neglecting PvP skills. Such individuals were mockingly referred to as quiz masters, dominant in PvE but utterly lacking in PvP. Wang Jigang seemed to be a prime example of this archetype. The audience erupted in chatter, with some claiming Wang Chen's easy victory was due to Wang Jigang's glaring PvP deficiencies rather than Wang Chen's own prowess. Others argued that this outcome validated the dean's rankings, suggesting Wang Jigang's overall placement indeed belonged outside the top 100. Amid the heated discussions, the referee's voice cut through the noise, exasperated. "All right, that's enough. Quiet down. Those of you who said you wanted to challenge Wang Chun earlier step forward and line up." The three students in question froze, their expressions stiff. The referee spared no mercy, mocking them openly. "Don't play dumb. Yes, you three. Weren't you the ones bragging about knocking Wang Chun down to the bottom ranks? What's the matter now? All talk and no action?" The three freshmen, ranked 150th, 220th, and 311th respectively, were all provincial top 100 contenders from the Western Desert Province and classmates of Wang Jigang. They were well aware of Wang Jigang's capabilities, knowing he was the strongest among them in both PvE and PvP. Now that even Wang Jigang had been defeated, stepping up themselves felt like walking into a trap. The surrounding freshmen burst into laughter, mocking the trio for their apparent self-awareness. Under the weight of the crowd's stares, the 150th ranked second job mechanized warrior reluctantly stepped onto the stage. However, just as the mechanized warrior was about to speak, Wang Chun calmly waved his hand and said indifferently, "One by one is too much of a waste of time. If you're coming, all three of you can come at once." The crowd erupted in shock. The freshman gasped at the audacity of his statement, while even the top 5 ranked students raised their eyebrows. Xin Miao's delicate face showed a flicker of surprise, while Chao Wenbin, the champion of Dianzhou province, snorted dismissively, calling it a blatant attempt to show off. Feng Yurong, the champion of Tianbei province, coldly remarked, "Big words. If he loses, it'll be even more humiliating." Hearing Wang Chen's bold declaration, the three challengers couldn't hide the glint of hope in their eyes. They knew they stood no chance individually, but as a team, there might be a sliver of opportunity. After all, they were classmates who frequently ran dungeons together, boasting excellent teamwork. The mechanized warrior, Yuan Kong, immediately rallied his companions. "All right, you said it yourself. Such arrogance. Liang Hui, Cui Qiuyang, get up here. Let's teach this conceited fool a harsh lesson." Though Liang Hui and Cui Qiuyang felt that ganging up on one person lacked honor, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and step onto the stage. Outnumbering your opponent may not be honorable, but losing is even more disgraceful. This thought resonated in the minds of Wang Chen's three opponents. They weren't content with just winning, they wanted to win in style. After all, victory came with a hefty reward of academic credits, which were more valuable than gold at the Xianlong Academy, especially for freshmen. The stage was set for an unusual 3-on-1 duel. Although it defied the principles of fairness, Wang Chun, the challenged party, had no objections, and the academy authorities naturally wouldn't interfere. The three challengers stood ready for battle. Yuan Kong, a level 61 mechanical warrior, boasted a strength stat of 20,000. Liang Hui, a level 58 bio warrior, had a physique stat of 16,000. Cui Qiuyang, a level 55 grand mage, wielded a wisdom stat of 13,000. All three had completed their second-class advancement and were equipped with top-tier gear. Yuan Kong wore platinum 1-star gauntlets, Liang Hui wielded a gold 9-star venomous greatsword, and Cui Qiuyang held a crimson staff. Their golden 5-star armor sets were the best among freshmen, a testament to their privileged backgrounds. In stark contrast, Wang Chun remained unervingly calm, as if the three-man assault was beneath his notice. His composure stemmed from his extraordinary bloodline fusion ability, inherited from Qing, granting him a staggering 10,000 points in all 4 attributes, far surpassing opponents of the same level. With a sharp command from the referee, the duel officially began. Yuan Kong shouted, "Same plan as always. Liang Hui and I will charge the front. Cui Qiuyang, you provide support from the back." The trio moved in perfect sync, swiftly forming their battle formation. Yuan Kong and Liang Hui closed in from opposite sides, while Cui Qiuyang prepared his magic bombardment from a safe distance. To everyone's astonishment, even as the two melee fighters closed in within 5 meters, Wang Chun remained motionless. The spectators were baffled. Why wasn't Wang Chun, a beast master, dodging or countering? No one could fathom his intentions, but the fight continued unabated. Yuan Kong and Liang Hui were already in striking range. "Die!" Yuan Kong roared, launching a devastating energy-powered punch straight at Wang Chen's face. This grade A attack skill showcased the might of a mechanical warrior. His right arm, enhanced with mechanical modifications and engraved with magical tech runes, was not only impervious to blades but capable of unleashing tremendous power. Simultaneously, Liang Hui, the bio-warrior, revealed his ferocious side. His arms, covered in needle-like apertures, clearly showed signs of extensive enhancements. The biochemical warrior profession enhances the body through biochemical serums, unleashing extraordinary power. Yuan Kong wielded a massive sword, and Liang Hui swung his fists as both launched a ferocious assault on Wang Chun. Just as their weapons were about to strike, Wang Chun moved with lightning speed, unsheathing his katana, thunder blade, glowing with crackling electricity. "Your movements are so slow." Wang Chen's words pierced Yuan Kong and Liang Hui's hearts like icy daggers. To this prodigy who had immersed himself in relentless combat training, their attacks seemed as sluggish as a snail's crawl. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen had already positioned his katana horizontally in front of him, adopting a textbook-perfect blocking stance. The sharp clang of metal reverberated through the arena, accompanied by the stunned cries of Yuan Kong and Liang Hui. The two, who had moments ago charged in with overwhelming momentum, were instantly thrown into a state of rigidity, their bodies involuntarily recoiling backward. This was the massive stagger effect inflicted upon enemies when a blocking skill was executed successfully. Impressive. Another flawless block. On the observation platform, the dean and instructors, having previously watched Wang Chen's performance during the entrance exam recordings, couldn't help but marvel. This universal skill was incredibly powerful, capable of nullifying all skill damage. Yet, the 0.5-second window of vulnerability during the block made it highly risky. High reward came with high risk, but this young man managed to execute it with pinpoint precision under intense pressure. As Yuan Kong and Liang Hui were incapacitated by the 1.5-second stagger, Wang Chen's eyes sharpened like those of a hunting eagle. He bent his knees and lowered his body swiftly, and then, swish! The katana struck, its blade flashing coldly. Ah! Two agonized screams tore through the air as Wang Chen's katana sliced cleanly through both opponents. Swish! The thunder blade in Wang Chen's hand slashed through the air, carving a brilliant arc of light. Amidst the anguished screams of Yuan Kong and Liang Hui, the blade swept mercilessly across. Blood blossomed like flowers, staining the platform crimson. The diamond one-star weapon effortlessly pierced through their armor, leaving fatal wounds on their bodies. The two collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously, triggering the fifth passive effect of the Thunderblade. Two silver bolts of lightning crashed down, pinning them to the ground. The electric currents paralyzed their nerves, and combined with the severe injuries to their abdomens, the pair instantly lost consciousness. With fluid precision, Wang Chun sheathed his blade, leaving the audience below and the remaining contestant, Cui Qiuyang, on stage utterly stunned. Yet, Wang Chen didn't pause. With a light push off the ground, his figure shot toward Cui Qiuyang like a streak of lightning. "Stay away from me!" Cui Qiuyang shouted in terror, flailing his staff and casting two fireballs in desperation. However, his panic caused both fireballs to veer off course. Wang Chen only needed a slight crouch to effortlessly dodge the attacks. Unfortunately, it was Yuan Kong and Liang Hui who bore the brunt of the misfire. The massive fireballs struck their unconscious bodies directly, and the ensuing explosion engulfed them in flames. The audience below was left slack-jawed, while Wang Chun had already closed in on Cui Qiuyang. Under normal circumstances, a beast master in close combat wouldn't pose much of a threat to a mage, as both are typically considered fragile backline roles. But Wang Chun was clearly an exception. In Cui Qiuyang's horrified gaze, Wang Chun swung the thunder blade with ruthless precision. The strike was both swift and vicious, easily tearing through Cui Qiuyang's magical shield. In the next moment, his abdomen was slashed open, and blood gushed out in torrents. Though the lightning effect wasn't triggered this time, the excruciating pain made Cui Qiuyang scream uncontrollably. Just as Wang Chun was about to strike again, the referee's voice rang out in time. "Wait, Wang Chun, you've won already. Stop. Spare the medical team some workload." The medical staff on standby exchanged helpless looks, silently lamenting Wang Chen's ruthless efficiency. With the referee's announcement, the crowd of freshmen erupted into a cacophony of shock and disbelief. In just 10 seconds, Wang Chun had defeated 3 opponents single-handedly. The spectators marveled at his lightning-fast strikes and impeccable defensive maneuvers, questioning whether he was truly just a beast master. Even the 5 provincial champions showed expressions of grave concern and wariness. They realized that while they could also defeat their opponents with ease, they could never match Wang Chen's effortless dominance. Using just a basic skill, Wang Chen had taken down 2 opponents, a close-range counterattack strategy so risky that a single mistake could have led to his defeat. In that moment, it wasn't just the provincial champions but all of the top 20 students who fell silent. They began to re-evaluate this individual they had previously dismissed as a weakling. A palpable sense of pressure loomed over them as they recognized Wang Chen's true strength. Standing on the platform, Wang Chen coldly surveyed the crowd below. His voice was calm yet brimming with provocation. "Who else dares to challenge me? Come on, all at once if you'd like. I don't mind taking on multiple opponents at the same time." This time, no one dared to hurl insults or jeers. Wang Chen's arrogant words no longer felt grating. Instead, they struck fear into the hearts of the freshmen. Even those who considered urging their friends to step up were met with firm refusals. These prodigies, though proud, were not fools. From the earlier battle, it was evident to everyone that this freshman, personally endorsed by the dean as #1, was no ordinary individual. The duel on the arena raged on. Yet, the combined efforts of Yuan Kong, Liang Hui, and Cui Chuliang had still failed to force Wang Chun to reveal his true strength. The spectators below, mostly new students, exchanged uneasy glances. No one dared to step forward and risk being the next to fall. On the headmaster's platform, the deans and elite mentors watched with satisfied smiles. They had already witnessed Wang Chen's exceptional combat skills during the recorded footage of the college entrance exams. Now, it was clear that his talents extended beyond dealing with dungeon monsters. He handled fellow professionals with the same ease. Even more intriguing was the fact that his mysterious and formidable little green snake had yet to make an appearance. It was likely being reserved as a trump card against the provincial champions. Wei Yuan, the dean of the Beastmaster Academy, was particularly fascinated by Wang Chen's green snake. He was eager to see if this mutated creature could maintain its dominance over the provincial champions. At that moment, the champion of Tianbei province, Feng Yurong, could no longer remain a passive observer. He stepped out from the crowd and onto the stage. His towering, muscular figure drew a wave of murmurs from the audience below. The provincial champion is finally stepping up. Feng Yurong, the Tianbei province champion, a level 65 Dragonblood battle rider. He's ranked in the top 10 of the second-tier professions. His defense is nearly impenetrable, and that blood spear of his is devastating. Clad in blood-red battle armor, Feng Yurong activated his Dragonblood power, causing his height to surge to an imposing 2.5 meters. Coupled with the heavy, crimson armor, he resembled a moving mountain of blood, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. He faced Wang Chun, whose expression remained calm and composed. Without a word, Feng Yurong gave a slight nod to the referee, signaling his readiness. "Both sides prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin," the referee declared. As soon as the words left the referee's mouth, Feng Yurong summoned a massive crimson spear. Despite the 20-meter distance between him and Wang Chun, he thrust it forward without hesitation. Whoosh! A deafening sonic boom echoed across the arena, followed by the piercing roar of a dragon. The crowd gasped in shock as a blood-red dragon head materialized, hurtling toward Wang Chun at an astonishing speed. This was none other than the Dragonblood Battle Rider's a grade range skill, Piercing Dragon Spear. At that moment, Wang Chun finally chose to act. "Shao Qing," he called softly. Chirp! A faint, childlike sound emerged from his arms. In the blink of an eye, a streak of green shot forward, heading directly for the blood-red dragon head. It was Shao Qing, the little green snake, who showed no fear. With a swift and forceful flick of its tail, it struck the dragon head, shattering it into countless fragments with a resounding snap. The snake then landed gracefully on the ground, lifting its head high and letting out a proud chirp at the stunned Feng Yurong. The audience erupted into chaos. Is that a green python? A second-tier common beast just countered a provincial champion skill? Although Shao Qing had awakened the bloodline of the Calamity Azure Dragon, with only 20 of its potential unlocked, it remained classified as a second-tier common beast. Its aura, too, reflected this modest status. However, its potential level had skyrocketed, raising its maximum level cap from 100 to an unprecedented 200. This display left everyone in the arena utterly baffled. Green pythons were typically seen as nothing more than a delicacy, yet this one had just demonstrated an extraordinary power that defied all expectations. Even other provincial champions like Meng Yongsheng and Shun Miao couldn't conceal their astonishment. "Wang Chen, is this your beast companion?" Feng Yurong finally broke his silence, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Yes, it is. Do you have a problem with that?" Wang Chun replied coolly. The crowd below was even more bewildered. Why would such a prodigious talent choose to bond with what was widely regarded as a worthless common beast? Meanwhile, the deans on the headmaster's platform exchanged knowing smiles, but said nothing. These new students had no idea that their current disdain for the little green snake would soon be turned on its head in the most spectacular way. "Are you seriously planning to use this loat-ear snake beast against me?" Feng Yurong sneered as he raised his heavy, blood-red spear. His crimson vertical pupils glinted coldly. As a Dragonblood warrior, The small horns emerging from his forehead were a testament to the dragon blood coursing through his veins. Wang Chen ignored him and turned to Xiaoqing, saying, Xiaoqing, did you hear that? He's looking down on you, calling you trash. Chirp. Xiaoqing's anger flared instantly. It hated nothing more than being insulted and deemed unworthy of its master. Do you want to teach him a lesson? Wang Chen asked. Chirp. Xiaoqing responded with unwavering determination. Then go ahead. Hit him hard. Make him kneel and apologize. With its master's permission, Xiaoqing's sky-blue snake eyes burned with rage. Its body shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight at Feng Yurong. Good. Let me cut down your worthless snake. Feng Yurong roared with laughter. However, before his laughter could fade, his pupils were already filled with the flash of Xiaoqing's striking figure. Xiaoqing moved as fast as lightning, appearing before Feng Yurong in an instant. Though shocked, Feng Yurong, being a provincial champion, reacted swiftly and activated his defensive skill, Dragonfire Battle Armor. Scarlet flames erupted from his armor, greatly enhancing his defense. Yet, all of this seemed laughably insignificant in the face of Xiaoqing. With a resounding bang, Xiaoqing's tail, carrying the force of 100,000 strength points, slammed down on Feng Yurong's head. He only managed a muffled grunt before being sent flying, crashing heavily into the arena's barrier. Before the audience could even process what had happened, Xiaoqing was already on him again like a shadow. Another devastating tail strike landed with a deafening bang on Feng Yurong's head. This blow not only shattered the floor with massive cracks, but also obliterated Feng Yurong's helmet. He let out another groan before losing consciousness entirely. Still seething with anger, Xiaoqing prepared to strike again. If the next blow landed, Feng Yurong would undoubtedly die, his head reduced to nothing more than a smashed watermelon. Just as the referee was about to intervene, Wong Chun calmly uttered a single word, stop. Xiaoqing froze instantly, its tail hovering mere inches above Feng Yurong's forehead. It cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious opponent before slithering gracefully to the edge of the arena. Turning to the crowd, it let out a sharp chirp. Who else dares to underestimate this mighty snake? Then, it returned to Wang Chen's side, affectionately rubbing against him. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, including the 4 other provincial champions who had yet to compete, was utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed. The silence lingered for only 2 or 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. The crowd of freshmen finally couldn't hold back and erupted into a wave of chatter that resembled the roar of an ocean. The scene before their eyes left them utterly stunned. They rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. My God, what just happened? The top scholar of Tianbei province, Feng Yurong, a dragonblood war rider with high defense and vitality, was knocked out cold with just 2 tail strikes from a second-tier ordinary beast? Unbelievable. Did Feng Yurong lose this decisively? The freshmen exchanged remarks, their faces plastered with disbelief. Suddenly, someone realized something and exclaimed, did you notice? The speed that little snake unleashed me eyes and senses couldn't keep up at all. Exactly. Another freshman chimed in. I didn't even grasp what happened with the first strike, and Feng Yurong was already sent flying. Someone in the crowd seemed to have a revelation. A bloodline mutation. That little green snake must be a bloodline mutation. But soon, another voice raised doubt. Still, no matter how much a second-tier ordinary beast's bloodline mutates, can it really be this exaggerated? It doesn't even seem like it used any skills. The atmosphere buzzed with shock, fear, and disbelief. The turn of events had clearly gone beyond what these freshmen could comprehend. Is this Wang Chen's contracted beast? Xin Miao couldn't help but cover her mouth in amazement. No wonder he chose to bond with such an unassuming little green snake. Turns out, this snake is incredibly powerful. Standing nearby, Meng Yongsheng, Huang Fan, and Chao Wenbin remained silent, but their heavy expressions said it all. Finally, Meng Yongsheng spoke in a low voice. He underestimated it too much. And he also severely underestimated the strength of Wang Chen's beast. Xin Miao pouted and turned to ask, so, what do you think? Even if Feng Yurong went all out, could he beat Wang Chen? Chao Wenbin stubbornly replied, hard to say. Feng Yurong hasn't even revealed many of his trump cards. Huang Fan nodded in agreement. Yeah, if Feng Yurong had been more cautious, the outcome might still be uncertain. Hearing this, Xin Miao couldn't help but laugh. She teased, oh, come on. So, who among you is going to challenge this new #1 freshman? Let me make it clear I'm out. I admit defeat right here and now. If I can't win, I can't win. I'm not going to challenge and risk losing my initial credits. That would be the real problem. Xin Miao's straightforward admission of defeat left the other 3 top scholars momentarily stunned. For a moment, none of them knew how to respond. The expressions on the faces of the 3 top scorers instantly darkened, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Everyone understood what stepping onto the stage would entail. The little green snake's lightning-fast attacks were so swift that even Feng Yurong's movements were impossible to track, let alone the sheer force it demonstrated, knocking out fully armored opponents in just 2 strikes. And that was purely physical strength, no skills had even been used yet. The shock wasn't limited to the freshmen. Even the deans and professors seated at the head of the stage drew sharp breaths. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, they hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming victory. He Fuan, the dean of the War Academy, stroked his beard as he slowly analyzed the situation. The agility stat of this little green snake must have reached at least 100,000. Chu Changfeng, the dean of the Magic Academy, nodded in agreement. Its strength stat is equally formidable. It shattered Feng Yurong's platinum 9-star armor with ease truly extraordinary. Wei Yuan, the dean of the Beast Academy, made a decisive statement. There's no point in continuing the match. Meng Yongsheng, Huang Fan, and Chao Wenbin are no match for it. After a brief discussion among the deans, they ultimately decided to allow the competition to proceed. The referee then announced Wang Chen's victory, and the medical team carried the unconscious Feng Yurong off the stage. Wang Chun, however, did not leave. Instead, he turned to face the other provincial champions in the audience. With a steady and commanding voice, he said, "Stop pretending and get up here. Whether one of you comes at a time or all together, I don't mind." His words immediately drew everyone's attention to Meng Yongsheng and the others. The 3 exchanged glances before loudly accepting the challenge. "Fine, we'll go together." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Meng Yongsheng, Huang Fan, and Chao Wenbin stepped onto the stage together. However, the mechanical prodigy, Shan Miao, remained motionless. Noticing this, the 3 quickly began their performance. Meng Yongsheng feigned a heavy expression and said, "Shen Miao, I know you think Wang Chun isn't worthy of your time and that fighting him would be beneath you." Shen Miao was taken aback and hurriedly protested. "I didn't say that. Don't listen to him." Huang Fan and Chao Wenbin chimed in, adding to the teasing with various fabricated excuses for Shen Miao. The surrounding freshmen joined in, urging Shan Miao to step onto the stage and showcase her skills. Under the weight of everyone's pressure, Shan Miao finally let out a sigh and reluctantly stepped onto the stage, her expression filled with resignation. And so, a 4-versus-1 showdown was about to begin. The showdown between the 4 provincial champions and the top-ranked freshman, Wong Chun, is about to begin. After witnessing Feng Yurong's crushing defeat, these once proud provincial champions have finally given Wong Chun the respect he deserves. At this moment, everyone tacitly agrees that Wong Chun is worthy of the title of the top freshman. On the arena, Wang Chen boldly proposed that all 4 champions face him at once, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Even the deans seated at the main platform were momentarily speechless. They had assumed Wang Chun would approach the challenge cautiously, but no one expected him to exhibit such audacity. The deans began murmuring among themselves, discussing the possible outcomes of the match. Dean Milan of the Light Academy softly asked, "What happens if this kid Wang Chen loses?" Dean He Fuan of the War Academy replied in a stern tone, "If he loses, his ranking will naturally drop below the 4 champions, and his credits will be evenly distributed among them. Rules are rules. This is Wang Chen's own choice, and he must bear the consequences." He Fuan then cast his gaze across the other arenas, noticing that the other freshmen had stopped their matches to observe Wang Chen's duel. He barked sharply, "What are you all standing around for? If you're on the arena, then get on with your challenges. Do you not want your credits anymore? For all arenas except Wang Chen's, I'm imposing a 5-minute time limit. If no winner is determined within that time, both sides will lose all their credits." Dean Chu Changfeng also urged the top 300 freshmen, who had boasted about proving the deans wrong, "Don't tell me you're content with this. Show me what you're made of." Under the dean's prodding, the freshmen on the other arenas snapped out of their daze and resumed their challenges. "I challenge the 22nd ranked. I challenge the 8th ranked. I challenge the 36th ranked." Shouts filled the air. Yet, despite the renewed activity on the other arenas, most eyes remained fixed on Wang Chen's platform. This assessment had essentially turned into Wang Chen's personal spotlight. At this moment, Meng Yongsheng, Chao Wenbin, Huang Fan, and Shen Miao, 4 provincial champions, had completed their warm-ups and signaled to the referee that they were ready. The referee turned to Wang Chun and asked, "Wang Chun, are you sure you want to take on all 4 at once?" "Yes, I'm sure, sir. Please announce the start of the match." Wang Chun responded without hesitation. The referee raised his right hand and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown ended, Meng Yongsheng swiftly drew his long, razor-sharp blade. The sword immediately emitted a dazzling frost-like brilliance, with its aura extending nearly 10 meters. From afar, it appeared as though Meng Yongsheng was wielding an enormous lightsaber. "What an overpowering frost sword aura!" a freshman in the audience exclaimed in awe. "I heard Meng Yongsheng's personal mentor is a level 150 frost sword master. It looks like he really inherited the master's teachings." But the surprises didn't end there. At Huang Fan's command, a massive creature covered in white bones roared onto the platform. It was a Qigou bone lion, his contracted beast, a Tier 1 source beast that shared Huang Fan's level of 66. No way. That's a Qigou bone lion, someone shouted in shock. Being born into a prominent family really has its perks. They can contract source beasts from such a young age. Meanwhile, Shun Miao raised her automatic pistol and fired a shot into the sky, tearing open a dimensional rift. A towering 10-meter-tall green mech descended from the rift, and with a single leap, Shun Miao entered the cockpit. As the mech powered up, countless fragments detached from its surface, transforming into a swarm of small unmanned drones that hovered protectively around her. The Type 3 Annihilator mech. Someone recognized the imposing machine. Looks like the Shun family finally gave Shun Miao the skillbook for the Annihilator series. Breaking the tradition of passing it only to militias, truly a groundbreaking genius. In comparison, Grand Magus Chao Wenbin's preparations seemed rather unremarkable. Chao Wenbin brandished his staff, its purple glow shimmering with an otherworldly light, as he quickly cast 3 layers of magical shields around himself. As a mage, he was acutely aware that close combat fighters posed the greatest threat to him. After witnessing Wang Jigang's earlier defeat, his vigilance against a potential sneak attack from Wang Chun increased tenfold. On the arena stage, the 4 champions displayed their unique abilities, eliciting gasps and cheers from the audience below. Yet, on the other side, Wang Chun stood utterly expressionless. His sharp, chiseled face betrayed no emotion, as if he hadn't the slightest concern about his opponent's demonstrations. This indifference only fueled the fury of Meng Yongxing, and the others steaming up as 4 was already a blow to their pride. But Wang Chen's refusal to even acknowledge them felt like a deeper insult. Acting tough, are we? I'll go first. Meng Yongxing snarled, gripping his diamond-grade long sword, its blade radiating an intense light that stretched 15 meters. The air seemed to hum with the sharpness of its aura. With a powerful lunge, he charged forward, raising the massive sword high above his head as though he intended to cleave a mountain in 2. The strike came crashing down on Wang Chun with terrifying force. Boom! The moment the sword struck, the arena floor cracked under the sheer impact. Though the energy shield surrounding the platform contained the shockwave, the spectators instinctively recoiled, awestruck by the display of power. Whoa, that's insane! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. But what happened next left everyone utterly speechless. Facing a strike capable of splitting stone and shattering mountains, Wang Chun didn't even flinch. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he stood motionless. Just as the massive blade was about to crush him, a soft, childlike squeaky pierced the air, followed by a swift flash of green. Clang! To everyone's astonishment, a small green snake intercepted the colossal sword with its head. Sparks flew as the blade met the creature's seemingly indestructible skull. With a mere tilt of its head, the snake sent the 15-meter sword flying upward, the force so immense that Meng Yongxing staggered backward, unable to maintain his stance. The entire arena froze in shock. Even the other 3 champions Shin Miao, Chao Wenbin, Huang Fan and the intelligent Qigou bone lion stared at the tiny green snake with wary expressions. The audience erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, some marveling at the snake's strength, others jokingly wondering if it had mastered some sort of iron head technique, and a few even musing about buying dozens of such snakes for themselves. Not done yet. Meng Yongxing growled, unwilling to admit defeat. He raised his sword again, his eyes burning with determination. At the same time, he activated the telepathic communication skill, a basic Frank ability that every combatant spent at least 10 skill points to learn to relay his plan to the others. Take down the leader to win the fight. They'll keep this troublesome snake occupied. The rest of you, focus on Wang Chun. Upon receiving the signal, the other 3 sprang into action. Shun Miao unleashed a swarm of autonomous drones, all zeroing in on Wang Chun. Huang Fan commanded the Qigou bone lion to charge forward with a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Chao Wenbin retreated to a safe distance, chanting an incantation as he summoned a dozen massive fireballs, each burning like miniature suns, their searing energy pulsating in the air. The stage was set for an explosive showdown. Whoosh! Chao Wenbin waved his staff, sending a dozen fireballs hurtling toward Wang Chun. At the same time, Meng Yongxing seized the critical moment, swinging his longsword once more. A sword beam, 15 meters long, sliced through the air, aiming directly at the small green snake. This coordinated attack proved the validity of their strategy. The small green snake they had previously mocked displayed power far beyond their expectations, as if it were the reincarnation of the Azure Dragon. Meng Yongxing's full-force strike, capable of easily penetrating the defenses of a warrior of the same rank, couldn't even scratch the snake's scales. All eyes were fixed on this joint assault, and everyone believed Wang Chun was about to face defeat. However, at this perilous moment, Wang Chun calmly gave a command. Shao Qing, enlarge. Xiaoqing responded immediately with a faint chirp. In the next instant, dazzling lightning erupted, and the once diminutive Xiaoqing expanded in the blink of an eye, growing to a towering height of 100 meters. This seemingly modest rank ability had undergone a qualitative transformation as Xiaoqing's Azure Dragon bloodline continued to awaken. While ordinary beasts with an enlargement ability could reach a maximum height of just over 10 meters, Xiaoqing's size had only stopped growing due to the constraints of the arena's energy barrier. Now in its enlarged form, Xiaoqing no longer used its head to block Meng Yongxing's sword. Instead, it whipped its tail, effortlessly wrapping around the sword beam. Simultaneously, it opened its massive jaws, ready to confront the attacks of Xin Miao, Huang Di, and Chao Wenbin. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Xiaoqing swallowed Xin Miao's drone, Chao Wenbin's fireballs, and Huang Di's Qi Bone Lion in one gulp. A deafening explosion erupted within Xiaoqing's mouth, but it emerged completely unscathed. Xiaoqing stood like an indomitable steel behemoth, effortlessly devouring every attack with an overwhelming and domineering presence. The crowd below the stage was utterly dumbfounded, their faces frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word. The performance of the colossal serpent before them shattered all their preconceived notions it had just devoured. In one swift motion, Shun Miao's unmanned bomber, Chao Wenbin's explosive fireball, and Huang Fan's beast companion, the Chigyubone lion. The Chigyubone lion let out a heart-wrenching wail. The serpent's fangs had effortlessly pierced through its once proud, impenetrable body. Even the indestructible Chigyubone within its core was punctured. These were no ordinary fangs of a young green serpent, they might as well have been sharper than diamond-grade weaponry. Huang Fan immediately cast a forced summoning spell, pulling his most treasured beast companion back from the serpent's maw. But the sight was devastating. A gaping hole marred the lion's abdomen, blood pouring out in torrents. Its internal Chigyubone was shattered, and its life force flickered weakly. Despite Huang Fan's desperate attempts to heal it with a rejuvenation spell, the injuries were far too severe, and the recovery process was agonizingly slow. This was an undeniable declaration of Huang Fan's defeat. For a Beast Tamer, a crippled companion meant a crippled ability to fight. Unlike Wong Chun, Huang Fan lacked exceptional personal combat skills. His strength rested entirely on the power of his formidable source beast companion. Though he had a secondary beast companion, summoning a weaker creature after witnessing the Chigyubone lion's devastating defeat would only invite humiliation. The referee gestured for Huang Fan to step down. With a deep sigh, Huang Fan withdrew his gravely injured Chigyubone lion into its space for healing. Turning to Xin Miao, Chao Wenbin, and Meng Yongxing, he simply said, "Do your best." Then, without further hesitation, he leapt off the stage. A system notification rang out. Freshman Huang Fan has been defeated. This scene only solidified the belief among the onlookers Wang Chen's beast companion was no ordinary creature. Its power had to be at least at the 5th-tier source beast level. Nothing weaker could have so effortlessly maimed the Chigyubone lion. The green serpent disdainfully spat out the mangled remains of the unmanned bomber. Its massive, unyielding body shifted slightly, and its eyes glowing with the brilliance of boundless azure lightning locked onto the remaining 3 opponents. Xin Miao, Meng Yongxing, and Chao Wenbin immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as if they were not facing a serpent at all, but a true dragon in its full majesty. All or nothing, Meng Yongxing muttered, despair etched in his heart, yet unwilling to yield without a final effort. Without a word, Chao Wenbin raised his staff, conjuring frost spheres one after another. If fire magic was ineffective, he would switch to his primary element, frost. Xin Miao, meanwhile, decisively exited her mech, activating her desperate combat mode. Meng Yongxing closed his eyes, focusing all his energy into refining his sword aura. The blade in his hand burst with light, transforming into a colossal 30-meter-long greatsword. Meng Yongxing was the first to strike. The 30-meter-long blade of energy he summoned swept across the arena, its sword aura saturating the entire platform in an instant. This single slash carried the full power of the top scholar from the Fengtian province. Almost simultaneously, Shun Miao charged forward in her doomsday mech, hurtling toward the massive green serpent. Her intent was clear. She was preparing to unleash the mechanical engineer's famed strength self-destruct skill, mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Chao Wenbin activated the mage's elemental surge buff, a potent enhancement that amplified the power of his spells tenfold at the cost of consuming 7 times more mana. Wasting no time, he cast his strength skill, Frost Star. All 3 top scholars wore expressions of fierce determination. They were clearly ready to stake their lives in this battle against the colossal green serpent. In response to this overwhelming assault, Xiaoqing, now in its massive form, let out an earth-shaking roar. Its entire body erupted with dazzling green lightning as it simultaneously activated 2 SS-strength talents and skills, Azure Dragon Thunder Scales and Wrath of Thunder and Lightning. Clang! Meng Yongxing's energy blade struck first, colliding with Xiaoqing's lightning-infused scales, producing a blinding shower of sparks. Following closely, Shun Miao's doomsday mech crashed into Shaoqing and detonated in a deafening explosion. At the same time, Chao Wenbin's frost orb burst open, unleashing a ferocious wave of frost magic that engulfed Shaoqing entirely. The audience below watched in stunned silence, their jaws agape. Murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd as they marveled at the sheer power of these provincial prodigies. Someone muttered that they would have been defeated in an instant if they were in the fight, only to be met with laughter and derision from others, who pointed out that they wouldn't even qualify to be targeted by such elites. Yet what truly left everyone in disbelief was Shaoqing's response or lack thereof. Despite enduring this relentless barrage, the serpent, under its master Wang Chen's command, remained utterly still, absorbing the onslaught without retaliation. The reason was simple. Shaoqing had become a force so fearsome it no longer needed to act. With Azure Dragon Thunder Scales alone, its health, armor, magic resistance, speed, and attack power were all massively enhanced. It had even gained a staggering 500-point attack boost. If it had chosen to strike back, its opponents would have been annihilated instantly. But the most terrifying aspect of Azure Dragon Thunder Scales lay in its unique effect. Not only did it reduce incoming damage, but it also reflected that damage back at attackers with 5 times the force. Wang Chen's strategy was crystal clear: allow these unfortunate souls to seal their own fate, destroyed by the devastating consequences of their own attacks. Under the protection of the SS-level talent, Thunder's Wrath, Shaoqing's safety was entirely assured. What truly worried Wong Chun were the potential weapons in the hands of the 3 provincial champions: special items capable of bypassing armor, magic resistance, and damage reduction. After all, these 3 were well-known scions of wealthy families. 3 attacks struck almost simultaneously, displaying the seamless coordination among the champions. The instant the blows landed on Shaoqing, a massive thunder pool erupted, spanning a diameter of 500 meters and enveloping the entire arena in its electrified grasp. Fortunately, the arena was equipped with a special protective barrier. Without it, the thunder pool would have undoubtedly spilled over onto the other platforms, endangering the nearby competitors. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shun Miao, Chao Wenbin, and Meng Yongsheng, 3 provincial champions, were caught in the thunder pool's electric currents. They froze in place, paralyzed by the attack. Moments later, bursts of crimson erupted from their bodies, evidence of reflected damage. In truth, they were lucky. Shaoqing had bolstered its defenses just in time. Otherwise, the sheer magnitude of the damage reflected back would have been enough to claim their lives. With a dull thud, the 3 champions collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Shaoqing retracted the thunder pool, reverting to its adorable, juvenile form. It let out a triumphant chirp, hopping back into Wang Chen's arms with a satisfied hum. The audience was struck silent. Even those still engaged in their own duels froze mid-action, staring in disbelief at the 3 scorched and motionless champions lying on the ground. Among them, Huang Fan, who had earlier forfeited to avoid humiliation, looked at his teammates' miserable state with a mix of stiffness and relief. For once, his decision to surrender early seemed like a blessing in disguise. A soft cough from the referee broke the stunned silence. I hereby declare the winner, Wang Chun. He has proven, through sheer strength, that his position as the top freshman is well-deserved. The referee began to clap, and soon the arena was filled with thunderous applause. Wang Chun cast a cold glance at the crowd below. Anyone else want to challenge me? You're welcome to come up. But let me make it clear, come together, don't waste my time. No one dared step forward. The once arrogant freshmen, who had strutted around with inflated egos at the start of the term, now kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact as if they feared being called out. They resembled internet trolls brazen behind a screen, but timid and cowardly in person. With a faint smirk, Wang Chun shoved his hands into his pockets and casually walked off the stage. This trial had been incredibly rewarding. He had defeated 5 provincial champions, the 50th ranked Wang Jigang, and 3 other lower-ranked freshmen, claiming all of their academic credits. But more importantly, he had cemented his status as the undisputed #1 freshman. From now on, no one would dare challenge his position. On the main podium, Principal He Fuan watched with a pleased expression. Did you all see that? He remarked to the other faculty members. That little green snake, Shaoqing, has mastered the power of Azure Lightning. This is the path of its evolution. He stood there, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Wang Chun, with the help of his beast companion, had achieved a crushing victory in a Honor vs. 4 battle. In that moment, he realized that the Xinlong Academy was on the verge of producing a future powerhouse. In less than a month, the Defiant Exchange students from various major races would arrive, prepared to engage in what was being called a friendly competition with the freshmen of all Dragon Nation universities. He silently calculated his plans when the time came. Wang Chun could be sent into the fray to deliver a harsh lesson to these arrogant outsiders. On the surface, it was labeled as a friendly exchange, but in truth, It was a blatant show of force by the other races aimed at intimidating the Dragon Nation. In the current global landscape, humanity was weak, while the other races thrived. From resource disputes to the battle for influence, humans were at a significant disadvantage. Although a ceasefire agreement had been signed between all major races in recent decades, small-scale conflicts still flared up from time to time. Both sides also engaged in covert competitions, such as pitting their younger generations against one another to assert dominance. In recent years, the Dragon Nation's performance in these contests had been less than stellar. A few years ago, a prodigious talent had emerged, dealing a severe blow to the arrogance of the exchange students from other races. But since that genius had ventured into the abyss for training, no one else had risen to carry the mantle. Now, the academy leaders finally saw a glimmer of hope. Wong Chun from this year's cohort might just be the one to shoulder that responsibility. At that moment, Milan, the headmaster of the Academy of Light, voiced a bold speculation. Do you think this little guy's beast companion could its mutated bloodline possibly be that of the legendary world-ending Azure Dragon? The room fell silent for a moment before Wei Yuan, headmaster of the Academy of Beasts, immediately shook his head in firm denial. Impossible. As an expert in beast companion studies, he declared resolutely, the world-ending Azure Dragon is a cosmic-level divine beast. A bloodline of that caliber cannot possibly be concealed within a small green snake. That's pure fantasy. Even Chu Changfeng, headmaster of the Academy of Magic, couldn't help but shake his head with a faint, amused smile. As Wang Chen firmly secured his position as the top-ranked freshman, the assessment was drawing to a close. When the challenge competition officially ended, the candidates realigned according to the new rankings. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chun stood at the very front of the entire freshman cohort. Perched on his chest, the little green snake raised its head proudly, flaunting itself to the freshmen behind him and occasionally letting out soft chirping sounds, as if mocking the defeated challengers. As expected by the deans, the rankings within the top 300 remained largely unchanged. Even Wang Jigang, who had managed to climb into the top 50, exposed his weaknesses during his battle with Wang Chun, which had been witnessed by other freshmen. Those he had displaced quickly challenged him for their spots. Although Wang Jigang excelled in dungeon runs, his PvP abilities were evidently lacking. In the end, a freshman originally ranked 50th, who had dropped to 120th due to dungeon performance, directly challenged Wang Jigang and successfully reclaimed their position. Overall, there was minimal movement within the top 300. Those who had boasted about breaking into the top ranks failed to live up to their claims. Among the over 1,000 freshmen, only the rankings between 400th and 700th saw notable shifts. The strongest remained strong, the weakest stayed at the bottom, while the mid-tier rankings were more unstable. This phenomenon is not uncommon, even in academic exams, where mid-level students' standings often fluctuate based on their performance. Seeing that the freshmen's hopes of proving the deans and teachers wrong had been dashed, Dean He Fuan stood on the main platform. His authoritative gaze swept over the crowd as he sternly asked, "Well, does anyone still dare to claim that the initial rankings set by us deans and teachers were unfair?" The entire hall fell into an awkward silence. Those who had previously shouted about the injustice of the rankings now blushed with embarrassment, unable to meet the dean's eyes. Regret filled their hearts as they reflected on their rash words and actions. They had assumed the initial rankings were arbitrary, or even that Wang Chun had benefited from favoritism. However, it was now clear that the rankings were the result of meticulous planning by the deans and teachers. Shenlong Academy truly valued fairness, justice, and merit above all else. Seeing no one object, Dean He Fuan continued, "Judging by your reactions, I trust there are no further disputes about the rankings, correct? Then I hereby declare this year's freshman competition officially concluded." He went on to console those who had lost credits in failed challenges, encouraging them not to lose heart. He detailed the various ways to earn credits, including completing academy-issue training tasks, assisting teachers with assignments, and trading valuable materials, items, equipment, or elixirs with others. At the same time, he reminded everyone not to neglect their core courses, emphasizing the importance of the end-of-term exams and the bi-monthly challenge opportunities. He urged them to learn from their shortcomings, strive for improvement, and grow stronger. Dean He Fuan's words served as a much-needed morale boost, lifting the spirits of the previously dejected freshmen. Failure was not the end. The real defeat lay in not rising again after a fall. Afterward, the dean announced the start of the academy selection process, immediately sparking excitement among the candidates. Each of the 5 academies had its own unique focus. The War Academy trained all combat professions, preparing future frontline warriors. The Magic Academy specialized in magic professions, boasting the strongest faculty. The Light Academy was renowned for its top-tier support classes. The Beast Academy catered to beast tamers and summoners, and the Shadow Academy focused on explosive assassin professions. The candidates' faces lit up with anticipation, many having already chosen their desired academy in their hearts. At this moment, Dean He Fuan turned his gaze to Wang Chun at the front of the group. With a warm smile, he said, "Wang Chun, On behalf of the War Academy, I would like to extend an invitation to you. If you choose to join our academy, I will personally offer you 3 exceptional gifts. First, an SS grade Beastmaster skill book. Second, a set of 9-star epic armor when you reach level 100. Third, if you have not yet selected your second beast companion, I will arrange for you to contract a first-tier divine beast. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was the kind of special treatment reserved for the top 10 ranked students. Although the 5 academies of Shenlong Academy were united outwardly, they competed fiercely amongst themselves, especially during the annual year-end evaluations. To gain an advantage, the deans and teachers spared no effort in recruiting top-tier students. The conditions offered by Dean He Fuan were undeniably generous, enough to tempt anyone. Even Wang Chen couldn't help but feel slightly moved. The SS grade skill book and 9-star epic armor were indeed enticing. However, the offer of a first-tier divine beast was less appealing to him than the dean might have imagined. While others might find such an opportunity irresistible, Wang Chun, thanks to his innate talents of bloodline appraisal and bloodline awakening, could easily identify and awaken hidden bloodlines in any beast. For him, beast companions were the one thing he lacked the least. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd of new students. Is this what it means to be the top freshman? Someone exclaimed enviously. Dean He Fuan really went all out, even gifting a first-tier divine beast as a pet. Indeed, if Wang Chun had been a swordsman, Dean He Fuan would likely have spared no expense to find him a peerless sword. While the new students marveled at the extravagance, the dean of the Magic Academy, Chu Changfeng, suddenly stepped forward. Huh, old He, that's a bit unfair of you. Chu Changfeng snorted before turning to Wang Chun, his demeanor softening. Wang Chen, if you choose to join my Magic Academy, aside from the first SS grade skill book which I can't double for technical reasons, the other 2 gifts will be doubled. That's 2 sets of epic 9-star armor and 2 first-tier divine beasts. The crowd erupted in shock. The new students exchanged bewildered glances. Even the most experienced among them were stunned. No wonder they call it the Mage Academy. Their generosity is unmatched, someone whispered in awe. I heard Dean Chu Changfeng is in charge of the National Magical Energy Projects. No wonder he's so wealthy. As the students buzzed with amazement, many urged Wang Chun to accept the offer immediately. However, little did they know that Wang Chun was unimpressed by these rewards. Equipment? With Xiao Qing by his side, he could easily obtain superior items from dungeons. Beast pets? A casual stroll through the streets could lead him to discover spiritual beasts, primal beasts, or even divine beasts. For Wang Chun, the offerings from the War Academy and the Magic Academy didn't differ much. Only the SS grade skill book piqued his interest. At that moment, Wei Yuan's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Wang Chun, you're a Beast Tamer. The Myriad Beasts Academy is the perfect place for you. I assure you, my offer will rival anything the War Academy can provide. Meanwhile, the 2 stunning female deans from the Light and Shadow Academies exchanged glances and silently conceded the competition. The crowd had already assumed Wang Chun would choose the Magic Academy. Just as Wang Chun was about to speak, a crisp, melodious voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. All heads turned toward the source of the interruption. A woman with ice blue hair partially obscuring her eyes, dressed in a white lab coat, had stood up. Her sudden action shocked everyone present, as though her involvement was entirely unexpected. Wang Chen glanced back at Meng Yongsheng, puzzled. Who is she? He asked. Meng Yongsheng stared at him in disbelief before responding. You seriously don't know who she is? Well, I suppose you're from a small place, so it's not too surprising. Meng Yongsheng let out a deep sigh, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Turning to Wang Chun, his voice was low and grave. Her name is Tina Shieling. Not only is she a world title holder, but she is also one of the most formidable figures among the pinnacle of power. She possesses 2 professions, Frost Archmage and Reaper. Seeing the confusion still lingering on Wang Chen's face, Meng Yongsheng continued to explain, you might be more familiar with her world title, the Frostmourne Empress. The mention of this name struck Wang Chun like a bolt of lightning. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but gasp in shock. His mind was instantly flooded with the myriad of legends surrounding this extraordinary figure. A world title is no ordinary accolade, it is the highest honor, reserved only for those who successfully conquer the legendary World Tower dungeon. Globally, only a handful of individuals have ever achieved this feat, each standing at the very summit of power. In the long history of the Dragon Kingdom, only 2 individuals have ever earned this title, and one of them was this blue-haired woman sitting before him. Wang Chen stared in disbelief at the woman who had silently sat beside the 5 deans the entire time without uttering a single word. Never in his wildest imagination did he think that she was the legendary world-class powerhouse. As if sensing Wang Chen's inner turmoil, Meng Yongsheng lowered his voice and continued, You're probably wondering why the students seem so indifferent to her presence, aren't you? He paused briefly, a hint of sorrow flashing through his eyes. That's because she's no longer the person she once was, now a broken shell of herself. Wang Chen's confusion only deepened. Meng Yongxing explained further. Her name alone reveals the truth. She's not from the Dragon Kingdom. She hails from the now-destroyed Xiling Empire. She was their last princess. Meng Yongxing's voice grew quieter, as though he were recounting a secret too painful to share. 30 years ago, an apocalyptic disaster descended upon the Xiling Empire, wiping out the entire nation. It is said that she single-handedly fought against the monstrous calamities that ravaged her homeland. But by the time international aid arrived, though the disaster was over, she was left utterly broken. His voice dropped to a near whisper. In the end, she came to our Dragon Kingdom and has lived in seclusion at Xianlong Academy for decades. Over the years, she has remained indifferent to everything around her. Yet today, for the first time, she has chosen to step forward. As Wang Chen and Meng Yongsheng were deep in conversation, Tina Hilling, seated at the head table, suddenly rose to her feet. Her gaze locked onto Wang Chun, and without hesitation, she laid her offer bare. 2 portions of divine beast essence, plus 1 portion of demon god essence. Join my ranks. Her concise words struck like a thunderclap, instantly electrifying the room. The deans and elite mentors turned their heads in unison, staring at the Frostmourne Empress in utter disbelief. Among the freshmen, those from remote regions looked puzzled, while top scholars like Meng Yongxing and Shun Miao, who hailed from prestigious families in major provinces, wore grave expressions. Though Wang Chun came from a distinguished background, his knowledge of such forbidden tier items was limited. He turned to Meng Yongsheng for clarification. The latter immediately explained, Divine Beast Essence is an alchemical potion crafted using the heart of a divine beast as the main ingredient, combined with the finest materials. It enhances and upgrades the bloodline of beast companions. It's said that the Frostmourne Empress once slew 2 cosmic-level divine beasts in the Tower of Worlds. These 2 essences must have been obtained from that feat. Meng Yongxing's tone grew increasingly serious as he continued. As for demon god essence, it originates from the abyssal demon rift and can only be obtained by slaying a top-tier demon lord. Consuming it not only improves one's physique, but also grants extra attribute points with each level up. 30 years ago, the Frostmourne Empress's nation faced an apocalyptic disaster when the abyssal demon rift descended, bringing 10 demon lords. For her to possess demon god essence proves that she indeed managed to slay one of them in a Ani against in battle. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The freshmen were in awe, their envy palpable. The sheer value of such rewards far exceeded anyone's expectations. Even Dean Chu Chongfeng of the Magic Academy, known for his wealth and resources, twitched at the corner of his mouth, clearly taken aback by the Frostmourne Empress's audacious offer. Wang Chun, what is your decision? The Frostmourne Empress's gaze pierced through her long bangs, landing squarely on Wang Chun. Although her full appearance was obscured, the exquisite lower half of her face was enough to reveal her unparalleled beauty. Wang Chun took a deep breath, then declared firmly, I choose Teacher Tina. Over the next half hour, the other freshmen gradually made their choices. The top 10 received personal invitations from all 5 deans, while the top 100 were courted by elite mentors. Although the offers paled in comparison to Wang Chen's, they were still enviable. Meanwhile, students ranked outside the top 100 had to choose their academies independently, an undeniable reflection of the disparity in strength. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dean He Fuan gave a brief closing speech before dismissing the gathering. Wang Chun followed the Frostmourne Empress to an open field. With a casual lift of her arm, a spatial teleportation array materialized instantly. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he realized this was the legendary art of wandless and chantless casting, 2 divine-level talents among mages. In the blink of an eye, the 2 found themselves in a grand and opulent hall. Magnificent magical chandeliers hung from the ceiling, intricate magical arrays adorned every corner, and streams of mana flowed gently along the patterns. This is my residence, the Frostmourne Empress said, taking a jade-green teleportation token from her pocket and handing it to Wang Chun. This is a teleportation token. As long as you're within the borders of Longhua, you can crush it to teleport here. With that, she turned and walked toward a side chamber, her personal treasury. It was clear that bringing Wang Chen here was to fulfill the promises she had made earlier. At the end of the side hall's corridor stood a towering, imposing door, 10 meters high, marking the entrance to the treasury of the Frostmourne Empress. Wang Chen followed the Empress to the door. With a graceful wave of her hand, a series of sharp, clicking sounds echoed. Intricate magical arrays lit up like finely interwoven gears, glowing brilliantly. The door emitted a soft creak and slowly parted to the sides. Follow me, the Frostmourne Empress commanded without looking back, stepping inside. Wang Chen followed closely behind. The crisp sound of their footsteps reverberated through the spacious chamber. Wang Chen raised his head, looking around, once again overwhelmed by awe. This was no simple treasury, it was a grand museum. Luxurious crystal display cases showcased an array of top-tier artifacts emanating extraordinary energy. Weapons, materials, tools, spirit fruits, spirit herbs, elixirs, armor, everything imaginable, all of rare and exceptional quality. Near the entrance, a 6-star emerald longsword of epic grade stood out among the treasures. Yet, in this treasury, it was among the most ordinary items. Wong Chun couldn't help but speculate that it was included here merely for its exquisite appearance. Beyond the equipment and artifacts, a massive crystal case displayed ferocious-looking beast bones radiating a menacing aura. The little green snake nestled in Wang Chen's arms poked its head out, curiously staring at the bones, sensing the energy of divine beast-level creatures. Clearly, these bones were trophies of the Frostmourne Empress's legendary battles. At this moment, Wang Chun gained a preliminary understanding of his teacher's strength and overwhelming power that inspired both fear and admiration. What was even more astonishing was that the Frostmourne Empress was said to be only 50 years old. In this world of career transitions, the average human lifespan far exceeded 100 years. Even a level 20 career changer, barring death by monsters, could live at least 2 centuries. The advanced integration of magic and technology had made eternal youth achievable through magical elixirs, with no side effects. However, the youthful appearance of the Frostmourne Empress was not due to external aids, but stemmed from her formidable physique. With a high enough physique attribute among the 4 dimensions, the Bodis tissues could maintain their peak state indefinitely. In comparison, Din He Fuan and Din Chu Changfeng, though outwardly aged, were in excellent physical condition and could revert to youthful forms at any time. That the Frostmourne Empress had reached the pinnacle of global power before the age of 50 was a testament to her extraordinary talent. Still immersed in awe, Wang Chun followed the Empress into the deepest part of the treasury, entering a small, separate room. Inside, there were only 2 display cases, each holding an ancient goblet filled with liquids of different colors. The surface of the goblets was adorned with shimmering magical runes, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. The goblet in the left display case held a dark red liquid, resembling blood, exuding a chillingly potent energy. The right display case contained 2 goblets filled with deep blue liquid, resembling the vast ocean. Their energy was not only overwhelming but also carried a faint, oppressive aura of divine beasts. Wang Chen immediately realized that these were the legendary Heaven Demon Essence and Divine Beast Essence. The little green snake's eyes sparkled as it stared intently at the Divine Beast Essence, its tiny mouth smacking in anticipation, clearly captivated. The Frostmourne Empress glanced at the little green snake in Wang Chen's arms before calmly unlocking the restrictions on the right-hand display case. The moment the sealing array on the cabinet was lifted, a surge of overwhelming divine beast energy erupted with a thunderous roar. 2 majestic phantom silhouettes of divine beasts emerged above the cups, their roars echoing throughout the treasure vault, shaking the very core of those present. Silence! The Frost Empress's cold and commanding voice suddenly rang out. Her reprimand carried an undeniable authority, and the 2 restless divine beast spirits, still stirring within the essence liquid, let out a subdued whimper before obediently retreating back into the liquid, no longer daring to act out. The Frost Empress picked up 1 cup of the divine beast essence and handed it to Wang Chun. Give this bottle of divine beast essence to that little one to drink. Keep the other bottle for your second beast companion. The enhancement effect of the divine beast essence only works once. Repeated consumption has no additional effect. Thank you, teacher. Wang Chun replied respectfully as he took the cup. According to the traditions of your dragon kingdom, you may call me Master Tina from now on, the Frost Empress said. Her icy blue hair cascaded down, partially covering her eyes, but her tone carried an undeniable seriousness. Understood, Master Tina. Wang Chun immediately agreed. Along the journey, the Frost Empress's displayed power had long earned his complete respect and admiration. Xiao Qing, his beast companion, chirped softly in acknowledgement, expressing its gratitude to the formidable figure before it. Without hesitation, the little creature eagerly gulped down the divine beast essence in one swift motion. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from Xiao Qing's small body. Electric blue lightning scattered in all directions like bolts of energy, vividly demonstrating that the essence had fully awakened the latent power in its bloodline. The Frost Empress gazed intently at the scene and suddenly asked, "Is your beast companion's mutation from the bloodline of the world-ending Azure Dragon?" Faced with the Empress of Eternal Frost, who had now become his mentor, Wang Chun chose to be honest. Although the Empress was far from her peak, her approximate level of 100 still commanded awe from ordinary people. For the top prodigies at the Academy, however, this was merely a starting point, worlds apart from the lifelong level of 50 or 60 that was common for small-town job changers. It was no surprise that the Empress of Eternal Frost easily discerned Xiao Qing's bloodline rank, given that she had once personally slain cosmic-level divine beasts. However, the ultimate potential of the world-ending Azure Dragon's bloodline far surpassed her expectations. Upon learning the truth, the Empress calmly instructed, "Send this little one back to the beast companion space. Let it slowly absorb the medicinal power of the divine beast essence. This is the crystallization of cosmic-level divine beast energite won't be fully absorbed in a short time." Wang Chen nodded and followed her instructions, returning Shaoqing to the beast companion space. The Empress continued, "The other vial of divine beast essence is for you to keep. As for this cabinet here, it contains the heavenly demon elixir." She gracefully bent down and retrieved the vial of heavenly demon elixir from a crystal cabinet, her elegant and curvaceous figure fully on display. Wang Chun, however, had his full attention on the heavenly demon elixir. The Empress explained, "This is a divine-grade potion I crafted using the heart of a heavenly demon lord combined with top-tier spiritual herbs. Consuming it will not only greatly enhance your constitution, but also grant you additional attribute points with each level up. This can compensate for the Beast Tamer class's inherent weakness in four-dimensional attributes, significantly boosting your combat capability." Her decision to take Wang Chen as a disciple was not solely because he had contracted a beast with a cosmic-level divine beast bloodline. It was his extraordinary combat skills that truly impressed her. While beast tamers who contracted divine beasts were rare, they were not unheard of. With her status, simply spreading the word would attract numerous such beast tamers eager to become her student. Yet, it was Wang Chen's aura of a true warrior that ultimately won her over. Curious, Wang Chen asked, "Master Tina, why don't you drink this yourself?" The Empress of Eternal Frost replied serenely, "I've already consumed 2 doses, and I've confirmed that repeated use has no additional effect." Wang Chun was inwardly shocked. Didn't this mean his master had slain not 1, but 3 heavenly demon lords? "All right, you can drink the heavenly demon elixir now," the Empress reminded him. "But be warned, the elixir's potency is immense, and an average constitution may not withstand it. I'll be here to oversee the process, so the risk should be minimal." She led Wang Chun to a resting chamber outside the treasure vault. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chun downed the dark red liquid in one gulp without hesitation. The moment it entered his stomach, a searing pain spread rapidly throughout his body. Even someone as strong-willed as Wang Chun couldn't suppress his reaction. His face turned ashen in agony. The Empress placed her delicate hand on Wang Chun's trembling shoulder and softly explained, "This is the critical phase. The elixir's energy will spread through your entire body, completely transforming your constitution. You must remain conscious and prevent your body from slipping into a dormant state, or the elixir's effects will be wasted." She thought to herself that if Wang Chen were at level 70 and had undergone his 3rd-class advancement, the process would be much less painful. However, the earlier the heavenly demon elixir was consumed, the more attribute points it would grant in subsequent level-ups. The only risk was that consuming it at a lower level might result in wasted potency due to an insufficiently developed constitution. Just as the Empress was preparing to channel some frost magic into Wang Chen to alleviate his pain, she was startled to find that his convulsions had abruptly stopped. His entire body relaxed completely. So quickly, even the experienced Empress of Eternal Frost couldn't hide her astonishment. When she had consumed the elixir herself, she was already over level 200 and had absorbed it effortlessly. Other prodigies she had seen at level 100 typically writhed in agony for half an hour when taking the elixir. Yet, her disciple had absorbed the elixir's energy almost instantly, and judging by the radiant glow of his skin, the absorption seemed to be near perfect. Wang Chen opened his eyes and sat up, only then noticing that his master's hand was still on his wrist. The Empress silently withdrew her hand and, after a brief pause, asked, "How do you feel?" Wang Chun clenched his fists, marveling at the unprecedented state of his body. Checking his 4-dimensional attributes, he discovered they had skyrocketed from 18,000 to 30,000. Hiss. The heavenly demon elixir truly lives up to its name. Its effects are terrifyingly powerful. Wang Chun couldn't help but be awed. Tina noticed that Wang Chun had already begun to absorb the celestial demon essence. Without directly questioning him, she relied on her sharp perception to assess her student's physical condition. She explained that the celestial demon essence was no ordinary potion, and that Wang Chen's current level wasn't sufficient to fully absorb it. The remaining energy would gradually be assimilated as his level increased. Afterward, Tina mentioned that she needed to confirm something. She took hold of Wang Chen's wrist again, and a cool thread of magic flowed into his body, seemingly scanning through him before returning to her. Curious, Wang Chen asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Tina replied calmly, "Just checking to see if you're a creature from the celestial demon rift. After all, you're the first person I've seen to absorb the celestial demon essence so effortlessly." She elaborated that other young prodigies she'd encountered, each with levels exceeding 100 and hailed as the best of their countries and clans, would writhe in pain for hours after consuming the essence. Yet Wang Chun had completed the initial absorption within a minute, an unprecedented feat. This led her to suspect an extraordinary compatibility with the celestial demon essence, a unique constitution, or even the possibility that he might be a being from the celestial demon rift. Fortunately, the examination yielded normal results. Tina continued, "All right, from now on, I'll conduct at least one assessment or provide combat guidance for you every month. Additionally, I'll coordinate with the 5 deans, granting you access to attend classes in any academy on campus. You can select courses of interest directly on the school website." Tina valued her sole student greatly. Understanding how to nurture such a top-tier talent, she offered him significant freedom in his studies. She believed he knew what he needed, and her role was to provide him with an optimal environment for growth. "That's all for today," Tina concluded before leaving the lounge without looking back. Wang Chen politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Though naturally reserved, he understood the importance of manners. After Tina departed, Wang Chun shifted his focus to the Beast Companion space, checking on Xiaoqing. Suspended in midair, Xiaoqing had curled into a ball of green lightning energy that crackled with terrifying intensity. It was evident that the beast had yet to fully digest the essence of the divine beast elixir. This elixir, crafted by Tina from the heart of a slain cosmic-level divine beast combined with other rare and top-tier materials, was incredibly precious for beast companions. It was said to enhance their bloodline rank significantly. For Xiaoqing, it would undoubtedly trigger a greater awakening of its latent potential. Wang Chen noticed that Xiaoqing, now in a deep slumber, had shed its snake scales, which had been replaced by a layer of faint green dragon scales. The differences in texture, pattern, and defensive properties between dragon scales and snake scales were striking. Moreover, 2 tiny horns had begun to protrude from Xiaoqing's head. These changes signified rapid progress in its bloodline awakening. Once it reached 100, Xiaoqing would fully evolve into a true calamity Azure Dragon. Deciding to let Xiaoqing continue absorbing the divine beast elixir's power, Wang Chun turned his attention to applying for the second advancement trial. Now at level 50, he had yet to complete his second advancement, which limited him to contracting only 1 beast companion. Upon advancing, he would be able to contract a second. Exiting his master's residence, Wang Chen glanced back and realized that Tina lived in an imposing mage tower, one of the 2 he had seen when he first entered the campus. The other belonged to Chu Changfeng, the dean of the Magic Academy, and served as a place for his direct disciples to further their studies. Only individuals who were 4th-tier archmages above level 150, with significant status and renown, were qualified to establish mage towers. Such towers attracted countless aspiring mages eager to learn and inherit their magical philosophies. Pulling his gaze away, Wang Chun opened his information panel and connected to the school's website. In this gamified world of career advancements, every individual's information panel functioned like a personal computer, allowing access to the internet within the given setting. After logging into the school website, Wang Chun checked his academic credit balance, which stood at 55,000 points. This impressive amount came from his victories over 5 provincial champions and 4 other freshmen during the entrance exams, as well as the base credits awarded to the top freshman. Wang Chun then headed to the school's administration hall to apply for the second advancement trial. As the top freshman, his application was treated with great importance. Every top freshman in history had gone on to achieve extraordinary feats, often becoming legendary figures. Naturally, the staff treated him with respect. His application was swiftly approved, and a staff member escorted Wang Chun to a secluded dimensional space. At the center of this pure white expanse stood an ancient stone radiating an aura of timelessness, the Advancement Spirit Stone. For the second advancement, one simply needed to place their hand on it and choose a specialization. The staff member explained that certain hidden professions required specific prerequisites, but as a standard beast master, Wang Chun could proceed directly with the process. The staff member further elaborated, beast masters have 3 specialization branches for the second advancement: Beast Tamer, Beast Spirit Priest, and Beast Spirit Wanderer. Beast Tamers continue to rely on their beast companions as their primary combat strength. Beast Spirit Priests, on the other hand, can only contract support-type companions but gain the ability to inherit their companion skills, enhancing their team's performance. This is a popular choice among many beast masters. The reason is simple. Support-type beast companions are generally cheaper and easier to integrate into dungeon teams compared to combat beasts. After all, a Beast Spirit Priest is still a priest. The last specialization branch, Beast Spirit Walker, requires one to bond with beasts, befriend them, and fight alongside them to unleash their full potential. Those who choose this path are usually extremely confident in their combat skills. Otherwise, they would opt for the Beast Master specialization instead. The Beast Master branch delegates all combat responsibilities to beast companions while the player takes on the role of a strategist. Of course, there are exceptional beast masters whose commanding and controlling skills are so refined that their beast companions' combat power reaches extraordinary levels. Without hesitation, Wang Chun chose the Beast Spirit Walker specialization. He reached out to touch the job advancement stone, and a dazzling light instantly radiated from it. The system notification promptly sounded. You have successfully completed your second job advancement. Current profession: Beast Spirit Walker. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive passive skill, Befriend the Beast. Befriend the Beast S rank. Your bond with your beast companion will grow deeper, granting a continuous skill attack power bonus while fighting together, up to a maximum of 60. The skill's effect strengthens as your level increases. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This passive skill, which boosts skill attack power, was incredibly powerful. Once the second advancement ceremony concluded, he immediately left the administrative hall and headed straight for the credit exchange market. Now that he could contract 2 beast companions, he was eager to establish a new bond. The trading market at Xianlong Academy buzzed with activity, bustling with students. Freshmen and sophomores crowded the area, while juniors and seniors had already moved to the Abyss continent branches for training. Notably, the sophomore class had the highest number of students, totaling over 30,000. This was tied to the academy's progression system. Advancing from freshman to sophomore year required no assessment, but moving from sophomore to junior year necessitated passing rigorous evaluations and meeting strict criteria. Students had to reach level 100, complete their 4th job advancement, and pass the academy's trials. Those who failed to meet these requirements within 3 years were issued what was mockingly called a dropout certificate and were forced to leave the academy. Wang Chen weaved through the bustling credit exchange market, which was a hub for various external enterprises selling equipment, items, materials, elixirs, beast companions, skill books, and more. All transactions were conducted in credits or sacred crystal stones. Gold coins had long since lost their value here. After browsing several shops, Wang Chen realized that the prices for beast companions were exorbitantly high, often costing tens of thousands of credits. Most of the beasts were at least mystic beasts, with some third-tier origin beasts priced in the millions of credits. These high-tier companions were carefully nurtured in the Peach Blossom's secret realm, making them utterly unattainable for Wang Chen. He needed to find more affordable, lower-tier beast companions. In a quiet corner of the market, Wang Chen finally stumbled upon a unique Shopa pet store. It specialized in selling life-type beasts of the lowest tier, none of which were combat-oriented. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Xianlong Academy's prestigious status sometimes worked against him. The quality of goods here was so high that even the lowest grade equipment was 7-star gold tier, costing hundreds of credits per piece. Pushing open the shop door, he was greeted by a sweet-looking store clerk who smiled warmly. "Welcome. What kind of life pet are you looking for, classmate?" "I'll just take a look around for now," Wang Chen replied as he began carefully inspecting the various pets on display. Quietly, he activated his divine talent skill Bloodline Appraisal. His gaze swept across the adorable pets one by one. Most were ordinary first-tier life beasts with no special traits. Just as he was about to give up hope, a distinct notification sound suddenly chimed. Startled, he turned sharply, his eyes locking onto an ice-blue slime in the corner of the shop. Wang Chun stood in front of the pet shop, his gaze fixed on a blue slime. The slime resembled a blob of semi-transparent blue jelly, softly curled up inside a glass container. Wang Chen carefully examined its characteristics. Pet: blue slime. Gender: female. Level: 2 max level, 10. Type: utility pet. Bloodline rank: Tier 1 common beast. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 2, Intelligence 7, Agility 7. Note: common in forests, gentle in temperament, virtually no combat ability. Price: 20 credits. Wang Chen recalled how slimes in games and anime from his previous life were typically genderless, reproducing by splitting themselves. However, in this world of professions, slimes not only had genders but also required male-female pairing for reproduction. He noticed that female slimes had 3 graceful patterns on their bodies, while males only had 2. Suddenly, Wang Chen's bloodline appraisal skill reacted to this adorable blue slime. He immediately focused on it, and the slime stared back at him with its gem-like black eyes. The appraisal results appeared. This seemingly innocuous slime contained a hidden bloodline of the cosmic beast Devourer Lord, a terrifying entity on par with the calamity Azure Dragon. Legends about the Devourer Lord were shrouded in mystery. Some speculated it was a void creature, as it lacked a fixed form and appeared as a distorted void-like black hole. Others believed it wasn't a creature at all, but an entity composed of unknown matter. In that moment, Wang Chen suddenly realized the legendary Devourer Lord actually belonged to the slime species. The blue slime, perhaps feeling the prolonged eye contact was too much, made a soft googie sound and wiggled its jelly-like body toward Wang Chen. Without hesitation, Wang Chen turned to the shop assistant and declared, "I'll take this slime." Carrying the pet box containing the slime, Wang Chen returned to the dormitory area. On his way, he encountered Ming Yongsheng, Shen Miao, Chao Wenbin, and a few other provincial champions. They were chatting leisurely near their mountainside residence. Upon seeing Wang Chen, they greeted him warmly. Wang Chen nodded politely in return, though inwardly he couldn't help but think, these affluent young elites certainly have class and composure. Even after losing to me, they can still interact so amicably. They're far from the arrogant, antagonistic characters often depicted in novels. Chao Wenbin invited Wang Chen to join them for a meal, but he declined, explaining that he needed to bond with the newly purchased slime. Xin Miao's eyes lit up when she saw the blue slime, and she exclaimed, "What an adorable little thing." Huang Fan chimed in, agreeing that slimes made excellent utility pets. However, Wang Chen shook his head lightly and said to the group of champions, "This isn't a utility pet. It's my second combat pet." The group was instantly stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Ming Yongsheng, puzzled, asked, "A combat pet? Are you joking? Look at this slime's pitiful stat: strength 2, constitution 2, intelligence 7, agility 7. Are you sure it's capable of fighting?" Faced with their skepticism, Wang Chun didn't bother explaining. He turned and left, leaving his classmates standing there in confusion. Back at his private villa, Wang Chun opened the transparent pet box and carefully lifted the blue slime out. Its texture was exactly as he had imagined, soft and springy, like a jelly dessert, roughly the size of a basketball. Despite not having bonded with it yet, he could already sense its gentle temperament. Nestled in his hands, it didn't resist or squirm, simply gazing at him quietly with its gem-like eyes. After observing it for a while, Wang Chun decisively cast his beast taming skill on the little creature. Unlike the slight resistance he had encountered with Xiaoqing, his first pet, this utility slime offered no resistance at all, allowing the intricate magical array to merge seamlessly into its body. The notification of a successful bond echoed in his mind, and the slime's talent and skill information became clear. Pet, blue slime. Gender, female. Level, 2 max level, 10. Type, utility pet. Bloodline rank, tier 1 common beast. Talents, devour F, decompose F. Attributes, strength 2, constitution 2, intelligence 7, agility 7. Skills, slam F, leap F. Looking at the stats, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a utility putti even weaker than Xiaoqing, every talent and skill is at the lowest F grade. The seemingly ordinary talents of Devour F and Decompose F were quietly undergoing a transformation within the blue slime. Its round, jelly-like body quivered slightly, as though anticipating something. Though Collision F and Leap F appeared non-aggressive, they held endless potential. Wang Chun gazed intently at the small and fragile slime before him, pondering silently. Even with only 2 points of strength, a jumping height inferior to that of a kitten, and collision damage that might be negligible, its potential seemed boundless. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. A hidden bloodline of the cosmic beast, Devourer Lord, has been detected within the blue slime. Would you like to activate it using the gaudier talent Bloodline Awakening? Without hesitation, Wang Chun selected yes. In an instant, the slime was enveloped in radiant golden light, which then transformed into an infinite expanse of purple-black mist, coiling around its rounded body. Squish. The slime let out a surprised sound, curiously observing the mist swirling around it. Moments later, the purple-black mist was completely absorbed. Its eyes and patterns turned a deep, glowing violet, while its translucent, icy blue body remained unchanged. The system notification sounded again. Devourer Lord Bloodline activation successful. Current Bloodline activation rate, 10. Your pet blue slime has replaced its previous talents and acquired new skills. Wang Chun quickly opened the talent and skill panel, discovering that the former grade talents Devour and Decompose had been replaced by the SS grade talents Infinite Devour and Universal Decomposition. Infinite Devour allowed it to forcibly consume anything, while Universal Decomposition could break down all entities within its body and grant random permanent attribute enhancements. The newly acquired skills were equally astonishing. Black Hole Absorption S enabled it to transform into a powerful vortex of suction, while Ultimate Hardening S significantly bolstered its defensive capabilities. The slime's attribute panel had undergone a complete overhaul. Its level cap skyrocketed from 10 to 100, and all 4 core attributes were elevated to 500 points. All of this occurred while it was still only at level 2, showcasing its potential as a divine beast on par with the apocalyptic Azure Dragon. Squish. The little creature chirped happily, leaping onto Wang Chen's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling him. Just as Wang Chen was about to introduce it to his sister, a summoning circle for beast companions suddenly materialized before him. In the next moment, Xiaoqing's figure emerged slowly from the summoning circle, as if responding to Wang Chen's unfinished words. It's worth mentioning that after successfully absorbing the essence of the divine beast, Xiaoqing's bloodline activation skyrocketed to 60, far exceeding Wang Chen's expectations. At this moment, Xiaoqing had exited her combat state. Her horns had completely retracted, and the flickering lightning on her scales had disappeared, making her appear no different from an ordinary green snake. However, beneath this calm exterior, Xiaoqing's core attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her initial stats of 100,000 points surged to an astounding 200,000 points. This massive increase, in turn, was fed back to Wong Chun through the Bloodline Fusion skill. His own attributes jumped from 30,000 points to 40,000 points, gaining an impressive additional 10,000 points. This significant advantage demonstrated the benefits of Bloodline Fusion. As for the feedback from the little slime, the increase in stats was negligible and could be temporarily ignored. Just as Wang Chun was about to check Xiaoqing's newly acquired talents and skills, a sharp, hostile chirp interrupted his actions. Following the sound, he saw Xiaoqing staring intently at the little slime with a predatory gaze, clearly treating the newcomer as an intruder. Blop. Despite awakening the Devourer Lord bloodline, the little slime trembled uncontrollably in the face of Xiaoqing, whose attributes far surpassed its own. Its translucent body quivered visibly with fear. Stop. Xiaoqing, calm down. Wang Chen quickly stepped between them, raising a hand to block Xiaoqing while gently scooping up the trembling little slime. He brought it closer to Xiaoqing's face and said, "This is your little sister, not an enemy." Chirp. Hearing the words little sister, Xiaoqing's previously aggressive demeanor froze in confusion. Don't be nervous. She's the one I just mentioned, your elder sister. Wang Chun reassured the little slime softly. The tiny creature gradually relaxed, its amethyst-like eyes cautiously meeting the fierce gaze of the green snake, who had moments ago seemed so threatening. The gazes of two small creatures met, golden eyes locking with purple ones. As the hostility between them faded, they seemed to sense an invisible bond connecting them. After all, they both belonged to the same master. The wary expressions on their faces gradually gave way to curiosity. Tilting her head, the little creature named Xiaoqing glanced at Wang Chun and chirped, "Master, is this my little sister?" Wang Chun smiled and nodded in confirmation. "That's right. She's the second beast pet I've contracted, so of course, she's your little sister." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing chirped excitedly, quickly climbing onto Wang Chen's shoulder and approaching the timid-looking slime. She gently patted the slime's head with her tail and solemnly declared, "From today onward, I'm your big sister. You'll call me Qing Wanjia, understand?" The little slime obediently nodded and responded with a soft gurgle. "Qing Wanjia." Satisfied, Xiaoqing patted the slime's head again before turning to Wang Chun. "Master, what's my little sister's name?" Watching these two beast pets from different species communicate so seamlessly, Wang Chun was a bit surprised. After pondering for a moment, he decided on a name for the slime. "Ziyu. You can call her Xiaozi." The name was inspired by the slime's purple patterns and gem-like violet eyes, as well as her translucent, icy blue jade-like body. Both Xiaoqing and Xiaozi were delighted with the name, nuzzling close to each other affectionately. Wang Chun let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they were getting along so well without any sign of conflict. Seizing the moment, Wang Chun opened Xiaoqing's information panel. After consuming the Divine Beast Essence, Xiaoqing's four-dimensional attributes had doubled from 100,000 to 200,000. She had also gained an SS-level talent and an SS-level skill. Her new SS-level talent, World-Ending Divine Authority, allowed Xiaoqing's attributes to continuously increase during combat, with no upper limit. This meant that the longer a battle lasted, the stronger Xiaoqing would become. The SS-level skill, Thunder Command, was a devastating single-target attack that summoned celestial green lightning to deal massive damage. Furthermore, if the target's health fell below 40, the skill could execute an instant kill. This 40 execution threshold far exceeded the norm, showcasing the terrifying potential of the world-ending Azure Dragon. Wang Chen realized that his top priority as a Beast Tamer was to level up Xiaozi. However, the inherently slow progression rate of Beast Tamers left him deep in thought. Wang Chen glanced at the remaining essence of the Divine Beast in his hand and decided not to give it to Xiaozi just yet. At Xiaozi's current level and strength, she couldn't possibly withstand the overwhelming potency of the essence like Xiaoqing could. As he mulled over the frustrating mechanics of sharing experience with his beast companions, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Wang Chen initially assumed that his two beasts were about to evolve again. However, the next moment, a cold, robotic voice shattered his assumption. Given that the host has successfully contracted two cosmic-class divine beasts as companions, the system has acquired sufficient divine beast energy. System reboot initiated. A progress bar appeared and began to fill rapidly. 10, 30, 70, 100. System reboot successful. Energy levels restored. System functionality normalized. The Supreme Divine Beast System's binding progress with the host has increased from 20 to 100. Current number of contracted divine beasts, 2. The sudden system notification left Wang Chun utterly stunned. As someone who had read countless web novels in his previous life, he immediately recognized this as a Golden Finger system called the Supreme Divine Beast System. However, its timing of activation was so unexpected that it was almost comical. The system's timing is not late. The system's voice calmly addressed Wang Chen's unspoken thoughts. In fact, this system was bound to you on the day you transmigrated. However, due to the divine beast energy being at only 1, the system had to enter a dormant state. Later, during your class-changing ceremony, the system exhausted its remaining energy to provide you with a starter gift package. You're telling me my talents and skills were all given by you? Wang Chen asked, shocked. Correct. Without the system, you would have become an Order Arbiter instead of a Beast Tamer. Order Arbiter? What kind of class is that? In this dimension's power hierarchy, it is considered a top-tier hidden class comparable to a mythical god. Hearing this, Wang Chen instantly realized he had been shortchanged. A quick search on his phone revealed that Order Arbiter ranked as AT0 class on the global strength leaderboard. It was a flawless, all-rounder class: high burst damage, high defense, high health, strong sustainability, rapid recovery, immense resilience, and the ability to wield all types of weapons. As Wang Chen lamented his missed opportunity, the system unexpectedly issued a new mission. Detected. Host will face challenges from foreign exchange students of other races in 2 weeks. Mission name: show your strength. Mission objective: defeat the foreign exchange students and uphold the prestige of Long Nation. Rewards will vary based on performance. No penalties for failure. After issuing the mission, the system fell silent. Wang Chen turned to his 2 small companions perched on his shoulder. Xiao Qing was using her tail to steady a slightly dizzy Xiao Zi. Gradually, his frustration subsided. Though he had missed the chance to become an Order Arbiter, being a Beast Tamer had given him 2 adorable companions who felt like family. Perhaps this warmth was more meaningful than any powerful class. All right, little ones, let's dive into a dungeon, Wang Chen announced as he got to his feet. Chirp. Xiao Qing responded cheerfully, immediately wrapping her tail around the wobbly Xiao Zi and climbing onto Wang Chen's shoulder. Ugh, sister. Slow down next time, Xiao Zi murmured softly, still a little dizzy from the movement. Wang Chun stepped into the secret realm hall of the Xianlong Academy and instantly became the center of attention. Beside him, a small green snake coiled around a slime, sparking a wave of discussion among the onlookers. The students speculated about the purpose of this rising star's visit. Some believed he was here to level up, as he was currently only at level 50. The secret realm hall buzzed with chatter, but Wang Chun remained unfazed. He had already reserved 3 platinum-level dungeons for levels 50-70, the Village of Calamity, the Magma Wasteland, and the Cursed Temple. Instead of using his privilege as the top freshman to cut in line for higher-level dungeons, he chose these relatively accessible ones. After obtaining the tickets, Wang Chen entered the first dungeon without hesitation, the Village of Calamity. The system notification described it as a platinum 9-star dungeon for levels 50-70, with difficulty options ranging from easy to hell. It supported teams of 15 players. The dungeon's backstory depicted a village ravaged by calamity. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, ominous crows circled the skies, and corpses of humans and animals littered the ground. Wang Chun selected the highest difficulty hell mode. As the darkness lifted, Wang Chen found himself standing at the entrance of a dilapidated village. Corpses were strewn across the distance, and the stench of decay assaulted his senses. As he stepped into the village, the crows in the sky suddenly scattered, as if sensing the awakening of a terrifying presence. Wang Chun smirked coldly and glanced at Xiao Qing. Understanding his intent, the little green snake placed Xiao Zi on Wang Chen's shoulder before leaping to the ground. At that moment, a beast-like roar echoed from deep within the village, as though issuing a command. In the next instant, the previously motionless corpses suddenly opened their eyes. Their noses twitched as if detecting the scent of fresh blood and flesh. Letting out hungry growls, they surged forward in a frenzy. Wang Chun calmly used his identification skill and discovered that these monsters were plague zombies. They were elite 1-star creatures at level 55, with a maximum level of 110. The system concealed their specific attributes and skills, but warned that their claws and teeth carried a plague toxin, posing a risk of turning victims into zombies upon injury. Facing the onslaught of zombies, Wang Chun remained composed. He knew this was only the beginning of the trial. The true challenge lay ahead. Engaging in a battle without understanding the detailed skills and attributes of the monster is undoubtedly risky. Even seemingly weak monsters might possess formidable skills or attributes. For most students, encountering an elite-level zombie right at the start of a dungeon would certainly put them on high alert. Yet, Wang Chun remained calm and composed. He took out a 10-fold experience pill and consumed it, intending to finish the battle swiftly. His beast companion didn't need the pill, as the dungeon's rewards only accounted for the state of the job changer. Wang Chen decisively commanded, "Xiao Qing, go all out and crush them." Xiao Qing responded immediately. In an instant, green lightning burst forth from its body, forming a dense thundercloud that engulfed the entire village of Calamity. This was the S-level skill of the world-destroying Azure Dragon, 5 Thunderstrikes. Ever since consuming the Divine Beast Essence, Xiao Qing's bloodline activation had reached 60, greatly enhancing the skill's power and range. As Shao Qing entered battle mode, its body shimmered with intricate patterns of green lightning. Its snake scales gradually transformed into dragon scales, and a faint image of Azure Dragon horns became visible on its forehead. Its golden serpent eyes radiated an imposing majesty, exuding an aura of dragon might. However, the zombies showed no fear. Instead, they charged at Wang Chen with even greater ferocity, driven purely by instinct, ignorant of what fear truly meant. Seeing this, Shao Qing let out a commanding dragon roar. Boom! The thundercloud above unleashed a barrage of countless lightning bolts, instantly obliterating the approaching horde of zombies. Within moments, 300 to 400 zombies were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Such was the terrifying power of the world-destroying Azure Dragon monsters in a platinum-level dungeon were utterly insignificant before it. Yet, the thundercloud did not dissipate. This was a permanent skill. As long as Shao Qing remained alive, the thundercloud would persist, continuously locking onto and striking its targets. After clearing the first wave of monsters, no teleportation portal appeared. This indicated that the dungeon followed a seamless design, allowing players to bypass minor enemies and head straight for the boss. Wang Chen wasn't concerned about missing out on experience points, as the dungeon's rewards were based solely on the completion time. Shao Qing activated its gigantification ability, causing its body to expand dramatically. Wang Chun leaped gracefully, landing firmly on Shao Qing's head. Without hesitation, Shao Qing soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light. This was the level skill of the world-destroying Azure Dragon, Cloud Ascension, granting the ability to fly. From high above, the entire village of Calamity appeared minuscule. For the first time, Wang Chen truly understood the meaning of surveying all from above. He gave a resolute command. Shao Qing, no need to enter the village. Use your dragon breath to level the entire place. Shao Qing raised its head and let out a resounding roar. The surrounding lightning elements converged wildly into its mouth. Deep within a cave behind the village, the zombie king sensed the overwhelming energy and fled in terror. When it emerged and looked up at the sky, despair consumed it. What divine law have I violated to warrant the wrath of an Azure Dragon? As the boss of a platinum-level dungeon, the Zombie King had successfully repelled numerous student teams in the past. But now, faced with the legendary world-destroying Azure Dragon, it could only question its worthiness. In the face of such divine power, the Zombie King collapsed to its knees in utter despair. Boom! Shao Qing finally unleashed its long-charged dragon breath. A colossal pillar of azure lightning descended from the heavens, striking the village below with devastating force. The Zombie King didn't even have time to scream before being consumed by the blinding lightning. In an instant, the entire village of Calamity was obliterated, and every zombie within it was reduced to ashes. A system notification immediately followed. You have slain the dungeon boss, the Zombie King. Completion time, 36 seconds. Overall rating, SSS. Your score has been recorded in the Shenlong Academy Data Center. Dungeon rewards will be distributed in 3 minutes. Please do not exit. Even Wong Chun was awestruck by the astonishing 36-second clear time. He couldn't help but marvel. Is this the true power of the world-destroying Azure Dragon? Truly terrifying. Congratulations. You've earned 3 million experience points. The system's notification chimed repeatedly. Wang Chen glanced at the information panel, his brows furrowing slightly. Beyond the experience points, the rewards included an rank material, the Calamity Mystic Crystal, a Platinum 7-star Calamity Dagger, the title Zombie Slayer, and additional bonuses for breaking the dungeon's historical recordance rank Mage Skill Book, Falling Star Annihilation, and an rank Priest Skill Book, Song of Life. These rewards could be better. Wang Chen muttered to himself, evaluating the haul. The 2 skill books were entirely useless to him as a Beast Tamer, and would have to be exchanged for credits. The experience points, materials, and title, however, were somewhat practical. The Zombie Slayer title provided a 10 boost to all 4 core attributes, not particularly impressive, but better than nothing. The 3 million experience points paled in comparison to what he had earned during the freshman trials. Back then, he had triggered a hidden stage, which granted significant bonus rewards. This time, the experience points were just enough to push both Wang Chen and Shao Qing from level 50 to level 52. Wang Chen's core attributes rose from 40,000 to 42,000, while Shao Qing skyrocketed from 200,000 to 220,000. This stark contrast highlighted the fundamental difference between divine beasts and humans. Shao Qing gained 10,000 points in core attributes per level, whereas Wang Chen, as a human, only received 1,000. But Wang Chen wasn't worried. As his level increased, he could contract more beast companions, and the attribute feedback from them would grow exponentially. Coupled with the additional boost from consuming the heavenly demon essence, his growth rate wouldn't fall behind anyone else's. For now, his priority was leveling up Shao Zi. The 3 million experience points were split evenly among the 3 of them, with each receiving 1 million. Xiao Zi's level shot up from 2 to 20, and her core attributes surged from a mere 500 to an astonishing 10,000, a jaw-dropping rate of growth. Onward, Wong Chun wasted no time, crushing a teleportation scroll and heading straight for the next dungeon. His goal for the day was clear: reach level 60. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, chatter filled the air. The record for Calamity Village is 3 minutes and 21 seconds, right? It's already been over 4 minutes. Guess he couldn't break it. The students murmured among themselves. As 10 more minutes passed with no sign of Wang Chun, worry began to creep in. A sophomore girl at the front desk hurried to the control room to inquire about the situation. The supervising instructor checked the monitor and broke into a knowing smile. Relax. That kid's perfectly fine. In fact, he shattered the record with a time of just 36 seconds. He's already cleared the Cursed Temple dungeon and even triggered a hidden stage. By the time he finishes these 3 dungeons, he should hit level 60. If he were in a different class, he might even reach level 75. Unfortunately, Beast Tamers have to share experience with their companions. Unbelievable. The sophomore girl let out a breath of relief, astonished by Wang Chen's prowess. Other provincial champions often needed to rest and recover their mana after clearing just 1 dungeon. Yet he had stormed through 3 in a row, breaking records along the way. Back inside the dungeon, Wang Chun had indeed completed all 3 stages. The boss of the second dungeon, the Magma Wasteland, was a massive lava earthworm. Its defining trait was its ability to retreat into the magma and regenerate once it dropped to half health, leaving many challengers helpless. Xiao Qing, however, with her immunity to both water and fire, was utterly unfazed by the searing magma. She leapt directly into the molten pool to pursue the boss, her divine beast body impervious to the extreme heat that could incinerate anything else. The magma groundworm could only watch helplessly as the little green serpent ignored the searing heat of the lava and pursued it to its death. Meanwhile, Wang Chun had just completed the hidden stage of the Cursed Temple dungeon and claimed the final experience rewards. He had to admit, the difficulty of this dungeon was significantly higher than the previous 2. The temple was teeming with cursed spectral monsters, which had an extremely high resistance to physical damage, making them vulnerable only to magic. This posed a major disadvantage for physical classes but was no challenge for Xiao Qing, who excelled in both magic and physical combat. She crushed the earlier stages with ease, and even the final boss, the cursed warlord, a cursed ancient sorcerer, fell under her devastating thunderous roar skill. At last, level 60 was achieved. With the dungeon rewards and the bonus from the hidden stage, a total of 8 million experience points was gained. Wang Chun and Xiao Qing split the rewards, both leveling up to 60. Xiao Qing's 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed to 300,000 points, while Xiao Zi advanced from level 20 to 35, with her attributes soaring from 10,000 to 60,000 points. This was the terrifying power of a cosmic-grade divine beast. 60,000 points in 4-dimensional attributes at just level 35, far beyond the reach of any other beast-type creatures or even job class holders. Thanks to the attribute feedback from his beast companions, Wang Chen's own 4-dimensional attributes were boosted to 66,000 points, with 36,000 coming from Xiao Qing and Xiao Zi combined, and 30,000 from himself. Wang Chun was very satisfied with the results and promptly left the Cursed Temple dungeon. His leveling speed was astonishing, had gone from level 40 upon entering the Shenlong Academy to level 60 in just a few days, nearly catching up to provincial prodigies like Ming Yongsheng and Shen Miao. And this was with experience being shared with his beast companions. If not for his beast master class, his leveling speed would have been even more terrifying. Breaking dungeon records, combined with multipliers from experience potions, made his early game progression unmatched. Only someone like Wang Chun could continuously shatter dungeon records. When Wang Chun emerged from the dungeon, a large crowd of excited students had already gathered outside the hall. Their eyes were filled with both admiration and a hint of helplessness. Wang Chun, you actually broke the records of 3 dungeons in a row. Seriously? You broke records during the college entrance exam dungeons, the freshman competition dungeons, and now even the regular dungeons? Come on, give us a break. Don't set the bar so high that no one can beat it later. The students' reactions left Wang Chun both amused and exasperated. They admired his strength. After all, it was challenging enough for a normal student to hold the record for even 1 dungeon, while Wang Chun had already claimed the record for 5. What was even more shocking was that the 3 platinum-level dungeon records he had just broken were previously held by none other than the student council president, the top senior in their 3rd year. However, the students also felt a sense of resignation. If Wang Chun continued breaking records at this pace, many dungeon records would become nearly impossible to surpass. Disastrous Village in 36 seconds, Magma Wasteland in 1 minute 32 seconds, and Cursed Temple in 2 minutes 1 second. Seeing these numbers was enough to make anyone despair. These records meant that the bonus rewards for breaking them in the future would be almost unattainable. At that moment, a faculty member from the Secret Realm Hall waved at Wang Chun, signaling for him to come over. Wang Chun, over here. The school needs to register the rewards and resources you obtained. It's a routine procedure mandated by Long Nation regulations, nothing we can avoid, the teacher explained with a smile. Wang Chen nodded in understanding. Long Nation's strict control over job class resources was well known, and for good reason. In a world where job class holders dominated, nuclear and conventional weapons had lost their significance. A level 100 4th-tier job holder could easily withstand a nuclear strike. The key to global power now lay in job class resources. Without strict regulation, there could be dire consequences. At worst, rogue organizations might secretly cultivate armies of job holders, threatening the safety of ordinary people. At best, someone might smuggle national resources to enemy nations, causing even greater risks. Thus, Long Nation and other major empires enforce stringent registration policies for a grade and above resources, including skill books, items, potions, and materials. Even for sales, the government would step in to purchase them at a premium. Wang Chun cooperated fully, selling what he could directly to the school. It saved time and avoided disputes with private merchants. After completing the registration, the teacher smiled and added, "By the way, Wang Chun, Dean Hefuan asked me to inform you to visit the main teaching building tomorrow. It's regarding the upcoming exchange event with the interspecies students." The mention of the interspecies exchange tournament immediately piqued Wang Chen's interest. This event was broadcast live every year, featuring exchange students from various alien empires visiting Long Nation to compete under the guise of friendly sparring. 5 elite academies and 5 key schools each selected a freshman representative to participate. The event was a nationwide spectacle and a favorite among young viewers. However, Long Nation's performance in recent years had been lackluster. Even 2 years ago, when Shenlong Academy's Student Council President, a top 30er, personally competed, they only secured second place. The first place winner was a prodigy from the Elven Empire. This had emboldened the visiting students, who increasingly viewed themselves as superior to humans. This year, Wang Chen didn't care about the past. If nothing else, for the sake of completing the system task, he would ensure these so-called interspecies exchange students learned a hard lesson. It was time to show them why the flowers bloom so brightly. As the date for the interracial freshman exchange tournament approaches, empires of various races across the globe have signed ceasefire agreements. To foster camaraderie, each empire sends their first-year students annually to compete in friendly matches hosted by the human empire. However, in the eyes of the other races, the true purpose of the tournament is to humiliate the humans and flaunt their own superiority. From birth, the other races possess unique racial abilities. The elves with their affinity for magic, the giants with their unmatched courage, and the orcs with their overwhelming strength. These innate advantages make them view themselves as the true rulers of the world, holding a sense of superiority over humanity. In the primary meeting room of the main teaching building at Shenlong Academy, Wang Chun pushed open the door and entered. Inside, he saw several familiar faces: Meng Yongsheng, Shen Miao, Chao Wenbin, Feng Yurong, Huang Fan, and a gentle-looking girl exuding a divine aura. From her presence, it was clear that she was a priestess named Zhou Kiki, rank 34th at Shenlong Academy. Seated at the head of the table was Dean Hefuan, who displayed no airs of authority. He gestured for Wang Chun to take a seat. Once Wang Chun was seated, the dean smiled warmly and said, "Wang Chun, you should already know that you've been chosen to represent Shenlong Academy in this year's interracial freshman exchange tournament. However, there's a change in the tournament format this year." The dean clasped his hands together and explained, "After discussions among various nations, this year's competition will shift from individual matches to a 7v7 team format. Each of the 10 academies in the Dragon Kingdom is required to select 7 freshmen to form a team. The 7 people here, including you, will make up Shenlong Academy's team. And you, Wang Chun, will serve as the team captain. Is that acceptable?" Wang Chun nodded calmly, his composed and confident demeanor inspiring trust. Dean He nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Good. The team will need time to build synergy, but given your collective strength, even second-year students here at the academy would struggle to match you. Therefore, the school has invited a renowned bounty hunter team to spar with you. This team is highly skilled, with members all at a minimum of level 80, while their captain has reached level 90. They should be well qualified as your opponents." The dean further explained that the top second-year students had already left the academy to train in the Abyss continent, leaving behind students of relatively average ability. Last year, Shenlong Academy didn't even make it into the top 10 of the tournament, and the year before, they only managed to secure second place thanks to the efforts of the Student Council President, a third year at the time. This year, Shenlong Academy was determined to reclaim their honor. The following morning at 8 a.m., the hired bounty hunter team arrived punctually at Shenlong Academy. Wang Chun and his team were already waiting in Arena 1. Their lineup was well-rounded. The front line was held by Feng Yurong, a Dragonblood Knight. The damage output came from Meng Yongsheng, a Swordmaster, and Chao Wenbin, a Grand Magistrone specializing in melee and the other in ranged attacks, balancing physical and magical damage. Support was provided by Zhou Qiki, a level 63 second-tier high priestess. Meanwhile, Wang Chun, Huang Fan, and Shun Miao filled the flexible roaming positions, ready to adapt and cover any gaps. As the team captain, Wang Chun was responsible for strategic command. Surveying the massive arena, Wang Chun couldn't help but marvel at its size. It could hold tens of thousands of spectators, rivaling the scale of professional competition venues. Their opponents, the bounty hunter team known as Glory, boasted an even more comprehensive lineup. 2 frontline tanks, a light shield warrior who could weaken armor and a dark shield warrior who could reduce magic resistance. 2 damage dealers, a versatile mech warrior and a high damage shadow priest, a support priest, and 2 roamers, their captain, a Jai, a druid, and a summoner. Both of these roles could deal damage and provide healing, making them exceptionally versatile. What surprised everyone was how young the members of Glory appeared, around their early 20s, only 2 or 3 years older than Wang Chen's team. Rumor had it that they hadn't even attended vocational high school, yet they had already gained fame in the Fengtian Province Adventurers Guild. It was said they had successfully hunted down 3 level 100 beasts, and their teamwork was regarded as exemplary among bounty hunters. Ajay glanced down at the roster in his hand, his brows furrowing. He then raised his head and fixed his gaze on Wang Chun and the others, his tone sharp and dismissive. Is this your team lineup? No offense, but this configuration is nothing short of garbage. Picking a Dragonblood Cavalier for the front row was one thing, but why on earth would they choose 3 roamers? Ajay furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with disdain. This level 90 druid wasted no time assuming an air of superiority, launching into a condescending monologue directed at the group of elite university students before him. And to top it off, you've got a Beast Tamer as the commander? Huh. He let out a derisive laugh. In a real battle, let's see if your Beast Tamer can even protect themselves first. Swap them out already. One of these 2 Beast Tamers has to go, replaced by a druid. He continued his critique. The Dragonblood Cavalier leans heavily on offense. Sure, they've got some tankiness, but they lack debuff skills. Once the fight starts, the pressure will be immense. And the priest? Their skills would have to focus entirely on the front line. That ties up the 2 most crucial roles. Is this seriously the so-called top-tier team from Longwo's finest academy? Meng Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and Chao Wenbin exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions darkening. None of them had expected such arrogance right out of the gate. Not only was their team composition being dissected and criticized, but they were also being ordered to reconfigure their lineup as if Ajay had appointed himself their de facto coach. Meanwhile, Aji's teammates stood behind him, their faces brimming with smugness, their eyes gleaming with superiority. Look at these so-called elite students, their expressions seemed to say. Turns out they're nothing special, still needing lessons from us bounty hunters. What made it worse was the fact that Aji's team wasn't much older than the students, yet their prowess was already leagues ahead. But just as their arrogance reached its peak, a cold voice sliced through the air. Apologies, but your so-called advice? You'll have to decline. Ajay and his team froze, turning to see a calm young man standing there. On his shoulders perched a small green snake and a vibrant blue slime. And you are? Ajay asked, narrowing his eyes. I'm Wang Chun, the young man replied evenly. The Beast Tamer you seem to despise so much. Oh, and also the captain of this team. His voice grew sharper. Your job is to act as sparring partners, not to strut around pretending to be geniuses. With your meager skills, you are in no position to lecture me. Oh, keep it simple, train with us or leave. No more nonsense. Aji's face darkened, his anger barely contained. Well, aren't you bold? So this is the attitude of Shinlong Academy students? Fine, if that's how you want it. If I back out now, people will say Glory Squad couldn't even handle a bunch of freshmen. Team, to the arena. Let's show them what teamwork and synergy really mean. At that moment, Dean He Fuan entered the training grounds, accompanied by several instructors. He chuckled as he took in the scene. Already getting into it, are we? Perfect timing. He could sense the tension crackling between the 2 groups, but instead of intervening, he seemed rather amused. Carry on, then. He'll play referee and offer guidance. The commotion had drawn the attention of nearby students, who gathered to watch, whispering among themselves. The arena expanded, now as large as 3 football fields, providing ample space for the impending clash. Aji's eyes swept over the opposing team's loose formation, his gaze lingering on Wang Chun, who had boldly positioned himself ahead of the Dragonblood Cavalier by a good 3 body lengths. He sneered. Mean. F you. Make sure this arrogant kid gets a taste of a pincer attack. The 2 shield warriors, one clad in radiant white armor, and the other in shadowy black, exchanged knowing grins and nodded. Each wielded a heavy shield in one hand and a long spear in the other, standing like an unyielding wall at the front of their formation. Dean He Fuan's voice boomed across the arena. Countdown begins. Both sides, prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Begin the match. Crush these arrogant fools. Ajia raised his staff high, his voice booming with authority. His sharp gaze swept across the opposing team, and he began calmly issuing orders. A Jiao, buff aiming and A Fu with defensive boosts. A Lu and A Hai, keep up the attack and be ready to capitalize on any openings aiming and A Fu create. They only have one Dragon Blood War Rider. We'll smash through them soon enough. Take down that cocky guy at the front first. Before Ajai's voice had fully faded, the crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. Look, Wong Chun is moving. What? AGF rose, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The Beastmaster at the forefront of the opposing team had already charged forward. What shocked him even more was that it wasn't just Wang Chen. His entire team of 7 had launched into an all-out assault. What the? Ajai's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. He had never seen a team fight executed in such a reckless manner. But after the initial shock, a grin of excitement crept onto his face. Charging all at once? Perfect. Ajia thought to himself, his confidence surging. A team with no understanding of tactics like this is ripe for the taking. And if we, the Glory Squad, can defeat a team composed of top academy prodigies, our reputation will soar. He knew full well that for bounty hunter squads, reputation directly translated into higher paying jobs. To him, this chaotic charge was nothing short of a gift. Aiming. A Fu. Don't hold back, meet their charge Hedon. Ajia commanded loudly. Ajiao, keep those buffs up. Everyone else, follow aiming and A Fu. Let's crush them in one go. Got it? The team shouted in unison, their collective energy surging like a tidal wave. With a roar, aiming and A Fu raised their massive shields and barreled toward the academy's so-called prodigies. They were determined to show these privileged elites the true meaning of teamwork. But just then, AGS suddenly exclaimed, wait, that guy is speeding up? Damn it, he's fast, watch out. Aiming and A Fu turned their heads, only to see the Beastmaster darting forward like a blur of shadows. In mere seconds, Wong Chun had closed the distance to less than 10 meters. The two teams had started nearly 100 meters apart, yet in the blink of an eye, he was already upon them. How is this even possible for a Beastmaster? The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to Wang Chen's astonishingly swift advance. His sudden charge not only stunned his opponents but left the spectators utterly speechless. Even more baffling was his command for his entire team to charge alongside him, including the priest, Zhou Kiki. Though the others were much slower, all 6 followed his lead without hesitation. Though Meng Yongsheng, Chao Wenbin, and the others were filled with doubt, they obeyed Wang Chen's orders without question. They understood that in team battles, absolute obedience to the commander was an unshakable rule. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chun reached aiming and A Fu. The 2 seasoned shield warriors, both over level 80, sneered and raised their shields, executing a coordinated lightning strike to crush him. But in the next instant, clang, the 2 heavy shields collided with a sharp metallic ring, but there was no pained cry as they had anticipated. Missed? The 2 warriors froze in shock, realizing their attack had hit nothing but air. Don't just stand there. He's above you. Aji's urgent shout snapped them back to reality. Aiming and A Fu looked up, and sure enough, the Beastmaster's figure was hovering in midair, staring down at them from above with an almost predatory gaze. The 2 individuals were once again stunned by Wang Chen's incredible speed. Even as direct witnesses, they couldn't catch a glimpse of Wang Chen's movements or the moment he leapt. His physical prowess was astonishing, as if he had surpassed the limits of human capability. The Shadow Priest in the Glory Squad reacted swiftly, raising his staff and aiming directly at Wang Chun, who was midair. To him, Wang Chun, suspended in the air, was nothing short of a perfect target. A beam of black, instant cast magic shot toward Wang Chun like a streak of light. However, Wang Chun remained calm and composed. With a flick of his right arm, a grappling hook launched from a device on his wrist and embedded itself into the ground. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Chun pulled himself with remarkable precision, narrowly dodging the Shadow Priest's cunning attack. Ajiao, the support member of the Glory Squad, let out a startled cry. The grappling hook landed right in front of her, and Wang Chen's figure was rapidly closing in. Aji's expression darkened as he realized Wang Chen's target was Ajiao. The mecha warrior, staying vigilant, sprang into action. With a powerful stomp, he charged toward Wang Chun, determined to protect his squad's support. Don't worry, I've got this, he shouted. Just as Amin and Afu were about to fall back to assist, Meng Yongsheng and Feng Yurong intercepted them. Your fight is with us, the 2 declared without hesitation, immediately launching an assault on the shield warriors. Huh, bring it on. You think we're afraid of you? Despite being outclassed in equipment, Amin and Afu leveraged their higher levels to compensate for the attribute gap, meeting the challenge Hedon without fear. As the 4 melee fighters were about to clash in a fierce battle, a sharp, commanding voice rang out from Shan Miao. Get out of the way. Move it, all of you. Meng Yongsheng, Feng Yurong, Amin, and Afu all turned their heads at the sound, only to exclaim in unison, "What the hell?" Under Xian Miao's control, a towering magical mech over 10 meters tall thundered forward, shaking the ground with each step. It was like a runaway bulldozer, leaving devastation in its wake. Faced with such overwhelming power, Meng Yongsheng and Feng Yurong immediately turned and fled. Ming and Fu, however, had no choice but to stay and hold the line. The reason was simple: they were the last defense protecting their entire team. If the front line collapsed, the whole squad would fall apart. Despite their higher levels, which should have given them a decisive advantage over the Tianjiao Academy students, the opponent's superior gear closed the gap, bringing the two sides to a stalemate. "Damn it! You won't break through my defense." Ming gritted his teeth, raising his shield and activating the rank skill, Hold the Line. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, materializing a massive phantom shield in front of him. Not to be outdone, the other shield warrior, Fu, hastily unleashed his own rank defensive skill, Courage of Darkness. A black energy coalesced into a phantom shield adorned with mysterious runes. Boom! The magical mech crashed into the two phantom shields with immense force, sending shockwaves rippling outward from the point of impact. Spectators erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable. Now this is a real mech battle. Every man's dream. Shen Miao is incredible. As Ming and Fu struggled to fend off Shen Miao's strength offensive with their rank skills, a ferocious skeletal lion suddenly appeared before them, baring its teeth menacingly. Oh no! The two were so startled by the sudden appearance of this beast-level pet that they leaped back in fright. To make matters worse, Ming Yongsheng, who had initially retreated, suddenly re-entered the fray, his sword aimed directly at their vulnerable backs. Under the amused gazes of the onlookers, the two shield warriors, despite their high defense and health as level 80+ veterans, found themselves overwhelmed by attacks from all directions. Forced to retreat step by step, they finally swallowed their pride and called for help. "Captain Ajay, we need reinforcements." What baffled them was the lack of response from their teammates. After all, they had successfully occupied 4 of the enemy's main forces: Meng Yongsheng, Feng Yurong, Shen Miao, and Huang Fan plus a supporting priest, totaling 5 opponents. Logically, their remaining 5 teammates should have easily overpowered the 2 remaining members of the enemy team and come to their aid by now. During a brief respite in the onslaught, the 2 shield warriors stole glances at the battlefield, only to be punished for their distraction. Meng Yongsheng seized the opportunity, landing a piercing blow that left them howling in pain. Yet amidst their agony, they finally grasped the situation. The seemingly ordinary Beastmaster was somehow holding his own against an 86-level mechanical warrior. The audience was left dumbfounded. The once flawless formation of the Glory Squad was unraveling before their eyes. The 2 shield warriors, the linchpins of the team, were struggling. The mechanical warrior, who should have easily dispatched the Beastmaster, was locked in a dead heat. Even their shadow priest was being effectively neutralized by the mage, Chao Wenbin. Only Captain Ajay and 2 Othursa summoner and a priest remained relatively unscathed. But just as the priest moved to close the distance to Ajay, a throwing knife landed precisely in front of her, halting her in her tracks. It was a warning, and it had come from none other than Wang Chun, who was still engaged in a fierce battle with the mechanical warrior. Aimed at her throat, the knife could have easily taken her out of the match if it had been intended as a kill shot. The summoner hastily called forth her spirit beasts to aid the mechanical warrior, while Captain Ajay continued to cast buffs to bolster his ally. Yet neither noticed the small green snake and the tiny slime on Wang Chen's shoulder stealthily slipping toward Ajay. "Sis, can I eat this guy?" The little purple slime whispered eagerly to the green snake. "No. If you eat him, you'll die," the snake replied with a shake of her head. Although disappointed, the slime obeyed. Meanwhile, the green snake wasted no time, sinking her sharp fangs into Ajay's calf without hesitation. Ajay let out a blood-curdling scream as the searing pain shot through him. The mechanical warrior turned at the sound, providing Wang Chun with the perfect opening. Bam! A powerful punch landed squarely on the mech's chest, directly striking its energy core. The impact sent the mechanical warrior flying, its core cracked and its limbs losing power, rendering it unable to even stand. Smoke billowed from the mech's chest as the warrior inside finally realized the truth. The Glory Squad was on the verge of defeat, brought down in the most absurd and unexpected way. It was over. In the audience, Dean Hefuan watched the scenes unfolding on the stage, shaking his head with a sigh. The outcome of the battle was already sealed the moment the mech warrior, responsible for protecting the backline, fell to Wang Chun. Although the Druid team's captain, Ajay, was technically in a support role, he still possessed some combat abilities. However, in front of Wang Chun, his strength paled in comparison. Even more astonishing was that Wang Chun hadn't even utilized his little green snake yet, and the presence of that blue slime was equally baffling. One had to admit, Wang Chen's strategy from the very beginning was flawless. The opposing team's core strength lay in their two high-durability shield warriors. With them holding the front line, the back line could attack freely. But Wang Chen adopted an unexpected tactique, charged straight into the enemy's backline alone, while his teammates focused entirely on tying down the two shield warriors. Using his overwhelming individual strength, he managed to defeat the mech warrior. As for the other mage in the glory team, he was kept completely occupied by Chao Wenbin, struggling under the pressure of relentless spell bombardments. Some might wonder this bounty hunter team consisted of level 80 advanced professionals. They should have easily overpowered this group of under level 70 elite students, right? In reality, in this world of advanced professions, a higher level didn't necessarily equate to stronger attributes. Besides leveling up, there were many ways to enhance one's stats, such as consuming attribute-boosting elixirs, acquiring passive skills or talents that increase stats, and of course, equipping powerful gear. For provincial champions like Meng Yongsheng, Xin Miao, and Chao Wenbin, who hailed from wealthy and influential families, they had been raised on rare and precious resources. Their equipment was leagues ahead of what these bounty hunters could afford. Though the bounty hunter team had a level advantage of 10 to 20 levels, the actual combat stats between the two sides weren't that far apart. On top of that, these provincial champions had received excellent combat training and education since childhood, making them far superior in battle compared to bounty hunters who lacked formal training in the advanced profession systems of elite high schools. However, what baffled Ajay and his team the most was the anomaly that was Wang Chen. They had heard of Meng Yongsheng, Shen Miao, and the others. After all, provincial prodigies frequently made headlines, whether for soloing a boss in the wild or for winning cross-level challenges in the arena. But this Wang Chen guy, they knew nothing about him. The most puzzling part? He was a beast master with combat attributes higher than those of a mech warrior. Not to mention, his battle techniques were top-notch. During his charge, he completely dodged the deadly pincer attacks of the two shield warriors with just his footwork, and throughout the fight, he evaded countless skills from the mech warrior. Having witnessed the entire battle, Ajay, the captain, felt a mix of emotions. Was this the strength of elite students? They had clearly underestimated them. Just getting into an elite school was already a testament to their abilities. At this point, Ajay himself had lost the ability to fight. A little green snake had silently slithered to his feet at some point and delivered a vicious bite to his calf. The venom began spreading, paralyzing his body, leaving him completely numb. As Ajay inwardly cursed the other team for their underhanded tactics, he remained unaware of just how close he had come to death. The purple slime, Xiaozi, had originally intended to devour him outright. With its awakened devourer bloodline, Xiaozi could have instantly dissolved him once he was consumed, regardless of his higher level. If this had been a deathmatch, the glory team would have been utterly annihilated. I surrender. Stop hitting me. At this moment, the priest was sent flying by a kick from Wang Chun, landing right in front of the summoner. Panicked, the summoner quickly retracted his supportive and combat summons, raising his hands in surrender. Looking at his incapacitated teammates around him, he could only smile bitterly. 5 minutes ago, who would have thought that their team of level 80 professionals would lose to a newly formed student team? This was madness. They had never encountered such a chaotic and unpredictable attack strategy. They couldn't even guess their opponent's intentions. It was beyond their wildest dreams that the team would send a beast masternaut, a swordsmanto, target their backline. All right, stop. We admit defeat. We surrender. Stop stabbing me in the back. In the distance, the two heavily injured shield warriors, after being relentlessly beaten by Meng Yongxing and the others for 2 or 3 minutes, finally gave up, dropping their shields in surrender. They simply couldn't endure anymore. The key problem was that these elite students fought in such an unconventional manner, especially that swordsman looked so righteous, yet his attacks all aimed at their backsides, making him look more like an assassin than a swordsman. Enough. That's enough. This battle is over. The victory goes to Wang Chen's team. Dean Hefuan announced the results of the team sparring match. The students watching were stunned. They had never seen such a reckless and unorthodox team strategy before. Seriously? Wang Chun is actually a beast master, not a warrior. The fact that he defeated the mech warrior is what's truly shocking. Yeah, as a fellow beast master, I'm questioning my entire life. And his little green snake barely did anything, just one bite on the enemy captain, and that was it. Amazing. But there's something so odd about their team. They're undeniably strong, but in such a bizarre way. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the glory team walked off the stage with their heads hung low, leaving in embarrassment. They had arrived full of confidence, certain that their higher levels would allow them to teach this student team a lesson. Instead, they were the ones taught a painful lesson, their pride utterly shattered. Dean Hefuan pondered for a moment, thinking to himself that perhaps hiring external teams wasn't as reliable as he had hoped. Dean Hefuan gazed at the battered remains of the Rongguang squad before him, his brow furrowing slightly. This external team's performance was, frankly, underwhelming, completely incapable of providing the level of challenge or training intensity he had anticipated for Wang Chun and his team. For the next 2 weeks, your sparring sessions will be led by the school's instructors personally, Dean he announced decisively. Wang Chun and his teammates readily agreed. After all, anyone qualified to teach at such a prestigious institution was at least a level 100 combatant who had undergone their fourth-class evolution. Whether for sparring or guidance, these instructors were more than equipped to push them to their limits. Although today's session had been lackluster due to the weak opposition, it still gave Meng Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and the others a chance to witness Wang Chen's exceptional talent for command. Despite the opposing team's seemingly solid lineup, they were utterly dismantled by Wang Chen's meticulous strategy, left with no opportunity to counterattack. Had it been one of them in charge, they likely would have made the same mistake as a G, prioritizing buffing teammates before engaging rather than Wang Chen's direct and decisive offensive tactics. With Wang Chun at the helm, Meng Yongsheng and the others felt a renewed surge of confidence heading into this year's interracial freshman exchange tournament. They were determined not to let the arrogant exchange students from other races claim the championship again. Over the next 2 weeks, Wang Chun led the team in rigorous coordination drills. As Ajay had pointed out, success in team-based competitions relied heavily on synergy and collaboration, with individual prowess taking a backseat. As the competition drew near, excitement within and beyond the campus reached a fever pitch. The announcement of the tournament by the Longhua Education Department sparked nationwide enthusiasm, with millions eagerly awaiting the chance to watch this clash of prodigies via live stream. Yet, not all the buzz was positive. Online, discordant voices began to emerge, accusing Longhua of switching from individual to team competitions as a concession to its supposed inferiority. Some even went as far as to idolize other races, boasting about plans to immigrate or seek relationships with them. When the 10 elite academies revealed their lineups, the controversy only intensified. The roster for Shenlong Academy, in particular, faced harsh scrutiny for appointing the relatively unknown Wang Chun as team captain. Critics clamored for Meng Yongsheng to take the lead instead and expressed concerns about the team's seemingly fragile frontline. Wang Chun, however, paid no mind to the noise. He found it amusing, even. The critics reminded him of the fair-weather fans from his previous life, those who would lavish praise when a team triumphed but turn into relentless detractors at the first sign of failure. He resolved to let his actions on the battlefield silence them once and for all. 2 days before the tournament, in the pale light of dawn, Wang Chun received an unexpected visit from his mentor, the Frostmourne Empress, Tina. Draped in a white coat that did little to hide her tall and commanding figure, she appeared unannounced. "Follow me," she said curtly, her voice carrying an air of authority. Without waiting for a response, a glowing magical teleportation circle materialized beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chun found himself standing in the heart of a foreboding black forest. The air was thick with an ominous energy, the oppressive atmosphere pressing down on him. "This will be your classroom for today," Tina said with an air of indifference. "I'll return at 6 this evening. Your task is simple. Survive until then." Before her words had fully registered, she vanished, leaving no trace of her presence. As her suppressive aura dissipated, a wave of malicious intent surged toward Wang Chun. Predatory eyes locked onto him from the shadows, and in the next instant, the ground erupted with a deafening crack. A dark figure lunged at him with lightning speed. Unfazed, Wang Chun reacted instinctively. With a subtle bend of his knees, he leapt gracefully onto a nearby boulder, gaining a tactical vantage point. His sharp gaze swept across the eerie landscape, where countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness. Low, guttural growls echoed around him, the sound of ravenous beasts circling their prey. To them, he was nothing more than fresh, tender meat. But Wang Chun was no ordinary prey. At this moment, deep within the ominously dark forest, Wang Chun stood resolutely atop a massive boulder. Surrounding him were countless pairs of blood-red, feral eyes, locking onto his every move with predatory intent. Taking advantage of the brief pause, Wang Chun carefully observed the appearance of these creatures. The scene before him was chilling. Wolves, tigers, leopards, rabbits, tree spirits, and elk creatures that should have been common in the wilderness now exuded a sinister black aura, as if consumed by madness. Their eyes reflected nothing but bloodlust and savagery. To them, the vibrant life force emanating from Wang Chun's flesh and the lingering energy of the celestial demon essence within him were like a deadly toxin, irresistibly drawing them closer in frenzied anticipation. Wang Chun quickly understood the situation. These were completely corrupted, demonized creatures. In his recent downtime during team training, he had delved into numerous informational documents, gaining a deeper understanding of this world of career transitions. The monsters before him, utterly consumed by corruption, were undoubtedly influenced by the celestial demon rift. He looked up. A massive rift, resembling a centipede with countless legs, stretched ominously across the sky. A sight both inspiring and terrifying. Though sealed, the rift continued to leak traces of demonic energy, steadily corrupting every living being in the surrounding area. Activating his appraisal skill, Wong Chun brought up the monster's detailed stats. Demonized Wolf, level 77, Elite 3-star. Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Agility, 40,000 each. Demonized Black Bear, level 75, Elite 1-star. Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Agility, 30,000 each. Demonized Tiger, level 77, Elite 3-star. Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Agility, 45,000 each. Each monster's description emphasized how the demonic energy had driven them into a state of frenzied bloodlust, fixated solely on devouring flesh with insatiable greed. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Wang Chen's lips. He realized that this unexpected encounter was likely orchestrated by his Mistura deliberate test to sharpen his skills and prepare him for the upcoming inter-race newcomer exchange tournament, turning this ambush into a feast of experience. If that's the case, there's no need to hold back. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chun summoned 2 pet summoning arrays. In an instant, a small green snake and a blue slime appeared before him. Xiaoqing, Xiaozi, go. Don't hold back, rush them completely. Wang Chun commanded in a deep voice. Xiaoqing let out an excited hiss, its battle instincts surging with newfound vigor after its bloodline awakening. Meanwhile, the blue slime bounced around energetically, eager to indulge its devouring instincts, having awakened the bloodline of the devouring lord. In less than half a minute, the tide of battle had completely turned. A colossal green serpent, towering dozens of meters high, charged through the forest like an unstoppable force of nature, crackling with green lightning that illuminated the entire area. Under its devastating assault, the demonized bears, tigers, wolves, and even the animated tree spirits fell one after another, obliterated by the overwhelming power of the lightning. On the other side, the enormous slime engulfed one demonized creature after another with its soft, pliable body, greedily devouring them with unrestrained delight. It seemed utterly satisfied with its feast. The demonic aura within those corrupted creatures was completely neutralized the moment it entered Xiaozi's body. The purple demonic patterns on Xiaozi's body became increasingly distinct. Wang Chun was astonished to discover that its attributes were steadily improving. Notifications kept flashing on the information panel. Your beast companion, Ziyu, has devoured a corrupted wild wolf, permanently increasing its armor by 13 points. Your beast companion, Ziyu, has devoured a corrupted wild rabbit, permanently increasing its agility by 20 points. Your beast companion, Ziyu, has devoured a corrupted black bear, permanently increasing its strength by 20 points. Although each individual boost seemed minor, as the number of devoured creatures grew, the cumulative attribute gains became quite significant. Throughout the entire day, the air was filled with the piercing cries of agony. The corrupted creatures, scorched and paralyzed by Qing Lei's lightning strikes, were then left to face the inevitable fate of being devoured by Xiaozi. Qing Lei, like a considerate elder sister, used her thunder to prepare the creatures, ensuring they were ready for Xiaozi's feast. Amid this relentless slaughter, Wang Chun and his 2 beast companions amassed a significant amount of experience points. Qing Lei and Xiaozi seemed to possess boundless energy, tirelessly annihilating the corrupted creatures with increasing ferocity. While other beast companions would have been utterly exhausted by now, these 2 were still bursting with vigor. Due to the presence of the abyssal rift, this area had long been shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight. At precisely 6 p.m., a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a tall woman with icy blue hair cascading down her back. The moment she arrived, the sight before her left her utterly stunned. What was once a lush, verdant forest had completely vanished, replaced by an expansive wasteland scarred with devastation. Confronted by this drastic transformation, she couldn't help but murmur to herself, "This? What is this?" Of course, what shocked her even more was the fact that every single monster in the entire forest had vanished at that very moment. There wasn't even a trace of their corpses. The Ice Empress of Sorrow narrowed her icy blue, mesmerizing eyes. After quickly sensing her disciple's location, she stepped forward and teleported 100 miles in an instant. Wang Chen immediately sensed his master's distinct, chilling aura. He turned around and greeted her with a warm smile. Tina gave a slight nod, her gaze landing on the playful little green snake and slime nearby. The 2 small creatures were having the time of their lives, brimming with energy. After a day of battling monsters, their levels had significantly increased. The Ice Empress of Sorrow glanced at Wang Chen's information panel and nodded subtly to herself. Level 65, not bad. This was proof that Wang Chun had defeated no small number of monsters today. The forest had been flattened, and the corrupted monsters were completely eradicated. As for the missing corpses, she had no intention of asking questions. She didn't even bother checking her disciples' detailed stats, choosing instead to respect Wang Chen's privacy. There was once a rift to the abyssal demon realm here, the Ice Empress explained softly. Although it has been sealed, traces of demonic energy still seep out. The surrounding creatures were infected and transformed into troublesome monsters, which ironically made this an ideal training ground for job changers. Wong Chun nodded in agreement, as this aligned with his own suspicions. The Ice Empress continued, "It's said that the abyssal battlefield is a strange continent where rifts from the abyssal demon realm frequently appear. Only those who have reached level 100 and undergone their 4th class advancement can enter. It's a battleground where the most gifted compete fiercely. We can head back now," the Ice Empress said calmly. With a wave of her delicate hand, she cast a spell without the need for a staff, conjuring a magical space teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen and his beast companions were transported back to Shenlong Academy, crossing thousands of miles in less than a second. This was the hallmark of true power, effortlessly traversing great distances with a mere gesture. Back at his luxurious villa, Wang Chen began sorting through the day's gains. The most significant reward, without a doubt, was the massive amount of experience points he had earned. The surge in experience from defeating higher-level monsters had propelled him from level 60 to level 70 in one leap. Xiao Qing had also reached level 70, while Xiao Zi had jumped from level 35 to level 50. Such rapid progress was almost unheard of among Beast Tamers, considering they had to share experience with their pets, making leveling up notoriously challenging. The information panel revealed that Wang Chun had defeated a total of 70,000 monsters to die, a number that would leave his classmates at the academy utterly speechless. With the increase in levels, his and his companions' stats saw a dramatic boost. Xiao Qing's 4-dimensional attribute skyrocketed to 700,000 points, while Xiao Zi reached 300,000 points, largely thanks to the permanent buffs they gained from devouring numerous monsters. Wang Chen's own 4-dimensional attributes were even more astonishing. As a beast tamer, he could inherit 10 of his pet's attributes, amounting to 100,000 points. Combined with the 80,000 level-based points provided by his class, Wang Chen's total attributes surged to an impressive 180,000 points. By comparison, other classes typically had 4-dimensional attributes ranging from 100,000 to 150,000 at level 70. Despite the inherent disadvantage of lower base stats for beast tamers, Wang Chen's progress was nothing short of extraordinary. The reason is simple. A beast tamer's combat power primarily relies on their pet beasts rather than their own abilities. Wang Chen glanced around, pondering the balance mechanics of the game's classes. If beast tamers could possess powerful pets while also having personal attributes on par with other classes, they would no longer be considered a weak class, but rather the pinnacle of all. However, reality seemed to take a surprising turn. Thanks to the attribute feedback from his 2 little companions, Wang Chen's 4 core stats had already far surpassed those of players at the same level. In addition to the rapid increase in experience points, he had also acquired some materials, items, and a trade skill book. Although these spoils weren't particularly valuable, considering he had been defeating elite monsters in the wild, the rewards were quite decent. Wang Chen let out a soft sigh, recalling the countless times he had slain tens of thousands of monsters without obtaining any rare items. Perhaps this was proof he truly was the so-called cursed unlucky one. Even so, raising his level to 70 before the competition had significantly boosted his confidence. Just then, the official roster for the interracial freshman exchange tournament was announced. The entire campus erupted with excitement as students eagerly discussed the news. This year, with Chinga leading us, Longshan Academy is bound to take first place. Exactly. 6 top scorers and a healer ranked in the top 30. This is practically Longshuan's dream team. The strength of this year's freshmen was indeed unprecedented, especially with Wang Chen's meteoric rise, which further fueled the students' confidence. Even the academy's deans were filled with anticipation, firmly believing that this year, the Dragon Nation could finally shine on the international stage. And so, amidst the high expectations of many, the opening day of the interracial freshman exchange tournament had finally arrived. The next morning, the team prepared to depart for their mission. In the conference room of Shenlong Academy, Wang Chen, Ming Yongsheng, Shen Miao, and the other team members were already geared up and ready to go. Leading the group was Gu Lan, an instructor whom Wang Chun was quite familiar with. Though Gu Lan primarily worked in the admissions office, she occasionally took on responsibilities for external assignments like this one. Gu Lan announced the venue for the interracial freshman exchange competition, the prestigious Mosteeds Academy, located in Qingyun City, the capital of Tianling Province. After making the announcement, she gave Wang Chen a knowing glance. Wang Chen immediately understood the unspoken message. He had a history with Mosteeds Academy, and it wasn't a pleasant one. The story dated back to the university entrance exams, during which Wang Chun had defeated a student from Mosteeds Academy in a head-to-head match. While the incident itself was minor, it spiraled into a major controversy within the elite academic circles, fueled by public opinion. Mosteed's Academy, being the only joint international institution among the top 5 universities and boasting state-of-the-art training facilities and career advancement programs, had been humiliated. To lose to a high school graduate defeating one of their soon-to-be sophomore students was nothing short of shocking. The fallout from this event was significant. Many top-tier candidates, upon hearing about the incident, turned down offers from Mosteed's Academy and opted for one of the other 4 elite institutions instead. As a result, the entire academy harbored intense resentment toward Wang Chen. Now, upon learning that Xianlong Academy had sent Wong Chun to lead their team in the competition, the top freshman of Mosteed's Academy was already itching for a chance to reclaim their school's tarnished honor. Gulan proceeded to explain the competition rules and key details. This event wasn't just about competing against interracial teams. The universities themselves would also face off against one another. After all, the winning academy would receive 3 legendary tier or higher dungeons as a reward from the Long Kingdom. Such a prize was enough to push every school to fight with everything they had. Meanwhile, the competition had already become a viral sensation online. In an era where achieving elite career advancements was the ultimate aspiration, tournaments like this had long since replaced entertainment celebrities as the focal point of public attention. For universities, these events were critical opportunities to showcase their strength, directly influencing the quality of future applicants. A single misstep, like the one Mosteed's Academy had suffered, could turn a renowned institution into a laughingstock, causing even pre-admitted prodigies to reconsider their choices. Gulan also shared a cautionary tale from the past. A once prestigious academy had been publicly ridiculed for shielding a student caught stealing a magical earpiece and even awarding her the title of best student. The backlash was so severe that the academy's official social media account remains closed to comments to this day. This scandal ultimately caused the school to plummet from the ranks of first-rate institutions to third-rate status. The following morning, Wang Chun and his team donned their uniforms, adorned with an embroidered dark Azure Dragon, and prepared to set off. By now, Wang Chun had reached level 70 and was eligible for his 3rd career advancement. However, due to the tight competition schedule and the lengthy queues for advancement, he had no choice but to postpone it for the time being. The 3rd-tier trial is fundamentally different from the 2nd-tier trial. Unlike the 2nd tier, which only requires a single job change Spirit Stone, the 3rd-tier transition can only be achieved by completing specific dungeon trials. At this point, Wang Chen's teammates Meng Yongsheng, Shen Miao, and Chao Wenbin had already completed their 3rd-tier transitions. They didn't need to wait in line at school because their families had private 3rd and 4th-tier trial dungeons available. This left Wang Chun as the only one in their squad who had not yet completed the 3rd-tier transition. However, this didn't trouble him much. While the 3rd-tier transition does indeed bring a boost in strength, his current abilities were already more than enough to handle these new alien challengers. At this moment, in Qingyun City, located in the eastern province of Tianling and Longhua, a vast green plain stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Above, a swirling mist of emerald rain danced in the air, adding a touch of mystique to the land. In the square of the Mozda Academy, the ground suddenly lit up with dazzling magical runes, which intertwined to form 9 massive spatial teleportation arrays. Teams from 9 other top academies were about to arrive. On the square, staff members were already in position, ready to welcome the representatives from each school. The leading instructors exchanged polite greetings. Ms. Gulan, good to see you. Mr. Zhang, hello there. Mr. Li, long time no see. Notably, Mozda Academy had sent Hubert, who had previously shown clear disdain for Wang Chun, to oversee the reception. The moment Hubert spotted Wang Chun among the group from Xianlong Academy, his gaze turned cold and hostile, though his face maintained a facade of polite smiles. Standing beside Wang Chun, Ms. Gulan murmured softly, I heard that Mozda Academy's top freshman has already made a bold claim. If they meet us from Xianlong Academy in the competition, they're going to crush us so badly we won't know what hit us. Upon hearing those words, Wang Chen's gaze turned icy cold in an instant. He said nothing, but a decision had already solidified in his heart. If they encountered the team from Mosteed's Academy, he would make sure they experienced the bitterness of regret. Let's have lunch first, then continue with warm-up training. The competition doesn't start until tomorrow, Teacher Gulan said with a smile, her eyes gleaming with confidence in this year's team. This confidence stemmed mainly from Wang Chun, though the other team members were certainly not to be underestimated either. During lunch, Teacher Gulan suddenly shifted the topic, her gaze sweeping across the group. You're probably aware that in recent years, Longhua hasn't performed well in the interracial freshman exchange tournament. To motivate us to aim for first place, the school has promised that whoever wins the championship will receive 200,000 credits, a piece of 2-star legendary equipment, and an S-rank skill book. The moment those words left her lips, even the typically composed and well-off team members like Meng Yongsheng and Shen Miao couldn't hide their surprise. The rewards were undeniably generous. The purchasing power of 200,000 credits far exceeded the few tens of thousands Wang Chun had earned during the freshman exams. 2-star legendary equipment was not only rare in dungeons, but also required a legendary level craftsman to forge. As for the S-rank skill book, it was practically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The school's sincerity was evident. All right, lunch is done, and I've said what I needed to say. Use the remaining time to train hard. The competition starts tomorrow, so give it your all. Teacher Gulan reminded them. Try not to go out. The tension between schools is high, and conflicts could cost you your eligibility to compete. Everyone nodded in agreement. Teacher Gulan then turned specifically to Wang Chen, her tone slightly reproachful. Especially you, Wong Chun. With your tendency to repay every grudge. You're the most risky. Wang Chen froze for a moment, about to respond, when Shun Miao cut in with a playful grin. Teacher, Wang Chen is so strong, shouldn't the ones in danger be the other teams instead? Teacher Gulan sighed. That's exactly why I'm worried. If two teams get into a fight, that's one thing. But if Wang Chen gets involved, it'll be one-sided. Even if we're in the right, it'll look like we're not. Fighting during the competition is strictly forbidden. At best, you'll get a warning. At worst, you'll be disqualified. If it turns into a one-sided situation, the winning side will almost certainly be penalized. She paused briefly before continuing. This rule might sound ridiculous, but it's just like real-life fights. You could be in the right, but if you injure the other person, you're the one who has to pay. Never mind. I'll just stay close and keep an eye on Wang Chen myself. With that, she sat down beside him and casually started reading a book. Wang Chun could only smile wryly. Under Teacher Gu Lan's watchful eye, the day quietly slipped by. The next morning at 7 a.m., a massive magical firework exploded in the sky, its crimson light illuminating everything below. Inside the Nightmare Coliseum, Mosteed's Academy's famed battleground, every seat was taken, and the audience buzzed with lively chatter. These spectators, who had paid a premium for their tickets, were all eagerly anticipating the thrilling matches to come. The Nightmare Coliseum was the largest arena in Tianling Province, steeped in ancient legends. The presidents of all the academies were present, including He Fuan, the president of Xinlong Academy. However, the responsibility of leading the team still fell to Teacher Gulan. Though the sun had only just risen, the atmosphere at the venue was already electric, a testament to the high expectations for the interracial freshman exchange tournament. Look, it's starting. The teams are entering, someone in the crowd exclaimed. As the audience turned their attention to the arena, one team after another began filing in. Mosteed's Academy, as the host, entered first, greeted by thunderous cheers from the crowd. Go Mosteeds! Crush the competition and take the championship. Most of the spectators were locals from Tianling Province, naturally rooting for their home team. However, when Xinlong Academy's team entered, the arena was immediately filled with a chorus of boos. The audience in the stands was almost entirely composed of local residents from Tianling Province, giving Mazda's Academy a clear home field advantage. The absence of spectators from other provinces could be attributed to two main reasons: the exorbitant cost of long-distance spatial teleportation and the time constraints of work or leveling up. Only a handful of affluent and leisurely spectators from outside the province were willing to travel great distances to watch the event. When the team from Xinlong Academy entered the arena, a wave of boos erupted from the crowd. This hostile reaction was rooted in a past incident where a member of Xinlong Academy had humiliated Mazda's Academy, leaving a deep grudge in the hearts of Tianling Province's audience. They were eager to see their proud local academy reclaim its dignity. In the face of such hostility, Chao Wenbin scoffed dismissively. Well, looks like we've become public enemy number one. Meng Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and the others were equally unfazed by the boos. As top talents of their province, they were long accustomed to being in the spotlight and even had their own dedicated fan clubs. In this world dominated by the power of professional advancements, exceptional professionals were often revered as idols. As other academy teams gradually made their entrances, the audience's attention was momentarily diverted. However, when the teams of non-human races began to enter, the entire venue fell silent once again. The first to appear was the freshman team representing the avian race. They had human-like torsos and heads, but their arms extended into eagle wings, and their legs ended in sharp talons. Their captain, Sasha, a level 95 Tier 3 sword saint, exuded a sharp and chilling sword aura. The audience murmured in awe, but the avian team members responded with disdainful glances. Following them were teams from the feline race, giant race, dwarf race, centaur race, werewolf race, vampire race, elf race, and a total of 22 non-human teams. The captains of these teams were all above level 90, while most of their members were at least level 85. In contrast, the captains of the human university teams were typically around level 80, with their teammates averaging around level 75. In the Xinlong Academy team led by Wang Chun, members like Meng Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and Chao Wenbin had only recently surpassed level 80. However, Wang Chun, as the team captain, stood out as the lowest level participant in the entire competition, being a level 70 Beastmaster. This stark level disparity underscored the disadvantage human freshmen faced in terms of professional advancement resources. Historically, human participants in the interracial freshman exchange tournament often had to face opponents of higher levels. Only when a truly extraordinary prodigy emerged could the human teams achieve commendable results. In recent years, the second-place finish by the president of Shinlong Academy's Student Council was already considered a remarkable achievement. The non-human freshmen also shifted their focus to the Shinlong Academy team. After all, many of the human prodigies who had defeated them in the past hailed from this academy. However, upon realizing that the team captain was a mere level 70 Beastmaster, their expressions turned to scorn and ridicule. Wang Chen ignored their mockery entirely, his attention fixated on the teachers leading the non-human teams. The overwhelming aura emanating from these instructors was palpable, even without direct observation. Their levels far exceeded those of the human academy instructors, giving Wang Chen a sharper understanding of the professional advancement disparity in this world. The headmaster of the Mosteeds Academy stood on the stage, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with leaders of the otherworldly races. Delivering a brief speech, he warmly welcomed all guests to the grand interracial freshman exchange tournament. Without further ado, the commentary team took over, fully aware that the audience had little patience for lengthy openings. They promptly announced, "Teams from all academies, step forward. The interracial freshman exchange tournament officially begins. Now, direct your attention to the big screen. The match schedule, determined by a fair draw, is ready." As the words were spoken, a massive circular arena rose in the center of the Nightmare Coliseum, its size equivalent to 3 or 4 football fields. The scale was designed to allow contestants, who had already reached the third job advancement stage, to fully unleash their abilities. Even more astonishing was the appearance of a magical orb suspended in the air, displaying a 360-degree view of the matches with crystal-clear clarity, visible from every angle. The audience erupted in amazement, with someone exclaiming, "This tech is insane. I'd love to have one of those. I could even watch movies upside down." As the crowd's focus shifted to the magical orb screen, the matchup for the first round was revealed. Shinlong Academy versus Khan's Academy. The stadium instantly roared with excitement. The commentator added, "It's worth mentioning that Shinlong Academy's team is led by Wang Chun, a level 70 beast spirit walker who has yet to reach the third advancement. Looks like they're quite confident in their abilities." This remark stirred an even greater commotion. While Wang Chun had gained widespread fame during the university entrance exam controversy, some skeptics in the crowd still shouted, "Go Khan's Academy! Eliminate this embarrassing team already." Their outburst was met with immediate backlash. "Get lost. Are you a spy? And mind your own business. This is our internal matter." The furious spectators quickly ejected the heckler from the venue. Meanwhile, representatives from 22 otherworldly empires began entering the stadium, gradually balancing the previously most disfavoring atmosphere. The Centaur spectators loudly cheered, "Basil, give them a good beating. But don't go too far. Getting disqualified isn't worth it." Although the languages were different, every participant had mastered the language decipher skill, enabling seamless understanding of one another. Both on and off the battlefield, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and electrifying. The audience from Longwa couldn't hide their discontent upon hearing the announcement. Yet, when they remembered that the captain of their own Shinlong Academy was merely a Beast Tamer who hadn't even reached the third advancement, their expressions grew conflicted. Wang Chen's name was no stranger to them. As the top scholar who emerged victorious in the province overseen by the infamous iron-faced Shurug Lu Sun, his prowess had left countless netizens in awe. Many had predicted that he would rise to become a formidable figure. But in just a month, his level seemed underwhelming while members of other Longwa academies were generally above level 70, with their captains reaching level 80. Wang Chen's performance stood in stark contrast, making Shinlong Academy appear underprepared. "Let's just hope they lose with dignity," someone muttered. "At the very least, they should put up a fight and force the opponents to reveal their trump cards. That way, it won't be too embarrassing. Honestly, if they faced another Longwa Academy, it wouldn't be so bad. Losing to our own wouldn't hurt our pride as much," another sighed. As the audience lamented over Wang Chen's perceived inadequacy, the team from Khan's Academy made their entrance, the rhythmic clatter of hooves heralding their arrival. 7 centaur warriors marched forward, each one towering and imposing, their upper bodies human-like but muscular, their lower halves equine and powerful. Even the female members, far from the delicate portrayals in anime and novels, displayed rippling muscles and chiseled abs, radiating strength capable of enduring any grueling labor. The 7 centaurs fixed their sharp, disdainful gazes on Wang Chun and his team. Their expressions made their confidence in securing an easy victory unmistakable. "Luck's on our side. Our opening match is against the weakest human team," one centaur sneered. "What a shame. Shinlong Academy used to be the strongest. This year, they're just pathetic," another added with a mocking chuckle. The centaurs' lineup drew audible gasps from the crowd. Captain Basil, level 93, third advancement, Divine Shield Guardian, armed with a lance and heavy shield, He specialized in creating holy barriers to shield his teammates. 2 female members, both priests, skilled in healing and support. For male members, 2 third advancement shadow dominators, 1 third advancement thunder mage, and 1 third advancement sword saint. This formidable composition cast an even darker shadow over Shenlong Academy's chances. Their Dragonblood Cavalier lacked taunting abilities, leaving them unable to restrain the enemy's shadow assassins. This meant the 2 shadow dominators could easily bypass the front lines and target the vulnerable backline members. A countdown appeared in the air, glowing in holographic digits: 3, 2, 1. As the bell rang, signaling the start of the match, Basil wasted no time commanding his team. Rock, Carol, take out their backline. Felix, charge with me. Angus, provide cover. Healers, keep buffs on me and Felix if it gets dicey. Retreat immediately. But before Basil could finish his orders, a sharp cry cut through the air. Captain, watch out. And Gus' voice carried a note of panic, uncharacteristic for the steadfast centaur. A sudden whoosh of wind followed close, too close. Basil's brow furrowed, but his resolve remained unshaken. As a divine shield guardian, he prided himself on being an unbreakable fortress. As long as he stood, his team would remain invincible. However, the moment he turned around, Basil's gaze froze in shock, for figures had suddenly appeared before him, as if materializing out of thin air. The sight shattered the confidence he'd just managed to build. What the? Basil blurted out, his face a mix of disbelief and alarm. As an experienced captain, he had never encountered a situation where, right at the start of a team match, for opponents were already in his face. This was far beyond anything he had anticipated. However, as a level 90, third-year captain, Basil's reaction speed was nothing to scoff at. His strength far surpassed that of the Glory Squad captain who had sparred with Wang Chen earlier. With a furious shout, a radiant holy light surged around him, forming a sturdy circular shield that enveloped him in protective brilliance. But Basil failed to notice something crucial. As he activated his stationary defensive skill, which required him to remain rooted to the spot, the corners of the 4 advancing figures' mouths curled into eerie smiles. For a brief moment, time seemed to stand still. Basil gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the onslaught of their combined attack. Yet, the anticipated assault never came. His holy shield remained untouched, showing no signs of damage. Damn it! Realization struck Basil like a bolt of lightning. They had tricked him. Watch out! He shouted to his teammates, swiftly spinning around to scan the battlefield. But the 4 figures had already vanished without a trace. When his eyes finally landed on his teammates, the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. The enemy's Dragonblood Knight was now towering over their 2 clerics, having leaped directly into their midst. Meanwhile, the opposing Swordmaster and Mech Overlord had locked onto their 2 assassins. As for the enemy's Archmage, he stood at a distance, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on their own Archmage. To make matters worse, their Swordmaster was being menaced by a ferocious Chigahun lion and a menacing Black Flame Bear, both poised to strike at any moment. Basil surveyed the chaos, and a wave of unprecedented urgency welled up inside him. The battle had only just begun. Wow! A sudden and unexpected scene on the battlefield left the audience utterly stunned. The opening strategy of the Shenlong Nation's team was nothing short of shocking. 4 members instantly used displacement skills to close in on the Centaur tribe's formation. No, to be precise, it was all 5 of them, as the Beast Tamer named Huang Di commanded his beast companions to charge straight to the front lines as well. Such an aggressive, all-out assault was unheard of. In previous years, team matches typically began with both sides testing the waters, not launching such reckless offensives. Who was the mastermind behind this bold strategy? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes converging on a tall, composed figure, the captain of Shenlong Academy's team, Wong Chun. Wong Chun stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding calm confidence as he walked steadily toward the Centaur tribe's captain, Basil. By now, the Centaur team had been forced into a defensive position. Their 2 healers were tightly pinned down by the Dragonblood Knight Feng Yurong, who was ready to crush them with overwhelming force at the slightest movement. These healers were traditional support characters, having invested all their points into wisdom rather than agility, leaving them helpless against the agile and ferocious Dragonblood Knight. Meanwhile, the Centaur tribe's 2 third-tier assassins were being held at bay by Sword Saint Meng Yongsheng and the mechanical overlord Shen Miao. The Swordmaster's class excelled at both melee and ranged combat, boasting high agility and explosive damage. Once an assassin was engaged in close quarters, escape was nearly impossible. As for Shen Miao, piloting her mecha, she had already marked the assassins with tracking beacons, and a swarm of drones relentlessly bombarded her targets. Chao Wenbin had locked onto the opposing mage, while Huang Di's Chigu Bone Lion and Black Flame Giant Bear launched a ferocious assault on the Centaur tribe's Sword Saint, shrugging off his sword energy with their tough scales. Seeing this unfold, Basil smirked coldly, showing no signs of worry. He locked eyes with the approaching Wong Chun, his voice laced with mockery. I must admit, your Shinlong Academy has given me quite the surprise. Wang Chen said nothing, his gaze steady as he continued his measured approach. Bazel, noticing Wang Chen's silence, sneered, Humph. Do you really think you've got us all figured out? Sure, your team has managed to suppress mine for now, but have you considered what happens when I regroup with them? The tide of battle will turn in an instant. Your plan is impressive, but it's one fatal flaw and absolutely critical one. He's leaving me. The captain, unchecked. Faced with Bazel's taunts, Wang Chen shook his head calmly and replied, No, you won't have the chance to regroup. Oh, really? Are you trying to tell me that you, a mere level 70 beast master who hasn't even reached the 3rd tier, think you can stop me? Bazel scoffed, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke of his life, and burst into laughter. The audience exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. It was true. How could a level 70 beast master possibly hold back a level 93 divine shield? The captain of Shinlong Academy seemed to have become the Achilles heel of his team. The Centaur spectators erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha, looks like Shinlong Academy is going to lose after all. They're done for. A mere level 70 beast master dares to step onto this stage? Bazel, crush him. Victory belongs to the Centaur tribe. Bazel's grin widened at the cheers. With spear in one hand and shield in the other, he approached Wang Chen with heavy, confident steps. To him, a level 70 beast master was no threat at all. Would take down this arrogant fool first, and then deal with the rest. At Wang Chen's waist, a faint glow began to emanate from his thunderblade. For this opening match, there was no need for Shao Qing or Xiaozi to make an appearance against such overconfident opponents. When Wang Chen drew his blade, Bazel remained unbothered. He suddenly surged forward, his expression twisting into one of ferocity. Ha! With a low growl, a heavy, cracking sound echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, Bazel closed the 20-meter gap between them, appearing directly before Wang Chen. Bow before me, Bazel roared, raising his shield high and slamming it down toward Wang Chen with the intent to crush him into the ground. Bazel's sudden move drew gasps from the crowd. As the audience watched the Centaur captain close in on Wang Chen, many instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear witnessing what they believed would come next. To them, a beast master going head-to-head at close range with a shield warrior had almost no chance of victory. However, facing the towering Centaur charging at him, Wang Chen's expression remained calm and composed, his eyes betraying no trace of panic. He simply raised his hand lightly, aiming it at Bazel. In an instant, Bazel felt a wave of intense weakness wash over him. His armor, magic resistance, damage reduction, and movement speed were all slashed by 40. This unexpected debilitation immediately slowed his once fierce assault. At that moment, Wang Chen drew his thunderblade. The weapon's edge erupted with dazzling blue lightning, and simultaneously, his overall attributes surged by 30. Then, the Devour Bond activated, granting his attacks a unique, devouring effect. Wang Chen swung the thunderblade directly at Bazel. Sparks flew as metal clashed against metal. To everyone's shock, Bazel, a level 93 warrior, was forced to take half a step back by Wang Chen, who was only level 70. The audience erupted in disbelief. No one could fathom how a beast master with such a significant level disparity could gain the upper hand in close combat. Bazel was shaken to his core. He could feel his attributes rapidly draining away. Each strike from Wang Chen's thunderblade stripped him of one of his overall stats. Meanwhile, Wang Chen grew more relentless with every move, his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. With Zhou Ke's support, Wang Chen's state reached new heights. His attack speed, strength, intelligence, vitality, and critical hit rate all surged, transforming him into an unstoppable force. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed relentlessly. Bazel fought desperately to defend himself but was steadily pushed back. Finally, with a powerful and decisive strike, Wang Chen sent Bazel crashing into the arena's barrier. Bazel spat blood as he hit the ground. Looking down, Bazel saw a gaping wound on his chest, crackling with lightning. The searing pain and the rapid loss of strength left no doubt in his mind could no longer continue the fight. The moment Bazel was struck and sent flying by a single slash from Wang Chun, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. To everyone present, this scene was like a bolt from the blue. The Centaur audience, in particular, who had moments ago brimming with confidence that their team would crush the Azure Dragon Academy, now stood in stunned disbelief at the turn of events. For the Centaur tribe, this opening match held extraordinary significance. A victory here would not only deal a heavy blow to the morale of the Human Academy, but also establish a strong foothold for the upcoming battles. Even the human spectators, unwilling to admit it, had little hope for the Azure Dragon Academy. Yet, what unfolded before their eyes completely overturned all expectations. The commentators in the booth were left speechless. A Beast Tamer, relying solely on a katana, had managed to severely injure a shield of divinity 20 levels higher without seemingly using any attack skills? It was utterly inconceivable. On the high-ranking platform, the expressions of the various school principals and the elite leaders of other races varied widely. Only Principal He Fuan wore a satisfied smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. In his eyes, Wang Chen's true strength had never been about the attribute bonuses from his level, but rather his extraordinary combat techniques and mysterious, hidden abilities. The seasoned principal keenly noticed something unusual about Wang Chun. It seemed as though he was imbued with a special buff. Each slash of his blade not only unleashed crackling lightning, but also sapped Bazel's vitality, while simultaneously strengthening Wang Chun almost as if he were absorbing his opponent's attributes. The centaur leader's face darkened ominously, while the other non-human leaders exchanged glances filled with doubt and disappointment. Bazel's chest wound was ghastly, with azure lightning relentlessly corroding the injury. Two priests, under the oppressive presence of Feng Yurong, dared not cast any healing spells. Any movement on their part would be met with the swift and deadly throw of her lightning spear. Eventually, Bazel, weakened by blood loss, collapsed heavily to the ground, entirely losing consciousness. But Wang Chun did not pause. He understood that the attribute bonuses he had siphoned from Bazel were temporary and knew he had to capitalize on this moment to completely dismantle the opposition. His gaze had already locked onto the enemy mage. Watching this unfold, teammates Meng Yongsheng and Xin Miao couldn't help but marvel at Wang Chen's rapid improvement in just a few days. It was said to be the result of Empress Aishuang's grueling training. While others were still struggling to queue for dungeon runs, having an excellent mentor meant Wang Chun could directly take on high-level monsters in the wild, accelerating his progress. The outcome of the battle was now inevitable. The already disadvantaged opponent stood no chance against Wang Chun, who had grown exponentially stronger. Even though Meng Yongsheng, Xin Miao, and the rest of the team were a few levels lower than their adversaries, but after all, they are provincial champions, the pride of their families. Elite talents nurtured with extensive resources, their strength not only matches but even surpasses that of these centaur freshmen by a significant margin. Given that the entire team from Kongxi Academy has lost their combat ability, the commentator raised his voice and announced, "Let's congratulate the team from Xinlong Academy. Congratulations to them for securing victory in the opening match." As soon as the words fell, the human audience erupted into thunderous applause. Unbelievable! Xinlong Academy actually won. Wow! Wang Chen never fails to surprise us. True, at least we didn't lose to the centaurs. Not bad, worth some praise. Even those who had previously booed Xinlong Academy couldn't help but express their admiration at this moment. It wasn't that they had suddenly become fans of Xinlong Academy, but rather, in the face of other species, humanity naturally stands united. As for the rivalries between academies, well, those are private matters behind closed doors. Meng Yongsheng and the others gazed at Wang Chen's back, filled with emotion. Man, you're truly a monster. You didn't even need that freakish little green snake of yours, just your own strength was enough to defeat Beza. They recalled how, before the battle, Wang Chun had declined their suggestion to team up against Bazel. And now, the results proved he indeed had the capability. With Wang Chen's personal combat power already this terrifying, they couldn't begin to imagine just how powerful that green snake of his might be. Of course, they had no idea that Wang Chun had recently acquired another Battlepeta slime. They still thought his earlier talk about contracting a slime as a combat companion was nothing more than a joke. This extraordinary opening match concluded with a result that left the entire audience in shock. It was beyond unusual, completely unexpected. At this moment, all eyes, whether from the audience of the Dragon Kingdom or other races, were fixed on Wang Chun. The astonishing strength he displayed moments ago, single-handedly defeating a shield of divine protection at over level 90, was simply unbelievable. On the stage, the members of the Centaur team's lineup were being treated by the medical staff, only to rise to their feet in dejection. Bazel looked up toward the Centaur Empire's spectator seats, only to be met with cold, disappointed, and disdainful gazes from his own kind. It was clear that losing the very first match, especially to the Humancer race they held in contempt, had left the Centaur Empire's audience deeply disappointed and furious. To make matters worse, their opponent was considered the weakest team among all the schools in the Dragon Kingdom. Such a humiliating defeat was nothing short of a disgrace. Adding insult to injury, the Centaur Empire's audience now had to endure the mockery of spectators from other races. It seems the prestigious Khan's Academy of your Centaur Empire isn't much after all. Exactly. They couldn't even beat Xinlong Academy. Maybe it's for the best that you lost early. At least you won't embarrass yourselves later on. This way, other teams from your empire still have a chance to save face. Your team is just too weak. A captain at over level 90 getting defeated by a level 70 Beast Tamer relying solely on his individual strength? Who wouldn't find that shameful? The Centaur Empire's audience could only grit their teeth and endure in silence. Among all the empires, strength was paramount. In their eyes, the strong mocking the weak was an unchanging order of the world. As defeated weaklings, they had no choice but to bear the ridicule without the right to retaliate. The Centaur team's members hung their heads low, fists clenched, filled with bitterness over their loss. What made it even more humiliating was how their opponents had charged at them with 4 people right from the start, showing blatant disregard for their abilities. They knew they would face even harsher ridicule once they returned home. The team members were filled with regret and frustration. If only we had positioned ourselves differently, they wouldn't have been able to counter us. True, our double assassin formation couldn't even play to its strengths, because they shut us down so effectively. Ugh, it's too late to say anything now. Bazel let out a sigh and took the blame upon himself. Honestly, it was my fault. I was so startled by their form and charge that I thought they were going to take me out instantly, so I didn't activate my taunt skill on them. At that critical moment, Bazel had chosen to raise his shield in defense. If he had instead taken the risk of injury to taunt all 4 opponents, the outcome might have been different. After all, with the taunt active, the 4 of them would have been forced to attack him, unable to reach the backline. The instructor from Khan's academy approached from the sidelines, gesturing for the team to return to their seats. That's enough. No need to dwell on it. Reflect on your mistakes and take your seats. A loss was a loss, and there was no room for what-ifs. In truth, these centaurs still failed to realize one crucial factor: Wang Chen's terrifying personal strength. Even if Bazel had managed to hold off Meng Yongxing, Shen Miao, and the others, who could guarantee that their 2 assassins would have successfully taken down Wang Chun. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere in the Centaur camp, the mood on the Dragon Kingdom side was jubilant and celebratory. Regardless of Xinlong Academy's overall strength, the fact that they hadn't been eliminated in the first round and had even secured the first victory for the Dragon Kingdom was already a great achievement. While the crowd was excited, they refrained from excessive praise, instead marveling at how impressive Wang Chun had proven to be. At the very least, it seemed unlikely that Xinlong Academy would end up at the bottom. Teacher Gulan beamed with pride as she greeted her returning students, showering them with praise. Well done. Congratulations on your first victory. In her eyes, with Wang Chun on the team, there was no way Xinlong Academy would stop at just one win. Shen Miao, the spirited and mischievous girl, grinned and chimed in, "Teacher, you're too kind. It's all thanks to our Captain Wang Chen's brilliant leadership." Chao Wenbin nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Wang Chen's strategies completely neutralized their double assassin lineup. As a backline mage, assassins were his greatest fear, especially when facing a double assassin formation. Without Wang Chen's decisive command to adopt an aggressive approach, he would have been relentlessly targeted throughout the match. The same applied to Zhou Kiki, their healer, as the double assassin setup was a nightmare for any squishy backline player. Who would have thought that Wang Chun, at the very start, would issue a command to charge forward? This guy wasn't just a genius with his beast companion, she was a tactical mastermind. Meng Yongsheng couldn't help but remark, when we head to the Abyss continent, or the Rift battlefield in the future, it would be a waste if he doesn't become a general. Teacher Gulan encouraged them. Alright, save your reflections for later. There are 32 teams in total. Today, we need to determine the top 8, and tomorrow, we'll crown the champion. The 2-day schedule is tight, so rest up. There's another match this afternoon. Do your best and make it into the top 8. Shen Miao confidently patted her chest. Don't worry, Teacher Gulan. With Wang Chun here, we've got this. Wang Chun could only sigh inwardly at her words. His teammates seemed to place all the pressure squarely on his shoulders, without considering whether he could handle it. The competition continued. On stage, the announcer revealed the freshly drawn matchups. Up next, the second match. The Dragon Kingdom's Winter Academy versus the Demon Empire's Tanding Academy. Another thrilling showdown. Teams, please take the stage. As the announcement concluded, a group of towering but fearsome-looking combatants stepped onto the arena. The Demon Clan, a race hailing from the western continent of the world, is undoubtedly one of the strongest contenders for the championship in this interspecies freshman exchange tournament. Their imposing physiques are particularly striking. Each Demon Clan warrior stands an astonishing 4 meters tall, far exceeding the average human height of 1.7 to 1.9 meters. Their bat-like wings, folded neatly behind them, their skin as tough as steel, their rippling muscles, and the various horns crowning their heads all serve as a testament to the innate power of this formidable race. Every step taken by a Demon Clan warrior reverberates through the ground with a deep, resounding thud. Their fearsome faces may bear a humanoid resemblance, but the aura they exude is one of inhuman intimidation. Most alarming of all is that the Demon Clan not only possesses strength and speed far beyond human limits, but also masters their unique demonic arcane arts, granting them an overwhelming advantage in both close combat and ranged attacks. At this moment, 7 Demon Clan warriors stand proudly on the arena platform. Their formation is nearly impregnable. 2 iron demons serve as the unyielding frontline shields, Two Chaos Demons take the roles of rear-line spellcasters, one Healing Demon acts as the support priest, and two Blade Demons transitioned into Swordsman roles serve as the primary damage dealers. This lineup demonstrates one of the Demon Clan's greatest strengths. In their generally randomized class transition rituals, they consistently manage to assume roles that perfectly align with the characteristics of their race. Facing them is the 8th-ranked team from Longhua, the Winter Academy. Known for their expertise in ice-sealment-based classes, their lineup includes Frost Swordsmen, Frost Mages, and Frost Shields, all specializing in the Frost system. However, such a one-dimensional attribute configuration puts them at a significant disadvantage when up against the naturally highly resistant Demon Clan. So, this is Winter Academy? I sincerely suggest you surrender now and spare yourselves the pain, taunted the Demon Clan captain. A chaos demon shrouded in twisted arcane energy, his crimson eyes brimming with arrogance as he looked down on his opponents. Enough talk. If you want to fight, bring it on. We may lose, but we'll never surrender. The Winter Academy captain shouted back defiantly, though inwardly he couldn't help but curse their unlucky draw. As the match began, the Demon Clan launched an awe-inspiring all-out charge. All 7 warriors, including the healing demon wielding a staff, surged forward like 7 overpowered magical war machines, barreling through the Winter Academy's frost magic bombardment and breaking straight into their formation. This was a direct response to the strategy used by Xianlong Academy in their victory over the Centaur clan, but the Demon Clan's version was far more devastating. In less than 3 seconds, Winter Academy's formation was completely shattered. With no chance to support one another, the team members stood no chance in unknown confrontations against the Demon Clan warriors, whose average level reached an intimidating 90. Ultimately, the match ended in Winter Academy's defeat, once again showcasing the terrifying power of the Demon Clan to every spectator. The victory of the Demon Clan was like a heavy punch, not only reclaiming their pride but also issuing a blatant provocation to the human race, especially to the Azure Dragon Academy. On the battlefield, the Demon Clan's captain stood triumphantly over a member of the Winter Academy, his gaze locked onto Wang Chen in the distance. Amid the gasps of the crowd, he slowly raised his middle finger, a gesture of unmistakable defiance. The audience erupted. The non-human spectators were thrilled, with some even shouting, "Crush these lowly humans!" Although they were quickly silenced, boos echoed throughout the arena. The human spectators, on the other hand, were seething with anger, forced to watch the Demon Clan leave the stage in arrogant victory. Wong Chun remained expressionless, his face as calm as still water. Yet no one noticed the sharp glint of murderous resolve flashing deep within his eyes. Inwardly, he swore, "Demon Clan, you'd better make it to the match against Azure Dragon Academy. I, Wang Chun, will ensure you receive a lesson you'll never forget." After this fiery interlude, the competition resumed. 32 teams, 16 battles, each filled with excitement. While the first 2 matches were one-sided, the subsequent battles were nail-bitingly close, with both sides evenly matched, trading blow for blow. In the end, it came down to a test of endurance. Amidst the intense competition, the top 16 teams gradually emerged. Each name on the list stood as a testament to strength and glory. In the arena of the top 16, 5 prestigious academies from Longhua Xuanlong, Mosidisi, Qixing, Dongling, and Minjiwan stood tall and proud. Out of the 10 academies representing Longhua, having half advanced to this stage was no small feat yet. As one gazed across the remaining 11 teams, it was clear that formidable opponents from various otherworldly empires made up the competition. Though the results were far from perfect, they marked significant progress compared to past years. Wang Chen's mind wandered back to the darkest year in Longhua's history, when only one academy barely made it to the top 16, only to be eliminated in the very next round, failing to even reach the quarterfinals. That year, the international media had mocked Longhua relentlessly. The disparity in resources for career transitions was glaring. The otherworldly empires possessed far superior resources, creating a massive gap in the strength of their younger generations. Through careful observation, Wang Chen identified 5 super academies among the opposing factions that truly warranted caution. The Tandine Academy of the Demon Empire, the Avalon Academy of the Elf Empire, and the Dracula Academy, founded by the bloodline progenitor himself, Dracula. Speaking of the bloodlines, Wang Chen couldn't help but take a second look. These bloodline contestants bore little resemblance to the fearsome creatures of legend. Dressed in meticulously tailored formal attire, they exuded elegance. Their complexions were healthy and rosy, a stark contrast to the pallid image of old. The bloodlines now lead the world in advanced blood manufacturing magic, Shun Miao remarked softly, noticing Wang Chen's gaze. They haven't consumed human blood in ages. Funny enough, they actually look down on human blood now, claiming it's too impure. They think we eat too much junk food, that our blood is filthier than tap water. These days, countries even rely on the bloodline empire for medical-grade blood supplies. Wang Chen chuckled at her explanation. No wonder these bloodlines looked so vibrant. They thrived on their own high-quality, manufactured blood. Aside from them, the Titan Academy of the Beastman Court and the Golden Academy of the Dwarf Empire were equally formidable. As for the remaining 6 academies, including those from the Insectoid and Mermaid Empires, their strength was relatively mediocre, posing little threat to Longwo's top 5. At precisely 2 p.m., the break ended, and the highly anticipated interracial freshman exchange tournament reignited its flames. This was a pure spectacle of competition-o advertisements, no interference from sponsors, just straightforward matches conducted with precision and order. The matches to determine the top 8 teams begin now. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, resonating across the arena. The draw is underway. Please direct your attention to the screen. All eyes locked onto the display as the draw results scrolled rapidly. Longwo's audience held their breath, silently hoping that the powerhouse teams from other empires would clash against each other. It wasn't that they doubted their own players' abilities, but years of disappointing outcomes had taught them to temper their expectations. In recent years, provincial media outlets had seized upon even the faintest glimmer of talent, showering young prodigies with interviews and sensational headlines. This year could be Longwo's best chance yet. Or a peerless genius emerges in XX province victory is inevitable. While these flashy claims garnered attention, they often placed undue pressure on the young participants. Finally, the scrolling text on the screen came to a halt. The arena erupted in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Online viewers slammed their keyboards in disbelief, while the otherworldly spectators burst into laughter, their joy unrestrained. Perfect. It's Shenlong Academy again. Now's our chance for payback. Let's show them their previous win was nothing but a fluke. The draw results were nothing short of nerve-wracking. Shenlong Academy would face the Titan Academy of the Beastman Empire. This was a door-die battle against one of the tournament's top contenders. Beastman spectators had already begun singing their tribal war songs, as though victory was already within their grasp. Amid the heavy atmosphere in the preparation area of Shenlong Academy, the air was thick with doubt from the crowd. Teacher Gu Lan turned to glance at Wang Chun, only to be met with his composed and serene countenance. His calm, unflinching demeanor remained undisturbed despite the jeers and skepticism from the arena. Such unwavering resilience and poise made Gu Lan once again grateful for recruiting this extraordinary talent for the academy. Wang Chen's composure seemed to radiate a calming influence. The restless tension that had gripped Meng Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and the others began to dissipate as they observed their leader's unshakable confidence. "Let's go," Wang Chen said, his tone steady and devoid of unnecessary theatrics. Without waiting for a reply, he strode toward the arena. His teammates exchanged knowing smiles as they followed. With a leader like him, panic simply wasn't an option. And here we are at Shenlong Academy, kicking off the second round of matches. Whether this is good luck or bad luck, I'll let you decide. The announcer forced a wry smile before quickly adopting a more serious tone. Both teams, please step onto the stage. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed through the arena as the team from Titan Academy made their entrance. 7 towering orc warriors, each standing a staggering 7 to 8 meters tall, emerged into view. Their emerald green skin, jagged tusks, and bulging muscles exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity and power. Clad in bone armor and helmets crafted from the remains of mighty beasts, their crimson eyes gleamed with savage intent. Even from a distance, their presence seemed insurmountable. Leading them was their captain, Crowcater, a level 97 destruction overlord, a third evolution of the destruction warrior class. Wielding twin colossal greatswords, Crowcater was renowned for his devastating attack power, impenetrable defense, and exceptional agility. His team comprised 2 barrier dominators, third-tier barrier warriors, 2 dragon hunters, third-tier dragon slayers, and 2 grand sages, third-tier priests. Notably, the grand sages carried massive shields and war hammers, a stark departure from the frail image typically associated with their class. This lineup was precisely why the Orc Royal Court team was widely regarded as a top contender for the championship. Unlike traditional priest classes that prioritized wisdom at the cost of durability, these grand sages were built like fortresses. When they raised their heavy shields and assumed defensive stances, they became nearly impregnable, akin to turtles retreating into their shells, an infuriating challenge for any opponent. The dragon hunters, armed with razor-sharp spears, specialized in long-range combat. Their weapons were capable of piercing the scales of the most fearsome beasts with ease. The team operated as an unbreakable unit, leaving no room for exploitation. In the previous round, they had utterly annihilated a prestigious academy team from the Dragon Kingdom. As Wang Chun and his team stood before these towering orc warriors, the stark contrast in size was impossible to ignore. 1 minute. Crowcater's guttural voice growled, dripping with malice. In 1 minute, we'll crush you pathetic insects into the dirt. If we fail, well, consider it our loss. His words reverberated through the arena, sending a chill through the audience. Far from thinking they were bragging, The audience actually believed Karakto's estimation was overly conservative. Watching the orc warriors poised and ready, it seemed as though they could break through their opponent's defenses in mere seconds. This scene only strengthened the orc spectators' conviction. They were the most powerful race. Meanwhile, fear once again crept onto the faces of the human audience, evoking memories among some orcs of the legends of their ancestors. Centuries ago, during the global chaos era, nothing brought the orcs more joy than crushing and slaughtering humans on the battlefield. The desperate screams and terrified expressions of humans gave their ancestors a twisted sense of satisfaction. Although peace treaties had been signed between the races in the present day, many orcs still yearned for war. Some even suggested that if war ever broke out again, the first act should be to completely obliterate this ant-like human nation. Among all the non-human empires, the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire were the most warlike, especially the latter. From the very birth of their race, orcs had evolved and thrived through war. From the ruler of the orc court to the humblest citizen, all orcs revered conflict, believing that weakness was the ultimate sin and that the weak were as despicable as maggots. Currently, the most dominant voices in the orc court still came from the warhawks. Hearing the orc spectators' brazen remarks, which treated humans as nothing more than livestock, the human audience was incensed yet powerless to argue back. All they could do was glare in anger, a scene that once again underscored humanity's declining status in this world of professions. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly raised his hand and calmly said, "Mr. Referee, I have a proposal. I want to change the competition format." Karakto immediately lowered his massive 7-to-8-meter frame, his menacing crimson eyes fixed squarely on Wang Chen as he sneered, "Oh, you pathetic humans aren't scared, are you? Planning to surrender early?" Wang Chen ignored Karakto's provocation entirely, waiting silently for the referee's response. The referee turned to Wang Chen and asked, "Contestant Wang Chen, what kind of format do you want to change to?" Wang Chen's reply was brief and composed, yet it detonated like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the entire audience. "Deathmatch mode. Deathmatch mode." These words echoed like a thunderclap, instantly exploding across the Colosseum. The audience leaped from their seats, gasping and exclaiming in shock. The commentators' eyes widened in disbelief, while the team coaches exchanged uneasy glances. Even the deans from various countries and academies seated in the highest VIP box couldn't hide their astonishment. The team from Xianlong Academy had voluntarily requested the deathmatch mode. This meant the duel would no longer be bound by the friendly sparring agreement. Participants could fight to kill, even destroy their opponent's core spirit essence. If the core spirit essence were obliterated, not even a level 200 sage of the Holy Spirit could revive the individual. This mode was rarely used in exchange tournaments, yet the seemingly weaker Xianlong Academy had made this audacious demand. The referee asked for confirmation again. "Contestant Wang Chun, are you certain?" Wang Chen nodded firmly. "I'm certain." The referee turned to the other team members, as this was a matter of life and death. One by one, they voiced their support for their captain's decision, demonstrating their unwavering trust in Wang Chen. The referee then looked to the orc team. Karakto burst into loud laughter and accepted without hesitation. The other orcs joined in with wild, mocking laughter, as though they could already see human blood spilling on the arena floor. The referee reported the situation to the higher-ups, and soon the news reached the VIP box. The Dean of Titan Academy calmly expressed his respect and agreement. All eyes then turned to He Fuan, the Dean of Xianlong Academy, waiting for him to veto this perilous request. However, to everyone's surprise, He Fuan agreed. "What a coincidence. I, too, respect Wang Chen's choice. So, I also approve of his request for the deathmatch mode." The Dean of Seven Stars Academy was stunned and tried to dissuade him, but He Fuan merely smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." With Wang Chun, a prodigy beyond compare, he was brimming with confidence about their chances of winning the championship. The Titan Academy Dean sneered dismissively. "Just make sure you don't lose your composure when your students start dropping like flies." He Fuan retorted without missing a beat. "I just hope your Orc King's court doesn't throw a tantrum and abandon honor when you lose, sending troops to harass our Dragon Kingdom's borders afterward." With approval from the highest authorities, the referee, now visibly solemn, announced, "Due to special circumstances, the match between Xianlong Academy and Titan Academy will proceed under a revised format. The standard sparring mode will be replaced by deathmatch mode. Staff, proceed to seal the arena immediately. Attention, neither side is allowed to surrender. Voluntary forfeits will not be accepted. Prepare yourselves mentally. The arena will be fully sealed in 30 seconds, and the match will officially begin." The Colosseum erupted into chaos. The Dragon Kingdom spectators cheered passionately for Wang Chen's bravery, while the non-human audience smirked derisively, as if they were already certain of humanity's defeat. Inside and outside the arena, tension surged like a tidal wave. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the start of this life-or-death showdown. The moment the deathmatch mode was officially confirmed, the 7 contestants from the Orc faction of Titan Academy displayed arrogant and ruthless smiles. For these naturally savage orcs, the upcoming battle felt like a thrilling hunting feast they could hardly wait to enjoy. In the center of the arena, the two teams had already taken their positions. On the left stood the 7 human contestants from Xinlong Academy, while on the right loomed the burly, imposing orc warriors. From sheer presence alone, Xinlong Academy was already at a significant disadvantage, a fact that came as no surprise, considering their evident inferiority in terms of raw power compared to Titan Academy. Titan Academy's lineup was exceptionally formidable. Every contestant was above level 90, and each was among the top-tier fighters in their school. Their strength was several levels beyond that of the Centaur team faced earlier. Even with the abilities of Meng Yongsheng, Shen Miao, and others, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand in an unknown confrontation. Wang Chen didn't hesitate to summon Shao Qing and Shao Zi. Facing this championship favorite team, he could no longer afford to be careless. Shao Qing coiled gracefully around Wang Chen's shoulder, its golden serpent eyes sweeping calmly over the 7 towering orcs opposite them. Since awakening its world-ending Azure Dragon bloodline, Shao Qing had become increasingly aware of its own power. It could sense with precision that these orcs were nowhere near its level. The leader's attributes peaked at around 400,000 points, while the others ranged in the 300,000s. In stark contrast, Shao Qing now boasted a staggering 700,000 attribute points. When it activated its gigantification talent, its body could stretch to an astonishing 200 meters in length, with its head towering 100 meters high. To Shao Qing, these 7 to 8 meter orcs were as insignificant as ants. Shao Zi tilted its head, its soft, childlike voice, asking Shao Qing if it could devour these big chunks of meat. Upon learning that these orcs had offended their master, the adorable little slime puffed up in indignation, its gelatinous body jiggling like a springy jelly. Determined to prove itself, it silently vowed to put on an impressive performance. At this moment, both the referee and commentators cast puzzled glances at the 2 seemingly unimpressive creatures perched on Wang Chen's shoulders. The audience erupted into murmurs. Viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, recalling Shao Qing's outstanding performance during the provincial exams in Nanzhou, were filled with anticipation. In contrast, spectators from other races scoffed at Wang Chen's choice, dismissing it as a joke. Instead, they placed their bets on Wang Chen's teammate, Huang Fan, whose 2 source beast pets, the Qibone Lion and Black Flame Bear, seemed far more formidable. Alright, referee, let's get this started already. Don't keep us waiting for this delightful hunting feast, bellowed Karakto, the orc team captain, his laughter booming with arrogance. He showed no respect whatsoever for the level 100, 4th-tier referee from the Dragon Kingdom. A flicker of displeasure crossed the referee's eyes, but he chose not to engage with the brash orc. Turning to face the arena, he announced in a loud voice, "Both teams, prepare yourselves. Countdown begins in 3 seconds." As the countdown of holographic numbers in the sky reached 0, the match officially began. Facing the undeniably stronger Titan Academy team, Wong Chun did not recklessly order his teammates to charge. Instead, he calmly commanded them to adopt a defensive formation. As per Wang Chen's prior instructions, the Dragonblood Knight, Feng Yurong, had already switched to defense-oriented equipment, wielding a warhammer and a heavy shield. Though Dragonblood Knights were typically known for their offensive prowess, they could serve as reliable frontliners in defensive mode. Following Wang Chen's strategy, Shen Miao summoned a swarm of robots to form an invisible barrier in front of the team. Meanwhile, Huang Fan began casting defensive buffs on his beast companions. Meng Yongsheng refrained from charging forward, and instead stayed in the middle to protect the more vulnerable Chao Wenbin and Zhou Qiki. Chao Wenbin cast a magical shield over everyone, while Zhou Qiki applied defensive buffs to all teammates except for Wang Chun. Wang Chun, however, instructed Zhou Qiki to channel all offensive buffs exclusively onto him. Seeing the defensive stance of the Xinlong Academy team, the Titan Academy players responded with mocking smiles. Their loose formation seemed to invite an attack, as if taunting the opposition. "Come on, let's show you what it means to walk into a lion's den." Despite the provocation, Wang Chun remained silent. Though the pressure was palpable, Meng Yongsheng and the others chose to trust Wang Chen's judgment. "Enough. Stop wasting time with them. Let's get this over with. Let the hunt begin." Karakto licked the corner of his mouth, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. He drew 2 massive greatswords from his back, and as the blades touched the ground, cracks and dents appeared in the magically reinforced arena floor. "Those are definitely diamond level, 7-star weapons or higher." Meng Yongsheng and the others exchanged grim looks. At Karakto's command, the other 6 members of Titan Academy revealed their weapons as well. The Dragon Slayer's shadow brandished a sharp spear, with a massive longbow slung across his back. The 2 bulwark dominators hefted their heavy shields and began advancing slowly toward the Xinlong Academy formation. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps echoed like a drumbeat in the hearts of the audience. For the spectators from Longhua, It felt like the countdown to despair. For the alien spectators, it marked the prelude to their triumphant anthem. But Wang Chun wasn't about to sit idle. He had a plan. With a single command, he shouted, "Xiao Zi." With a soft plop, Xiao Zi leapt down from Wang Chen's shoulder, gazing at its master with unwavering loyalty. "Go. This is your first battle, show no mercy. Devour these arrogant, savage beasts." Wang Chen's voice echoed across the arena through the amplifiers. The crowd erupted into gasps of disbelief. Many questioned if they had heard correctly. Was that slime really his battle pet? Skepticism spread like wildfire, with numerous spectators urging Wang Chen to send out the green snake instead, convinced that a slime was no match for Titan Academy's onslaught. Mockery and ridicule poured from the alien spectators like a flood. In the livestream chat rooms, viewers bombarded the screen with comments, questioning the Shenlong Academy principal's sanity for allowing such a bizarre contestant to compete. Even Meng Yongsheng and the others had expected Wang Chen to summon the fierce green snake that had once crushed them in battle. Yet to their surprise, he had sent out a mere slime. They couldn't help but murmur to themselves about how strange Wang Chen's choice of battle pets seemed to grow with each one. Following its master's order, Xiaozi quickly moved to the front of the formation, standing exposed rather than taking cover behind Feng Yurong's Dragonblood shield. "Captain, are you sure we're not going to protect this little guy?" Feng Yurong asked, glancing back. "Trust me. Believe in Xiaozi," Wang Chun replied calmly. With no choice but to trust their captain, the others nodded in reluctant agreement. Boom. One of the Bulwark Dominator orcs reached Xiaozi first. His heavy stomp shook the ground, sending the little slime bouncing like a piece of jelly. "Oomph. Pathetic human insects. Using a slime to block us? What a joke." The Bulwark Dominator sneered with disdain. Without even sparing Xiaozi a proper glance, he raised his foot and stomped down hard. Boom. The tremendous force of the stomp shattered the ground beneath, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that engulfed the Bulwark Dominator's figure entirely. What a pity. Poor little thing didn't even last a second. Many spectators sighed, shaking their heads. But 2 seconds later, everyone began to realize something was amiss. The Bulwark Dominator was eerily silent within the dust cloud. As the crowd erupted in shock, the swirling dust cloud settled into an eerie stillness. Not a single sound emerged. Caracto immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted urgently, "Adolphus! Adolphus!" But there was no response. The scene left not only the audience stunned, but also the 6 members of the Titan Academy utterly shaken. Adolphus, the barrier overlord who had just moments ago stomped toward the purple slime with overwhelming confidence, had vanished without a trace. One of the other barrier overlords quickly swung their massive shield, summoning a gust of wind that cleared the lingering dust in an instant. When the view became clear, the entire arena erupted in a third collective gasp. The 6 orcs, who had previously appeared relaxed and assured, immediately shifted into a defensive stance. In the now clear space where Adolphus had stood, there was no sign of struggle, no trace of his presence. Only the small purple slime remained, swaying gently. Its button-like eyes gazed innocently at the 6 towering orcs. Where is Adolphus? The question hung heavy in everyone's minds. What was even more unsettling was the complete lack of resistance or sound. It was as though the 94th level barrier overlord had simply been erased from existence. The orc priest raised his warhammer and pointed it toward Wang Chun. "You damned human. What did you do to Adolphus?" Wang Chun remained composed, his expression calm and unbothered. He replied nonchalantly, "Why so impatient? Just keep charging and you'll find out." The bizarre turn of events left the orcs deeply uneasy. Adolphus, second in strength only to their leader Caracto, had disappeared without even a cry. It defied all reason and their understanding of battle. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom spectators began to grow excited, their eyes lighting up with realization. Could it be the slime's doing? One whispered. A 50th level slime taking down a 93 level barrier overlord? That's insane. Another shouted, "Wang Chun, take them all down." Cheers erupted from the Dragon Kingdom side, their voices growing louder with each passing moment. In stark contrast, the expressions of the non-human spectators darkened considerably. Amid the rising tension, Caracto took a deep breath and issued a command. "Everyone, charge. Maintain formation. Crush that damned slime." The 5 remaining orcs roared in unison, launching an all-out assault. Skills like hardened defense, taunt, frenzied rend, bloodthirsty claws, and savage charge were unleashed in rapid succession, all targeting the seemingly insignificant slime. The 6 towering orcs, each 7 to 8 meters tall, charged forward together, their momentum shaking the ground and creating a thunderous spectacle. As the orcs bore down on their target, the small purple slime narrowed its eyes. Suddenly, its body began to expand at an alarming rate. Like an inflating balloon, it swelled rapidly, growing to an enormous height of over 40 meters in the blink of an eye. Now, the tiny creature had transformed into a massive, translucent blue mountain, standing imposingly in the path of the Titan Academy team. This was Xiao Zi's awakened gigantification ability. With its level and bloodline power having long surpassed the realm of ordinary beasts, it had become a force to be reckoned with. Wong Chun had also cast Beast Frenzy on it, amplifying its strength, and combined it with his Beast Affinity talent. This doubled Xiao Zi's attributes from 300,000 to a staggering 600,000, far surpassing the combined strength of the Titan Academy team. The barrier overlord at the front skidded to a halt, yelling, "Quick, buff me!" The two Grand Sages immediately raised their staves, casting enhancement spells across the entire team. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Karakto glared menacingly at the towering slime. "Keep charging. It's just a trick, cut it down." Though the other orcs responded with rallying cries, the smug arrogance they had shown earlier was gone, replaced by a cautious determination. All of this stemmed from the very creature they had once dismissed as insignificant, the purple slime. If you're wondering why Adolphus disappeared without a trace, the explanation is almost too simple to believe. He was swallowed whole by Xiao Zi. Don't be fooled by Xiao Zi's usual cat-sized form. As a slime, its body possesses incredible elasticity and stretchability. Wang Chen often played with Xiao Zi out of boredom, casually pulling and stretching its squishy face. However, when Xiao Zi activates its innate skill, Endless Devour, even 7 to 8 meter tall orcs or towering giants of 20 to 30 meters can be sucked in instantly by its overwhelming force. Adolphus didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was pulled into Xiao Zi's body. Immediately after, the universal decomposition skill was triggered. In less than a second, this once mighty bulwark leader was entirely digested, leaving no trace behind. In return, Xiao Zi gained a permanent 10 boost to its armor and magic resistance. This is the benefit of devouring higher-level foes. A level 50 creature consuming a level 90 opponent may seem like a massive leap, but the stat bonuses it gains are well worth it. At this moment, Xiao Zi revealed its massive form, standing completely still in the face of an oncoming charge from Karakto and the other orcs. It stood there, adorably unbothered, waiting for the attack while silently activating its newly awakened skills, physical immunity and magic immunity, both SS tier abilities belonging to the Devourer Lord. As the Devourer Lord, Xiao Zi already boasted extraordinarily high armor and magic resistance. Slimes are naturally resistant to physical and magical damage. Even if sliced in half, they feel no pain and can easily reassemble themselves. This inherent trait has long fascinated magical scientists who study slimes to create various tools and healing potions. Of course, this regenerative ability becomes less effective when facing opponents 5 levels or more above them. But Xiao Zi, as the Devourer Lord, has taken defense to the extreme. 99 physical damage reduction and 99 magic damage reduction. Finally, the 6 orcs from Titan Academy reached Xiao Zi and unleashed a flurry of attacks, slashing and blasting with all their might. Yet Xiao Zi merely tilted its head curiously and looked down at them. Although the surrounding spectators couldn't understand slime language, Xiao Zi's large, button-like purple eyes seemed to say, "Is that all?" It must be said, the Titan Academy team did have impressive offensive power. But when they saw their attacks only dealing a few hundred or, at most, 1,000 points of damage to the enormous slime, their faces froze in disbelief. "Did you two priests forget to apply the armor-piercing buff?" Karakto shouted angrily at the 2 orc priests while continuing to attack. We did. The priests wailed, nearly in tears. "But for some reason, your buffs keep disappearing. It's like they're being swallowed. We stacked 5 layers of armor-piercing buffs on you, but they just vanished into thin air." At this point, the 2 orc sages were overwhelmed by an ominous sense of dread. The more they thought back to their earlier arrogance, the more regret consumed them. Even a fool could now see that they had kicked a steel wall. They should never have agreed to this deathmatch. The shadow of death loomed heavily over them. The reason their buffs disappeared was entirely due to Xiao Zi's Devour Aura Enhancement and Steer Bloodline Awakening ability that affects all enemy targets within a 500-meter radius every 5 seconds, devouring their positive status effects. This was why the buffs applied by the orc priests mysteriously kept vanishing. In stark contrast to the orc team's increasingly grim expressions, Wang Chen's team remained relaxed and carefree. Xin Miao's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at the enormous slime, standing like a fortress in front of their team. Struggling to turn her gaze away, she asked Wang Chun, "Wang Chun, don't tell me this is that little pet beast you were carrying around earlier." "It is," Wang Chun replied calmly. "I told you it was my new battle pet, but you didn't believe me. What could I do?" The group fell silent. "What the heck? Is that even possible?" Xin Miao exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. "Where on earth did you find a pet beast that's technically a common creature but fights like a divine beast?" Her eyes sparkled with envy, and the rest of the team Yongsheng, Chao Wenbin, and Feng Yurong shared her sentiment, especially Huang Fan, who was also a beast tamer. If he could, he'd trade his 2 source beasts in a heartbeat for either this massive slime or even Wang Chen's little green snake. But he knew full well that Wong Chun would never agree to such an exchange. The contrast in reactions extended to the audience as well. The Longwa spectators erupted in cheers and applause, while the foreign spectators sat in stunned silence, their confidence shattered yet again. Hey, weren't you foreign folks all smug just a moment ago? Didn't you mock us so arrogantly? Why so quiet now? A Longwa spectator shouted teasingly. Huh, feels good, doesn't it? Let's hear you bark a little louder. This is what real face slapping looks like. The foreign spectators were so infuriated their faces turned red. Don't get cocky, humans. So what if you beat the orc team? We still have 4 champion contender teams on our side. Tonight, we'll figure out how to deal with that damn slime of yours. Just wait by tomorrow. You'll all be crushed, they retorted defiantly, though their words rang hollow. Meanwhile, on the VIP platform, no one had been humiliated more thoroughly than the Dean of Titan Academy. Dean Hefuan, smiling from ear to ear, turned to him and said, "Oh, pardon us. It was a close call, just barely a win." Ha ha ha. The other deans couldn't help but chuckle at his words. The team from Titan Academy found themselves in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat, as they faced a colossal slime that loomed before them like a towering mountain wall. Under Wang Chen's enhancement, Xiao Zi's physical attributes skyrocketed, pushing its maximum health points to tens of millions, far surpassing the mere million HP of an ordinary level 50 source beast. The orc contestants from Titan Academy swung their weapons with all their might, but their attacks could only inflict a meager few hundred or thousand points of damage on Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi, had enough fun yet? Wang Chen asked with a smile. Blub. Master, they're not strong at all. It's so boring, Xiao Zi responded, its massive, jelly-like body quivering slightly as it addressed its master. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He knew the issue wasn't that the opponents were weak, but that the Devourer Lord's abilities were simply overwhelming. As the ultimate evolutionary form of the slime species, Xiao Zi possessed exceptional physical and magical damage reduction, along with extraordinary health regeneration, making it practically invincible. Well, if you're bored, let's wrap this up. I don't want to waste any more time, Wang Chen said, nodding toward Xiao Zi. Blub? Master, can I just swallow them whole? Xiao Zi asked softly, its voice tinged with anticipation. Do as you like. We've already signed the deathmatch agreement, Wong Chun replied with a casual wave, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Karaktu, the orc team's leader, instantly picked up on Wang Chen's words, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Everyone, fall back immediately, he shouted urgently, his voice filled with tension and anxiety. The other 5 orc contestants obeyed without hesitation, ceasing their futile attacks on the massive slime. Their expressions were grim, a mix of frustration at their inability to overcome the slime mountain and fear of its seemingly impenetrable defenses. Captain, what should we do? The team members asked anxiously, their eyes turning to Karaktu for guidance. Karaktu fell silent, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he asked in a low voice, "Do you think we have any chance of winning against this monster?" The question plunged everyone into silence. The answer was obvious: they had no way to deal any meaningful damage to this enormous slime. Making a decisive choice, Karaktu used a voice transmission technique to communicate with his teammates. Surrender and beg for mercy. It's our only option. Then, turning to Wang Chun, he used the same technique to say, Wang Chen, we surrender. Let's negotiate. However, Karakta's plea for peace was met only with Wang Chen's cold smile. Wang Chen inwardly mocked them. The rapid change in the orc's attitude was truly laughable. Just moments ago, they had been arrogant and boastful, claiming they would crush the entire team from Xinlong Academy. Now, faced with the overwhelming power of Xiao Zi, they were quick to admit defeat and even resorted to secret voice transmissions to save face. Seeing no response from Wang Chun, Karakta grew increasingly uneasy and hurriedly added, "Name your terms. The Orc Royal Court will agree to anything. Skill books, items, equipment, sacred crystals, elixirs, whatever you want, the Orc Royal Court will provide." Wang Chen's smile shifted from cold to mocking as he replied icily, "Terms? Are you seriously asking that? Do you orcs even know what reputation your royal court has on the international stage? You've made countless promises to other nations vowing to stop invading their borders or waging wars, yet in the end, what happened?" Karakta's face flushed with shame, and he was left speechless. The Orc Royal Court did indeed have a notorious reputation, widely regarded as a rogue empire. "We're willing to." Karaktu tried to negotiate further, but Wang Chun cut him off with an icy tone. "Give it up. Today, your fate is sealed. Not even your academy's headmaster can save you. Mark my words." With that, Wang Chun turned to Xiao Zi and commanded loudly, "Xiao Zi, swallow them." "Blub." Xiao Zi responded eagerly, its massive, mountain-like body bearing down on Karaktu and his team. Defend! Karakta's face turned pale as he hastily shouted orders. At the same time, he abandoned all pretense of composure, looking up toward the VIP box seats and crying out for help. Headmaster, save us! Karakta's desperate plea echoed through the arena, sparking a commotion among the spectators. In the VIP section, the headmaster of Titan Academy abruptly stood up, ready to use spatial teleportation to intervene. But just as he was about to act, a calm and authoritative voice interrupted. Ha, ha. Thinking of breaking the deathmatch contract? Did you ask for my permission? The speaker was He Fuan, a level 194th tier war god. Smiling faintly, he casually threw a punch toward the Titan Academy headmaster. Boom. Though the punch appeared unremarkable, it carried immense power. With a sharp crack, the space in front of the Titan Academy headmaster shattered, forcibly interrupting his rescue attempt. The headmaster of Titan Academy, Angus Dodge, a level 194th tier archmage, was witnessing a scene so horrific it seemed almost unreal. On the arena stage, his students were on the verge of being devoured by a massive blue slime. Just as he prepared to intervene, his attempt was forcibly interrupted by an opponent's precise and calculated move. The slime's posture made its intent unmistakable. Light was a warning. Do not interfere. Angus's face burned with fury. His original purpose for leading the team to Longwa was to participate in the tournament under the guise of cultural exchange, but his true goal was to uphold the tradition of humiliating humans, a practice that had become a mark of pride among non-human races. Yet now, the tables had turned spectacularly. His entire team was being annihilated. The result was not only unacceptable, but also a crushing humiliation. In the circles of the non-human empire, belittling humanity's frailty was almost a sport, a way for other races to flaunt their superiority. But now, he was facing the unthinkable. Not only had they lost the match, but his team had been wiped out. This disgrace was beyond anything he could bear. Returning to the Beastman Royal Court would mean facing severe repercussions, and it was highly likely he would lose his position as headmaster. The thought filled Angus with rage, and he was on the verge of roaring in frustration. But under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers, he could only clench his fists and close his eyes in resignation. On the arena stage, the 6 Beastman contestants, seeing that their headmaster was powerless to save them, let out desperate, gut-wrenching screams. The mountainous blue slime surged forward with a deafening crash. Though it had no visible mouth, its entire body was a grotesque, all-consuming maw. Its gelatinous form engulfed its prey with terrifying ease, like a relentless tidal wave. The 6 beastmen staggered back in panic, assuming their most defensive stances, but it was all in vain. Squelch! The slime, known as Xiao Zi, swallowed all 6 beastmen whole and immediately activated its innate abilities. Endless Devour and Universal Dissolution. In mere moments, the beastmen were broken down into pure nutrients and absorbed into Xiao Zi's body. Moreover, since these opponents were far above its current level, Xiao Zi gained permanent attribute enhancements. Kalacto's armor and magic resistance increased by 10. Artai's magic attack power boosted by 10. Melodus's physical attack power enhanced by 10. Xiao Zi's purple markings grew increasingly vivid as its power surged. The referee, stunned by the scene, raised his arm and declared, with the complete elimination of the Titan Academy team, I hereby announce. The winner of the first elimination match in the top 16 advancing to the top 8 is Shinlong Academy. The crowd of Longwa spectators erupted into a cacophony of shock and cheers. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Few had believed that Shinlong Academy could possibly triumph over Titan Academy, especially after their captain, Wang Chun, had boldly issued a deathmatch challenge. Many had dismissed it as reckless and suicidal, but reality had delivered a resounding slap to the doubters. As the audience celebrated, a wave of curiosity and disbelief swept through them, particularly regarding the true strength of the slime. Someone used an identification spell, only to discover that Xiao Zi was merely a lowly first-tier beast. The revelation left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Yet the euphoria of this victory was soon overshadowed by the results of the subsequent matches. In the 7 remaining battles, Longwa's other academies suffered a string of defeats. 7 Stars Academy fell to Avalon Academy of the Elf Empire, Dongling Academy lost to Dracula Academy of the Vampire Empire, and Mingyuan Academy was bested by Taunting Academy of the Demon Empire. Only Mozda Academy managed to secure a win, defeating Golden Academy of the Dwarf Empire. In the end, the top 8 lineup included only 2 teams from Longwa Xuanlong Academy and Mozda Academy, while the remaining 6 spots were dominated by teams from the non-human empires. With a 23 record in head-to-head matchups, Longwa found itself trailing by a narrow margin. Whether the 2 remaining Longwa teams could break through the quarterfinals and ultimately meet in the finals remained an open question. Although Wang Chen's slime beast had captivated the crowd with its extraordinary performance, the euphoria of victory was short-lived. As night fell, the spectators gradually dispersed, their excited discussions echoing through the streets. Shenlong Academy is unbelievable. Their transformation from underdogs to champions is astounding. That slime must be at least at the divine beast rank, right? Swallowing 7 beastmen in one gown reel. Finally, the arrogant Beastman Empire got what they deserved. So satisfying. Indeed, the Beastman Empire, notorious for its belligerence and frequent border skirmishes with the Dragon Kingdom, had always been viewed with disdain. Their crushing defeat was a cathartic moment for the Dragon Kingdom's audience. Yet, the more pragmatic spectators began to shift their concerns toward other formidable teams. Avalon Academy, Tanding Academy, and Dracula Academy. Avalon Academy's 7 elven druids had displayed their chilling, life-sharing technique. Druids were already a versatile class tanking in bear form, dealing damage as thorn form, and providing support in lamb form. Combined with life-sharing, they became a nightmare for assassins. Any burst damage aimed at taking them out would be distributed among the group, and with layers of life shields, this team seemed nearly invincible. Dracula Academy, representing the vampire clans, was equally menacing. Their blood spirit techniques granted them multiple lives. Even if they were struck down, they could fully revive as long as a single drop of blood remained. Meanwhile, the demon-dominated Tanding Academy exhibited overwhelming power. In their match against Abyss Academy, they didn't even bother with defensive strategies. Their demonic physiques absorbed all attacks hidden, showcasing an evolutionary level far beyond previous years. That night, the elves, vampires, and demons convened emergency meetings, all setting their sights on the mysterious slime. They knew there were countless ways to neutralize a beast companion or sever the bond between a beast and its master. Back at their quarters, however, Wang Chen's team appeared unfazed. Meng Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and the others were brimming with confidence in their captain. They understood that what Xiaozi had demonstrated today was merely the tip of the iceberg. More importantly, Wong Chun had yet to reveal his trump card. Xiaoqing, his other beast companion, also at level 70, had not even entered the fray. If a level 50 Xiaozi could effortlessly defeat opponents over level 90, then Xiaoqing's power could undoubtedly decimate any foe below level 100. The night passed swiftly. By the next morning, the arena was already packed to capacity. However, when the new matchups were announced, the Dragon Kingdom spectators erupted in groans of dismay. Are you kidding me? It's a civil war? No one could have predicted it. The 2 top universities of Longhua would meet prematurely in the quarterfinals. As the commentators froze the frame on the match bracket, the names stood out boldly. Shenlong Academy versus Mozda Academy. At that moment, Longhua's audience let out a collective groan of frustration, while viewers from the otherworldly empires erupted in laughter. With only 2 Longhua teams in the quarterfinals to begin with, this matchup meant one would inevitably be eliminated, leaving only one Longhua team in the semifinals. While the other empires also faced internal clashes, they had 6 teams in total, making their situation far less dire. The referee reluctantly signaled for both teams to step onto the stage and prepare. As the host nation, Longhua could have rigged the matchups to pit their teams against weaker opponents, allowing the blood clans, elves, and demons to eliminate one another. However, the fact that they didn't underscored the fairness of the draw. The audience in the stands was torn. In terms of odds, Shenlong Academy clearly had the upper hand. Wang Chen, their prodigy at level 70, had displayed strength that was on par with Mozda Academy's top players. Yet as local supporters, many wanted to cheer for Mozda Academy. In the end, the Longhua crowd united in their chants. Go both teams. Show your strength. The winner deserves the semifinals. On the stage, Mozda Academy's team captain, Wei Kaiyuan, faced off against Wang Chun. Wei Kaiyuan's expression was cold and determined, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He had boldly declared before the match that he would leave Wang Chun and Shenlong Academy utterly defeated. I know your beast companion is powerful, but go ahead and bring it out. He'll show you what it means to leave and never return. Wei Kaiyuan said with utter seriousness. Wang Chun remained expressionless, his gaze calm. For this battle, he had decided not to summon his beast companion. Instead, he planned to test 2 new innate skills he had extracted from Xiaoqing and Xiaozi the night before. The referee swiftly raised his hand as the 3-second countdown began. In the blink of an eye, the match was underway. Both teams tensed up, with their frontline players adopting defensive stances while support roles frantically cast buffs to strengthen their teammates. Battle cry. Mozda Academy's Shield Warrior activated a buff for his team. Gift of Light. Blessing of the Holy Light. Blessing of Courage. The clerics on both sides tirelessly stacked buffs. The atmosphere was electric, the tension palpable. Both teams were preparing for a decisive strike to overwhelm their opponents. Wei Kaiyuan, a rogue by class, had undergone a 2nd specialization as a lone wanderer and a 3rd as a shadow sovereign, making him one of the most feared professions for backline players. Brimming with confidence, he issued his orders. Old Liu, Old Zhang, charge. The rest of you, support them and tank the damage. Leave Wang Chun to me. Mosda Academy's advancement to the quarterfinals was no fluke. They had earned their place through sheer skill, with Wei Kaiyuan's exceptional individual ability standing out. In the previous match, he had taken out the opposing team captain with a surprise attack, leaving even the assassin players in the audience in awe of his brilliance. Boom! The players of Mosda Academy launched their charge. Wang Chun, unfazed, calmly issued his own commands. He was well acquainted with Wei Kaiyuan's combat style. While Chao Wenbin, Zhou Qiki, and Huang Fan held their positions in the back line, Feng Yurong, Meng Yongsheng, and the mech-wielding Shan Miao surged forward. Bang! The two teams collided with a thunderous impact, creating a shockwave that rippled outward from the point of contact. At the same time, Wei Kaiyuan's figure vanished, seeming to merge with the void itself. Although both teams hailed from prestigious institutions in the Dragon Nation, there was no trace of mercy between them. From the very first moment of the match, the two sides engaged in fierce clashes. However, a peculiar scene soon caught everyone's attention. Wang Chen stood motionless, entirely detached from the chaotic melee around him. What is he doing? A puzzled voice rose from the audience. Isn't it obvious? He's waiting for Wei Kaiyuan. Someone immediately saw through Wang Chen's intentions. What made things even more baffling was that Wang Chun had yet to summon his beast companion. This unusual choice quickly sparked heated discussions among the spectators. Is he seriously planning to face Wei Kaiyuan in an unknown duel? That's pure suicide. Wei Kaiyuan is widely acknowledged as a master of single combat. Few believed in Wang Chen's decision. Some speculated that he might be avoiding summoning his beast to silence critics who would claim he relied on it for victory. However, such reasoning was swiftly dismissed. Who still thinks like that in this day and age? A Beast Tamer not using their beast companion? What's he gonna do? Punch his way out? As if confirming the audience's expectations, Wei Kaiyuan began making his way toward Wang Chun. Interestingly, the two battling teams, noticing their captains were about to face off, instinctively parted ways, forming an impromptu circle to observe the showdown. At this moment, Meng Yongsheng called out loudly, "Hey, how about a bet? If our captain loses, Xianlong Academy forfeits. If your captain loses, Modest's Academy forfeits. Deal?" The members of Modest's Academy exchanged glances before one of them responded, "Deal?" The referee allowed it, as no one dared to throw a match at this level of competition. Besides, the rewards for victory far outweighed the consolation prizes for defeat. Wei Kaiyuan stopped about 20 meters from Wang Chun, his tone laced with mockery. "I'll give you one last chance. Summon your strongest beast companion. Don't cry foul later when you lose." "I don't need a beast companion to deal with you," Wang Chun replied calmly, his composed demeanor exuding an almost arrogant confidence. The official commentator chimed in. "While it might seem suicidal for a beast tamer to face the Shadow Master without summoning a beast, let's not forget the miracles that Xianlong Academy's captain has pulled off in the last two matches. I'd say his chances against Wei Kaiyuan are 50-50. This statement immediately sparked a wave of outrage from the audience, who began questioning the commentator's expertise. Yet, the commentator simply smiled knowingly at the agitated crowd. "Since you've refused my generosity, don't blame me for what's coming." Wei Kaiyuan's eyes turned sharp, and in a flash, two daggers materialized in his hands. The aura of the Shadow Master, dual-wielding his signature blades, was unmistakable. The 20-meter gap vanished in an instant. Wei Kaiyuan appeared behind Wang Chen as if by teleportation, his razor-sharp diamond-tier dagger aimed directly at a vital point on Wang Chen's back. This strike bore no additional skill enhancements, but the sheer lethality of the weapon itself was enough to make onlookers tremble. The crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the heart-stopping scene. Just as the dagger was about to pierce its target, the sharp clang of metal rang out. Without even turning his head, Wang Chen lightly blocked the attack with his Thunderblade katana, effortlessly neutralizing Wei Kaiyuan's ambush. Sparks flew as the dagger failed to penetrate even an inch. Wei Kaiyuan was stunned. He hadn't expected a Beastmaster to match his strength, especially as an assassin. The audience was equally astonished. They had never seen a Beastmaster go toe-to-toe with a high-damage combat class. "Oomph. Pure luck." Wei Kaiyuan scoffed coldly, quickly pulling back to create distance. The next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Shadowless stepped the signature skill of the Shadowless Domina torloed him to enter stealth mode, completely erasing his presence. Now Wei Kaiyuan is getting serious. Wang Chen won't stand a chance, one spectator declared confidently. The commentator, however, had a different opinion. "You're underestimating the top freshman of Xianlong Academy." Even before the entrance exam, Wang Chun was a renowned combat prodigy in his region. His close combat skills are not just in theory exceptional. "I believe he still has a solid chance of winning." This statement was met with a chorus of boos, especially from the non-human spectators, who looked utterly unconvinced. But what happened next left everyone in shock. Wei Kaiyuan's second strike came like a phantom, this time empowered by the S-tier skill, Crippling Backstab. If it landed, the target would be paralyzed on the spot, unable to move while suffering a 20 reduction in attributes. Kneel! Wei Kaiyuan roared, his dagger driving straight toward what appeared to be the oblivious Wang Chen's back. In that critical moment, Wang Chun remained calm. He turned slightly, adopting a precise defensive stance, his thunder blade raised just in time. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed. The crowd's eyes widened as Wei Kaiyuan's body recoiled violently, forced into a state of severe rigidity. His expression was one of sheer terror as he attempted to use a skill to break free, only to find that none of his abilities could be activated. A parry. That was definitely a parry. Wei Kaiyuan screamed internally, finally understanding the significance of Wang Chen's defensive posture. His mind was filled with shock, confusion, and fear. Parrying was a skill favored by many melee fighters, but few could master it. Although the skill itself was low-level, its ability to induce a high-priority stagger made it incredibly powerful when executed successfully. However, due to its high skill requirement and immense risk, most players only used it against weaker opponents. Never in his wildest dreams did Wei Kaiyuan expect Wang Chun to attempt it in such a critical situation and succeed. It's over. The only thought left in Wei Kaiyuan's mind was despair. If Wang Chun was skilled and confident enough to use such a risky move, and to pull it off, then he would undoubtedly capitalize on the resulting 1.5 seconds of stagger. In high-level combat, a single second could determine the outcome of a fight. Exploiting an opponent's stagger often led to defeat or death. True to form, Wang Chun seized the 1.5-second window of opportunity. With a swift motion, his thunder blade pierced through Wei Kaiyuan's armor like paper, driving into his body. Blinding arcs of lightning erupted from the blade, cascading outward in a dazzling display. Arg! Wei Kaiyuan let out a scream of agony, signaling his defeat. This outcome was the result of Wang Chen's extraordinary attributes, far surpassing those of a typical beast master, at least double in every stat. Combined with the formidable power of the Thunderblade and Wei Kaiyuan's fragile cloth armor, Wang Chen's strike easily bypassed his defenses, reducing his HP to a mere 5. Captain! The team members from Mosteed's Academy cried out, rushing forward to assist their fallen leader. Stop! Don't forget our agreement. Meng Yongsheng and his team from Xianlong Academy stepped forward, their icy gazes blocking the path of the Mosteed's Academy team. Another block. Wang Chen's reaction was truly astonishing. For a Beastmaster to face the shadowless sovereign with such composure and execute this move so effortlessly was a testament to his extraordinary mental fortitude. The audience from Xianlong Academy was no stranger to such a sight, recalling Wang Chen's performance in dungeon raids and the Freshman Challenge tournament. Now, under the spotlight of the interspecies freshman exchange competition, his skills were even more remarkable. Wei Kaiyuan, the top freshman from Most Academy, was caught off guard and struck by a high-priority stun, leaving him helpless as Wang Chen's blade pierced his body, dealing severe damage. At that moment, the entire audience realized they had underestimated Wang Chen's strength. A Beastmaster daring to engage in close combat with the shadowless sovereign completely shattered the traditional perception of Beastmasters. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many began to reassess Xianlong Academy's strength, recognizing their strong potential to claim the championship. Their gazes instinctively turned to the teams of the three major empires: elves, demons, and vampires, but their calm expressions left the audience uncertain whether it was confidence or complacency. On the stage, without a healer to assist him, Wei Kaiyuan was on the verge of collapse, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Wang Chun looked down at him and calmly said, "Concede?" In truth, Wang Chun had held back. The 1.5-second golden stun window could have been fatal. Under Wang Chun's composed gaze, Wei Kaiyuan felt his life slipping away. At last, he turned to the referee and said dejectedly, "Referee, I surrender." The referee announced, with Most Academy's voluntary surrender, "I declare the winner of this quarterfinal match, advancing to the semifinals, is Xianlong Academy. Congratulations to Xianlong Academy for becoming the first team to reach the semifinals." Applause echoed through the audience, but many faces were marked with regret and helplessness. As local spectators, they naturally hoped their Provincial Academy would win. This defeat seemed to confirm the earlier rumors about the declining quality of Most Academy students. However, astute observers could see that Most Academy's failure was largely due to underestimating their opponent. If Wei Kaiyuan had been more cautious, he might not have been blocked by Wang Chun. Moreover, Wang Chen's restraint during the fight was evident. At the head table, the Dean of Most Academy wore a grim expression. Hoping to redeem their reputation in this match, they once again fell to the same opponent. Wang Chun seemed to have become the bane of Most Academy. In stark contrast, Dean He Fuan of Xianlong Academy beamed with satisfaction, unsurprised by the result. After all, their goal from the start was nothing less than the championship. As Wang Chun led his team back to the preparation area, cheers erupted from the audience in Fengtian Province. If Wang Chun could truly lead his team to victory, it would undoubtedly lift Longwa Dragon Nation out of its recent slump. Though Longwa had once claimed championships, They had lacked a younger generation capable of dominating the interspecies empires in recent years. The competition pressed on. The interspecies spectators grew increasingly nervous, each hoping their teams wouldn't face the Vampire Empire, Demon Empire, or Elf Empire squads. The ideal scenario would be for these three championship favorites to battle among themselves, leaving the other teams to contend with just one of them. However, their hopes were dashed. The draw was soon revealed. The second match would pit Tanding Academy against Kais Academy from the Harpy Empire. The Harpies, also known as the Birdfolk, immediately slumped in despair. Tanding Academy was precisely the opponent they least wanted to face. The members of Kais Academy were already prepared to concede early. Facing the brutal combat style of the demon race, they saw no point in enduring unnecessary suffering. The third match began as the elegant elven contestants from Avalon Academy gracefully entered the arena, facing off against the team from Tianqian Academy of the Orc Empire. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Following this was the fourth match, where the vampires of Dracula Academy clashed fiercely with the Treants of Earth Academy. As the matches progressed, the spectators couldn't help but engage in lively discussions. One explained, Halforcs and Orcs are distinct races. For instance, Catfolk and Snakefolk are considered Halforcs, while those massive, grotesque beings with tusks are true Orcs. Another chimed in, Halforcs were once part of the Orc King's court, but later, under the leadership of an extraordinary figure, they successfully gained independence and established their own empire. The outcomes of the matches seemed almost predetermined. Taunting Academy, Avalon Academy, and Dracula Academy secured effortless victories. In the second match, the Harpies of Kais Academy were utterly defeated by the demons' relentless assault, falling so swiftly they didn't even have time to surrender. During the third match, the elves showed mercy, allowing the Halforcs to lose with some dignity. The fourth match, however, lasted a grueling 2 hours, as the Trent's resilient vitality posed a significant challenge to the vampires. With the conclusion of the matches, the final 4 teams emerged: Xianlong Academy, Taunting Academy, Avalon Academy, and Dracula Academy. Due to the prolonged and destructive nature of the last match, the arena was severely damaged, forcing the officials to postpone the finals until the following day. As night fell, the teams gathered in the dining hall. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Someone whispered, rumor has it that the 3 strong teams have already devised strategies to counter Wang Chun, aiming to neutralize Xianlong Academy's star player. The news quickly spread throughout the hall, causing a ripple of quiet commotion. At that moment, Headmaster He Fuan entered the dining hall. He gave a brief yet encouraging speech to everyone, specifically advising Wong Chun not to feel pressured. The headmaster understood that as the hope of the younger generation in Longhua, Wong Chun bore immense expectations as well as tremendous risks. However, upon seeing Wang Chen's calm demeanor, the headmaster finally felt a sense of relief. Xin Miao, brimming with confidence, added, Headmaster, don't worry. Wang Chen knows what he's doing. Just trust him. Amid this atmosphere of anticipation and unease, everyone looked forward to tomorrow's finals, eager to witness the unveiling of the ultimate champion. The next morning, a large crowd of eager spectators had already gathered around the arena, anticipating the semi-finals. Compared to the intense schedule of the previous 2 days, today's matches were fewer in number but marked the most critical moments of the interracial freshman exchange tournament. At 9 a.m., Wang Chun and his teammates wrapped up their daily training and headed toward the arena. Xiao Qing and Xiao Zi, as usual, perched quietly on his shoulders, looking harmless and unassuming, completely unlike the formidable battle pets they truly were. Meanwhile, Meng Yongsheng and the rest of the team appeared unusually relaxed. After all, the day before, they had asked Wang Chun about their chances of winning the championship, and his confident response of 100% had put their minds at ease. Over their time together, the team had come to understand that Wang Chen never made claims he wasn't certain of. Some of them even chuckled to themselves. Other teams had been focusing all their strategies on countering Wang Chen's slime, not realizing that the real threat was the seemingly dormant Xiao Qing, the small green snake. They all knew too well how much trouble that snake had caused them when it was at a lower level. Now that its power had advanced even further, its combat potential was undoubtedly terrifying. The moment Wang Chun and his team stepped into the arena, all eyes turned toward him. Even those non-human spectators who typically looked down on humans now wore grave expressions. Clearly, Wang Chen's performance over the past 2 days had shattered their underestimation of him. Not only did he possess a powerful mutated slime, but his personal combat skills had also allowed him to defeat Wei Kaiyuan, a fighter renowned for his unknown prowess. Online, Wang Chun had already gained a massive fanbase. Some wealthy heiresses had even publicly expressed their admiration for him. Certain elite families went so far as to announce that if Wang Chen won the championship, they would welcome him into their lineage through marriage, only to be ridiculed by netizens for their wishful thinking. Inside the arena, as Wang Chen's cold gaze swept over the other competitors sizing him up, they quickly averted their eyes, unable to meet his stare. These were the same contestants who had dismissed him just days ago. Now, they didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Witnessing this, Shin Miao couldn't help but tease. Look at that, those arrogant non-human contestants from the past 2 days are too scared to even glance at our captain now. Meng Yongsheng chuckled wryly and added, forget about them, I'm scared too. Thank goodness we didn't act as foolishly as those beast folk back then, or we'd probably be lying flat somewhere by now. The rest of the team nodded in agreement, recalling their initial prejudice against Wong Chun at the start of the semester. In hindsight, they couldn't help but feel a shiver of regret. As time passed, the semifinals finally began. The referee and announcer efficiently explained the rules, and the captains of the 4 advancing teams stepped onto the stage to draw lots in full public view, ensuring there would be no room for suspicion or complaints. The internet was already abuzz with doubts about the fairness of the draw, with some even insinuating that a traitor had manipulated the process behind the scenes. The skepticism was straightforward. Why did the Dragon Nation's teams have to face each other in an internal battle right from the start, while the 3 championship favorites from other empires cruised into the semifinals without a hitch? To quell these suspicions, the Dragon Nation's officials and representatives from the other empires jointly decided to conduct a public draw. Not only that, they also released footage from the backstage draw conducted 2 days earlier to prove that there was no foul play in the competition. At this point, the strength of the 3 foreign powerhouse teams was nothing short of terrifying. The captain of the Demon Empire's Tantine Academy, Altair Millard, was a level 99 destruction demon who had completed the 3rd-year transition to a martial saint. The captain of the Elf Empire's Avalon Academy, Lias, was also level 99, a druid who had reached the 3rd-year mastery of the Nature's Embrace path. Meanwhile, the captain of the Vampire Empire's Dracula Academy, Herman, was a level 99 blood mage, holding the esteemed title of a 3rd-year blood spirit sovereign. These 3 captains stood at the pinnacle of their respective paths, only 1 step away from breaking through to level 100 and achieving their 4th-year transitions. If not for the timing of this exchange tournament, they might have already completed their breakthroughs, creating an even more insurmountable gap between them and the other competitors. Even now, their teams were leagues ahead of the rest. Every one of their members was a level 90 or above elite, far surpassing ordinary bounty hunters. In previous matches, these teams had swept through their opponents like an unstoppable force, leaving no one capable of standing against them. Altair, towering over 2 meters tall, wasn't as massive as the giants or beast folk, but the tightly coiled muscles beneath his sleek combat suit radiated a suffocating aura of power. As he stepped forward, his blackened demonic eyes locked onto Wang Chen with an unrelenting glare. A cruel grin spread across his face as he growled in a voice dripping with malice, "Trash. If you dare face me, challenge me to a death match. I'll make sure your entire team won't even know how they died." Such blatant provocation immediately sent the crowd into a frenzy. The audience buzzed with heated discussions. What an arrogant demon. Don't take the bait, it's a trap. He's not even trying to save face anymore. Others sighed in resignation. With how we've performed in recent years, what face do we even have left? Wang Chen, however, remained calm, merely casting a brief glance at Altair. What? Afraid? Altair sneered, his taunts relentless. Wang Chen shook his head. With your level of strength, you're far from someone I would fear. Then, turning to his teammates, he asked, what do you all think? Should we accept this deathmatch? If it had been an unknown duel, Wang Chun would have agreed without hesitation. But this was a team competition, and the opinions of his teammates mattered. A deathmatch was no small matter, it was a fight to the death, as evidenced by the Titan Academy's team of beastfolk, who had been completely annihilated by Xiaozi's devouring and decomposition abilities in a previous match. To his surprise, Meng Yongsheng and the rest of the team simply smiled. Captain, no objections here. We'll follow your lead. Just take him down. We already crushed the Titans, what makes these demons any different? Their unwavering confidence in Wang Chun was evident, especially since their training had included sparring against the Academy's level 100+ instructors. Even those 4th-tier instructors had praised Wang Chen's extraordinary abilities. Fine. Your deathmatch challenge I accept, Wang Chun said coldly, meeting Altair's gaze. Then, it was time for the draw. Altair reached into the transparent box and pulled out the number 1 ball. Next, Herman from Dracula Academy also drew a number 1 ball. The first match will be Tantine Academy versus Dracula Academy, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The elf captain, Lias, smiled gracefully. It seems our opponents will be the Xinlong Academy. The referee stepped forward to announce, the semi-final matchups are confirmed. First match, Tantine Academy versus Dracula Academy. Second match, Xinlong Academy versus Avalon Academy. Teams for the first match, please take the stage. As Altair ascended to the platform, he couldn't resist one last jab. Kid, don't lose to those elves, or I won't get the chance to take your head. His words infuriated Dracula Academy's 7 vampire players. You're calling us weaker than you demons? Both our teams are title contenders. Wang Chen didn't bother responding to the provocations. He believed in letting his strength do the talking. It was far more convincing than words. The only regret he felt was that his master hadn't come to watch the match in person. Perhaps, in his master's eyes, such a competition was too trivial to warrant attention. Returning to his seat, Wang Chen watched as the first match began. As the teams from Tanding Academy and Dracula Academy stepped onto the stage, the entire arena erupted with excitement. The audience immediately straightened their posture, and even the deans seated at the chief platform abandoned their casual demeanor, fixing their sharp gazes on the stage. A clash between the Demon Clan and the Vampire Clan, two top contenders for the championship, meant this match was destined to be a spectacular showdown. The spectators buzzed with discussion, their opinions divided. Both teams are incredibly strong. It's hard to say who has the upper hand, someone remarked hesitantly. Are you kidding me? Another voice interjected firmly. The Demon Clan is clearly superior. The vampires don't stand a chance. How can you be so sure? They've never faced each other before, have they? Someone questioned skeptically. The confident voice responded with a thump to the chest. I'm willing to bet on it. The Demon Clan will crush them without a doubt. As if to affirm the spectators' bold prediction, the Demon Clan's performance in the opening moments of the match left the entire arena in awe. Amid the rising chorus of gasps and exclamations, the match officially commenced. The Demon Clan made the first move. Altair, a destruction demon, launched himself like a cannonball. With muscles rippling, his powerful legs propelled him forward in an explosive leap, transforming his massive frame into a blur as he charged toward the Vampire Clan's formation. Midway, he pushed off again, soaring through the air and covering a distance of over 100 meters. He descended like a tiger pouncing on its prey, landing right before the vampire front line. This display of raw physical prowess, achieved without any magical enhancement, left the audience utterly speechless. Whoa, is this the true power of the Demon Clan? The crowd exclaimed. Even a third-stage martial saint couldn't pull off something like this. Despite the dramatic entrance, the Vampire Clan remained composed. Their captain issued a calm command. Attack! Two mage emperors raised their staffs in unison, instantly casting two powerful beams of magic aimed directly at the oncoming demon. Yet, just as the spells were about to strike, Altair's figure vanished into thin air, as if he had teleported. The magical beams hit nothing but air. He's gone! Someone in the crowd shouted in astonishment. And he didn't even use any kind of movement skill. Could he really dodge something like that with just his reflexes and physical abilities? That's insane. The vampire captain, now on high alert, called out to the two shield warriors at the front. He's coming. Stay sharp. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a massive fist came crashing down on one of the shield warrior's shields. Despite activating a defensive skill in time, the vampire warrior was forced back 5 steps by the sheer force of the blow. The other shield warrior quickly stepped in to close the gap in the formation. Huh. Pathetic. Come at me. Altair laughed maniacally, throwing another devastating punch. Boom. A shockwave rippled out from the impact, and once again, the overwhelming force pushed the vampire shield warrior several steps back. The audience erupted in shock and disbelief. Oh my god. What kind of strength is this? It's terrifying. He's forcing back 2 vampire shield warriors with nothing but brute force. No skills at all. Then someone noticed something even more astonishing. Look over there. Altair's teammates are just standing around chatting and laughing theory, not even planning to step in. Are they seriously letting their captain take on all 7 opponents by himself? This revelation stunned the crowd into silence. On ever 7 strategy? Tanding Academy had employed it in earlier matches, but those times, it was an ordinary team member who took the lead, not the captain, Altair. Now, in this critical semi-final against another championship favorite, Altair's audacious decision to go solo bordered on sheer arrogance. I've never seen anyone this cocky. A spectator marveled. But honestly, this destruction demon has every reason to be. He hasn't used a single skill so far, and he's already forcing the Vampire Clan's frontline to retreat with just his raw strength. If this keeps up, who could possibly stop him? The arena buzzed with a mix of amazement and disbelief, while the expressions on the deans' faces grew increasingly serious. Only the dean of the Demon Empire wore a faint smile, clearly pleased with his colleagues' somber reactions. He silently celebrated his decision to bring Altair, the runner-up in this year's freshman rankings, to compete in the Dragon Kingdom, while sending the freshman champion to the Free Federation. Just last night, news arrived from the Free Federation. The Demon Empire's team had swept through 6 Ivy League schools, defeating all their freshman challengers. This only added to the Demon Empire dean's confidence. In his mind, the path to a glorious victory was already within reach. The freshman demon who stood above Altair in terms of power once delivered a jaw-dropping performance in the final championship, taking on 7 opponents single-handedly. This astonishing display shocked the entire Free Federation, as it laid bare the humiliating defeat of their nation's top academy freshmen at the hands of a rival empire's new recruits. Now, Altair is determined to recreate this feat in Longhua. He plans to stage back-to-back on Eversa 7 battles, first against the Blood Clan, then against Xinlong Academy. Through this overwhelming display of dominance, he aims to utterly disgrace his opponents. At this moment, Altair stands at the center of the arena, basking in the gasps and cheers of the crowd. A faint smile plays at the corners of his mouth, clearly relishing the attention. The roaring applause and awe inspired by his immense power feed his vanity, while simultaneously igniting the destructive demon bloodline coursing through his veins. Without hesitation, Altair begins to move. This time, he changes his approach. Instead of sneaking into the enemy's backline for a massacre, he directly targets the two Blood Clan shield warriors he had knocked back with a single punch earlier, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Bang, 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 bang. His fists rain down like a torrential storm, mercilessly striking the shield warriors' defenses. Each impact sends dazzling sparks flying, creating an intensely dramatic scene. In just 2 seconds, despite the support of their cleric's buff spells, one of the Blood Clan shield warriors succumbs to the devastating onslaught. Amid a flurry of blinding punches, he is sent flying along with his shattered shield. With his teammate no longer able to share the burden, the remaining shield warrior finds himself in an even more perilous situation. As the flurry of relentless and brutal punches continues to rain down on him, he lets out a blood-curdling scream. Under the stunned gazes of the audience, a deafening boom echoes across the arena, and the shield warrior's body is flung like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the arena's barrier. Wow! The scene that unfolded before everyone's eyes left the entire audience utterly stunned. Shock was written all over their faces as they stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, at the arena. This was absolute domination. Against Dracula Academy, another top contender for the championship, Tandine Academy delivered the most direct and merciless response imaginable. In the stands, 6 demons exchanged knowing smiles and let out exaggerated sighs of feigned helplessness. Having such a formidable captain on their team left them feeling somewhat redundant. After all, Altair alone could effortlessly crush any opponent. At that moment, 2 Bloodline Archmages unleashed their fully charged attacks. Without hesitation, they launched a ferocious assault on Altair. Yet, instead of evading the devastating magical skills, Altair sneered and boldly charged forward to meet them heat. The demon race was born with unparalleled physical resilience, surpassing even the orcs and giants. On top of that, Altair possessed the SS-level talent, Relentless Berserker, granting him the ability to withstand any attack without faltering. Boom! The magical attacks landed squarely on Altair. But within mere seconds, a figure cloaked in demonic energy emerged from the smoke, hurtling toward the 2 Bloodline Archmages. With a menacing grin, Altair raised his fists and aimed directly at them. One of the Archmages was caught off guard and unable to dodge in time. Just as the blow was about to land, their captain, Hermann, reacted swiftly, using a magical hand to push his teammate out of harm's way. However, this act of heroism left Hermann himself vulnerable to the oncoming attack. Forget about your teammate. Worry about yourself first, Hermann. Altair's chilling voice echoed in Hermann's ears. Hermann's heart sank, but it was too late. As a mage, his close combat abilities were no match for Altair's. Before he could react, a massive fist filled his vision. Smash! With a dull thud, Hermann's magical shield shattered instantly. The force of the blow sent him flying like a broken kite, slamming into the arena's energy barrier before crashing to the ground, unconscious. The remaining Bloodline team members stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Even their strongest leader had been so easily defeated. Altair was nothing short of a monster. Not satisfying enough, Altair sneered disdainfully at the trembling Bloodline members. All right, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Don't waste my time. We surrender. We surrender. The remaining Bloodline team members, seeing their captain gravely injured and unconscious, wasted no time in declaring their defeat. The audience erupted into an uproar. No way. He really took on all 7 of them by himself. This is insane. How do you even beat someone like that? It's over. The Demon Empire is definitely taking the championship in this year's inter-race freshman tournament. Even the spectators from the Dragon Kingdom were taken aback by Altair's overwhelming display of power. The entire match lasted less than a minute, and the once dominant Bloodline team looked utterly fragile in the face of this destructive demon. At the VIP section, the Dean of Tandine Academy couldn't help but cheer and applaud for Altair's performance. This battle had undeniably showcased the might of the Demon Empire to everyone present. The referee announced Tandine Academy as the victor, congratulating them on advancing to the finals. The other 6 demons approached Altair, half joking and half proud. Captain, come on, leave some room for us to shine too. Altair exhaled lightly and replied, "Fine, next match. I'll give you plenty of chances to show off." As the demon team left the stage, the Dragon Kingdom spectators grew even more uneasy. They had already known that the demon team was strong this year, but they hadn't expected them to be this terrifying. If Shenlong Academy managed to defeat the elves, would they really stand a chance against such a fearsome demon team? Meanwhile, across the arena, the elven spectators were smirking at the Dragon Kingdom crowd. "Oh, please. Shouldn't we be the ones worried about the demons? Do you Dragon Kingdom folks actually think you can beat us elves?" Exactly. Acting like you're already preparing to face the demon team. As if our elf empire has already lost. Save yourselves the trouble. This year's champion and runner-up will definitely come from either the elves or the demons. These remarks left the Dragon Kingdom audience feeling even more uncomfortable. They couldn't deny it. The elf empire's strength was nothing to scoff at either. With 7 druids and their shared life force ability, the odds of victory seemed slim indeed. The contestants for the second match, please take the stage and prepare. The battle begins in 1 minute. The referee's voice reverberated across the recently restored arena. 7 silver-haired elves stepped gracefully onto the platform. Each of them exuded an air of elegance, their refined features and fair skin making them stand out. Every movement they made radiated a noble demeanor. This all-druid team demonstrated a variety of talents. The front line specialized in bear and bull spirit transformations, the damage dealers excelled in eagle and wolf spirits, while the support members wielded an impressive array of abilities, including sheep, flower, grass, and tree spirits. "Wow, they're stunning." Gasps and murmurs of admiration rippled through the audience. "Yeah, every single one of them looks amazing." With today's magical technology, anyone can just get cosmetic enhancements to look good. Enhanced beauty still can't compare to natural charm. True, a beautiful appearance definitely makes it easier to win people over. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's team stepped onto the stage with calm composure. The referee, his expression serious, clearly hoped that the last remaining team from Longhua could secure a victory. "Both sides, prepare yourselves. 30 seconds until the match begins," he announced. The crowd buzzed with lively discussion. "This is going to be interesting. On one side, we have the mutated slime, and on the other, a druid team that specializes in life sharing. The elves definitely won't give Wang Chen any chances this time. Rumor has it they've already figured out how to counter the slime. Come on, don't be so pessimistic. I still believe in Wong Chun. Didn't the same thing happen before? And didn't he prove everyone wrong?" Unlike the divided opinions of the Longhua audience, the elven spectators were unanimously confident that the Shenlong Academy team was destined to lose. On the platform, the elves greeted their opponents with polite applause, their faces adorned with faint, mocking smiles. Both sides took their positions, awaiting the signal to begin. "Life sharing is indeed troublesome. It practically makes focused attacks useless," Meng Yongsheng muttered under his breath. "With Wang Chun here, we're going to win for sure," Xin Miao replied with unwavering faith. Her confidence in Wang Chun seemed to uplift the spirits of the entire team. Wang Chun, calm and composed as ever, exuded a steady demeanor that instilled trust in his teammates. As Wang Chun observed the elves' strikingly handsome faces, his mind worked methodically. The life-sharing secret technique was undeniably a headache, especially when paired with the druid's already formidable sustainability. Defeating them would require one of 2 options. Either eliminate all 7 of them in a single strike or drag the fight out until the secret technique's duration ended. Fortunately, Wang Chen already had a plan. When the countdown ended, a small blue slime appeared on Wang Chen's shoulder right on cue, instantly drawing the attention of the entire arena. The audience hadn't forgotten the shocking moment when it devoured the orc. Beast Tamers in the crowd strained to discern its true rank, but all the information displayed on their panels was a simple label: ordinary beast. How could that possibly be an ordinary beast? It must have a hidden bloodline. At the very least, it's a tier 9 source beast. No, it's probably a tier 3 divine beast. However, what dampened the spirits of the Longhua audience was the sight of the elves' reaction. Instead of showing any fear or hesitation upon seeing the slime, they smirked with an air of absolute confidence. "You're Wang Chun, right?" The lead elf, a young man with an arrogant smirk, spoke disdainfully. "If that slime is your trump card, I'm afraid to tell you you don't stand a chance against us." 5 seconds left, the referee announced loudly. Both teams immediately entered battle-ready mode. Lias, the captain of Avalon Academy, gracefully tucked her golden hair behind her ear, her gaze settling on the opponent's jelly-like little slime. A confident smile played on her lips. The match began. 5 seconds passed in an instant. Wang Chen suddenly issued a command that left the entire audience stunned. "Everyone, including your beast companions, charge at full speed. My beast companion will lead the way. Remember, no matter what happens, don't stop focus on attacking the nearest target." As soon as his words fell, Meng Yongsheng dashed forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, wielding a long sword as he charged toward the Avalon Academy formation. Feng Yurong followed closely behind, his Dragon Blood War Rider unleashing a ferocious Dragon Fury charge, aiming directly at the opposing frontline. Xin Miao directed hundreds of various robots into the air assault bots, Gatling bots, self-destruct units, Chaser Saul charging forward in a spectacular display. Even Huang Di unleashed 2 Source Beast-level companions to join the charge. Chao Wenbin, a 3-turn archmage, remained stationary but wielded his staff with precision, launching massive fireballs like meteors toward the opposing formation. Meanwhile, Xiaozi, the adorable little slime, let out a loud guji as it bounced to the forefront of the team. Its tiny black bead eyes gleamed with determination as it charged toward the enemy. Faced with the ferocious onslaught from Xinlong Academy, the Elven team quickly assumed a defensive posture. 2 druids instantly transformed into bear spirits, their muscles swelling and tearing through their shirts as their arms grew dark fur and razor-sharp claws. They unleashed a series of defensive skills: Bear Spirit Barrier, Frenzied Resolve, Wild Hide, and Steel Fortification, constructing an impenetrable defense. Another druid, focused on offense, transformed into an eagle spirit and soared into the sky, his sharp eyes locking onto Wang Chen in the backline. Using a telepathic communication spell, he reported to his captain, "Captain, that guy hasn't moved at all, still standing in the same spot." Lias responded calmly, "That's fine. His strongest beast companion is already in play. Once we take care of his beast and teammates, he won't be able to turn the tide on his own." She showed no hurry to activate the life-sharing secret art, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. By now, the tiny slime had reached the 2 bear spirit druids. The druids exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously pulled out magical orbs, slamming them down onto Xiaozi. The orbs radiated a dazzling light, and upon impact with Xiaozi, they erupted into a blinding flash. When the light faded, Xiaozi found itself trapped inside a dark cage with only faint beams of light seeping in. It didn't struggle but instead obeyed its master's instructions, staying still as it probed the opponent's hidden cards. Outside, the slime's sudden disappearance caused an uproar. The Dragon Kingdom's audience wore expressions of despair, while the Elven spectators began to celebrate. The Demon Empire's audience and competitors shook their heads dismissively, certain that Xinlong Academy had no chance of a comeback. However, when the Elven Academy's headmaster turned to gauge He Fuan's reaction, he was shocked to find that He Fuan still wore a calm smile, showing no sign of disappointment. This sight left the headmaster deeply puzzled. The headmaster of Avalon Academy furrowed his brows in confusion. Their most powerful slime beast pet had already been confined by the spatial divine orb, yet He Fuan still carried a smile on his face. This unusual reaction aroused his suspicion. On the arena stage, Riaz, the team captain, smirked slightly. The spatial divine orb, an SSDR artifact, could banish any living creature it touched to a special prison space for 30 minutes. This meant the opponent's trump card was completely neutralized. Earlier, after the orc team was devoured by the slime, the academies of the elves, vampires, and the Demon Empire had convened to devise a strategy. That slime was not only astonishingly defensive, but also possessed terrifying devouring and decomposition abilities. Several orcs above level 90 were disintegrated in an instant, without any chance to resist. Other beast pets, when devoured, could at least put up some sort of fight. But this blue slime left no room for struggle. This forced the Elven Empire to deploy their SSDR spatial divine orb to isolate it. Now, it was Avalon Academy's turn to strike back. Riaz raised her staff high, surrounded by black mandrake petals. This was her dark priest form, capable of inflicting poison, paralysis, and other debilitating effects on her enemies. Meng Yongsheng and his team followed Wang Chen's instructions and engaged Avalon Academy's frontline. However, this time, their assault was no longer unstoppable. Instead, they were firmly held back by 2 druid bear spirit forms. The level gap was simply too wide. Meng Yongsheng and his teammates were only level 80, while the opponents were mostly above level 90, with their captain, Riaz, at level 99. Despite being provincial champions, Meng Yongsheng's team struggled to break through the defensive line. "Attack! End this inelegant match!" Riaz's icy voice rang out. For the Proud Elves, having to use an SSDR artifact against a team with such a significant level disparity was indeed a blow to their pride. 7 elves unleashed their formidable power, led by the 2 bear spirit druids, charging fiercely toward Meng Yongsheng and his team. "Fall back to me." Wang Chen's voice remained calm as ever. Despite the slime beast pet being imprisoned, he showed no trace of panic. Clenching their teeth, Meng Yongsheng and his team fended off incoming magical attacks while retreating swiftly toward Wang Chun. The audience watched the scene unfold with composed expressions. Most had little hope for the Xinlong Academy team, and the events on the stage were entirely within expectations. For the spectators from Longhua, however, the mood was heavy. Once again, they were stopped short of the semifinals, leaving the championship to be contested among the other races. As the host nation, only securing a spot in the top 4 felt both frustrating and laughable. On the live stream platforms, viewers vented their anger through furious typing, flooding the chat with sarcastic and scornful comments. Some accused Longwar academies of corruption, others speculated that enrollment slots were prearranged, and a few complained that Longwa always sent subpar candidates to the freshman exchange competitions. A handful of self-proclaimed rational viewers called for a thorough investigation into the resource allocation records of Longwa's transfer academies after the tournament. Then there were the so-called face-changers, fans who had previously showered Wang Chen with praise and claimed to be his loyal supporters, but now turned to criticize the academy and the competitors. This phenomenon was all too common in today's online culture, where most viewers only idolize champions, switching their allegiance to whoever claimed the title. The world outside was filled with noise and chaos, with voices of criticism, disdain, and mockery constantly directed at Wang Chen's team. Yet, on the arena stage, Wang Chun seemed utterly unbothered, fully focused on the situation at hand. The little green snake tilted its tiny head and looked at its master with a questioning gaze, as if asking whether it should go rescue its trapped sister, Xiaozi. Wang Chen smiled and gently shook his head, speaking softly. Xiaoqing, you can't go out there just yet. You're my trump card against the Demon Empire. Xiaoqing blinked, looking even more puzzled. It couldn't understand why it shouldn't help its trapped sister. Sensing Xiaoqing's doubts, Wang Chen continued to explain. Xiaoqing, you underestimate your sister too much. Do you really think a mere SS-grade artifact could trap the cosmic-level divine beast known as the Devourer? As he spoke, Wang Chen's pupils grew dark and profound, as if holding countless secrets. He recalled the records from the top-level library of Xinlong Academy and began to recount, the Devourer, capable of consuming all things. This isn't just an empty boast. Wang Chen briefly described the terrifying power of the Devourer. It had once swallowed an entire supercontinent in a single gulp, along with all the life and resources upon it. That scene, captured by the Nine Skies radar, revealed a massive black hole hovering over the planet's Surfacia presence so vast it dwarfed the supercontinent itself, transcending the boundaries of what could be considered a divine beast. Although Xiaozi hasn't reached maturity and her bloodline isn't fully awakened, dealing with this situation is still a simple matter for her, Wang Chun said confidently. The command I gave her is straightforward: devour. Consume the entire prison space that's holding you. He explained that doing so would effectively devour an SS-grade artifact treasure of the Elven Empire, which would undoubtedly grant Xiaozi additional attribute boosts. The current retreat order was issued because Xiaozi hadn't yet completed the devouring process, but it should be nearly done. Suddenly, Wang Chen shouted, everyone, switch to defensive mode immediately. Protect Zhou Qixi, Chao Wenbin, and Huang Fan. At the same time, he began withdrawing. Seeing their usually steadfast captain issue a retreat order, teammates Meng Yongsheng, Shen Miao, and the others were momentarily stunned. Meng Yongsheng quickly snapped out of it and said in a deep voice, no hesitation. If the captain says retreat, we retreat. The team moved swiftly. Feng Yurong switched to defensive gear, and even the offense-focused Meng Yongsheng and Xin Miao donned defensive equipment. As a mechanical overlord, Shen Miao adjusted her summoned robots to defensive configurations. Meanwhile, Mage Chao Wenbin and healer Zhou Qixi also equipped gear with defensive attributes. This scene astonished not only the audience, but also the charging Avalon Academy team. Someone exclaimed, what the heck? Even the mage and healer switched to defensive gear. While the spectators knew this defensive strategy couldn't fundamentally change the situation, they had to admit it was an effective counter to the druid lineup. The seven elves' expressions darkened, as they realized it would take at least an hour to break through such defenses. Gritting her teeth, Laius ordered, attack. Smash their turtle shell. As the elves charged forward, Wang Chen quickly issued a series of commands. Zhou Qixi, speed up the entire team. Feng Yurong, use the Forbidden Army Wall skill. Xin Miao, set all your robots to defense mode. Chao Wenbin, use ice and earth magic to create obstacles. Huang Fan, recall your primary pet and deploy support pets to buff us. Under the frustrated gazes of the elves, layers of magical walls quickly formed, blocking their advance. Xinlong Academy's defensive strategy began to take effect, and the battle entered a stalemate. Wang Chen's brilliant tactics left the audience in awe. The Xinlong Academy team not only prepared a set of defensive equipment, but also cleverly utilized the special effects of the gear's attributes. Spectators watched the unfolding events on the field with wide eyes, their exclamations of astonishment echoing throughout the arena. Chao Wenbin, dressed in what appeared to be an unremarkable cloth armor, was actually hiding a strategic masterpiece. His gear's enchantments were entirely focused on mana regeneration and cooldown reduction, stacking his cooldown reduction to an astonishing 80. This meant his Ice Wall and Earth Wall skills had a cooldown of less than 3 seconds. Though he sacrificed offensive attributes, It was clear he had meticulously designed his setup to create an impenetrable wall defense strategy. As the match began, Chao Wenbin's strategy immediately demonstrated its effectiveness. He repeatedly cast ice walls and earth walls, perfectly synchronizing with the Dragonblood Cavalier's Imperial Wall, forming an almost insurmountable barrier. The Elven team found themselves struggling to advance through the layers of obstacles, their progress slowed to a crawl. While the audience was shocked, they couldn't help but admire Wang Chen's ingenuity. Chao Wenbin's trade-off of attack power for nearly limitless defensive capabilities was a stroke of genius. The alternating ice and earth walls forced the elf team to expend valuable time breaking through each layer. As the elf team wrestled with the overwhelming wall defense, Xun Miao's defensive robots presented them with yet another challenge. These small robots not only blocked attacks but shamelessly attempted to crawl under the skirts of the female elves, trying to lift their battle dresses. The female elves shrieked in embarrassment, their faces flushed red as they scrambled to fend off the perverted robots, their focus inevitably divided. Seizing the opportunity, Wong Chun led his team to quickly widen the gap by 300 meters. Within this distance, the battlefield was a chaotic maze of flying robots and towering walls, forming a nearly impassable natural barrier. The audience was stunned, unable to believe that such an unconventional and seemingly absurd strategy could be so effective. Some marveled at its creativity, while others sneered at its shameless approach. Yet, it was undeniable that this unique defensive tactic was groundbreaking and could very well influence future competition strategies. The spectators from the Elven Empire were visibly livid, voicing strong disapproval of the strategy. However, when they questioned the legitimacy of the tactics, the referee's sharp retort silenced them. Xuanlong Academy's actions did not violate any rules. The headmaster of Avalon Academy wore a grim expression as he turned to Hefuan to express his dissatisfaction. However, Hefuan remained calm and collected, exuding an air of confidence. He replied serenely, "I know you're anxious, but don't be. Shillong Academy is not just about defense ultimately. It will be your Elven Academy that loses." Hefuan's unwavering confidence only deepened the unease of his opponent. He hinted at observing patiently, suggesting that Shillong Academy still had more surprises in store. The match continued, with the situation on the field changing rapidly. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what twists and turns the competition would take next. Below the stage, Lia's face flushed bright red, her fury burning as she glared at the labyrinth-like maze of crisscrossing walls in front of her. This sudden tactical shift was utterly infuriating, leaving her and her teammates feeling disgusted and helpless. "Captain, this isn't working," one teammate said worriedly. "These walls will eventually disappear, but by then, their magic power will have recovered. We'll still be stuck with no way to deal with them." The feeling was like a starving lion watching a feast locked behind iron bars, unable to open the cage. Despite having overwhelming strength to crush the opponent, their cunning tactics left no openings. "Flying won't help either," another female elf teammate growled through gritted teeth. "Those annoying little robots will ambush us, and if we're not careful, they'll even pull up our skirts. This Wang Chun, his orders are downright despicable. Captain, what should we do?" The elves turned expectantly toward Lia's, the rising star of Avalon Academy's new generation. Lia's fell into deep thought. If their team had a spatial mage, they could easily bypass the walls. But it was clear that this defense was specifically designed to counter their druid abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lia's gave her command. "All druids, spread out and slowly close in from every angle. Don't chase them, just wait for these walls to disappear. Then we'll gradually shrink their space of retreat. Remember, we have the life-sharing spell. They won't be able to break through our defense." Her teammates' eyes lit up. This strategy, while slow, was solid and effective. With Lia's order, the 7 druids swiftly dispersed, forming a net that tightened with every passing moment. On the other side, Wang Chun calmly watched the elven team steadily closing in. "Captain, what should we do?" Xin Miao asked anxiously. "In less than 5 minutes, they'll break through. We've got nowhere left to retreat." "Wait," Wang Chun said, uttering just one word. "Wait." The group looked at him in confusion. "But isn't that just waiting to lose?" Wang Chen smiled faintly. "What I mean is, wait for them to lose." Time ticked by second, and the Avalon Academy team gradually formed an increasingly tight encirclement. The alien spectators in the stands burst into laughter, convinced that this turtle shell tactic couldn't possibly hold out on such a limited battlefield. When the last magical wall finally crumbled and disappeared, the distance between the two teams was reduced to less than 50 meters. Lia's glared at Wang Chun, her voice cold and sharp. "Even if you surrender now, they'll still make sure you pay for mocking us like this." Wang Chun, however, simply smiled. "Miss Lia's, I sincerely apologize for any offense. But are you so sure you've already won?" "Ha ha ha." The elves erupted into mocking laughter. "Do you think we're going to run away or something?" Wang Chun pointed behind them. "If you don't believe me, you might want to take a look behind you." Leah's responded warily. Oomph. We're not falling for that. Everyone knows how sly you humans are trying to distract us. Before she could finish, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from behind them. The sound of space fracturing was faint, yet it was unmistakably audible through the magically amplified speakers that filled the arena. Gasps erupted from the audience, and even the Avalon Academy team, which had just encircled the Shinlong Academy team, suddenly grew alert. Avalon Academy's captain, Lias, bit down on her silver teeth as unease washed over her. A sense of danger surged through her mind, and she immediately shouted, "Watch your backs!" Almost simultaneously, an excited elven spectator in the stands couldn't help but yell out a warning. But the caution came too late. As elite students trained by the top academies, the Avalon team members had razor-sharp battle instincts. The moment they heard the sound of fracturing space, they decisively abandoned their encirclement of Shinlong Academy. 7 figures sprang back like arrows released from a bowstring, their feet barely touching the ground. In mere moments, they regrouped and formed a tight defensive formation. Their precision and discipline were nothing short of remarkable. However, when their eyes fell on the scene unfolding behind them, a collective gasp escaped their lips. At the spot where the earlier clash had taken place, a faint spatial fissure had quietly appeared. It was through this rift that the previously imprisoned slime had managed to escape from the space god orb. The purple, gelatinous creature was now oozing out of the crack like liquid. Duong. The slime landed on the ground, bouncing slightly like a piece of jelly. Its button-like eyes blinked a few times before it fixated on Wang Chen. In a childish, cheerful voice, it called out, "Master. So yummy." Wong Chun smiled and replied, "Glad you enjoyed it, but we've got work to do first. After the match, I'll get you more treats." So yummy. The little slime's eyes sparkled like purple gemstones, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Under the bewildered and uneasy gazes of the crowd, the small slime turned around and locked its gaze on the 7 elves. The targeted elves wore expressions of shock and dread. Wait, wasn't it said that the SS-grade space god orb could trap it for at least half an hour? It's only been a few minutes. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? How would I know? Damn it, we're screwed. Our entire strategy relied on sealing that cursed slime. Now that it's free, how are we supposed to win? Except for Lias, the other 6 elves were visibly panicking. Their earlier composure and confidence had completely crumbled. They had believed they possessed the ultimate countermeasure against the slime, only to discover that the SS-grade artifact could hold it for mere minutes. Enough. Stop panicking. Focus on defense. The match isn't over yet, and we're not giving up. Lias barked, her jaw clenched, her face resolute. As the team captain, she couldn't afford to show even a hint of fear. In the stands, the elven spectators and Avalon Academy's headmaster seated in the VIP section were left utterly speechless, their shock palpable. However, there was no time for anyone to remain stunned. The little slime, now affectionately referred to as Xiaozi, began to stretch its body like malleable clay before compressing itself tightly. In the blink of an eye, it launched itself like a purple cannonball straight at the Avalon team. It's gonna eat something yummy. Boom. Xiaozi's explosive charge erupted with incredible force. Despite its small size, the power it unleashed was nothing short of astonishing. The sheer destructive force unleashed was enough to create a crater in the arena's surface. The dull, thunderous boom that echoed through the air carried a terrifying power, leaving everyone in awe. The little slime shot out with astonishing speed, leaving behind streaks of blue and purple afterimages in the eyes of the spectators, forming a trail of icy blue light. Its speed was so extreme that it resembled a blazing blue-purple comet streaking across the sky, hurtling directly toward the elven team 200 meters away. This tiny slime, barely capable of coherent speech, erupted with such an overwhelming presence that it left everyone at the scene stunned. At the front of the elven formation, 2 frontline druids braced themselves for impact, gritting their teeth and preparing to fight with all their might. They had witnessed firsthand the devastation this little slime had caused to the orc team earlier. The support druid had already transformed into a flower spirit, abandoning any concerns about conserving mana and continuously casting enhancement buffs on all teammates. At this moment, survival was the most pressing priority. With a resounding thud, the little slime crashed violently into the shield of a bear spirit druid. A pained cry immediately followed as the burly bear spirit druid was sent flying as though struck by a wrecking ball. His feet left the ground, and he was hurled backward, slamming heavily into another bear spirit druid behind him. The second bear spirit druid was utterly dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that a slime no larger than a soccer ball could knock his companion into the air. Cumbersome in his bear form, he had no time to react and could only watch in shock as his teammate, like a cannonball, barreled toward him with residual force, crashing into him with tremendous impact. Boom! A terrifying force struck the bear spirit druids like a sledgehammer. Despite raising their shields in time, the crushing impact sent them flying backward. Thud. The two bear spirit druids slammed heavily against the energy barrier, their vitality rapidly draining as they became visibly weakened, clearly suffering internal injuries. Their health points plummeted, teetering on the brink of danger. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Every face was etched with disbelief, and their eyes were wide with shock. The seemingly impenetrable bear spirit defense had just been shattered by a mere headbutt from a tiny slime? No way. Is this real? Look, Wang Chen even buffed the slime. Even with buffs, it shouldn't be possible without insanely high base stats. That slime doesn't even look high-level. This is insane. It's definitely not an ordinary beast. What tier is this pet even from? The audience buzzed with speculation, both awed by the slime's overwhelming power and puzzled as to how it managed to break through the spatial divine orb. Little did they know, Xiaozi had actually devoured the spatial prison directly to escape. This was the unreasonable racial ability of the Devourer's sovereign consuming all things. However, the Dragon Nation audience couldn't celebrate just yet. The battle was far from over. Lias had already activated life-sharing. She clasped her hands together, and a divine emerald light transformed into fine threads, connecting all her teammates. Life-sharing, complete, Lias declared. With life force channeled from their teammates, the two severely injured bear spirit druids instantly recovered to full health, standing tall before Xiaozi once again. Everyone except me and the two frontliners switched to support forms. Execute the undying cycle strategy, Lias ordered decisively. Understood. The remaining four druids immediately transformed into their auxiliary forms: flower spirit, grass spirit, tree spirit, and sheep spirit. This was the so-called undying cycle strategy. Support forms would sustain the team with healing abilities, keeping the frontliners alive to absorb damage, while the backline continuously replenished their own health and transferred it to the frontline. But then, Captain, something's wrong. The slime is gone. The two bear spirit druids suddenly exclaimed. The entire team froze in disbelief. The slime had vanished into thin air? Sigh, you're all still too inexperienced and too quick to underestimate us. Wang Chen sighed softly. The next moment, a scream pierced the air. Ah! My leg! Cried a male elf who had transformed into the tree spirit form, his voice filled with agony. Everyone turned to look, only to see that the missing slime had somehow appeared in the back line, clamping its mouth down on the tree spirit elf's leg. Or more precisely, the entire leg had been swallowed into Xiao Zis' body. Within seconds, the elf's leg was broken down into nutrients, boosting Xiao Zis' movement speed by 5. How did it get back there? The two bear spirit druids shouted in panic. Wang Chun used contract summon to instantly recall the slime and launch an attack from behind. Its speed is too fast. We couldn't react in time, Lias analyzed calmly. Thanks to life sharing, the tree spirit elf's lost leg quickly regenerated. But before he could catch his breath, another scream rang out, this time from a female elf in flower spirit form. This time, both her legs were bitten clean off and consumed by Xiaozi. You two, get back and defend the rear, Lias shouted urgently, all the while channeling life force to her teammates. Yet Xiaozi seemed particularly fixated on the flower spirit elf. Instead of shifting targets, it wriggled slightly and split into two smaller slimes. The tiny slimes quickly latched onto the elf's arms, pinning her firmly to the ground. Then, Xiaozi's main body leisurely hopped onto her. As soon as the life force was transferred over, chomp! The slime bit off the legs of the female elf in one swift motion. Her body was instantly disassembled, and the creature gained an additional 3 boost in agility. The audience gasped in shock at Xiaozi's sudden attack. This seemingly adorable slime revealed its brutal nature, targeting the elf with ruthless precision. Its strategy was simple yet brutally effective. You share your life force, right? Let's see who's faster, your ability to heal or my appetite for flesh. Each bite drained 70 of the female elf's health. The remaining 5 elves were forced to share the burden of this massive loss, each contributing at least 11 of their health to keep her alive. Yet, faced with this terrifying slime that dared to devour elves, none of them dared to approach recklessly. Lias and the other 5 elves looked grim. It felt as though an invisible pipeline had been connected to their bodies, siphoning away their life energy to save their trapped companion. Xiaozi, however, cared little for these complicated strategies. It only knew one thing: keep eating. Whichever elf tasted better, it would go after that one. Finally, the other elves couldn't sit still any longer. Captain, should we cut off Jonah's life-sharing link? That slime is like a bottomless pit, it never seems full. And Jonah is suffering so much. Indeed, Jonah's situation was heartbreaking. Though she wouldn't die, every time her legs regenerated, the seemingly innocent slime would viciously devour them again. The repeated torment was driving her to the brink of madness. At that moment, Wang Chen's cold voice echoed. Now, it's our turn to attack. Ming Yongsheng and the others swiftly activated their quick-swap gear tools, instantly switching from defensive to offensive equipment. Wicked smiles crept across their faces as they locked their eyes on the elves, resembling a pack of villains ready to claim their prize. The elves shuddered involuntarily, thinking to themselves, how terrifying. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is odor in this case, strike when the enemy is weak. Wong Chun certainly wasn't going to sit back and wait for defeat. Once Xiaozi successfully devoured the Space Divine Pearl that had been restraining it, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Wang Chen had intentionally chosen a defensive strategy instead of summoning Shaoqing because he understood that the Space Divine Pearl was no match for Xiaozi, a cosmic-level divine beast. Although Xiaozi's current level wasn't particularly high, its innate abilities were nearly invincible at this stage. Trying to confine Xiaozi with a mere SS-grade Space Divine Pearl was nothing short of wishful thinking. Wang Chen's strategy was simple: stall for time. If Xiaozi couldn't break free, he would summon Shaoqing in a desperate moment. But as it turned out, Xiaozi did not let him down. The sudden reversal of the situation caught not only the audience off guard, but also the elven team. As Wang Chen's team advanced step by step, Leah's and the other elves grew increasingly anxious. Their health bars were steadily depleting, and apart from the two bear spirits in the front line, the rest of the elves, including Leah's, had to remain in support mode just to barely sustain Jonah's health. However, as Wang Chen's team pressed closer, the elves were forced to split their focus to defend themselves, making it impossible to concentrate solely on healing. To make matters worse, their mana consumption was skyrocketing due to the prolonged battle. The Avalon Academy team found themselves in an unprecedented disadvantage. At this critical moment, Leah's faced two excruciating choices. Either sever the life-sharing link with Jonah, sacrificing her to preserve the team's combat strength, or rally all 6 elves for a final all-out attack. Of course, there was a third option: surrender. Lia's expression darkened like a stormy sky. Neither of the first two options seemed likely to lead to victory. Abandoning Jonah would only result in the slime relentlessly pursuing the next target. Launching a desperate final attack, Wang Chen's team could simply retreat into their defensive shell, draining the elves' mana without securing a win. It's over, Leah's thought despairingly as she watched the Xinyuan Academy team approach with cold smirks. The glimmer of hope in her eyes faded completely. The other 5 elves weren't fools. They too realized the hopelessness of their situation. Just then, another agonized scream rang out. Jonah's legs had been bitten again by the slime. For Xiaozi, this wasn't disgusting. It was an opportunity to absorb nutrients and permanently enhance its attributes. I give up. We surrender. At last, Leah sighed and made the painful decision to forfeit the match. She knew there was no chance of turning the tide. Continuing to resist would only result in more suffering, with no meaningful outcome. And so, the once dominant Elven Savina team of 7 druids using the life-sharing secret technique was soundly defeated by Wang Chen's slime pet. The tormented Jonah was finally freed, scrambling away from Xiaozi in sheer terror. Guji. Xiaozi let out a regretful noise, clearly wanting to devour more. It was likely that Jonah would develop a lifelong fear of slimes after this experience. The non-human spectators in the arena struggled to accept the outcome. Damn it. If only the Space Divine Pearl had lasted another minute or two, the elf team would have won. Someone muttered through gritted teeth. Indeed, to the audience, it seemed the elves were just 1 minute away from victory. Another spectator analyzed the battle, saying, the life-sharing secret technique ended up being their downfall. Jonah lost too much health, forcing the other elves to stay in support mode to share the damage. If Leah's had abandoned Jonah and still lost, the trolls back in the Elven Empire would tear her apart online, someone else added. Doesn't matter what country you're from, there are always haters who don't care about your circumstances. I have to admit, Wang Chen's slime pet is absolutely monstrous, another spectator exclaimed. Next, they'll face the strongest team, the Demon Squad. I wonder if the demons have any way to deal with this bizarre yet powerful slime? This question piqued the interest of everyone in the audience. After all, the Avalon Academy's Space Divine Pearl could barely hold the slime for a few minutes. If the Tantine Academy team didn't have an effective countermeasure, the Demon Squad might face the same fate. Having defeated the elves, the Dragon Nation spectators finally saw the glimmer of hope. We're in the finals. We might actually win the championship, they excitedly discussed, brimming with anticipation for the upcoming grand finale. As the referee declared Xianlong Academy the winner, the entire audience from Longhua erupted into deafening cheers. This underdog team, initially dismissed by many, had defied all odds to break through the ranks and secure a spot in the championship finals, making them the undisputed dark horse of the year. The crowd buzzed with excitement. They've got a real chance. Come on, Xianlong Academy. It's all thanks to Wong Chun. Without his beast companion, it would have been tough for Xianlong to win this year. True, without Wong Chun, the Longhua team probably wouldn't have even made it to the quarterfinals. At this moment, the Longhua audience came to terms with the reality. Despite their initial skepticism toward Xinlong Academy, they now found themselves united against a common rival. While Mosteed's academy was undeniably strong and Wei Kaiyuan was indeed impressive, he was still no match for Wang Chun. If Wei Kaiyuan were leading the team against Avalon Academy, Mosteed's would undoubtedly lose. The life-sharing secret technique was a natural counter to an assassin lineup, leaving Wei Kaiyuan, no matter how skilled, unable to fully exert his strength without eliminating opponents in an instant. Meanwhile, the elven spectators sat in silence, their earlier smug confidence completely dissipated. Longhua fans, however, seized the moment to retaliate. Didn't you elves claim you could crush our Longhua Academy teams with ease? Why so quiet now? Ha ha ha. Look at them now, can't even crack a smile. What an embarrassment. As the Longhua audience reveled in their comeback, the demon spectators sneered and chimed in. Don't get too cocky, humans. You haven't won the championship yet. When we demons crush you later, you'll have nowhere to hide your tears. The Longhua fans, brimming with confidence, fired back without hesitation. Oh, please. With your 7 muscle heads and no brains? You couldn't even make the elves use their spatial divine orb. What tricks do you have left? One word. Prepare to lose. After the match, the Xinlong Academy team returned to the resting area, their faces a mix of excitement from advancing and a hint of reflection. Meng Yongxing sighed. Once again, the captain carried us. Feels like we've been coasting the whole time. Shen Miao agreed. Yeah, Brother Chin's slime is just way too powerful. Wang Chen shook his head and said, that's not fair. Without you switching to defensive gear to hold the line and buy time, we wouldn't have won so easily. Feng Yurong chimed in, Brother Chen. Is it time to let your little green snake take the stage for the final match? Wang Chen nodded, his gaze firming with determination. Yes, I've been planning for Xiaoqing to take the spotlight. In this final showdown, I want to crush them from start to finish. Leave no chance for these demons. Let them know that Longhua is not to be trifled with. The team members, fired up by his words, responded enthusiastically. Yes. For the final match, we'll crush them. As the championship match approached, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. To ensure the players were in peak condition, the organizers announced a 3-hour break. During this time, the restless audience went to grab lunch to pass the time, while Wang Chen and his team also took the opportunity to refuel. 3 hours later, both teams confidently stepped onto the stage. As soon as he arrived, Altair, the demon team's leader, threw down a bombshell. Wang Chun, for this match, we are staking the honor of the Demon Empire and challenging Xinlong Academy to a deathmatch mode. Do you dare accept? The arena erupted. A deathmatch again. No one had expected the demon team to propose such an audacious challenge in the finals. Wang Chen calmly turned to his teammates. Meng Yongsheng, Shen Miao, and the others nodded without hesitation. They had unwavering faith in Wang Chun and were confident they wouldn't lose, even in a deathmatch. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Chun declared fearlessly, fine. Xinlong Academy accepts your deathmatch challenge. The crowd exploded into thunderous cheers once more. At the head table, Principal He Fuan of Xinlong Academy exchanged a glance with the principal of Mosteed's Academy, both of their eyes gleaming with competitive fire. Clearly, this ultimate showdown, steeped in the gravity of a deathmatch, had their silent approval. This year's interspecies freshman exchange tournament is undoubtedly the bloodiest in its history. What was originally a competition centered on fostering camaraderie and friendly rivalry has already witnessed 2 deadly showdowns. First, the team from Xinlong Academy engaged in a life-or-death battle with the Beast King Court, utterly annihilating 5 arrogant orcs. Now, in the highly anticipated grand finals, the Demon Empire has boldly initiated another death duel. The atmosphere on both sides of the arena had reached a fever pitch. The Demon Empire spectators were frenzied, chanting in unison, "Demons, fight on!" Their faces were alight with fervor, their eyes gleaming with a maniacal intensity. Much like the orcs, the demons adhered to a survival-of-thefitist philosophy, believing the strong had every right to dominate the weak. Altair's decision to initiate the death duel had instantly earned him the wild, thunderous support of every demon in the crowd. Meanwhile, other non-human spectators showed little inclination to back the humans, with many even switching sides to cheer for the Demon Empire. Yet, despite this, the home field advantage ensured that the Dragon Nation's supporters were no less vocal. Cries of "Xianlong, let's go!" echoed across the stadium, deafening and relentless. Not a single Dragon Nation citizen wanted to see Xianlong Academy fall in this battle, one that carried both life and death stakes and the weight of national pride. Amid the clashing roars of the audience, Altair turned to his teammates and issued a cold, commanding order. The moment the match begins, charge together. This command was immediately picked up by the Dragon Nation spectators. What was supposed to be a typical round of trash talk between opposing factions now turned into an opportunity for an even fiercer wave of mockery. Huh, look at that. The oh-so-invincible Destroyer Demon is resorting to a group charge. Wasn't he the one who kept boasting about taking on 7 opponents at once? Altair, are you scared? Backing out of your solo act now? Huh? Don't tell me you're afraid of Wang Chen's slime, are you? The Dragon Nation crowd's sarcastic jeers struck a nerve with the demons, visibly rattling them. Even Altair, known for his arrogance, couldn't contain his fury. The stark contrast between his earlier overconfident demeanor and his current cautious strategy became fodder for relentless ridicule. Unlike Wong Chun, who remained composed in the face of taunts, Altair was clearly unable to keep his emotions in check. His fists clenched tightly as demonic markings spread across his face, turning him into a fearsome sight. Damn these humans. Just wait, I'll tear every single one of you from Shinlong Academy to pieces. At that moment, the referee raised his right hand and declared loudly, both sides, prepare. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Finals, start. Charge with me. Kill every last one of these human scum. Altair bellowed as he surged forward, his 6 teammates immediately activating their bloodlines to transform into their demon forms and following close behind. In their transformed state, the demons' offensive and defensive capabilities were amplified, along with their movement speed, spellcasting speed, and attack speed traits that made the demon race a terrifying foe. In stark contrast to the demons' aggressive charge, Shinlong Academy, under Wang Chen's calm and precise direction, swiftly adopted a defensive formation. A colossal slime moved to the forefront, acting as an impenetrable wall of flesh. However, as soon as the demons spotted the slime's defensive position, all 7 of them exchanged knowing smirks. Without hesitation, they halted their charge and began chanting in unison. The 7 demons of Tanding Academy stood tall on the arena, their presence imposing. 2 heavily armored steel demons served as shield warriors. A vine-covered floral demon acted as the druid, 2 flame-wreathed fire demons took on the role of mages, and a blade demon wielding a sharp longsword was the swordsman. Leading them was the destruction demon Altair, who, as the team captain, had already undergone his 3rd transformation to become a martial saint. Suddenly, all 7 demons began chanting in unison, and a chilling wave of energy rippled across the arena. The audience held their breath, realizing that this was a meticulously prepared ultimate move. At that moment, an overwhelming dark will descended upon the stage, and a massive shadowy figure of a demon emerged behind the 7. This is bad. That's an ancient dark demon. Someone in the Dragon Kingdom's audience exclaimed in shock. The term ancient often signified unparalleled power, and the appearance of the ancient dark demon immediately triggered a wave of ecstatic cheers from the demon spectators. I knew Altair and his team would have a countermeasure ready. The ancient dark demon will definitely suppress that slime. Get ready for the dark room. Slime? The demon spectators were well aware of the dark demon's sealing abilities, a power their race took immense pride in. After witnessing the failure of the spatial orb from the Elven Empire, the Demon Empire had urgently deployed this higher-tier solution. Dark exile. Altair's cold voice rang out. The moment the words left his mouth, an infinite surge of dark power engulfed the slime entirely. Gurgle? A puzzled sound came from Xiao Zi, but it was swiftly and completely consumed. With a swish, it vanished from the arena. Dark banishment. A skill derived from the ancient dark demon, as its name implied, sealed and banished its target from the current space. Altair smirked coldly. Let's see you try to come back now. Some might wonder why they didn't simply kill the slime. The reason was simple. Based on observations from earlier rounds, this slime had extraordinary defense, with high resistance to both physical and magical damage. Coupled with the Beastmaster Wang Chen's ability to heal it at any time, killing it was nearly impossible. Even if they managed to succeed, their own team would be severely weakened, leaving them vulnerable to their opponents. Moreover, as a Beastmaster, Wong Chun could revive his beast companions, meaning all their efforts could be undone. Under these circumstances, sealing the slime was clearly the smarter choice. After successfully banishing the slime, Altair turned his cold gaze toward the Shinlong Academy team, who had already assumed a defensive formation, focusing particularly on Wang Chun. Seeing Wang Chen's calm and unflustered demeanor only fueled Altair's rage. Keep pretending. Just wait until I'm standing right in front of you. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Having learned from the Elven Empire's mistakes, they would not let their guard down. This time, there would be no surprises. The slime would need at least 20 minutes to break free from its confinement. Brothers, time to charge. Altair led the charge, with the other 6 demons close behind. Even the floral demon, usually a support role, joined the offensive. At this moment, Wang Chen finally spoke, his voice calm and steady. Everyone scatter. Ming Yongsheng, Shun Miao, and the others hesitated for a moment but quickly followed the command, dispersing in all directions. This sudden change in formation left the audience in an uproar. Wide open. What are they doing? Have they given up? knowing they can't win? That can't be it. Look at Wang Chen's face, he doesn't look like someone who's given up. Speculation buzzed through the crowd. But for the demon team, it was an opportunity too good to pass up. Attack. While Altair found their behavior odd, he assumed it was a ploy to confuse them. However, he wasn't about to fall for it. With a flash, Altair and his teammates ignored the scattered Meng Yongsheng and the others, heading straight for Wang Chun. As long as they took down the Beastmaster, the remaining humans would pose no real threat. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious demons closed in on Wang Chun. Wang Chun is doomed. The Dragon Kingdom audience shot to their feet in alarm, some too afraid to watch the likely brutal scene about to unfold. Facing the oncoming demons, Wang Chun finally smiled. "You've finally come, whom I've been holding back for a while. Come on out, Shao Qing. Come forth, Shao Qing." In the climactic final showdown, Wang Chun finally unveiled his trump card. A glowing summoning circle crackling with electric blue lightning gradually materialized before him, instantly igniting the fervor of the Dragon Kingdom's audience. At that moment, the 7 demons, led by Altair, had closed in to within 10 meters. The sight of the lightning-charged summoning circle caused Altair's expression to darken. He raised a hand, signaling his companions to halt their advance. The demons stood their ground, warily eyeing the circle with heightened vigilance. These were no reckless brutes. Their aggressive tactics in the previous rounds were calculated, each move underpinned by absolute confidence in victory. But now, facing an opponent with an enigmatic beast companion, they were on full alert. 2 seconds later, the summoning circle solidified and its radiance dimmed, revealing a creature that emerged with an air of Prydean elegant, emerald green serpent. "Wait, that's a Shao Qing python," the commentator exclaimed in shock. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. After the jaw-dropping performance of Wang Chen's slime companion earlier in the tournament, no one dared to underestimate even this seemingly ordinary Shao Qing python. Even the demon squad hesitated, their eyes fixed on the peculiar little serpent, unwilling to make a reckless move. Shao Qing scanned its surroundings with a calm yet commanding gaze before locking onto the group of demons ahead. Its golden, slit-pupiled eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity, and its scales, far from the smooth texture of a common green snake, overlapped like layers of impenetrable armor. What captured everyone's attention most, however, was its bold demeanor. Shao Qing exuded not a trace of fear. Instead, it confidently slithered toward the demons. When it reached within 3 meters of the group, Shao Qing paused. Its golden eyes swept over the demons one by one, and an unmistakable look of disdain crossed its serpentine face. Then, with an audible hiss, it seemed to sneer. "Chirp? Is this all you've got?" Though the crowd couldn't understand Beast's speech, the mockery in Shao Qing's tone was palpable. "Enough. Charge, and tear that little beast into 8 pieces." Altair bellowed, unable to contain his fury any longer. Leading his 6 comrades, he launched another assault. As Altair's foot was about to strike the seemingly defenseless Shao Qing, an unexpected transformation unfolded. A dazzling blue-green light erupted from the serpent's body, intertwined with crackling lightning that roared like thunder. The sheer force of the spectacle was deafening. Within the storm of light and energy, Shao Qing's body began to expand at an astonishing rate. 1 second later, the light dissipated and what stood before the stunned crowd left them in utter disbelief. Towering over the battlefield was a massive serpent, its body shimmering with arcs of blue lightning. A pair of nascent dragon horns jutted faintly from its forehead, and its form radiated an unmistakable aura of dragonkind. Shao Qing had undergone a breathtaking transformation, awakening its latent bloodline. The signs of its evolution were undeniable, a clear indication that it was on the brink of ascending into a full-fledged, world-shaking Azure Dragon. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.